Bai-chun had traversed into the world of Naruto for quite some time and had gradually acclimatized to his surroundings that he became more familiar with his unique ability, the exchange system. The cooldown period lasted 7 days, during which he could perform an exchange of any kind, including bloodlines, techniques, and weapons. This exchange was compulsory regardless of the willingness of the object being exchanged. The system would ensure Bai-chun's success. After Bai-chun exchanged for Pikachu, his teacher, Hinata Akane, immediately wore a disgruntled expression. "Are you certain it's a spirit companion? You must be jesting." Bai-chun could only respond with silence, suddenly feeling the malice emanating from Hinata. What had transpired with his teacher? Hadn't everything been fine just moments ago? Why the sudden change in demeanor, filled with hostility? What had she conjured in her mind? Is this truly a pet? Kakashi, however, was less perceptive and did not sense the distinct chakra emanating from Pikachu. Thus he inquired with a puzzled expression. "Pikachu, you are the pet. I am quite formidable." Pikachu, sensing Kakashi's disdain, waved its tiny arms in protest. If not for the fact that Kakashi appeared to be Bai-chun's friend, it would have been ready to stand tall and assert itself. "How dare that human underestimate me? The divine Pikachu. What is it saying? Is it angry?" Kakashi asked Bai-chun, looking somewhat perplexed. Quite evidently. Bai-chun shrugged. "Do not be deceived by Pikachu's adorable appearance. Its strength is considerable, and you may not be its match." It was not that he underestimated Kakashi. The mere fact was that the 6-year-old Kakashi might indeed be no match for Pikachu. The divine creature had evolved and accelerated its growth through the beast mastery space, rendering it entirely different from its former self. Is that so? Kakashi felt belittled. Could he truly be outmatched by this small creature? Let's wait and see. Bai-chun smiled slightly. There would be ample opportunity for Kakashi to witness the formidable prowess of the divine Pikachu. All right, let us proceed to accept a mission. Follow me. At this moment, Hinata Akane did not wish to delay further. She called out and led Bai-chun and Kakashi to the mission hall to undertake a task of eradicating bandits before departing from the Hokage building. This time, they did not encounter the third Hokage. Clearly, he had no time to oversee the distribution of such trivial missions. After a considerable time, Bai-chun and the others arrived at a village. After liaising with the village chief regarding the task and gathering information, they pressed on towards their destination. Now it is up to you both. This is your first mission, and I hope you will not disappoint me. I shall not intervene this time. Hinata Akane suddenly halted a few hundred meters from the bandit lair and addressed Kakashi and Bai-chun. This mission was intended to hone their skills and allow them to experience battle. Thus, she would refrain from intervening. Strength did not always equate to being a competent ninja. Such qualities required practical experience to validate. This was the perfect opportunity. Understood, teacher. Both Bai-chun and Kakashi nodded in agreement, evidently prepared. Without delay, the two approached the bandit hideout. Once they were within 100 meters, Bai-chun said to Kakashi, "We shall split our forces. I will attack from the front, and you from the rear. We will commence our assault in 10 minutes, ensuring that not a single one escapes." Any objections? None. Kakashi readily agreed. Excellent. Onward. In the next moment, Bai-chun and Kakashi separated. Bai-chun stealthily concealed himself in a large tree a mere 10 meters from the bandit's entrance, blending seamlessly into his surroundings. Once the 10 minutes elapsed, Bai-chun's foot crashed down, shattering a branch beneath him. Body flicker. In an instant, he traversed the distance of over 10 meters, appearing at the entrance. Golden blue lightning flickered around him, carving a Z shape across the entrance as his blade swiftly severed the necks of 2 bandit sentries, taking their lives in an instant. Without pause, Bai-chun charged into the hideout. Intruder! Intruder! Damn it! Which little brat dares to target me? The great black tiger. Come at me. No, you are a demon. We can't fight. Let's escape. Before long, the hideout erupted with cries and roars, but it quickly fell into silence. In less than 10 minutes, Bai-chun and Kakashi regrouped. Bai-chun flicked the blood from his chakra blade, employing lightning to cleanse it entirely before turning to Kakashi and asking, "All taken care of?" Kakashi nodded. "All set. Your speed is astonishing. You did most of the killing. You were simply too slow." Bai-chun shook his head dismissively and waved his hand. "All right, Let us begin to clean up the battlefield. Additionally, search for any remaining stragglers, and we must also gather the supplies here. Understood. They promptly continued their separate searches, combing through each room. Before long, they had amassed the valuables. The bodies were also piled into a pit that Bai Chun had created with his lightning. I rescued over 10 innocent women from this side. They all seemed to be from the nearby village. How should we handle them? Kakashi approached, accompanied by the timid women who had clearly endured much suffering. Bai Chun glanced over the group. Rip! In an instant, he transformed into lightning, appearing beside one of the women. Piercing finger. His finger pierced through the woman's neck. You! The woman's eyes widened in shock. The other women, witnessing this, scattered in terror, although they did not flee far. What are you doing? Why kill the innocent? Kakashi charged forward in anger to confront Bai Chun. Foolish. Bai Chun coldly regarded Kakashi, gesturing at the corpse on the ground. Look closely, is this truly innocent? When saving someone, do you not first verify their identity? This woman's physique clearly surpasses that of an ordinary person. Her palms bear the marks of training, and there's a chakra response within her. Did you not notice any of this? Bai Chun was deeply disappointed in Kakashi. Had this woman not hesitated to strike, Kakashi could very well have fallen victim. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, rushing to examine the woman's body. Upon inspecting her hands, he indeed found signs of having trained in throwing techniques and calluses. Kakashi's expression darkened. Immediately, he then probed her body with chakra and discovered that there was indeed residual chakra, along with clear signs of training in her meridians. Kakashi fell silent. After a considerable time, he rose and, looking at Bai Chun with an expression of apology, said, I am truly sorry. It was my oversight. I assure you it will not happen again. Bai Chun, noticing his dejection, comfortingly placed a hand on his shoulder and replied, It's all right. It's the first time. A lack of experience inevitably leads to some oversights. Remember this lesson and do not repeat it. Next time, you may not be so fortunate to escape unscathed. Go and reassure the survivors, then conduct another inspection. I will handle the supplies and the bodies. It is always wise to exercise caution. Understood. Kakashi readily agreed, summoning the women to gather and stand in formation for inspection. After confirming that these individuals were indeed innocent victims, Kakashi finally exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, Bai Chun had already employed the lightning release, lightning ball technique, casting it into the pit of corpses. This ninjutsu, enhanced by the thunder fruit, instantly charred and ignited the bodies. In no time, the corpses were reduced to ashes. The supplies were also collected using Bai Chun's space sealing scroll. All right, let us go. After completing these tasks, Bai Chun turned to Kakashi and signaled for him to lead the survivors onward. Just then, the sunset crimson, Yuhi Junhong, appeared a short distance away, gazing at Bai Chun with admiration and remarked, Well done. He had been observing Bai Chun's actions throughout this mission, whether it was strength, timing, or observational skills. All were exceedingly commendable. It was hard to believe that this was a mere child fresh from graduation. His demeanor was composed and resolute. Yuhi Junhong mused internally, reflecting on another prodigy from the village, Minato Namikaze, who, despite his gentle and sunny disposition, was equally calm and decisive in battle. Some individuals are simply born for this line of work. After this mission, Yuhi Junhong's impression of Bai Chun had significantly improved. He commended the successful collaboration of Bai Chun and Kakashi. You flatter me, sensei. This is all quite basic. Bai Chun humbly shook his head, with a slight smile. Yuhi Junhong then turned to Kakashi and said, Kakashi, you performed well at the outset, truly the son of White Fang, but you became careless later on. Remember this lesson and do not let it happen again. On the battlefield, any lapse in diligence could cost you your life. Do you understand? A genius who perishes is no longer considered a genius. Over the millennia in the ninja world, how many prodigies have met untimely ends due to unforeseen circumstances? Yes, sensei. I understand. Kakashi replied, his head bowed in shame. Lift your head. We shall proceed to conclude the mission. Yuhi Junhong instructed Kakashi, then beckoned them to follow as they made their way towards the village, situated more than 10 miles away. Kakashi and Bai Chun followed closely behind, leading the survivors. Upon returning to the village, Bai Chun and his companions received heartfelt gratitude from the village chief and the townsfolk. Thank you, esteemed ninja. We are grateful for your vanquishing of the bandits and for rescuing the young women of our village. There is no need for thanks. This is merely our duty. As the crimson sun gracefully waved its hand, it remarked, "The sky is growing dark. We must rest here for the night. I kindly request the village chief to arrange accommodations for us. Of course, please follow me. I have made prior arrangements." The village chief promptly led the way. The following morning, Bai Chun and his companions set forth once more toward the village. Over the course of the next month, they either embarked on missions or returned from them. By the end of the month, they had completed a total of 18 missions, all of which were C-rank extermination tasks. Throughout this period, Bai Chun and Kakashi had become thoroughly exhausted from the relentless killing. Upon returning to the village after yet another mission, weary from their travels, Bai Chun and Kakashi gazed at the familiar gates, feeling an overwhelming sense of nostalgia and relief wash over them. After exhaling a deep sigh, Bai Chun could not help but complain to the Crimson Sun, "Teacher, can we refrain from taking on missions for a while? I feel like I might be sick. Aren't you concerned that Kakashi and I will become cold-blooded killers? Is it truly reasonable for mortals to undertake such high-intensity extermination tasks?" Kakashi stood nearby, casting a mournful glance at the Crimson Sun. "Haha." The Crimson Sun chuckled, clearly amused by their banter. "Seeing you still joke around reassures me that you're both fine. However, you should know that there will be no more extermination missions available for you. Everything that needed to be cleared has already been addressed over the past month. Furthermore, I received a message from the village yesterday. I must travel alone to the battlefield in the land of Earth to undertake an important mission. I fear I will not be able to accompany you on your tasks any longer. Therefore, you may take some time to rest in the village." During this time of warfare, it was already a stretch for an elite jonin to accompany them on low-level missions for an entire month. Currently, Konoha had been at war with the Sand Ninja for over half a month, and the Rock, Cloud, and Mist Ninja were also stirring restlessly. Oh, Bai Chun and Kakashi exchanged glances, their spirits lifted rather than dampened. "This is a good thing," they exclaimed in unison. Chuckling, the Crimson Sun regarded the two with amusement and added, "However, I do have tasks for you both. Due to the ongoing war, you began with C-rank extermination missions and have not yet experienced D-rank tasks. Such a ninja career would be incomplete. Thus, I have decided that for the time being, you must complete at least one D-rank mission each day until I am free or the village assigns you elsewhere. Do you understand? You were complaining about being weary of extermination tasks, weren't you? Very well, you shall now attend to D-rank missions. It just so happens that the village has dispatched too many ninjas recently, and many D-rank tasks remain unaddressed. I have heard that numerous public restrooms have gone uncleaned for days. The Crimson Sun felt compelled to alleviate the village's burdens by creating a better living environment for the villagers. After all, the quality of life for the villagers should not diminish simply because of the impending war, right? Bai Chun and Kakashi were left speechless. Subsequently, Bai Chun looked at the Crimson Sun with incredulity and remarked, "Teacher, I implore you to show some humanity. Are you still unaware of our capabilities? It is quite excessive to assign us such a trivial task." He would rather confront bandits than engage in a D-rank assignment. Kakashi silently commended Bai Chun in his heart, as this was precisely what he wished to convey to Hinata Akane. "The teacher is utterly unreasonable." "What did you say?" Hinata Akane glared at Bai Chun upon hearing his words. Bai Chun instinctively recoiled, pondering, "Were it not for the fact that you are Akane's father, my future father-in-law, would you believe I could easily defeat you?" At present, Bai Chun's strength had fully manifested, placing him firmly at the level of a Kage. Indeed, Hinata Akane would find it challenging to prevail against him. Regardless, this matter is settled. Now disperse. With that, Akane executed a body flicker technique and vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving Bai Chun and Kakashi in a state of silent disbelief. What shall we do now? Must we truly undertake a D-rank mission? Kakashi cast a gloomy glance at Bai Chun. Bai Chun shrugged nonchalantly. What else can we do? The teacher has spoken. However, we could dispatch shadow clones. We can also select our tasks. There should be plenty of D-rank missions available, correct? Tasks such as cleaning restrooms are beneath our capabilities and should be assigned to other genin teams, don't you think? Bai Chun looked towards Kakashi. Excellent idea. Let's proceed with that. Kakashi wholeheartedly agreed with the suggestion. Consequently, the two made their way back to the village. Bai Chun-kun, Kakashi-kun. Just as they were nearing a turn on their route home, they suddenly heard voices calling out to them. Turning around, they beheld Akane and Yohara Rin running towards them with expressions of delight. Following closely behind were Obito and Asuma. Bai Chun greeted them with a smile. Raising his hand in salutation, Akane, Rin, it's been quite a while. Over a month since we last met. What have you been up to lately? We hardly see you or your father. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Akane inquired, her gaze fixated on Bai-chun. She had learned over a month ago that her father was leading Bai-chun and Kakashi on their missions. We've been assigned to eliminate bandits outside the village, and recently, we have gone to war with the Sand Ninja. Even the Rock Ninja seem to be stirring. It's been quite taxing for us. Bai-chun replied, raising his hands in a gesture of exasperation. Ah, I see. Akane nodded in understanding, then asked, do you have any upcoming missions outside the village? And why haven't I seen my father? She scanned the surroundings. The teacher has gone to the Hokage Tower. It seems he has another assignment. Bai-chun responded promptly. Kakashi and I, however, do not need to leave the village for now. We'll be handling some D-rank missions, which can be delegated to our shadow clones. We intend to conduct intensive training for a while, and you are welcome to join us if you have the time. With the impending battle at hand, Akane and her companions would inevitably find themselves on the battlefield, so it would be prudent to train beforehand to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Although, in the original narrative, Akane and her friends survived well into their 20s, one can never be too cautious. This small change in the timeline might have already stirred significant repercussions. Is that truly permissible? Upon hearing this, Hong and Lin's eyes gleamed with excitement. Wonderful. We're in. If need be, they can request leave from the teacher or simply skip class, they concluded. In comparison to the knowledge they could gain from Bai-chun's group, a few days of skipping school seemed inconsequential. After all, a student life devoid of any truancy is hardly complete. Hey. At this moment, standing aside, Obito could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, do you really not see us? Exactly. Asuma chimed in. There should be limits to ignoring us, you know? They felt that Bai-chun and Kakashi were deliberately overlooking them. Bai-chun, as if just realizing their presence, turned to the two and said, oh, it's you. Long time no see. Then he promptly returned to chatting with Hong. Obito muttered, Asuma, I really want to knock that guy out. Unfortunately, I'm no match for him. Why am I even here if I'm so redundant? What a clueless person. At that moment, Kakashi shook his head, his sarcasm evident. Seeing Bai-chun and Hong laughing and being affectionate in front of them, Asuma sighed inwardly. It seems Hong's heart is completely with Bai-chun. I thought I had a chance since Bai-chun was graduating early, but alas, Hong still ignores me. Perhaps I should just give up? During this time, spurred by Bai-chun's influence, Asuma had been diligently training, maturing in character as well. He realized that matters of the heart cannot be forced. At the entrance of the Ichiraku ramen shop, Obito gazed at Bai-chun in disbelief, saying, you promised to treat us, and this is what we get? Before Bai-chun could respond, the shop owner, Izuna, poked his head out from behind the curtain, glaring at Obito. What is this? Do you have a problem with our shop? Or do you think our establishment is beneath your status? Is it I, Otsutsuki, who cannot lift my blade? Or have you, Obito, become too arrogant? And no, not at all. Faced with Izuna's menacing glare, Obito quickly waved his hands in denial. I've eaten your ramen several times. And it's undoubtedly the best in Konoha and even the entire ninja world. I would never criticize your establishment. It's just that your dishes are so affordable that I was hoping to treat Bai-chun for once. But he is being stingy and brought us here instead. I was merely venting my frustration, and I absolutely hold no grievances against you or your shop. In fact, your culinary skills are exceptional, and I absolutely adore this place. Obito's mind raced, his words flowing with clarity and coherence. He showered the shop owner with compliments. Izuna's expression brightened, a smile spreading across his face. Ah, I see. I forgive you. So, would you like to come in and enjoy a meal? Thank you, kind sir. As usual, I would like the tonkatsu ramen, with extra chili sauce. Bai-chun said, taking Hong's hand and stepping into the shop. Haha, certainly. With a cheerful demeanor, Shouter remarked. It has been a while since Brother Bai-chun visited our shop for noodles. Have you been quite busy lately? Indeed, Bai-chun nodded. I have been engaged in tasks outside. Oh, I see. You must be working hard. You are all heroes of the village. Shouta expressed with a touch of sentiment. Looking at Bai-chun, who appeared to be around 10 years old, it struck Shouta as remarkable that he was already toiling for the safety of the village. However, he couldn't help but wonder why Bai-chun's companions seemed several years younger than him. This thought puzzled Shouta deeply. Fortunately, Bai-chun remained blissfully unaware of Shouta's musings. Otherwise, he might have felt disheartened. Was it possible that he looked older than his years? He was merely maturing at a swift pace. In the past month, He had gradually revealed the heightened physique and martial prowess that came from merging with Robluchi, which seemed entirely justifiable. Sunset Crimson and Kakashi merely perceived that Baichin had entered a growth spurt, without any suspicion. After finishing their ramen, Baichin accompanied Hong for a leisurely stroll before escorting her home. Upon arrival, Baichin found that Sunset Crimson was not at home. "Goodbye, Baichin-kun." Hong waved farewell with a reluctant expression. "Farewell. Good night." Baichin returned the gesture, then departed with a graceful air, heading straight back to his abode. Upon arriving, he released Pikachu from his confines. "Pika, are we home?" Pikachu emerged, slightly drowsy, rubbing its eyes and gazing at Baichin with curiosity. "Yes." Baichin smiled, affectionately patting the little creature's head. "How are you? Did you rest well? Are you hungry? I've prepared some food for you." The little fellow had accompanied him on numerous tasks over the past month, showcasing considerable growth in strength, battle experience, and temperament, undoubtedly becoming an excellent companion. Both Kakashi and Sunset Crimson envied Baichin for having such a remarkable spirit partner. "Pika." "Yes." Pikachu patted its somewhat flat belly, nodding in agreement. It was indeed hungry. "Splendid. Wait here for a moment. I will prepare it right away." Baichin affectionately stroked its head and hurried to the kitchen. He first prepared a fruit salad for Pikachu, followed by utilizing the Energy Cube Maker to create some high-grade energy cubes suitable for electric-type Pokemon. The Energy Cube machine and the advanced recipes were acquired over the past month from the Pokemon world. In addition to these, he had also obtained the legacy of a top-tier breeder, a Fire Stone, a Leaf Stone, and even a rare ore from Daigo's collection, which appeared to be a piece of meteorite iron. Furthermore, he had exchanged for some flesh from Sea Kings and special herbs from the pirate world. However, he hadn't stumbled upon anything particularly exceptional. He had noticed that his recent fortune fluctuated, and he couldn't expect to acquire remarkable items every time. "All right, the food is ready. You can start eating now." Baichin set the energy cubes and fruit salad on the dining table, pulled out a gourmet tablecloth from his spatial ring, and adorned the table with a variety of delectable dishes. He then sat down to enjoy the meal with Pikachu. What? Hadn't Baichin just consumed 10 bowls of ramen? He chuckled. Life has returned to a state of equilibrium. This amount of energy will be effortlessly assimilated in mere moments, and the energy gained can be easily processed during the thunderous body tempering, eliminating any concerns regarding nutritional surplus. After finishing dinner, Baichin sent Pikachu to play within the confines of the spatial ring, while he himself entered this realm. Within the world of the spatial ring, numerous areas have undergone significant transformations. An abundance of flora has emerged, all planted by Baichin during his solitary excursions from the village. Currently, 1% of the area has been reforested, while 50% has been sown with a variety of seeds, including those of trees, fruit-bearing plants, medicinal herbs, and tree fruits. The remaining regions, aside from the central villa zone, experimental area, and martial arts zone, consist of ample open spaces that Baichin has yet to decide upon, leaving them temporarily vacant. However, he has sown grass seeds in anticipation of future grazing. In addition to trees, Baichin has gradually captured and purchased numerous animals, cattle, sheep, chickens, and ducks, to roam freely within the spatial ring. He has even managed to capture over a dozen chakra-infused beasts. Upon entering, Baichin communicated with the ring, and with a mere thought, a ninja cat materialized before him. He deftly lifted it, then mentally intoned, "Exchange." In the next moment, the ninja cat vanished from his grasp, and in his mind an image emerged, the world of Pokemon, an unknown dimension. Another one? Arceus suddenly opened its eyes, sensing the request for the exchange ability, and promptly chose to consent. Declining was not an option. The exchange ability enforced compliance. This transaction was a result of amicable negotiations between the two parties. However, the item from this exchange was immediately interfered with by the Divine, appearing and then being dispatched to a Team Rocket base deep beneath the Cerulean City Gym. Sakaki, while petting the cat, gazed at the armored and wire-laden Mutuo in the center of the laboratory, his eyes gleaming with fervent delight. "Excellent, excellent. Haha, with Mutuo, my dream of unifying and dominating the world is within reach. Just wait for me. Ha ha ha. Cough, cough." As he laughed, Sakaki suddenly felt a jolt, his body growing weak. At the same time, he realized he could no longer sense his power of permanence. After years of exploration and development, his power had attained formidable strength, and now it seemed to have vanished. "What is happening?" Sakaki, with a pale face, staggered to regain his footing, roaring in panic. At that moment, a cat appeared before him, capturing his attention. Before he could react, a wormhole materialized beneath the cat, engulfing it and causing it to vanish without a trace. Sakaki. What in the world just happened? That was just an ordinary cat, right? Surely? Why did it suddenly disappear? Mutuo, was that your doing? Sakamaki, in a state of agitation, confronted Mutuo with fervent queries. He stumbled forward, only to lose his footing and crash against the control console, inadvertently triggering the shutdown switch for the suppression armor. Instantly, the luminous glow of the armor extinguished, disassembling piece by piece with a cacophony of clattering sounds as they fell to the ground. Mutuo slowly opened its eyes, gazing at Sakamaki, its irises glowing blue with an expression of profound indifference. A terrifying aura enveloped the surroundings, rendering the air dense and suffocating. Sakamaki trembled, finding it difficult to breathe. Fortunately, Mutuo refrained from any immediate action, raising a hand to unleash a devastating beam of energy that blasted a gaping hole through the ceiling of the underground base, reaching all the way to the surface. Through this aperture, the sky outside became visible. Subsequently, Mutuo vanished into the void, appearing above the Tokiwa gym. The commotion attracted the attention of many in Tokiwa City, including Junsha and several others who hastily rushed toward the scene. With a fleeting glance, Mutuo executed a teleportation, disappearing from sight. No, Sakamaki shouted in a mix of fury and despair as Mutuo departed the underground base. Come back, Mutuo. I created you. How can you abandon me? Regrettably, Mutuo had already departed, showing no inclination to acknowledge Sakamaki. Had it not been for its lingering confusion and Sakamaki's role in its creation, it might have obliterated Sakamaki on the spot due to the latter's attempt to control it with the armor. Cursed be the situation. Fortunately, though Sakamaki was consumed by rage, he had not completely lost his wits. Noticing the opening leading outside, accompanied by the distant wail of sirens, he realized their location had been compromised. He immediately released his Zubat, instructing it to carry him away through the void. Simultaneously, he remembered to press the control button on his wrist, activating the self-destruct sequence of the base. Instantly, red alarm lights illuminated the entire underground facility, as well as the Tokiwa gym above, prompting Junsha and the Alliance investigators to hastily evacuate the area. Amidst the chaos, Sakamaki escaped from Tokiwa City. Boom. A minute later, a deafening explosion resonated through the air. A towering column of fire erupted from beneath the Tokiwa gym. In an instant, the entire structure was reduced to ashes, leaving behind a vast crater. Junsha and her companions, caught too close to the blast, were thrown several meters away. Had it not been for the generally robust physique of the people in this world and the assistance of Pokemon to mitigate some of the impact, they might have succumbed to unconsciousness from the explosion. As Junsha and her companions rose from the ground, brushing off the dust, they turned their gaze toward the gym, gasping in horror. Had they not evacuated in time, their bones would surely have been shattered by the blast. Meanwhile, far away in Masera town, Professor Oak, upon hearing the commotion, rushed out of his laboratory, looking toward Tokiwa. The towering column of fire and smoke was visible even from this distance. What on earth was happening? Professor Oak furrowed his brow in concern. At this moment, Nanami Okiki emerged, cradling a ninja cat, and remarked, "That direction must be Tokiwamachi, right? It seems something serious has occurred. Should grandfather go and take a look?" Indeed. Dr. Okiki nodded, glancing at the ninja cat in Nanami's arms. He instructed her, "Take good care of that ninja cat. I shall return to conduct an examination. It appears to originate from the same place as the previous few animals. I'll be back shortly." With that, Dr. Okiki removed a pokeball from his person and released a Dragonite, addressing it, "I implore you, my old friend, take me to Tokiwamachi with utmost speed." Dragonite nodded, extended its hand to assist Dr. Okiki, then took to the skies, soaring westward toward Tokiwamachi. The footage concluded here. "Oh, how intriguing," Bai-chun remarked, a look of curiosity on his face. "Is it Sakaki who has drawn the short straw this time? Yet, it appears to be the handiwork of Arceus behind the scenes. Otherwise, that ninja cat ought to have been given to Sakaki. Clearly, Arceus harbored no desire for Sakaki to possess the ninja cat. Given Sakaki's unscrupulous research methods, should he acquire the ninja cat, it would undoubtedly be subjected to experimentation, potentially leading to disastrous consequences for more Pokemon. It seems Arceus has dealt Sakaki a blow, perhaps having long disapproved of his actions and seizing the opportunity to undermine him. Therefore, one must be cautious not to attract the attention of the world will or the creator god, for one can only imagine the pitfalls that may ensue. However, Baichun was presently more concerned with the rewards at hand. At that moment, two crystalline objects appeared in his hands, accompanied by a rush of relevant information flooding his mind. Sakaki's Tokawamachi Power Crystal contains the Tokawamachi power that Sakaki has developed to the pinnacle of the champion level. Absorbing it grants direct access to the champion-level Tokawamachi power. Once, Sakaki was a king, but alas, he offended a certain alpaca deity. Sakaki's Super Tokawamachi Physique Crystal contains the Super Tokawamachi physique that Sakaki has honed over many years. This physique boasts extraordinary vitality, akin to an indestructible cockroach. Once, he, Sakaki, was a Super Tokawamachi capable of withstanding destruction. Ah, splendid treasures. Upon receiving this information, Baichun's eyes sparkled with delight. The healing capabilities of the champion-level Tokawamachi power are indeed commendable. I wonder if it can be utilized to heal humans? I would presume it can. Furthermore, the Super Tokawamachi physique, refined by Sakaki over many years, should also be quite beneficial. Without hesitation, Baichun chose to merge with them. Instantly, two streams of warm energy surged into his being, beginning to alter and enhance his physique. Simultaneously, he sensed a unique power entering his mind's sea of consciousness, transforming into a splendid and mysterious orb of light that rotated gracefully around the crystal of his beast space. This orb radiated a gentle glow, continuously nourishing Baichun's sea of consciousness, gradually augmenting both its intensity and expanse. It appeared that Baichun's mental strength was also being enriched. As the fusion transformation concluded, Baichun opened his eyes and clenched his fists, feeling that his physical strength had increased by more than 50%. It is worth noting that his physique and strength had already undergone a remarkable transformation through the integration of Rob Lucci's attributes. He was astounded by the significant enhancement brought about by the fusion with Sakaki's physique. It seems I must also witness the extraordinary power of the Super Tokawadai. Yet, these developments were not the crux of the matter. He sensed that other changes had manifested within his body. This unusual vitality, he felt as though some power had awakened within him, causing his life force to surge beyond that of the Super Tokawadai, more than doubling in intensity. Simultaneously, he perceived an enhancement in his control and talent over the elemental chakra of water and earth. Could it be that? Baichun promptly accessed his attribute panel and discovered several crucial additions. Name: Baichun. Talent: Exchange LV247100. Chakra attributes: Lightning, Earth, Water. Chakra level: Jonin. Abilities: Thunderfruit. Power of Tokawadai, Peak of the Celestial King, Beast Mastery. Space, Bloodline, Senju Bloodline. Initial Awakening, 15. Physique: Super Tokawadai Physique. Skills: Swordsmanship, Mastery. Lightning Mode, Mastery. Thunder Breathing Technique, Mastery. Thunder Body Forging Technique, Mastery. 6 Styles: Life Restoration, Medical Ninjutsu. Lightning Release, Lightning Ball Technique, Body Flicker Technique, Shadow Clone Technique. Water Release, Water Clean Wave, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet, Earth Release, Earth Spear Technique. Overall Strength. Initial Shadow Level. Items: Spatial Ring. Indeed, has the Senju clan's bloodline awakened? Baichun regarded this outcome with a sense of acceptance rather than surprise. Admittedly, the bloodline within him had likely grown somewhat diluted. But after multiple significant enhancements to his physique, especially the remarkable life force bestowed by the Super Tokawadai physique, it was understandable that the Senju bloodline would awaken. Now, I can proudly declare that I have awakened the Senju physique, he chuckled softly. Previously, he had merely jested about his abilities to the third Hokage. Now, it had been substantiated. Certainly, this was merely a preliminary awakening. He was uncertain if further enhancements would enable him to awaken would release, or if it required his own fusion and creativity. Baichun harbored doubts, recalling that the original Hashirama Senju's would release was either the result of his own unique fusion of water and earth attributes or a consequence of Ashura's chakra. The likelihood of awakening would release solely through the Senju physique seemed slim. Historically, many members of the Senju clan with pure bloodlines had not manifested would release, with only Hashirama possessing such an ability. Perhaps, once I elevate my Senju physique to a level comparable to Hashirama or even Ashura's sage body, The creation of would release will be effortlessly within my grasp, Bai Chen speculated boldly. For the time being, however, he did not harbor a deep obsession with would release. Its acquisition would be advantageous, yet its absence would not be detrimental. His Thunderfruit ability was not inferior to would release, and perhaps even held greater potential. Moreover, without sufficient vitality to sustain it, even if one awakens the would release, it would likely amount to no more than an ordinary technique. Is not Yamato a quintessential example of this? Let us not attribute it merely to a failed fusion or a deficiency in the would release. The root of the issue lies fundamentally in the sage body, which signifies a disparity in vitality. The physique and spiritual energy have undergone several integrations and enhancements. Yet there remains ample room for further improvement. It appears necessary to augment the training and chakra refinement techniques to elevate the chakra levels accordingly. Observing his chakra quantity, which merely reached the level of a chunin, Bai Chun felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. With the addition of the Thunderfruit, his combat prowess was assuredly at the level of a Kagya, yet his chakra quantity lagged behind. Fortunately, the abilities granted by the Thunderfruit do not consume chakra, otherwise it would have hindered his combat capabilities. Subsequently, Bai Chun began to acclimatize to this recent enhancement. He conducted a thorough experiment on the application of the power of eternity. He discovered that the healing effects of the peak-level eternity power were remarkably potent, rivaling that of the sage art in terms of wound recovery. Indeed, it proved equally effective for humans, not merely limited to small creatures. Furthermore, this healing power bore no side effects or hidden dangers. It could even eliminate internal injuries and restore both physical and spiritual vitality. In these respects, it surpassed the sage art significantly. I had initially thought it would overlap with my medical ninjutsu, but it seems I was mistaken, Bai Chun mused contentedly. Early the next morning, Bai Chun rose early and took Pikachu for a morning exercise. Pika, I'm so sleepy. Spare me. Pikachu, looking utterly lethargic, clung to Bai Chen's shoulder, unwilling to budge. Hee, you little rascal, you're quite a handful. Very well, stay on my shoulder as a weight, enjoy the breeze, and wake up properly. Bai Chen chuckled, reaching out to pet Pikachu's head, relishing the delightful texture of its fur. Pika, do as you wish. I shall continue my slumber. Pikachu indifferently grasped Bai Chen's collar and resumed sleeping. Bai Chun then stepped outside and began jogging around Konoha. Bai Chen Kuin. Not long after, he heard a familiar voice calling out. Turning around, he spotted Hong and Noira Rin, who were also jogging. In the distance, Asuma, Obito, Guy, and Kakashi were present as well. Everyone's here. Good morning, everyone. Bai Chun greeted with a smile and a wave. At that moment, Hong and the others noticed Pikachu perched on Bai Chen's shoulder, instantly captivated by the adorable creature. They hurried over and inquired, Bai Chun Kuin, what is that on your shoulder? Is it your summoned beast? Indeed. Bai Chun nodded, introducing Pikachu. This little fellow is named Pikachu. Do not be deceived by its cuteness. It possesses formidable strength, rivaling that of a true creature. The effects of the beast's space are indeed remarkable. Obito and the others gathered around, astonished at the revelation. Is that true? Just this little thing? As he spoke, Obito, unable to resist, poked Pikachu's electric pouch. Pika, Pika, exclaimed Pikachu in response. In the next moment, Pikachu crackled with electricity, unleashing a weakened version of Thunderbolt directly onto Obito's face. Instantly, Obito's visage was scorched black, his hair standing on end, resembling an explosive hairstyle. He opened his mouth in a daze, from which a cloud of black smoke emerged, before collapsing to the ground, his limbs twitching sporadically. The sudden outburst from Pikachu startled Hinata and the others, prompting them to retreat a few steps. Their expressions a mix of disbelief and concern as they gazed at Obito's unfortunate state, then back at Pikachu, unable to fathom that such a diminutive creature could generate such formidable lightning. Obito, Rin exclaimed, her voice laced with worry as she rushed to assess his injuries. Fear not. Bai Chun interjected, Pikachu is quite precise with its power. Obito will merely be paralyzed for a while, though his face will likely ache and bear some abrasions. He leaned closer to Obito, cheerfully addressing him. Wouldn't you agree, Obito? At this juncture, Obito had regained some composure, his eyes flickering with movement. Fixating on the Pikachu perched on Bai Chen's shoulder, his heart seething with irritation toward the little creature. The grand image he held before Rin had been utterly shattered. Kakashi, what led you to harbor the illusion of having a glorious image in Rin's presence? Seeing Obito glaring at it, Pikachu mischievously tugged at its lower eyelid, made a silly face, and stuck out its tongue. Subsequently, golden sparks flickered ominously from its cheek pouches, its gaze directed at Obito imbued with a palpable threat. Obito realized that this little creature was exceedingly clever, indeed a tiny demon. As the saying goes, one's spirit beast reflects its master. Was this not merely a miniature version of Baichun? All right, little one, he did not intend to poke your electric pouch, Baichun chuckled, noticing Pikachu's antics as he affectionately ruffled its head. He then warned Obito and Hinata, the red pouches on Pikachu's cheeks are its electric sacs, the source of its lightning, and are rather sensitive. Should you wish to interact with it, be cautious not to touch that area. Only professional trainers know how to massage Pikachu's electric sacs properly. Poking it, as you did, is tantamount to courting disaster. Now I understand. I wondered why this little fellow resorted to violence so readily. Hinata and Yawara Rin exchanged looks of enlightenment. Asuma and Kakashi took note of this insight as well. Only Obito felt a sense of despair. You could have mentioned that sooner. You didn't inquire either. Who told you to meddle? Baichun shot him an exasperated glance. At this point, Obito had finally regained his composure, feeling less disoriented. He promptly sat up, stretched a bit, and with Rin's assistance, rose to his feet. Observing the blissful expression on his face, as if he longed to be shocked by Pikachu once more, Baichun and Kakashi exchanged bemused looks. Obito-kun, continue your youthful training. Slacking off is not an option. Kai, who had been energetically marching in place, could no longer contain himself. Oh dear. With a reflexive motion, Obito stood upright. As Lin Noira released him, indicating that he was fine. Upon witnessing this, Obito immediately felt a pang of regret, but it was too late to feign illness. Hee. At that moment, Lin Noira smiled and waved goodbye to Obito, saying, Then farewell, Obito. You should hurry along. We cannot keep pace with your group's rhythm. Guy and the others are relentless in their morning exercises, running dozens of laps around Konoha, and my body simply cannot endure it. Reluctantly, Obito could only follow Guy's swift footsteps, dashing away with an almost tearful expression. Meanwhile, Baichun and the others resumed their running, with Hong and her companions trailing closely behind Baichun, occasionally glancing at Pikachu, clearly intrigued by the little creature. Is this little guy really that impressive? Asuma couldn't help but inquire along the way. An elite Chunin? Does that mean he surpasses even Kakashi? Indeed. Remarkably so, and you shall witness it when the opportunity arises. Kakashi affirmed with a nod. Over the past month, he had witnessed Pikachu's prowess numerous times. Its lightning techniques were far superior to his own, executed almost instinctively without the need for hand seals, evoking envy in him. Baichun had mentioned this was Pikachu's innate talent, which made Kakashi yearn for one of his own. Unfortunately, Baichun had already informed him that only Daodu had been discovered thus far, and the possibility of finding another remained uncertain. He could only hope that Baichun would uncover one in the future, and when that time came, he would implore Baichun for it. In the following 5 months, Baichun and Kakashi had not received any additional missions, and Hinata had yet to return. Konoha had officially gone to war with IWA Shinobi over 3 months prior, and similarly, Kumogakure and Kirigakure had also intervened, necessitating Konoha to deploy additional forces. Almost all of the village's ninja strength was drawn thin. During these months, Ming and Kakashi dedicated their time to accepting relatively easy D-rank missions at the task hall, while their main bodies trained alongside Hong, Asuma, and Obito to enhance their skills. Simultaneously, Baichun would dispatch shadow clones to practice ninjutsu, study medical techniques, and assist at the hospital. Life was fulfilling and busy. Thus, he and Kakashi celebrated their 7th birthdays, with the year nearly half over. As the year drew to a close in Konoha, a sense of frustration filled the task hall. Who has been monopolizing those easy D-rank missions like finding cats and dogs, leaving behind the more arduous tasks like cleaning toilets and caring for livestock? This is outrageous. Indeed, this marks the 12th time in months that I've been assigned a toilet cleaning task. I've had enough. I feel the same. This is utterly unfair. What is the Hokage doing about this? At that moment, the task hall was in an uproar, unable to contain the discontent stemming from Baichun and Kakashi's excessive exploits. Every day, the more manageable tasks are swiftly claimed, leaving the remaining assignments for the other Genin teams rather predictable. It is not only the Genin who are at a loss. Even their supervising teachers seem somewhat speechless. Some have even escalated the matter to the Hokage. Today, Baichun and Kakashi, who happened to arrive a bit later, exchanged glances with Kakashi's shadow clone before turning away in unison. What a farce. If these individuals were to discover the situation, it would surely spell trouble for them. Before they could exit the Hokage's office, the third Hokage appeared before them. Seemingly out of nowhere, pipe in mouth, gazing at the two with an expression of exasperation. It appears you are already aware of the situation. Summon your true selves. He instructed. After careful consideration, I have determined that your abilities are sufficient to undertake more significant missions. Thus, I would like your original selves to visit my office. To be frank, it has been nearly half a year since Baichun, a shinobi of at least Jonin rank, and Kakashi, a shinobi of at least Chunin rank, have remained in the village, leisurely recuperating. One reason is his genuine care for talent, hoping to afford them more time to grow. Another is the consideration of Tsunade and Shomu, which prevented an immediate dispatch to the battlefield. Currently, the village is in a precarious situation, often facing 4 adversaries with limited manpower. Given that Baichun and Kakashi have had ample time to recuperate, it seems prudent to send them to the front lines. As for the specific arrangements thereafter, that will be left to Shomu. Conveniently, Shomu is stationed at the eastern battlefield near the hidden mist. Upon hearing this, Baichun and Kakashi's shadow clones exchanged knowing looks and simultaneously dispelled the jutsu. At that moment, Baichun and Kakashi, who had just arrived at the riverside base to train, were taken aback. After processing the information in their minds, they exchanged glances once more. Baichun shrugged in resignation. It seems we cannot evade this any longer. Let us go. Did we not anticipate this day would come? Kakashi promptly stowed away his ninja tools and belongings, rising to head toward the Hokage's office. Indeed, Baichun nodded in agreement, following suit. How outrageous to report to the third Hokage. How could such trivial matters trouble Lord Hokage? Baichun expressed disdain for such individuals. It is remarkable enough that one could endure for half a year before making a report. Kakashi, however, remained indifferent. In a different light, he did not deem the others' actions excessively egregious. From the very first day they engaged in such conduct, they should have prepared themselves for the consequences. Moreover, he felt a sense of anticipation regarding the prospect of undertaking more challenging missions outside the village. After half a year of honing and training, he was eager to test the fruits of his labor. Indeed, Baichun nodded once more. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the Hokage's office. Pushing the door open to enter, Hokage-sama. Upon seeing the third Hokage, the two greeted him directly. You have arrived. The third Hokage nodded, retrieving a mission scroll and handing it to Baichun. Here, this is your assignment. Soon, a batch of supplies will be dispatched to the battlefield at Kikyo City, and you are to join as escort personnel. Once this task is completed, you will receive a message delivery assignment from Orochimaru to the eastern battlefield of the Mist Village, where you will deliver a letter to White Fang. Is there any issue? Baichun promptly took the task scroll, opened it, and, leaning in with Kakashi, reviewed it together. Nodding in affirmation, no problem. Leave it to us. However, the third Hokage, upon hearing this, responded with dismay. Surely you do not believe that such a crucial task of escorting supplies is entrusted entirely to the two of you? There will be another leading Jonin and a team. You are merely part of it. Since there are no objections, make haste to gather at the main gate. We are departing in 1 hour, and the leading Jonin is Hyuga Hayashi, so do not make any mistakes. What is this lad thinking? Surely, 2 Chunin cannot be allowed to lead the escort alone? All right then, we'll head out now. Baichun replied with a hint of regret. What is wrong with being Chunin? We are more than capable. Upon exiting the Hokage's office, Baichun paused for a moment, creating a shadow clone, instructing it, go home and gather what I need. Huh, why don't you do it yourself? Aren't you just me? The clone retorted, perplexed. Baichun waved his hand dismissively. No time for idle chatter. I still need to bid farewell to Hong at school. I do not know when I will return from this mission. Seeing that the third Hokage seemed intent on leaving them out for an extended period, he thought it prudent to properly speak with his girlfriend. The shadow clone exclaimed, Hey, I want to say goodbye to Hong too. Baichun snapped back, Get lost. All right. The shadow clone, having been scolded, swiftly vanished. Observing this, Kakashi looked on with bemusement. Your shadow clone certainly has a distinct personality. I think I'll head back to pack my things. We'll regroup at the main gate later. With that, Kakashi hurried away. Baichun proceeded to the school, directly pushing open the classroom door, disregarding the multitude of gazes, and called out to Hong. Hong, come here. He then nodded at the teacher at the podium before stepping back out. Daiki Fujiwara thought to himself, I've never seen such an audacious student. especially one who has already graduated. On the other side, Hong, feeling the weight of her classmates' collective stares, couldn't help but blush, glancing toward the teacher. Daiki Fujiwara waved his hand helplessly, signaling that she could leave. "Thank you, teacher." Hong hurriedly dashed out of the classroom and, spotting Bai-Chen a few meters away, asked, her expression a mix of joy and concern, "Bai-Chen-kun, why are you here now?" Then, recalling something, her face dimmed slightly as she looked at Bai-Chen. "Are you going on a mission?" "Indeed." Bai-Chen smiled as he affectionately ruffled her hair, reassuring her, "This time, I will likely be away for a considerable period. You must take good care of yourself at school and ensure your training does not falter, understand?" "MHM." Hong nodded, then took the initiative to embrace Bai-Chen. He reciprocated, gently patting her back. After a considerable time, Hong took the initiative to part ways with Bai-Chen, wiping away the tears that adorned her cheeks. Suppressing the sorrow within her heart, she resolutely declared to Bai-Chen, "You may go. I shall await your return." With that, she turned and returned to the classroom, without the slightest hesitation, as she did not wish to affect Bai-Chen's resolve. A gentle smile graced Bai-Chen's lips as he observed her. "You've grown." Half an hour later, Bai-Chen successfully reunited with his shadow clone and Kakashi at the entrance, proceeding to report to Hinata Hizashi. "You must be Bai-Chen and Hatake Kakashi," Hizashi remarked, a light smile gracing his features, his eyes filled with a hint of admiration. "I have long heard of your prodigious talents. I hope your forthcoming performance will not disappoint me." These two individuals, one the son of the White Fang and the other a disciple of both the White Fang and Lady Tsunade, possessed notable identities. It remained to be seen if they were truly deserving of their accolades. "We shall not let our captain down," Bai-Chen replied with a light chuckle. Kakashi remained silent, yet his gaze conveyed a sense of anticipation. "Haha, I am quite eager," Hizashi responded cheerfully. "Let us wait for another half hour, then we shall set forth." "Understood." The half hour swiftly elapsed, and under Hizashi's command, the supply convoy departed, hastening towards the battlefield in the land of rivers. The subsequent day was spent in travel, progressing smoothly without encountering any unforeseen obstacles. As they approached within 100 kilometers of the frontline camp, Hizashi cautioned, "Everyone, be vigilant. The upcoming stretch is the most perilous. Stay alert. Ohaya, you lead the reconnaissance team ahead to scout the path and ensure no enemies approach. The supply route is a critical target for both sides. Caution is paramount." "Yes," responded Ohaya, a Jonin, as he accelerated forward with Fortunen, swiftly vanishing into the forest ahead. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed from the front, followed by the explosive sounds of ninjutsu. A signal flare shot into the sky. Upon witnessing this, Hizashi promptly raised his hand to halt the convoy's advance and instantly activated his Byakugan, surveying everything within a 2-kilometer radius. Found it. In the next moment, Hizashi pinpointed the location approximately 1 kilometer to the front right, detecting an unfamiliar chakra presence. There are enemies, likely an elite squad of sand shinobi, numbering 20, 2 elite jonin, 8 jonin, and 10 shunin. Ohaya and his team have already perished. Tanaka, you lead your team along with Bai-Chen and Kakashi, the rest follow me." With these words, Hizashi took the lead, charging forward into battle. With the Byakugan activated, he confirmed that no other enemies lay within the 2-kilometer vicinity, naturally opting to shift the battlefield toward the supply convoy. Otherwise, even if they could eliminate the enemy, the supplies would likely be destroyed. More critically, the team included 9 lower-ranked shinobi, including Kakashi and Bai-Chen. The battlefield has been established near the convoy, and once the conflict erupts, it will be exceedingly challenging to ensure the safety of Bai-Chen and the other ninjas. Among them, including Bai-Chen, there remains 1 elite jonin and 6 jonin, while 6 chunin are available for action, placing them at a numerical disadvantage. However, there is no alternative. Furthermore, numbers do not always dictate the outcome of a battle. Indeed, upon hearing this, the others, led by a few jonin, began to follow suit. Bai-Chen, Kakashi cast a keen glance towards him, eager for action. "Stay here. I will return after dealing with the situation." Bai-Chen furrowed his brow slightly, uttered a brief remark, left behind a shadow clone, and in a flash of lightning, vanished from the convoy's vicinity, swiftly catching up with Hinata Hayashi and the others who had set off first. Kakashi exclaimed, "Damn. This guy obviously does not trust my abilities." With a forlorn expression, he turned his gaze toward Bai-Chen's shadow clone. The clone shrugged helplessly. "This is all the doing of the main body. Don't blame me." Kakashi felt the urge to strike. Are you jesting? Aren't you, Bai-Chin? Meanwhile, Hinata Hayashi and his companions were startled by a flash of lightning that zipped past them. Recognizing the figure as none other than Bai-Chun, Hayashi shouted in anger. You reckless fool! Why did you disobey orders? He prepared to accelerate and chase after Bai-Chun. However, he was horrified to discover that he could not keep up with Bai-Chin's speed, which surpassed his by at least double. In the blink of an eye, Bai-Chin had distanced himself. Simultaneously, Bai-Chin's voice echoed back to Hayashi. Apologies, Captain. Outnumbered as we are, I had no choice but to reveal my true strength. The others overheard this and exchanged glances before urging Hayashi. Captain, hurry. We cannot let that kid take risks alone. It could lead to dire consequences. With a darkened expression, Hayashi accelerated once more, thinking, what recklessness. Are the youth of today so arrogant? He resolved that if they survived this battle, he would certainly teach Bai-Chin a lesson about the implications of his actions. Does he not realize that if something were to happen to him, Tsunade and White Fang would undoubtedly be furious? The others nodded in agreement and hastened to catch up. At that moment, Bai-Chun had already created a significant distance of several hundred meters between them, spotting 20 sand shinobi charging towards him from 300 meters away. Bai-Chun halted his steps, taking a position against the trunk of a large tree, gazing up at the sky. It was overcast with gray clouds, ominously suggesting rain. Upon seeing this, Bai-Chun grinned widely. Truly, the heavens are aiding me. At that moment, the sand shinobi also noticed Bai-Chun. Captain, we have confirmed there is only one, but there are still over 10 others rushing towards us from hundreds of meters away. Reported a sensing ninja among the sand shinobi to an elite jonin. It seems we have an arrogant genius who refuses to follow orders. My favorite pastime is to eliminate such talents. Charge. Eliminate him with utmost speed. The leader of the sand ninjas, Haisha, let out a cold chuckle and immediately charged towards Bai-Chun with astonishing speed. The other sand ninjas followed suit, encircling him. At that moment, Bai-Chun activated 2 electric storage rings, rapidly absorbing the energy within. He then raised his hand towards the heavens, pointing upward, and a massive column of lightning, as thick as an arm, shot into the sky, instantly merging with the ominous clouds above. Thunder roared. The sky within a radius of several kilometers seemed to undergo an intense chemical reaction, transforming violently. The booming thunder quickly coalesced into dark, foreboding clouds, while those farther away began to converge towards this location, casting an increasingly gloomy pall over the surroundings. Just moments later, as the black sand ninjas closed in on Bai-Chin, a deafening sound erupted. In the next instant, a colossal lightning column, measuring over 10 meters in diameter, descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the terrified sand ninjas. It instantly enveloped all 19 of them, excluding Haisha. Damn it! The anguished cries echoed as Haisha sensed a terrifying surge of energy behind him. He abruptly halted and turned to look back. Before his eyes, the super lightning column began to dissipate. As the column faded, the scene within was revealed. All the trees within the area affected by the lightning were reduced to charred remnants, and among the 10 middle-ranked sand ninjas, the same fate befell them, resulting in their demise. Among the 8 higher-ranked ninjas and 1 elite ninja, 4 of the unluckier ones, who were not adept at defense, shared the same grim fate as the middle-ranked ninjas, while the remaining 5 sustained severe injuries. Notably, the elite puppeteer suffered the least, having only lost 3 of his puppets. Damn it! The expressions of the surviving ninjas were filled with horror as they realized the magnitude of their survival. They turned their gaze towards Bai-Chin, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. Where did this monster come from? With just a single move, he has slain 14 of our comrades, including 4 higher-ranked ninjas. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Haisha, witnessing this scene, felt his heart race with shock and fury. Kill him. We must eliminate this brat. He is undoubtedly an extraordinary genius. He quickly recalled the earlier ominous skies and the distant flash of lightning Bai-Chin had summoned. It was evident that this young boy had harnessed the power of the heavens. He had previously underestimated him and paid the price. Surely, he must be exhausted after such a technique. After all, this kind of move is clearly an S-class jutsu, demanding immense energy. As these thoughts raced through Haisha's mind, the remaining surviving higher-ranked ninjas saw Bai-Chin, having completed his lightning technique, flash a grin. Golden blue lightning flickered around him as he gripped the hilt of his sword at his waist and adopted a poised stance. Breathe in. He opened his mouth, drawing in a vast quantity of air, coalescing it into a mist at the edge of his lips. Watch out. Captain Haisha, be wary of what's behind you. Move quickly. The others, witnessing this, widened their eyes in terror and shouted at Haisha. As Haisha regained his composure, he was first taken aback, but then sensed the imminent threat behind him. Suddenly alert, he swiftly formed hand seals and turned around, exclaiming, "Wind release! Great breakthrough!" Instantly, a colossal tornado erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards his rear. Thunder breathing. First form, lightning flash, 6 strikes. With a resounding crash, the tree trunk beneath Baichun, as thick as a barrel, shattered into pieces. Haisha barely caught sight of a streak of golden-blue lightning appearing before him, too fast to react. Then, his unleashed whirlwind was effortlessly pierced and cleaved in two, disintegrating in an instant. Simultaneously, he felt a chilling sensation glide across his neck. At that moment, Hinata Nichi and his comrades arrived just in time to witness Baichun drawing his blade, executing a 6-fold arc of lightning that was nearly imperceptible. Then, Baichun's figure reformed behind the scorched circular area. With a soft click, he slowly sheathed his long sword and turned around leisurely. In the next moment, 6 pillars of blood, each accompanied by a severed head, shot into the air, rising over 2 meters before crashing back down. Haisha and his companions stared in disbelief. How could this be possible? Such remnants left behind. They met their end with unfulfilled desires. Thus, the elite Sand Shinobi squad of 20 was annihilated by Baichun alone in a matter of minutes. Exhaling deeply, Baichun relieved his aching limbs and smiled, revealing his bright, even teeth to the astonished Hinata Nichi and the others. "Hey, Captain, that last strike combined the thunder-breathing technique, my understanding of lightning-based swordsmanship, the thunder mode, the 6-fold shave, the instantaneous technique, and even the enhancement from the thunder fruit." He continued, "Moreover, among those 6 jonin, 4 were severely injured. One had lost most of his puppets, and the last was somewhat careless, only managing a hasty counterattack. That's how I achieved such astonishing results. Given another chance, I am confident I could single-handedly defeat all 6, but replicating that one-hit kill may not be so simple. However, the physical toll was considerable. Only my physique could endure it. Anyone else, even someone like Sakuo, would sustain significant injuries." Hinata Nichi and his comrades suddenly snapped back to reality, gazing at the beaming Baichun, then at the charred remnants and 6 headless corpses scattered across the ground, collectively inhaling sharply. Hiss. The temperature in the vicinity had noticeably dropped. "Did you really do all this?" After a lengthy pause, Hinata Nichi forcibly steadied his composure, still unable to fully believe what he had witnessed. "What else could it be? Didn't you all see it with your own eyes? You're not trying to take credit for my achievements, are you?" Baichun shrugged, teasingly. "Get lost." Hinata Nichi retorted with a scowl. "You have the audacity to mention achievements? I haven't settled the score with you yet. Don't forget, you acted against orders. Do you have any idea how worried we were about you? You're far too reckless." As he spoke, Hinata Hizashi inspected the bodies, confirming they were indeed lifeless before he felt at ease. He instructed the others to clean the battlefield and seal the bodies away. Approaching Baichun, he clapped his hand heavily on the boy's shoulder, gritting his teeth as he remarked, "You did well, but if you dare to act so recklessly again, just wait and see how I deal with you. Do you understand the taste of anxiety?" At that moment, however, Hinata Hizashi was more acutely aware of the pain in his hand from the force of his slap. He regretted striking so hard. Simultaneously, he pondered in surprise. What is the condition of this kid's body? It is as sturdy as steel. Moreover, he seems to be growing far too quickly. Wasn't he just over 7 years old? He already reached 1 meter 40. Chuckling awkwardly, Baichun scratched the back of his head and defended himself. "I was merely assessing the situation. With so many foes and so few of us, I knew you weren't a match for me. Besides, I possess confidence in my own abilities. It was calculated risk, not recklessness. Otherwise, would I seek my own demise? The outcome speaks for itself, does it not? Aside from the previous reconnaissance team, we have suffered no casualties or injuries. That is a resounding success." He felt that Hinata Hizashi should express gratitude towards him. "You see, you ought to recognize my prowess now." Hinata Hizashi suddenly ruffled Baichun's hair in frustration, saying, "You never mentioned your abilities before. You concealed it quite well. Just before we set out, Lord Hokage specifically instructed me to ensure your safety alongside Kakashi's. Yet it appears that you are the one who poses no danger. With your strength, there are few in the ninja world who could rival you. As long as you don't act foolishly and remain cautious, your survival is nearly guaranteed. The power to single-handedly challenge and annihilate 2 elite Jonin, 8 Jonin, and 10 Chunin is undeniably at the level of a Kage, you know. This revelation made Hinata Hisashi feel a twinge of jealousy. The disparity in talent among individuals is truly striking. Huh, you flatter me, Captain. Bai Chun replied with a beaming smile, feeling rather pleased by the praise. Am I flattering you? Hinata Hisashi rolled his eyes at the boy's smug expression, then asked skeptically, could Kakashi possess your level of strength? Impossible. Bai Chun rolled his eyes in response. Do you think everyone possesses my talent? Kakashi is merely at the level of an elite Chunin for now. He still has a long way to go. With his guidance and encouragement, Kakashi has become significantly more adept than he was in the original timeline. The lightning body refinement technique was not learned in vain. Only an elite Chunin. Upon hearing this, Hinata Hisashi couldn't help but ruffle Bai Chun's hair again, expressing envy as he said, indeed, you are a bona fide genius. I can only wonder if I envy Bai Chun and Kakashi for their remarkable talents, or if I envy Tsunade and Shizune for having such exceptional disciples and sons. I must surely bear a genius child in the future. Hinata Hisashi silently vowed to himself. However, the moment he contemplated that his son would inevitably belong to the branch family of the Hyuga clan and be marked with the seal of a caged bird, his sense of anticipation swiftly dissipated. Sigh. Hyuga Hisashi exhaled heavily. Before Bai Chun could raise his head to inquire about the situation, the others had already cleared the battlefield, and some were searching for the bodies of the reconnaissance team. An elite Jonin approached Hyuga Hisashi to report, Lord Hisashi, everything has been taken care of. Excellent. Let us depart. We must ensure the safety of the convoy. Hyuga Hisashi nodded, yet feeling a tinge of unease. He activated his Byakugan to survey the convoy over a kilometer away, confirming it was secure before hastening back with Bai Chun and the others. Before long, they returned to the convoy. Upon seeing the shadow clone of Bai Chun that remained, Hyuga Hisashi paused slightly, casting a surprised glance at Bai Chun. Thinking to himself, it appears this lad has kept a backup, concerned about the safety here? With that thought, warmth filled his heart. What a good child. How is it? Did the enemy flee? Kakashi quickly inquired upon their return. Noticing a few missing members from the squad, he feared they had perished. To be honest, the terrifying sound of thunder earlier had shaken him, leaving him to wonder who was responsible for such a display. Such formidable lightning techniques stirred admiration in the hearts of men. Yet, why did Bai Chun and the others appear immaculate? As if they had not engaged in battle at all? Of course not. Bai Chun rolled his eyes, dispelling the shadow clone, and continued. Those foes have already been dispatched by me, Humph. With that, he proudly raised his chin. Kakashi, visibly perturbed, responded, don't joke around. If you truly possess such abilities, I will stand on my head. After all, they had been training and undertaking missions together for quite some time. Kakashi was well aware of Bai Chun's capabilities. At that moment, Hyuga Hisashi chuckled as he looked at Kakashi. It's true. This kid was so swift, he surged to the front, and by the time we arrived, he had eliminated 6 elite Jonin with a single strike, and the others fell to a lightning technique of his. He added, did you all witness that colossal pillar of lightning? It was the handiwork of this lad. With a mischievous grin, Hisashi eagerly anticipated Kakashi's reaction. Kakashi, staring blankly at Bai Chun, questioned, is all of this true? Indeed. Bai Chun nodded confidently, then teasingly asked, so, when will you stand on your head and lose control? To be honest, I have never seen such a spectacle. It must be quite amusing. I'll strangle you. Kakashi exclaimed, lunging at Bai Chun, gripping his neck and shaking him. You rascal, how could you have concealed such strength from me? Quickly explain what transpired. That was a full 20 enemies, including 2 elite Jonin and 8 Jonin. Did you truly defeat them with just 2 moves? This is utterly preposterous. He estimated that even his father, White Fang, could not have been as exaggerated as Bai Chun. It was not that White Fang's strength was inferior to Bai Chun's, but rather that his techniques primarily focused on single-target attacks. Moreover, it is incredibly potent in single-target attacks, with few skills for area damage. Is there anyone as exaggerated as Bai Chun? Was that earlier Thunder Pillar truly Bai Chun's technique? Kakashi expressed his desire to learn it. Ahem. Bai Chun quickly pulled Kakashi's hand away, cleared his throat, and said, I merely concealed a fraction of my strength. Primarily, I hadn't the occasion to utilize it. Just reflect on the missions we undertook previously, and you'll understand. Was this a deliberate concealment? No. It was merely a lack of opportunity for demonstration. Indeed. Kakashi nodded. acknowledging that the previous missions against bandits did not require such power. What is the name of that thunder pillar technique? Can I learn it? Kakashi gazed at Bai-chun with eager eyes. After all, his primary attribute is also lightning, so he was quite tempted. You might want to reconsider. Bai-chun shook his head. That technique demands high requirements for chakra control, the nature transformation of lightning chakra, and most crucially, the weather. You cannot learn it. However, once your chakra amount and control reach a certain level, I could teach you a similar S-rank lightning release technique that you might stand a chance of mastering. Joking aside, the Thunder Welcome technique is not so simple. He accomplished it by leveraging the power of the Thunder Fruit. Do not expect to achieve it purely through chakra in a short period. Is that so? Well, I await your S-rank lightning release technique, Kakashi promptly replied. Such a level of lightning release was something even his father did not possess, except for the ninja sword technique. You, young man, possess other S-rank lightning release techniques? Hinata Hizashi, standing nearby, inquired in astonishment. Could it be that this young lad has created it himself? The earlier technique, including the subsequent ninja sword technique, did not resemble any known forms, for they had not witnessed anyone execute them. Even White Fang's lightning release ninja sword technique differed from this. A fraction. Bai-chun replied with a smile, pinching his fingers to indicate a minuscule distance. I truly cannot comprehend you. Hinata Hizashi chuckled, shaking his head. The youth of today are remarkable. He suddenly felt his age, even though he was merely in his 20s. Shortly thereafter, several others returned from retrieving the fallen scouts and reported to Hizashi. Lord Hizashi, Ohaya, and his team have perished. We have brought back their bodies. Hizashi nodded solemnly. I understand. Regroup. We must depart. The commotion here has likely attracted the attention of both friend and foe on the front lines. We cannot linger any longer. Reaching the front lines is paramount. Immediately, under Hizashi's command, the team set off once more. Meanwhile, back at the front lines of Konoha, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and others also noticed the abnormal gathering of dark clouds in the sky several dozen miles to the east. Before they could send someone to investigate, suddenly, the sky lit up. It resembled a celestial phenomenon descending. What is that? Such a terrifying technique. This must undoubtedly be a ninjutsu. Who possesses the ability to wield such terrifying lightning techniques? What has transpired there? Orochimaru, Tsunade, and many other ninjas in the camp gazed in astonishment towards that direction, murmuring to themselves, this is not good. Orochimaru's expression changed suddenly. Something must have gone awry. I recall that a shipment of supplies was scheduled for delivery today, and it should be arriving around this time. That location. No, I must send someone to investigate. With that, Orochimaru began to gather personnel for a reconnaissance mission. Allow me to go. At that moment, Tsunade stepped forward, blocking Orochimaru's path. Commander, you cannot leave. I will take care of this. But you. Orochimaru looked at Tsunade with concern, his expression revealing everything that remained unspoken about her fear of blood. Be careful. There is no need for alarm. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, promptly calling upon several jonin, along with 2 squads totaling over 10 individuals, who swiftly dashed out of the camp towards the eastern horizon. I hope nothing is amiss. Orochimaru furrowed his brow. What on earth is happening at the front lines of the Sand Village? Is that ninjutsu? It must be ninjutsu. It resembles divine retribution. The Sand Ninjas began to murmur among themselves upon witnessing the extraordinary sight. However, Chiyo frowned deeply, contemplating. I believe the Black Sand Squad should be stationed behind the camp, correct? Indeed. The elder Kaizoku nodded in agreement. But they should not be involved, right? If they are, that would be catastrophic. The Black Sand Squad does not possess such formidable lightning techniques. The only one capable of executing this technique must be an enemy. When did Konoha produce such a fearsome lightning ninja? Immediately dispatch a small team to investigate the situation. Ensure they proceed with utmost caution. Konoha must have detected the anomaly by now and is likely to bolster their defenses and search efforts. Chiyo decisively instructed an elite jonin nearby. She needed to ascertain the precise situation over there, as well as the identity of the one who unleashed this terrifying lightning technique. Even with a natural gift, such a powerful technique could not be wielded by an ordinary individual. If it is indeed a Konoha ninja, it is imperative to eliminate or prepare for them swiftly. Understood. The elite jonin immediately took their leave. Konoha indeed possesses profound strength. Even under siege from the 4 great ninja villages, they managed to endure. Fate must be favoring Konoha. Chiyo couldn't help but express her admiration. Kaizoku and Rasha shared her sentiments. Meanwhile, Tsunade, after half an hour, had not yet reached the incident site when she encountered the supply transport team led by Byakuren and Hinata Hayashi. "What are you doing here?" Upon seeing Hinata Hayashi and his team, Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, only to notice that Mei and Kakashi were also among their ranks. Her brows knitted in discontent as she turned to Byakuren and inquired, "What brings you to the front lines? Did the old man send you?" She was clearly dissatisfied and frustrated. Hadn't she warned the old man not to allow Byakuren to take unnecessary risks? Was her warning merely falling on deaf ears? Did he wish for her only remaining kin to vanish from her life? "Shouldn't we be here? We are merely tasked with delivering supplies." Hinata Hizashi replied, somewhat bewildered. What was Tsunade asking? "Wait a moment." Tsunade waved her hand at Hinata, her gaze fixed menacingly on Bai-chun. "Indeed." Bai-chun replied with a sheepish grin, nodding as he said, "It's not like we've been cooped up in the village for ages. Does the Hokage wish to assign us some tasks? Of course. It's also because we feel capable enough to protect ourselves." Upon hearing this, Tsunade erupted in fury, exclaiming, "What self-defense capabilities do you possess? Who do you think you are? This is a battlefield. Is this really a place for a mere 7-year-old child like you? With your meager strength, do you truly believe you are formidable?" The other Leaf Ninjas, who had witnessed Bai-chun's terrifying power, exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing Tsunade's words. "Well, I suppose I'm all right." Bai-chun scratched his ear, slightly irritated by the commotion. Tsunade, incensed, seized one of Bai-chun's ears and twisted it, scolding him amidst his pained protests. "You think you're strong? Hurry back to Konoha. I'll inform the old man about this mission, and I doubt he'll object. Otherwise, I'll just leave with you, wandering the world and disregarding this so-called Third Great War. Do you think I care about Konoha? The majority of my family here is already gone." At that moment, Hinata Hizashi, seeing the situation escalating, quickly interjected, "Lady Tsunade, Bai-chun's strength is indeed formidable. He is at least stronger than I am. Previously, he single-handedly annihilated a squad of 20 sand ninjas in just 2 moves. Huh. Tsunade was taken aback by Hizashi's interruption and paused, looking from him to Bai-chun, then pointed at Bai-chun, questioning Hizashi. "Are you sure this kid wiped out a squad of 20 sand ninjas in 2 moves? Hizashi nodded seriously. "I know this sounds exaggerated, but it is indeed the truth. We still have the bodies." He continued, "I wonder if you noticed that towering column of lightning from half an hour ago in that direction? Bai-chun's achievements were so astonishing that articulating them was challenging. If it weren't for witnessing it firsthand, even Hizashi would find it hard to believe such a prodigy existed in this world. Of course, we came because of that commotion." Tsunade nodded, then furrowed her brow, asking, "Do you know whose jutsu that was?" Hizashi pointed at Bai-chun, declaring, "It was Bai-chun. He claims it is a lightning release technique known as lightning welcoming the guests." "What?" Tsunade was taken aback, her eyes twitching slightly as she turned to Bai-chun, incredulously asking, "Is this true?" "Yes." Bai-chun obediently nodded. Tsunade then inquired, "Did you really eliminate 20 sand ninjas in 2 moves?" Bai-chun affirmed with a nod, "Indeed. 2 elite jonin, 8 jonin, and an additional 10 chunin. They had grown complacent, and with a stroke of fortune aided by divine might, I found myself in a fortunate position. Yet, as I have stated, my prowess is commendable." Tsunade fell silent for a moment before turning her gaze toward Hyuga Hizashi, seeking confirmation through her eyes. Upon receiving a nod of affirmation from Hizashi, she reached out and pinched Bai-chun's cheek, ensuring that the individual before her was indeed genuine. With a stern expression, she confronted Bai-chun, demanding, "Speak. When did you acquire such strength? What else have you concealed from me? Such a terrifying heavenly thunder pillar and those remarkable achievements. No ordinary shadow-level ninja could execute them so decisively. A misstep could lead to downfall." Tsunade questioned her own ability to match Bai-chun's efficiency. "Not much." Bai-chun sheepishly explained, "I merely concealed a tiny bit. All of this is the result of my efforts over the past year. Since awakening my bloodline, I discovered that I learn exceptionally quickly and my mind functions brilliantly. As I practiced, I grew stronger, and through contemplation, I created this jutsu." He, Bai-chun, had advanced on his own merit. In the hearts of those nearby, including Hyuga Hizashi, disbelief surged. What did he mean by becoming so formidable merely through practice? To invent such world-shattering jutsu through thought alone? They yearned for such talent. Little did they know the immense effort and dedication they had invested to attain their current abilities, only to be overshadowed by White Chin's one-year achievements. This world is indeed profoundly unfair. Even Kakashi couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes, feeling unsettled. Goodness. In comparison to White Chin, he suddenly felt like a so-called genius might be deemed worthless. Tsunade's expression stiffened as she continued to tug at White Chin's face, distorting it slightly, before muttering in disbelief. You must have awakened a mutated bloodline. My ancestor of the Senju clan, renowned for his brilliance, seems not to have been as extraordinary as you. A shadow-level power at the age of 7? This world is truly insane. However, now that the situation was clarified, Tsunade and the others deemed it unnecessary to proceed to the incident site and began their return journey. It took them nearly an hour to arrive back at the frontline camp. What transpired? Orochimaru inquired immediately upon their return. After Tsunade and Hisashi recounted the events to Orochimaru and the others, their initial expressions reflected disbelief. Following thorough confirmation, including Orochimaru inspecting the bodies of the Sand Ninja, examining the 6 severed heads and 14 charred corpses, they finally accepted the truth. Gasp. Subsequently, everyone inhaled sharply. Their eyes fixated on White Chin with a gaze that seemed to devour him, rendering him quite uncomfortable. Orochimaru regarded White Chin with a knowing look, stating, "Everyone has underestimated you, White Chin. You are not merely a genius. You are a prodigy. Such absurdity is beyond the realm of mere talent." "Not too shabby," White Chin replied with a bashful smile, feigning innocence. Orochimaru continued, stating, "I have duly noted your accomplishments and shall report them to the village shortly. I believe that rewards and promotions pertaining to your efforts will be realized in due time. Furthermore, I received Lord Hokage's directives regarding your upcoming assignments yesterday." As he spoke, Orochimaru produced a sealed scroll and handed it to Bai Chun, instructing, "Deliver this to Shikumo at the eastern front of the Hidden Mist battlefield as soon as possible. Afterward, you shall follow his lead. You may rest here for the night and set off tomorrow." In truth, Orochimaru had contemplated retaining Bai Chin's presence, hoping to leverage his combat prowess to decisively vanquish the Sand Shinobi. However, he surmised that Tsunade would not acquiesce, as she had entrusted Shosuke to him, who ultimately met his demise. Although Tsunade bore no blame towards him, the memory lingered in Orochimaru's mind, haunting him. The death of Shosuke had, in fact, catalyzed his realization of life's fragility, marking the inception of his descent into darkness. Nevertheless, he was not yet the wholly malevolent and detached figure he would become. Remnants of humanity still resided within him. Coupled with the orders from the third Hokage, he decided against it. He had previously clarified that Bai Chin's technique required overcast weather for optimal execution. Otherwise, its efficacy would be compromised. No need for that. Intelligence is paramount. And we are not fatigued. Let us depart. Bai Chin accepted the scroll and tucked it away, shaking his head. He did not wish to remain as a spectacle, a rare creature to be gawked at. It was best to leave promptly. Very well. Orochimaru had no objections. His earlier comments had merely been made to accommodate Bai Chin. Since Bai Chin demonstrated such awareness, it was indeed for the best. Off to Shikumo, then? Tsunade, although reluctant after just meeting Bai Chin, nodded in agreement. That seems prudent. With him overseeing you, I trust that no threats shall arise. The real danger lies in the Sand Shinobi battlefield. The eastern Hidden Mist front remains in a tentative phase, posing far less risk. Moreover, Shikumo's strength surpasses mine considerably, ensuring he will safeguard you. We shall take our leave then. Tsunade, Orochimaru. Bai Chin acknowledged Tsunade and Orochimaru with a nod before summoning Kakashi to exit the command tent. Orochimaru, I quite like that appellation. Orochimaru, upon hearing Bai Chin's designation of him, revealed a rare smile. As Bai Chin and Kakashi approached the camp's exit, Hinata Hayashi approached, expressing, "Travel safely. We owe you a great debt, Bai Chin. Otherwise, many of us would have perished in battle. After the war, you are always welcome at my home." Hinata Hayashi solemnly conveyed his gratitude to Bai Chin. "Certainly," Bai Chin replied with a smile. "Moreover, Captain, you flatter me. It is merely my duty, is it not?" Hinata Hayashi shared a knowing smile. Bai Chin's demeanor was indeed endearing. "You rascal." At that moment, Tsunade affectionately ruffled Bai Chin's hair. Her expression a blend of complexity as she cautioned, "Be careful and maintain a low profile. Do not let a bit of strength lead you to arrogance. Such attitudes are perilous on the battlefield, understood?" "Yes." Bai Chin nodded earnestly. "I understand. Rest assured, Tsunade. I have always maintained a low profile." You should be aware of this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only revealed a portion of his strength until now. You rascal. Upon hearing this, Tsunade couldn't help but recall how this lad had concealed the majority of his abilities for nearly a year, much to her astonishment. Indeed, when it comes to survival, this fellow has truly excelled. Now be off with you. Tsunade promptly began to usher everyone away, as she despised scenes of farewells. All right, Baichun responded with a smile, then gestured to Kakashi as they dashed eastward. After a while, having traversed over 100 kilometers, they noticed the sky darkening and their stomachs growling. It was only then that they decided to halt. Finding a clear patch of land, Baichun, amidst Kakashi's bewildered expression, retrieved an array of tantalizing delicacies and a large pot of rice from his spatial ring. He served himself and Kakashi a bowl, pointing to the spread laid out before them, and said, "Enjoy. It's absolutely delicious." With that, he began to eat heartily. Of course, he didn't forget to summon Pikachu, preparing a sumptuous feast for it as well. "Pika, I'm digging in." Upon emerging, Pikachu joyfully began to feast on the abundant food. Kakashi, speechless, glanced at the spatial ring in Baichun's hand and then asked, "Is it possible to use the spatial ring in such a manner? What exactly have you stored in there? Surely, it can't all be prepared meals. Won't they spoil?" Despite his skepticism, the enticing aroma proved irresistible, and he picked up a bowl of rice, starting to eat. He then gave Baichun a thumbs up, exclaiming, "This is amazing. Who prepared it? That's none of your concern. Just enjoy it." Baichun shook his head, thinking it inappropriate to admit he had made it himself. What if Kakashi insisted on him cooking next time? That would surely expose the truth. Claiming it was from some restaurant in Konoha wouldn't work either. It was too obvious. He had been reluctant to elaborate earlier, as the details about the gourmet tablecloth were best kept under wraps. Far too unconventional and mysterious. Kakashi muttered, then inquired, "Is your spatial ring different from my spatial bracelet? Mine seems incapable of long-term food storage without spoiling or even maintaining temperature." He had already tested this point. "Of course it's different," Baichun replied, as if it were obvious. "Mine is of divine quality. The space alone is many times larger than the bracelet I sold you. It's only natural that there's a distinction." Before Kakashi could speak again, Baichun swiftly cut him off, stating, "Don't ask me why I didn't add this preservation feature to your spatial bracelet. If I could have, I would have done so from the start. My spatial ring was merely an accident. In truth, this was all a fabrication. His spatial ring lacked any preservation abilities. The credit belonged entirely to the gourmet tablecloth, as everything was freshly conjured. In contrast, his beast mastery space was entirely under his control. He could manipulate everything within it, designating an area where time would not flow, thereby achieving preservation effortlessly. He indeed acted in such a manner. The beast space, which he had meticulously maintained, bore witness to numerous crops ripening every few days, all of which he had carefully placed in the preservation zone. It is noteworthy that, over the past year, as Baichun's prowess had escalated, the dimensions of the beast space had expanded far beyond the original 100 square meters, now reaching an impressive 1,000 square meters. The rate of accelerated growth and evolution had also surged to an astounding 15-fold. Baichun speculated that the next advancement of the beast space would coincide with his formal ascension to the shadow level. Although he currently possessed the combat strength of a shadow-level warrior, his realm had yet to attain that status. "All right, I shall refrain from inquiring," Kakashi retorted, somewhat exasperated. If he chose not to speak, so be it. Kakashi had no intention of pressuring Baichun. He felt quite content with the spatial bracelet he possessed. With it, his travels had become infinitely more convenient. "Very well. You will keep watch during the first half of the night, and I shall take over during the latter half. Is that acceptable?" After their meal, Baichun straightened his back and informed Shi. Were it not for the burden of Kakashi, he would have comfortably retreated into the world of his spatial ring for a restful night's sleep. He was not yet invincible in the ninja realm. Thus he refrained from revealing the capabilities of his spatial ring. It could serve as a trump card after all. "All right." Kakashi nodded in agreement, indicating his concurrence. Baichun promptly extracted a pre-assembled tent from the spatial ring and, with Pikachu in tow, crawled inside. She gazed at Baichun's tent in silent astonishment, pondering, this fellow truly knows how to indulge himself. Having previously engaged in missions alongside their teacher, Hisashi Akane, Baichun had never resorted to such luxuries. Hence Kakashi had not anticipated this tactic. Upon their return, he resolved to procure a set of such equipment for himself. Kakashi mused, feeling slightly aggrieved that Bai Chun had failed to remind him about this. The first half of the night swiftly passed without incident. Bai Chun awoke to the sound of the alarm he had set, exited the tent, and effortlessly stowed it away with a wave of his hand, subsequently replacing Kakashi for his watch. "Might I borrow your blanket? I seem to have forgotten mine," Kakashi implored Bai Chun with hopeful eyes. Who would wish to lie directly on the cold ground when one could enjoy the comfort of a tent and a warm blanket? Borrowing is one thing, but I do not have the habit of lending my blankets to others, Bai Chun declined, waving his hand in refusal. Kakashi's expression darkened immediately. Just as he prepared to verbally chastise Bai Chun, the latter, with a cheerful demeanor, produced an unopened set of tent and blanket, gesturing towards Kakashi. "However, I do have a spare set that I recently purchased. Consider it a gift. Just remember to treat me to a meal next time." Kakashi's face lit up with delight, though he shot Bai Chun an annoyed glare as he approached to unpack the tent. "Are you intentionally playing with me? Why didn't you produce the spare sooner? I shall remember the meal. Consider it a debt of gratitude." With that, Kakashi hastily assembled the tent and quickly crawled inside. As Bai Chun waited for this individual to fall into slumber, he quietly employed a shadow clone to replace his original self. His true form silently entered the spatial ring to retrieve a scroll of chakra refining techniques, a summoning technique, and the corresponding contract. He then condensed a ball of chakra and murmured, "Let me see if this formula can yield something extraordinary." After this attempt, his second level was nearly complete, and his talent for replacement was poised for another upgrade. Yet, he wondered if this would unlock the new abilities he desired. Over the past 5 months, Bai Chun had engaged in over 50 attempts at replacement, culminating in a talent level of replacement LV 299100. He was on the brink of another upgrade. However, his luck had not been particularly bountiful during these 50-plus attempts. Luck, elusive in nature, often fluctuated unpredictably. He earnestly hoped for a stroke of good fortune this time. With that thought, Bai Chun silently invoked the word replacement. At that moment, all that he held vanished, and his mind was flooded with visions of a certain universal island world. Today marked the annual awakening assessment for new island lords. Across Blue Star, millions of youths who had just turned 18 found themselves adorned with an enigmatic mark. Through this mark, they vanished from Blue Star, transported to the island world. Haha. Splendid. I have awakened an S-grade enslavement contract talent, enabling me to unconditionally bind any creature not exceeding 1 major rank, excluding 1 major rank, to my will. Their very existence lies within my thoughts. They shall remain forever loyal, unable to break free. Furthermore, I can contract any creature not exceeding 2 major ranks, including 2 major ranks, as long as they are in a state of helplessness. Truly remarkable. As Su Tian entered the island world, he appeared on a shore and immediately accessed his attribute panel, reveling in the discovery of his awakened talent. He was currently at the bronze beginner level, meaning he could directly enforce contracts upon creatures not exceeding the pinnacle of bronze. Without hesitation, he turned his gaze toward a beautiful mermaid lying on the beach, having previously noticed that she appeared injured and unconscious. He rubbed his hands together, a sly grin spreading across his face as he approached the mermaid. After confirming her unconscious state, he wasted no time and activated his talent ability upon her. A mysterious rune shimmered at his forehead and floated above the mermaid's brow. Sensing danger and malice, the mermaid's eyelids fluttered, as if awakening. Startled, Su Tian swiftly brandished an iron rod, preparing to strike the mermaid to prevent any unforeseen complications. Simultaneously, he urged the contract rune to imprint upon her brow. In the next instant, the enslavement rune abruptly vanished, and Su Tian was horrified to realize he could no longer sense the talent within his sea of consciousness. No, this is impossible. In a panic, he summoned his attribute panel once more, only to find that the section pertaining to his talent had turned completely blank. He was suddenly struck as if by a bolt from the blue, frozen in place, and utterly unable to comprehend the gravity of his predicament. At that moment, 3 scrolls and a crystal abruptly materialized in midair, cascading downwards. Su Tian's eyes sparkled with hope, as if he had grasped a life-saving straw, and he instinctively reached out to seize these objects. However, a hand suddenly emerged, grasping his neck with a fierce grip. With a sharp twist, a sickening crack echoed as Su Tian's neck was broken. In his final moments, he caught sight of the mermaid, who had risen, her face etched with fury as she extinguished his life. Filled with a profound sense of injustice, he succumbed to darkness. It turned out that the mermaid was a silver-tier powerhouse, far beyond the black iron rank. Just as Su Tian prepared to force a contract of servitude upon her, her instincts sensed the impending danger, prompting her to awaken prematurely. She discerned Su Tian's intentions and, without hesitation, eliminated him. "How dare you attempt to enslave me? You shall pay for this transgression." The mermaid's voice was icy, laced with indignation. Although she was uncertain about the nature of the rune, she intuitively felt that if bound by it, she would be irrevocably subjugated to this human. She felt a flicker of relief, sensing that something had disrupted his abilities, preventing his scheme from succeeding. After all, Gaia truly favored these beings from the blue planet. Every adult here seemed to receive a bestowed talent, while the native intelligent species were left wanting. The mermaid was filled with discontent. "What is this?" She returned to her senses and noticed the scrolls and crystal that had fallen. She promptly collected them, and upon touching the chakra seed, she paused in astonishment. "Is this truly a chakra seed? Another extraordinary system?" The mermaid's excitement surged. She examined the other items, her enthusiasm growing. "What treasures! With this summoning technique, can we not establish communication among our kin? Moreover, can we transcend mental limitations and forge contracts with more companions?" The mere thought of this exhilarated her. "Praise Gaia. I was mistaken. You are just and fair. I adore you." The mermaid's stance shifted dramatically as she began to embrace the essence of this island world. The vision concluded. TSK, another forsaken protagonist? Or perhaps this individual is not the true protagonist. Bai Chen smirked, unable to contain his sarcasm. This Su Tian fared worse than any other world protagonist he had encountered, meeting a swift demise. However, it seemed he had acquired an S-class talent from him. If that's the case, it could prove advantageous. At that moment, a crystal materialized in Bai Chen's hand. The instant it touched his palm, a message flooded his mind. Su Tian's S-class talent. Enslavement contract crystal. Fusion grants S-class talent abilities, allowing for the unconditional binding of any entity whose strength does not exceed one major tier below oneself. The ability to forcibly contract entities in a state of helplessness that do not exceed 2 major tiers, including 2 major tiers below oneself, gaining their loyalty and control over their existence. Originally, it was destined for Su Tian to contract various beautiful and powerful beings, ascending to the pinnacle of life. Unfortunately, the talent exchange had altered that fate. Alas, indeed, this object has proven to be quite advantageous. With this development, some of my plans can now be set in motion. Bai Chen remarked with delight as he gazed at the crystal in his hand. Without hesitation, he chose to fuse with the talent crystal. The crystal transformed into a stream of light, merging into his mind's eye, becoming an enigmatic rune that encircled the beast control space crystal. Subsequently, Bai Chen grasped the method of utilizing this newfound power. With a mere thought, he conjured a profound contract rune. By simply placing this rune upon the target's forehead, it would activate. Talent exchange experience sufficient? Would you like to upgrade? Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, absolutely upgrade. I hope to acquire a new ability that meets my expectations. Upgrade successful. Talent exchange LV301000 can be exchanged every 2 days, and exchange counts can accumulate, allowing for multiple exchanges with a proactive choice of past worlds. The higher the multiplier, the greater the likelihood of acquiring valuable items. Oh, I can now accumulate exchange counts? I can actively trade with worlds I have previously exchanged with? This is precisely the feature I desired. Bai Chen's eyes sparkled upon reviewing the upgraded talent information. This completely fulfilled his expectations for the enhancement of his talent exchange. Due to the lack of more valuable exchange items, he had not acquired many treasures in recent months. Now, he could accumulate exchange counts and elevate the multiplier to enhance the probability of obtaining desirable items. Furthermore, being able to proactively trade with previously exchanged worlds would significantly increase his chances of acquiring something intriguing when he was particularly interested in a specific item from a certain world. However, lacking suitable subjects for experimentation, Bai Chen refrained from testing the newly acquired enslavement contract talent and instead summoned forth his spatial ring world. The shadow clone outside simultaneously dissipated. Yet, in the next moment, Bai Chen swiftly vacated his position. Thud, thud, thud. Several shurikens shot towards the spot he had just occupied, embedding themselves deeply into the solid earth. In an instant, 2 elite Jonin and 3 elite Chunin appeared around Bai Chen, subtly surrounding him. These individuals donned animal masks, their attire uniquely disguised. Resistance is futile. Surrender yourself. We can at least leave you with a complete corpse. One of the root ninjas spoke coldly, fixing a gaze upon Bai Chun. Are you ninjas from the root? Did Danzo send you? Bai Chun inquired calmly, testing the waters. These individuals did not resemble sand ninjas, and aside from Danzo, he could think of no one else who would seek his demise. The dead need not know so much. The root ninja remained silent, responding only by launching a coordinated assault alongside another elite jonin from two directions, aiming for a decisive kill. Meanwhile, the three chunin advanced towards Kakashi, who was situated near the tent. Upon witnessing the scene, Bai Chun swiftly evaded the assaults of the two adversaries, reappearing a considerable distance away with a cold smile gracing his lips. It appears your intelligence is rather outdated, otherwise Danzo would not have entrusted you mere few to meet your demise, he remarked. Bear in mind, he previously annihilated an elite unit of 10 jonin in a mere 2 moves. What audacity grants you the courage to attempt the assassination of Bai Chun with just 2 elite jonin and 3 elite chunin? The leader of the root, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that the situation was amiss, yet with an arrow knocked, he pressed the attack against Bai Chun. Shadow clone technique. In an instant, Bai Chun conjured a shadow clone, which charged towards the 3 elite chunin. Shave, bang, bang, bang. Through the formidable combination of the 6 styles and his powerful martial prowess, he dispatched the 3 elite chunin with 3 swift strikes, rendering them unconscious. Concurrently, Bai Chun's main body surged toward the 2 elite jonin. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Secret technique, parasitic insects. As Bai Chun's shadow clone engaged the 3 elite chunin, the 2 elite jonin unleashed their ninjutsu, aiming to eliminate Bai Chun's main body, knowing that the shadow clone would dissipate upon his defeat. The Oil Girl Clan's 26? Is there still someone in the root? Bai Chun pondered, slightly furrowing his brow. He had presumed that the earlier wave of public opinion had compelled Danzo to send these talents, abducted from various clans of Konoha, away. However, it now appeared that either Danzo had reserved some for himself, or these individuals had willingly joined. Indeed, Danzo's power in Konoha was formidable. It was not unusual for families to seek to curry favor with him and maintain a harmonious relationship. Thunder breathing, ninja sword technique, first form, thunderclap. A flash of lightning surged forth, cleaving through the ninjutsu of the 2 elite jonin, incinerating a multitude of parasitic insects. The 2 only felt a searing pain at their necks before consciousness plunged into darkness. Of course, they did not perish. Bai Chun had merely struck them with a knife-hand blow, rendering them unconscious. Task accomplished. Now, let me experiment with my newly acquired abilities. Bai Chun promptly flipped the 2 root jonin over and raised his hand to conjure a binding contract, marking the center of their foreheads. Instantly, 2 intricate runic formations embedded themselves within their minds, firmly establishing dominion over their souls. Bai Chun could distinctly sense his control over their lives, with but a thought. Regardless of the distance, he could extinguish their existence. Success. Next, Bai Chun replicated the process, instructing his shadow clone to drag over the 3 elite chunin he had incapacitated, ensuring they too were bound by the enslavement contract. What is happening? At that moment, Kakashi emerged from the tent, alert, only to be met with the signs of battle and the sight of unfamiliar fallen ninjas. He turned to Bai Chun with a perplexed expression, inquiring about the situation. Bai Chun replied directly, "It is the root ninjas sent by Danzo to assassinate us. That old man has evidently been seeking an opportunity. This time, he has finally struck." What? Kakashi's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this, his face darkening. Does he still dare to target us? What should we do now? Do not concern yourself with these matters. Bai Chun waved his hand dismissively, gesturing toward the 5 deceased root ninjas on the ground. These root ninjas have already been controlled by my secret technique, and they will now serve our interests, relaying information from Danzo's side. Thus, you need not worry. I will inform you if anything arises. Just act as if nothing has happened. At present, Kakashi's strength is still too weak to be involved in such affairs. Kakashi responded, bewildered. You have them under your control? Are you certain there are no issues? My father mentioned that root ninjas have been brainwashed and are utterly devoted to Danzo. Moreover, during the propaganda campaign, did you not also disseminate that the root ninjas were ensnared by Danzo's secret techniques? Are you truly confident? Rest assured. Bai Chun offered Kakashi a reassuring glance. Do you not know how I operate? I would never speak without absolute certainty. Just then, the two elite jonin on the ground began to stir. Upon awakening, their first instinct was to survey their surroundings. They swiftly moved a few meters away, assessing the situation. Upon spotting Bai Chun, a fervent glint ignited in their eyes, and they promptly approached him, kneeling on one knee in homage. Q. Owl pays homage to the master. Bai Chun nodded with satisfaction. Rise. The effects of the tongue calamity elimination technique are still in effect. Q immediately attempted to stand, his body momentarily stiffening before he regained his composure, nodding at Bai Chun. It remains. Indeed, Bai Chun was not surprised in the least. I will find a way to unravel this sealing technique swiftly. For now, you must devise strategies to deceive Danzo while simultaneously gathering intelligence, evidence, and any valuable items from his domain. I will contact you if needed. For the time being, do not expose yourselves. He intended to seize this opportunity to implant several spies within the root organization to monitor Danzo. Relying solely on himself to gather crucial information was impractical, as many valuable items were beyond his current reach, unless he opted to upend the table entirely. Such an act would shatter his life as he knew it, which was not his desired outcome. The two elite jonin promptly acknowledged his orders. Soon after, the three elite chunin awakened in succession, and upon seeing Bai Chun, they exhibited fervent loyalty towards him. After issuing a few more commands and sharing brief exchanges, Bai Chun allowed them to depart. Kakashi observed Bai Chun's impressive maneuvers throughout the process, as he seamlessly integrated Danzo's subordinates into his own ranks. The loyalty these individuals displayed towards Bai Chun was utterly incomprehensible to him. How on earth did you achieve this? Kakashi could not contain his curiosity. Do not ask. Bai Chun shook his finger playfully. To inquire is to delve into talent. To inquire is to uncover secrets. You rascal. Kakashi shot Bai Chun a fierce glare. You know, you're asking for a beating with that attitude. You cannot defeat me. Bai Chun smiled slyly as he regarded Kakashi. Kakashi remarked, he is aware, otherwise he would have dealt with Bai Chun long ago. Thus, are we to let Tuanzang's actions slide? Kakashi felt a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. That old man had sent assassins after them, and simply letting it go was out of the question. Kakashi's disdain for Tuanzang had reached its peak. This was the second time. The first involved his father, and now, it was a direct attack on him and Bai Chun. That old fool was nothing less than a malignant tumor in Konoha. If not excised, he would inevitably become a source of calamity for the village, leaving behind endless repercussions. Of course not. Bai Chun scoffed, shaking his head. I will find an opportunity to retaliate, but for now, this matter is one you cannot involve yourself in. Just keep it in mind. Fine. Kakashi shrugged helplessly. If there's a place where I can be of use, do let me know. He too wished to be part of it. Now go train. We have a journey ahead in the morning. Bai Chun nodded in agreement and waved him off. Kakashi, unperturbed, retreated back into the tent to rest, as Bai Chun and Kakashi pressed on towards the battlefield in the Land of Water. News of Bai Chun's annihilation of 2 elite sand shinobi, 8 jonin, and 10 chunin reached the 3rd Hokage at once. Impossible. The 3rd Hokage gasped upon receiving the news. Incredulous. Bai Chun had been growing right under his nose, and now Orochimaru's report suggested that he had concealed the majority of his strength. Reaching a power level comparable to that of a Kage, it seemed utterly preposterous. Yet, Orochimaru was unlikely to joke about such matters. However, the 3rd Hokage awaited confirmation from the frontline's Umbu before he could truly accept and believe the astonishing news. His brow furrowed in realization. He had not anticipated that the boy had been concealing his abilities. Had he been merely putting on a facade for him? Or was there something more? He suddenly recognized that the once innocent Bai Chun was, in fact, a cunning young mind. A bitter smile crept onto the 3rd Hokage's face as he shook his head. I should have foreseen this. The incident with White Fang was his doing. What led me to believe he would be a simple child? Yet, he is barely 8 years old and already possesses strength rivaling that of a Kage. Thankfully, his true capabilities are likely diminished due to the celestial circumstances. Still, I must reassess his role. He felt a disquieting sense that Bai Chun's growth was slipping beyond his control, a decidedly ominous sign. The achievements of Bai Chun had become widely known among the thousands of shinobi on the front lines, as well as through the influences of Tsunade and Orochimaru. As for how to address Bai Chun's future, the 3rd Hokage found himself uncertain and decided to adopt a more passive approach for the time being. With Tsunade's connections, he considered Bai Chun a potential ally to some extent. In a time when Konoha faced the onslaught from the 4 great ninja villages, the pressure was immense. Gaining another top-tier combatant could be seen as a silver lining. After all, Bai Chun was still quite young. In the short term, no matter how great his accomplishments, he posed no threat to the Hokage's authority or position. Perhaps it would be prudent to enhance the incentives and directly draw him in. With this thought, the third Hokage's mind began to stir. He believed that although Bai Chun exhibited remarkable intelligence, he was still merely a child of 7 or 8 years. With ample exposure and guidance, it would not be impossible to gain complete control over him. This is the nature of humanity. One often harbors the belief that they can succeed and is reluctant to relinquish immense benefits. The third Hokage found himself in this very predicament. In light of this, he decided to promote Bai Chun to the rank of Special Jonin and reward him with a ninjutsu from the Book of Seals. However, which technique should he choose? Many forbidden techniques were deemed too perilous to bestow upon Bai Chun. At that moment, a particular jutsu caught his eye, the Flying Thunder God technique. This would suffice. I shall provide the means. Whether you can master it is your own affair. I shall graciously accept this favor, he chuckled. The third Hokage meticulously transcribed the Flying Thunder God technique and sealed it, summoning a member of the Umbu to deliver it to the Eastern Front, to be presented to Bai Chun upon his arrival. The Flying Thunder God technique is not easily mastered. It demands exceptional talent. Nevertheless, even if Bai Chun were to succeed, it would ultimately serve the third Hokage's interests, signifying an addition of a skilled individual to his ranks. Danzo was the second to receive the news. After all, he had his own operatives on the battlefield, dispatching root ninjas to infiltrate. What? That little brat Bai Chun eliminated 10 sand ninjas, including 10 Jonin and Chunin? When did he become so formidable? Upon receiving this news, Danzo initially found it hard to believe, but was soon seized by astonishment. How could this child develop so rapidly? There must be secrets surrounding him. With this thought, Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, he recalled that he had dispatched the likes of Q and Ju to eliminate Bai Chun and Kakashi. His expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. Q and the others are in danger. Moreover, Bai Chun might discover my involvement. Damn it! How could such a massive oversight occur? That child has hidden himself so deeply, deceiving everyone. Danzo was filled with rage. The incident involving White Fang had already significantly diminished the numbers of his root ninjas, and the loss of Q and others weighed heavily on him. No, I must find a way to eliminate this child before he continues to grow. Bai Chun's strength only intensified Danzo's murderous intent toward him. He immediately instructed the root ninja before him. Go to the underground black market and place a bounty on Bai Chun, set at 100 million Ryo. Additionally, spread information about Bai Chun. I want the entire ninja world to know of his prodigious reputation. Yes, the root ninja promptly departed to carry out the orders. Hee. This time, I shall see how you meet your end. Danzo sneered. He was convinced that once others learned of Bai Chun's prodigious nature, their desire to eliminate him would surpass even his own. Not only would they place bounties on his head, but they would likely dispatch elite ninjas to confront him. Allowing such a prodigy to flourish unchecked would pave the way for the next Hashirama Senju, the next god of shinobi. Upon receiving the news, the factions of Cloud, Rock, Fog, and Sand could hardly remain composed. Their heroes are my foes, their prodigies, my threats. Bai Chun is doomed. With Danzo's machinations, it took merely 2 days for Bai Chun's information to reach the esteemed leaders of the 3rd Reikage, 3rd Tsuchikage, 3rd Mizukage, and Chiyo. Truly, the Hidden Leaf is a cradle of talent. Now, another prodigy has emerged. A mere 7-year-old with the prowess of a Kage? This child cannot be allowed to live. After perusing the information, Inoki slammed his palm onto the table, seething with jealousy. Why is it that our rock village cannot produce such geniuses? Swiftly relay my orders. Send someone to the underground black market to place a bounty on Bai Chun's head. Set the reward at 100 million. He must perish. Additionally, dispatch agents to gather further intelligence and verify the authenticity of these reports, Inoki commanded. His skepticism was minimal. He believed the information to be highly credible. Yet verification was still prudent. Perhaps this was Danzo's handiwork. Even at this juncture, there remains an inclination for internal strife. How amusing, Inoki thought coldly. Nevertheless, such a situation in the Leaf aligns perfectly with the interests of the Land of Earth. When the Hidden Leaf becomes united and harmonious, that will truly be the essence of terror. Meanwhile, at the Sand front lines, upon receiving the leaked intelligence from Danzo and correlating it with the recent findings from the Sand Ninja Umbu, Chiyo confirmed the veracity of the information. Slamming her hand on the table in fury, she exclaimed, "The black sand has indeed uncovered the lethal hand of the Leaf Ninja." That day's celestial thunder pillar was likely the demise of their ninjutsu. I never imagined that the assailant would be merely a child of 7 or 8 years, a tremendous disgrace. Heaven has been excessively kind to the Leaf. With the legendary Sannin, Kakashi, and Minato already established, now we have this Baichun. If he continues to grow, he could become another Hashirama Senju, or even surpass him. What future is left for us in the sand? This child must be eliminated. Simultaneously, the factions of Cloud, Sand, and Fog made similar decisions. In an instant, the bounty on Baichun in the underground market skyrocketed, surpassing that of the third Hokage and the Sannin, reaching a staggering 500 million. Concurrently, with Danzo's influence and the support of his personal ninja village, Baichun became a household name, known throughout the ninja world. Even as Baichun and Kakashi journeyed, whispers of his exploits reached their ears. "Who is persecuting you?" Kakashi exclaimed in shock, his anger simmering. It was glaringly obvious, was it not? Baichun, the very subject of this turmoil, remained remarkably composed, shrugging his shoulders. This is clearly Danzo's doing. Otherwise, the news would not spread so swiftly. I suspect other ninja villages are merely riding the wave. Such acts are not new for Danzo. That old man is nothing but a traitor. Indeed, the most treacherous of all. Kakashi seethed. How did such a being emerge from Konoha? Time and again, what does he truly intend? Is he not satisfied until Konoha is utterly destroyed? The third Hokage must have been blinded to allow him to seize such a high position. If it were him as Hokage, the first to meet his end would surely be that scoundrel Danzo. Anger resolves nothing. Baichun calmly waved his hand and said, "We must hasten our pace. Otherwise, if we are tracked, the journey ahead will be perilous." Alone, he was fine. If he couldn't fight, he could flee, or if worse came to worst, he could dive into the world of his space ring where no one could catch him. However, with Kakashi as a burden, things were different. Thinking this, he glanced at Kakashi, who immediately remarked, "I can't shake the feeling you're contemplating something rather impolite. By the way, the bounty on your head has skyrocketed to 500 million. Aren't you even a little anxious?" "That's 500 million. Kakashi was visibly swayed. His father had toiled diligently all his life, accumulating only 30 to 40 million, most of which Baichun had taken with 2 space bracelets. Thankfully, their family still had some ancestral wealth, and his father was still able to earn, or else they would be destitute. But they had to be alive to claim it. Baichun coldly smiled. "My bounty is not something they can simply claim. I await them to provide me with experience." At this moment, within the land of fire, near the capital, in an underground black market, Kakuzu fixated his green eyes on the freshly printed bounty notice, his gaze narrowing slightly as he spoke in a deep voice. "I shall accept this task. I want that 500 million. With that, he turned and entered the black market, beginning to gather more detailed information about Baichun and his current location through his own network. As a bounty hunter, comprehensively understanding the enemy's intelligence is crucial for successfully completing the mission and avoiding failure. This lesson was hard-earned decades ago when, having just acquired the Earth Grudge fear and feeling invincible, he attempted to assassinate Hashirama Senju, only to be effortlessly dispatched by the latter. Had that man not shown mercy, he would have long since become a mere memory. The magnitude of this bounty attracted not only Kakuzu, but many other bounty hunters eager to undertake the task, all of whom swiftly mobilized. Given the terrifying combat prowess demonstrated by Baichun, many opted to form teams, preparing to confront this formidable boss. Indeed, Konoha has truly produced an extraordinary genius this time. Alas, he is not of the Uchiha clan, and thus his limitations are apparent. At this moment, Hei and Bai also received the news, promptly reporting to Uchiha Obito, who resided in an underground cave within the land of fire. Oh, Obito mused upon hearing the information about Baichun, mildly surprised, to possess such strength and achievements at the age of 7? Quite impressive. Yet, revealing oneself too early is a grave error. This child will not survive long. Moreover, lacking the Uchiha bloodline and the Sharingan, his future accomplishments will be limited and hardly worthy of my attention. Uchiha Madara is increasingly concerned about the current situation of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. Have you gathered information on the objectives of the younger generation of Uchihas? What are the results? Are there any suitable targets? His body can no longer endure for long. The sensation of being suspended by the outer path golem while his body lies immobile is utterly dreadful. He, Uchiha Madara, should be a figure of unparalleled dominance. Sovereign overall, not a feeble old man gasping for breath in this dark underground cavern. He no longer wishes to exist in such a state. In any case, the plan is nearly complete. He merely needs to arrange for a proxy to continue executing his designs, and all will be well. Even if some deviations arise along the way, he has several contingency plans in place, so Madara is not overly concerned about losing control of the plan. Kagaya's voice rasped in response. The intelligence has been gathered. There are 5 suitable targets. Among them, 2 pairs are brothers, while the last one, originally the most suitable, seems to have recently strayed. According to the plan devised by him and Uchiha Madara, brothers are the optimal choice, as it would facilitate the emergence of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In the final stages of the plan, the executor must possess sufficient strength. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is indeed essential. Oh, Madara inquired, raising an eyebrow slightly. In what manner has he strayed? What is the name of that boy? His name is Uchiha Obito. Since childhood, he has been kind-hearted, exceptionally naive, and eager to help others. He even has a girl he is infatuated with. Hearing Kagaya's description, Madara's eyes lit up. This character is indeed quite fitting. He will be easily manipulated and brainwashed. The more benevolent he is, the more obsessive he will become once he turns dark. So how has he strayed? If there is still a chance for redemption, I am prepared to choose this boy. Kagaya hesitated for a moment before replying. Ever since he became a disciple of that eccentric taijutsu ninja, Might Guy, from Konoha, his demeanor has drastically changed. He now shouts about youthful passion daily, dons a dark green spandex suit, and fervently engages in excessive taijutsu training. As if his mind is gradually being assimilated into some bizarre creature by Might Guy. Kagaya, who has been closely monitoring Obito, found this development rather perplexing. What on earth is happening? Why is Konoha producing such oddities? Might Guy? Bizarre creatures? Youthful passion? Upon hearing this, Madara's mind conjured an image of Obito, and he could not help but twitch his lips slightly. So, what is so special about this Might Guy? Is he exceptionally strong? Moreover, how could a Uchiha choose to cultivate pure taijutsu? Is this not absurd? Shouldn't Uchiha Madara be focused on developing their bloodline, honing their Sharingan, and mastering ninjutsu? What kind of eccentricity is this? Kagaya promptly replied. As for Might Guy, he is merely a lowly ninja from Konoha, seemingly incapable of performing any ninjutsu, only proficient in taijutsu. Due to his frequent failures on missions and his lack of popularity, he has been relegated to executing D-rank tasks. He has a son who is essentially the same. This is undoubtedly a peculiar family. However, this individual seems to possess a form of ninjutsu known as the 8 Gates of Duinjia, though I have yet to witness its application, leaving me somewhat in the dark. In truth, Kurizetsu is undoubtedly well-versed in the 8 Gates. This technique was not solely conceived by Might Guy. Throughout the extensive history of the ninja world, it has emerged on numerous occasions. Upon hearing the term 8 Gates, Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes slightly. So it is this technique? How intriguing. I shall continue to observe. If that is the case, we can remove it from the list and select from the others. The selection of the agent must be stringent. Otherwise, complications may easily arise. Understood. Kurizetsu responded promptly. At this moment, Obito remained oblivious to the fact that he was gradually deviating from his original fate due to the provocations and visions instigated by Hakushin, the technique of thunder-breathing swordsmanship. First form, 12 lightning flashes. In an instant, a brilliant blue-gold arc of lightning zigzagged through the nearby forest, executing a remarkable 12 returns in midair with unparalleled speed. Hakushin's long blade swept through the necks of 12 bounty hunters, not a single drop of blood staining the blade, as pristine as untouched dust. What a swift blade! How is this possible? How could I perish in? With a resounding thud, 12 figures plummeted from their hiding spots, their lifeless bodies hitting the ground, forever ensconced in eternal darkness. Hakushin sheathed his sword and turned to Kakashi, stating, "Our presence has been compromised. We must hasten our pace. We are less than 100 kilometers from the eastern camp. Let us accelerate." Understood, Kakashi replied, wiping the blood from his blade against the corpse of an enemy before securing his weapon and keeping pace with Hakushin. In the span of 2 days, they had already endured 2 waves of attacks from bounty hunters. It was evident that someone had leaked their whereabouts. Both Hakushin and Kakashi suspected it to be Danzo. After surveying the battlefield and collecting the spoils from the fallen enemies, Hakushin led Kakashi away from the site with increased speed. What a bunch of paupers. Or perhaps they simply did not carry their wealth with them. With so many of them, to scavenge only about 1,000,000 ryo is truly disgraceful for the profession of bounty hunting, Hakushin lamented while counting their recent gains. Kakashi, bemused, replied, if they had money, they wouldn't be bounty hunters, they are merely scraping by. He felt that Hakushin was missing the point entirely, as it seemed he was the one resembling a hunter while those bounty hunters were merely the prey. Shortly after Hakushin and Kakashi's departure, a masked figure appeared at the scene, examining the wounds of the fallen. His eyes narrowed slightly. Such precise wounds and such sharp swordsmanship. The newcomer was Kaku, who had actually arrived earlier, silently observing the events unfold from a distance. To slay 6 individuals in one strike was far from the limit. This time, 12 had been dispatched. Although most were of average strength, it clearly showcased the prowess of this young lad. The bounty of 500,000,000 ryo may not be so easily obtained. Kakuzu mused. However, he was not prepared to concede defeat. Despite the heightened difficulties, he deemed the endeavor worthwhile. With 5 lives at his disposal, he meticulously strategized under conditions of asymmetric intelligence, believing that success in his hunt was not an impossibility. At long last, he had arrived. Now, he could finally take a moment to rest. Gazing at the nearby Konoha encampment, Kakashi, appearing somewhat travel-worn, let out a deep sigh. Since failing to eliminate 2 waves of bounty hunters, the enemies had not diminished. Rather, they had become increasingly audacious. Together with Baichun, they had vanquished 2 additional waves, totaling over 100 bounty hunters, before reaching this haven. Fortunately, Baichun's formidable prowess had spared them from injury. Under such relentless pursuit, the prospect of a proper rest was evidently unattainable. Baichun, noticing Kakashi's plight, jested, do you regret joining me on this venture? Kakashi, unable to suppress an eye roll, retorted, do not utter such nonsense, as if I would not encounter danger were I to act alone. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Indeed, Baichun nodded with a smile. After all, you have made it onto the underground black market's bounty list, worth a staggering 20,000,000 ryo. That's equivalent to 2/3 of Asuma's future worth. A mere 15th of my own valuation, hardly insignificant. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's expression darkened. What do you mean by a 15th? Wait. Suddenly, Kakashi's attention was piqued as he turned to Baichun. What do you mean by 2/3 of Asuma's future worth? When did Asuma become afflicted? And in the future? No less. Do you fancy yourself a seer? Baichun, with an enigmatic smile, replied, perhaps I truly am. If you doubt it, let us await the outcome. Kakashi scoffed dismissively. I believe you not at all. At that moment, 2 sentinels approached with a serious demeanor, demanding, who are you? Present your identification. The unfamiliarity of Baichun and Kakashi raised suspicions, particularly as they had been conversing jovially at the entrance of the encampment for quite some time, prompting concerns that they might be enemy spies. I am Baichun, and this is Kakashi Hitaki. We have been dispatched to deliver a message to Lord White Fang. Baichun promptly introduced himself, producing the necessary credentials. Baichun, Kakashi? Upon hearing those familiar names, the 2 Konoha ninjas' eyes brightened. So it is you. Your identities are verified. Please proceed. It is said that Lord Baichun is truly remarkable, having dispatched so many sand ninjas with just 2 moves. This news has spread widely, they remarked, clearly aware of Baichun's exploits. Is that so? Baichun smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries with them before guiding Kakashi towards the central command tent, where they encountered Shumo, their esteemed leader, father. Upon entering, Baichun and Kakashi greeted him warmly. Shumo, recognizing the familiar voices, looked up in surprise. What brings you here? Were you not supposed to be in Kikyo City? Especially you, Baichun. You've outdone yourself this time. As the conversation unfolded, Shumo gazed meaningfully at Baichun and remarked, I had no idea you possessed such formidable strength. You managed to keep this from me. Impressive. Despite their prolonged interactions, during which Shumo frequently mentored Baichun, he had failed to detect any signs of this newfound power. This alone warranted Shumo's deep admiration. Baichun, somewhat sheepish, replied, well, you never inquired, did you? Moreover, this progress has been achieved over the past 6 months through my diligent efforts, not with the intention of deceiving you. Shumo chuckled, looking at Baichun with amusement. Do you think I would believe that? To have such a significant enhancement in just half a year? It might not be impossible, considering you are just over 7 years old. An extraordinary being in your own right. Enough. Shumo interjected. It's perfectly normal to have your little secrets. Everyone has them, and there's no need for a detailed explanation. I hope you and Kakashi grow even stronger. The ninja world is tumultuous. Greater strength equates to greater safety. By the way, you haven't mentioned how you ended up here. Is it a mission? In this age, who doesn't harbor a few secrets? He was not one to pry excessively. Indeed, Bai Chen nodded, retrieving a sealed scroll from his spatial ring and handing it to Shomao. This is a message from Lord Orochimaru for you. Shomao accepted the scroll, unsealing it to examine the contents. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and addressed Bai Chen and Kakashi. I now understand the situation. For the time being, you will follow my orders and likely stay here for an extended period. I hope you are mentally prepared for this. During this time, I shall also take the opportunity to guide you. It has been over half a year since we last met, and I trust you have made considerable progress. Provided that Zero Hidden does not launch a large-scale assault, he added, reflecting on his responsibilities as the commander of the Eastern Front. Understood, Bai Chen and Kakashi affirmed. Excellent. Shomao summoned a Jonin to arrange accommodations for Bai Chen and Kakashi. Once they departed, he chuckled and shook his head. These two young men can create such chaos even while engaged in D-rank missions in the village. No wonder Lord Hokage sent them my way. The intelligence he had received earlier included a letter from the third Hokage detailing Bai Chen and Kakashi's achievements over the past 6 months. However, it seemed the Hokage had not anticipated Bai Chen's sudden surge in power. Not only the third Hokage but even Shomao, as his teacher, was taken aback by this revelation. Such developments only heightened the child's perilous situation. He needed to personally assess Bai Chen's capabilities to feel at ease. Contemplating this, Shomao rubbed his temples, feeling a twinge of headache. The bounty of 500 million was evidently substantial enough to provoke anxiety among the prominent ninja villages. Furthermore, your involvement in this matter is undeniable. You are likely the instigator and the one disseminating information, Danzo. Shomao raised his head, his voice cold as he declared. This time, Danzo's actions had crossed a line that Shomao could not overlook. Not only has he harmed Bai Chen and Kakashi, but he has also betrayed the interests of the village. He is utterly despicable. Shuamo's heart was filled with murderous intent this time. The moment is not yet ripe. Do not present me with opportunities, for if you do, Danzo shall ensure your demise without a trace. Shuamo vowed silently within. That evening, as the cool down for his talent had elapsed, Bai Chen immediately entered the world within his spatial ring, retrieving a copy of the shadow clone technique. He silently intoned, "Exchange." In the next instant, the scroll in his hand vanished, and a new image surfaced in his mind, in the world of the little spirits, within Arceus's primordial space. The deity suddenly opened its eyes, contemplating. The exchanges are becoming increasingly frequent, yet the useful items are dwindling. The previous ninja beasts have been thoroughly examined by Professor Oak. Moreover, Arceus and numerous legendary Pokemon have discerned the essence of chakra through this process, and the first batch has successfully harnessed chakra, significantly enhancing their power. Shadow clone technique, ninjutsu, physical clone. After communicating multiple times with the talent of exchange, Arceus felt that the ability had become remarkably more agile. This time, it could even identify what was to be exchanged. This ninjutsu is exceedingly useful for me and the legendary beasts. Remaining in the primordial space is rather monotonous. Perhaps I could send down a shadow clone to the human world for some amusement, or simply leave a shadow clone here to oversee while I venture out. Arceus deemed this idea splendid. Surely, the legendary beasts would also appreciate this skill. Arceus felt quite proud of being a considerate leader for its little ones. However, the fact that it could actively bestow gifts this time was rather surprising. Arceus then made a new discovery, its eyes gleaming with excitement. The deity considered this quite beneficial. Gifting small tokens of appreciation for the exchange might yield even better offerings in the future. Due to the emergence of chakra, the legendary beasts of their world have already reaped the benefits. Let us send this. A flash of inspiration struck Arceus, and it immediately expended some primordial energy, wielding its divine authority to create a mysterious crystal orb, subsequently agreeing to the exchange. The scene shifted to a bustling human city, specifically within a dojo. At that moment, the entire dojo seemed to be warping, filled with an eruption of terrifying and chaotic superpowers. Deep within the dojo, a young girl of about 10 floated in midair, the source of the turmoil emanating from her. Quick, we're on the verge of success. If we can succeed, we will be able to brainwash her to a certain extent, and Naze will ultimately serve our purposes. A Athena of Team Rocket said with a smug smile. Surrounding the dojo, four special instruments emitted unique frequencies, enveloping the entire area. This was also the fundamental reason for Naze's uncontrollable superpowers once more. As Naze's resistance began to wane, the smile on Athena's face grew ever more pronounced. Suddenly, the chaotic psychic powers enveloping Nasi and the four surrounding interference devices vanished without warning. Nasi slowly opened her eyes, casting a frosty glare at the smiling Athena. The abrupt turn of events rendered Athena's smile frozen in place. Before she could utter a word, a radiant blue light ignited in Nasi's eyes, and a wave of terrifying telekinesis ensnared Athena, lifting her into the air. Athena found herself utterly immobilized, unable even to summon her Pokemon. Others from Team Rocket within the Golden Pavilion shared her fate, all suspended in midair by the same psychic force. A suffocating stillness permeated the atmosphere. At that moment, the Pokeball at Athena's waist illuminated, as her Pokemon sensed their trainer's peril and attempted to emerge to protect her. Yet, in the next instant, Nasi used her telekinesis to seal the Pokeball from a distance, preventing the Pokemon from escaping. What do you intend to do? Release me quickly, Nasi. You should be on our side, Athena managed to say with difficulty, bewildered by the turn of events. She could not fathom why Nasi's chaotic powers had dissipated or why the interference devices had vanished so suddenly. Could it be the work of a psychic Pokemon? That seemed implausible. Those devices were specifically designed to counter psychic abilities. Within the interference radius, even the mightiest psychic Pokemon at the champion level would be rendered powerless. You shall pay dearly. Nasi's cold voice echoed in Athena's mind, followed by an excruciating burst of pain that surged through their heads. Soon, they were all bleeding from their orifices, rendered unconscious. Their brainwaves weakened considerably, yet their bodies still exhibited signs of life. After completing these actions, Nasi gradually retracted her powers and descended from the air. She then gazed intently at the crystal in her hand. This object had suddenly appeared in her grasp, soothing the essence of her psychic abilities and imparting a technique known as the crystal meditation method for psychic cultivation. Henceforth, by practicing this, she could gradually master her powers and even transcend her current limitations. Until she achieved complete control, as long as the crystal was worn, she need not fear losing control of her powers or suppressing her emotions. Nasi, are you all right? At that moment, a middle-aged man rushed in, his expression a mix of fear and concern upon seeing Nasi. I'm fine. You handle the rest, Nasi replied, shaking her head. With a thought, she transported several dolls, dispelling her psychic powers. Instantly, the dolls transformed back into humans, including Nasi's mother. Were saved? Those restored, except for Nasi's mother who remained still, were filled with joy and hastily fled the Golden Pavilion, vowing never to return to such a terrifying place. The fear of being turned into dolls for simply failing a challenge was too much to bear. Wife, you're back to normal? At this moment, Naz's father beheld the recovery of Naz's mother and, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed to embrace her. Yes, I am fine now, my dear. Naz's mother smiled and nodded, then turned her gaze towards Naz, extending her hand and saying, Naz, you have recovered as well, haven't you? How about returning home with your mother? Upon hearing this, Naz's father eagerly looked back at Naz. Yes, Naz hesitated for a moment, but ultimately a faint smile graced her face as she nodded, gliding over to place her hand in her mother's. Wonderful. Oh, Naz, you have finally returned to us. The vision concluded here. Did Arceus habitually deceive Team Rocket? Or was it due to the swap? Bai Chun, after watching the recording, pondered while stroking his chin. This is the 5th time. Over the past few months, there have been several exchanges with the Pokemon world. Although I have not obtained anything of great value, it is undeniable that the ones being duped are either Team Rocket or other dark organizations like Team Galactic and Team Aqua. It seems that Arceus and the swaps particularly enjoy deceiving these shadowy factions. At that moment, 4 devices appeared, and 2 crystals materialized in Bai Chen's hands. One shimmered with a blue hue, while the other radiated a spectrum of colors. Upon contact with Bai Chen's palm, a surge of information flooded his mind. Naz's Chaos Superpower Origin Crystal, extracted from the uncontrollable aspect of Naz's chaotic superpowers. It has been cleansed of chaotic factors and hidden dangers through the swapping ability. When fused, it grants quasi-legendary superpowers and encompasses all of Naz's superpower skills and experiences. Originally, it was the source of Naz's uncontrollable powers, leading her down a dark path. and it possesses special hidden effects. Invitation from Arceus. Created from a portion of Arceus's origin power combined with the authority of the creator deity, this key for traversal was enhanced through the swapping ability. With this key, one can unlock wormholes to visit the Pokemon world and receive Arceus's favor. Recharge cooldown time, 1 month. Initially a one-time round-trip item. It has been thoughtfully enhanced by the swapping ability. Superpower Suppression Interference Device, capable of suppressing and interfering with superpowers at the champion level and below. It causes confusion among superpower users. Wait, a world traversal item? Such a thing actually exists? Baichun temporarily set aside Naz's superpower origin crystal, staring in astonishment at the other crystal, murmuring in disbelief. He had always fantasized about the day he could traverse to another world. Little did he know that this day would arrive so swiftly. However, with a recharge cooldown of 1 month, it meant that once I cross over, I would have to remain there for at least a month before I could return, not to mention the potential differences in the flow of time between both worlds. From previous exchanges with other realms, it was evident that there was a time disparity between different worlds and the Naruto world. The most notable examples are the Pirate world and the Pokemon world, where the exchanges have been the most frequent. This presents quite a conundrum. Given the current situation in the Naruto world, I fear I cannot afford to be absent for such an extended period, or else problems may arise. For now, I must hold on to this opportunity. Baichun lamented. With a fleeting thought, he stored the crystal within his beast mastery space, nestled in his treasure trove. He then turned his gaze to the remaining crystal. A superpower of nearly king level? Quite impressive. Without hesitation, Baichun pressed the crystal to his forehead, allowing his mental energy to make contact. The crystal transformed into a stream of light and entered Baichun's sea of consciousness. Bang! He felt as though his head had been gently struck, and then a sensation of swelling commenced at his brow. An abundance of superpower essence surged into his forehead's sea of consciousness, merging with his mental essence, while simultaneously expanding the space of his consciousness. A blue luminescence began to emanate from Baichun, lifting him into the air. 1 hour later, after completing the assimilation, his aura surged exponentially, and the blue radiance of his superpower thickened significantly, as if shattering a barrier. Finally, Baichun opened his eyes, a look of delight painting his face. He had not anticipated that the fusion with his mental energy would transcend the limits of superpower, propelling him directly into the initial stage of king level, a rather remarkable feat. Moreover, Baichun discovered that he could seemingly convert his mental energy into superpowers at will, akin to manifesting telekinetic abilities. It appeared as though his mental energy had developed several new attributes. Concurrently, with the dramatic increase in his mental energy, his chakra reserves were bound to follow suit. Previously, his physical strength had outpaced his mental energy, causing the latter to restrict the further expansion of his chakra. Now, however, the two had reached a harmonious equilibrium. With mental energy even surpassing in quality, the prospect of ascending to the shadow-level realm was now within reach. With a sense of satisfaction, Baichun began to experiment with his superpower skills. Blue light flickered in his eyes. Instantaneous movement. In the next moment, Baichun found himself over 10 meters away. After several attempts, he realized that his current limit for instantaneous movement was 10 kilometers. The primary constraint was the range of his mental perception. Should he enhance this range further, he believed he could increase his maximum teleportation distance by at least 23 times. Beyond that, the consumption of mental energy would become a limiting factor. Additionally, he discovered that the superpower of instantaneous movement was susceptible to the instability of space, which could lead to failures or interruptions during teleportation. Furthermore, any impediment to his mental perception would also affect the success of his instantaneous movement. Baichun verified this by testing the interference suppression device he had recently acquired. Was this the secret behind the inability to teleport within Team Rocket's internal base? He pondered, stroking his chin. Truly, an organization capable of creating superpowers demonstrated remarkable prowess in the realm of superpower research. However, having thwarted Team Rocket's plans and resolved the potential threat posed by Nasi, it seemed unlikely that she would join their ranks now. This could be considered a good deed. In his previous life, witnessing Nasi's affiliation with Team Rocket in anime and games had left him somewhat unsettled. Now he felt a sense of relief. Yet, he wondered how the Flying Thunder God technique from the Naruto world compared in terms of superiority or distinctions. Given the opportunity, he was determined to acquire the Flying Thunder God technique. He had long coveted this space-time ninjutsu, Naturally, now that he possessed the ability of instantaneous teleportation, his expectations for this technique had diminished significantly. Obtaining it would still be ideal, as it could serve to mask his superpower of teleportation. In such a case, a slight concealment would allow him to use his teleportation capabilities without reservation. Subsequently, Bai Chun experimented with an array of superhuman abilities, including telekinesis, psychic shielding, energy transformation, healing waves, doll transformation, hypnosis, and mind reading. It could only be said that Nazi was exceptionally formidable, having mastered such a multitude of superpower skills, surpassing many lesser superpowered beings. Truly deserving of the title of Superpower Queen, she was akin to a humanoid superpowered sprite. After completing his experiments with superpowers, Bai Chun emerged from the world of the spatial ring, swiftly swapping places with his shadow clone outside. He then reclined on a couch, resting his head upon his hands while gazing at the tense ceiling, pondering. This exchange had indeed brought about numerous changes. Arceus had mentioned that the exchange ability had become more versatile, and furthermore, the deity could communicate to a certain extent with the exchange ability, acquiring knowledge of the exchanged items and providing additional gifts. Whether these were new changes resulting from the upgrade of the exchange ability or if Arceus himself was inherently special remained to be seen. This warranted further exploration in the future. Next time, he could accumulate several instances of exchange opportunities and then experiment with designated exchange worlds to observe the differences. After all, he could now obtain an exchange opportunity every 2 days. The night passed without incident, and early the next morning, Bai Chun and Kakashi rose early to engage in some morning exercises on an open space within the camp. Lord Bai Chun, Kakashi Hitaki, Lord Shomo is calling for you. Not long after, a Chunin from the Hyuga clan hurried over with the message. Oh, we shall go at once. Bai Chun and Kakashi ceased their training, exchanging a glance before following the Chunin to the command tent. Teacher, father, you summoned us? Upon entering the tent, Bai Chun and Kakashi inquired of Shomo. Indeed, Shomo nodded, reaching for 2 mission scrolls on the table and handing them to Bai Chun and Kakashi respectively. Your achievements from the escort mission have been processed, Bai Chun. You have been directly promoted to Special Jonin, while Kakashi has been elevated to Jonin. Although Kakashi had scarcely exerted himself during that mission, for reasons unknown, the third Hokage had still seen fit to promote him as well. Later, you will accompany Hinata Ryotai to the logistics warehouse to collect 2 corresponding vests each. Additionally, Bai Chun, the Hokage has an extra reward for you. Be sure to keep it safe and learn from it diligently. Do not lose it. As Shomo spoke, he handed a sealed scroll to Bai Chun, explaining how to unseal it and advising him accordingly. It was evident he had received specific instructions from the third Hokage and was already aware of its contents. Oh, Bai Chun, intrigued, took the sealed scroll and promptly unsealed it. Upon opening it, he was met with a delightful surprise. It was the Flying Thunder God technique. How wonderful. Truly, his wishes had come to fruition. Yesterday, he was still contemplating how to acquire the Flying Thunder God technique through legitimate channels to master it and use it as a guise for teleportation. To his astonishment, he received it today. He silently applauded the third Hokage in his heart. This old man has finally done something commendable. What? Kakashi, who was nearby, was equally startled. Is it really this ninjutsu? I believe the village's Golden Flash seems to have utilized this technique, correct? Presently, Minato has already begun to shine on the battlefield of the sand, his reputation soaring. It was merely unfortunate that Bai Chun and the others did not encounter Minato at the Leaf Camp on the sand battlefield that day. He was out on a mission. Indeed, Shuo Imo nodded with a smile. This technique was created by the second Hokage, and currently, only Jiraiya's disciple, the village's rising star Namikaze Minato, has mastered it. The third has entrusted this technique to you, indicating he holds you in high regard. Do give it a try? If you can master it, that would be splendid. If not, do not force it. I have heard that this technique demands exceptional talent, and very few meet the criteria. At present, only Namikaze Minato qualifies. Thus, even if you cannot learn it, there is no need for concern. Bai Chun, you are a descendant of the Senju clan and bear a striking resemblance to the second Hokage. I hope you can master it. If successful, Bai Chun might even earn the title of Silver Flash. I will endeavor to try. Bai Chun nodded, filled with confidence about mastering this technique. After all, he had already learned teleportation through his extraordinary abilities, and both his spatial aptitude and perception of space were up to par. There was no reason he could not learn it. Subsequently, Bai Chun engaged in a few more conversations with Shua, Emo, and Kakashi before departing the command tent. After donning the special Jounin vest, he dove into his own tent, leaving a shadow clone outside. His main body entered the spatial ring to study the Flying Thunder God technique. As for Kakashi, since there were no tasks assigned to them today, he opted to train independently. Currently, the Mist Village remained in a state of observation and confrontation, showing no signs of a large-scale offensive. Clearly, they were waiting, watching. They likely intended to strike after the Sand, Rock, or Cloud villages had exhausted and diverted more of Konoha's forces, aiming to launch their attack at a lower cost to reap greater benefits, a sentiment echoed by the Cloud village as well. Conversely, the Rock Sanoki could hardly contain himself, already engaging in skirmishes with Konoha in the borders of the Land of Grass and the Land of Rain. However, the pace of war remained relatively restrained. Evidently, Anoki was no fool, similarly positioned in a state of half-watching. Inside the spatial ring, Bai Chun was taken aback. This technique actually involves sealing techniques? After reviewing the method of practicing the Flying Thunder God technique, he was left stunned. Was this some sort of cruel joke? How could he learn it without any knowledge of sealing techniques? This first step was a dead end. The third Hokage was well aware that sealing techniques were necessary. Why had he not prepared any for him? Bai Chun felt as though the third was deliberately setting him up for failure. This does not require particularly profound sealing techniques. Rather, it necessitates some intermediate or basic sealing arts to fabricate the spatial coordinate technique. He did not believe that the third Hokage was unaware of this. Simultaneously, he understood why Minato was able to master the Flying Thunder God technique, as he hailed from the Uzumaki clan, which possessed a wealth of sealing arts. It appeared that he had two options: to seek assistance from the third Hokage or to turn to Tsunade. Bai Chun rubbed his temples in mild frustration. If he approached the third Hokage, would he not incur a debt of gratitude? What a troublesome predicament. Consequently, Bai Chun retrieved his spatial ring, bit his finger, and slapped it on the ground, invoking the summoning technique. Boom. A cloud of smoke erupted, revealing a slug with blue skin and a white body. Indeed, Bai Chun had entered into a summoning contract with the slug. This was a requirement imposed by Tsunade during his studies of medical ninjutsu under her tutelage. In truth, he was not particularly fond of slugs. They were rather slimy and somewhat unpleasant. It is Lord Bai Chun. What brings you to summon me? Upon appearing, the slug sensed its surroundings, noticed Bai Chun, and spoke with a surprisingly pleasant, ethereal voice. Ahem. Well, I would like you to contact Tsunade for me. Please inform her that I have acquired the Flying Thunder God technique as a reward from the third Hokage, but I lack the corresponding sealing arts to make use of it. I wish to inquire whether she possesses any foundational books on intermediate or basic sealing techniques. Bai Chun also took the opportunity to subtly criticize the third Hokage. Of course, no problem. The slug nodded. Is that all, Lord Bai Chun? Yes, that will be all. Bai Chun expressed his gratitude. You are too kind, Lord Bai Chun. I shall take my leave now. The slug joyfully wiggled its two antennae and, with a pop, returned to the wet bone forest, completing the communication with the main slug. Subsequently, this slug was transported by the slug sage to Tsunade, who was situated near the Konoha camp on the battlefield. What? A slug? Tsunade was momentarily taken aback by the appearance of the little slug. Is there something you need? Lady Tsunade, it is Bai Chun who has sent me to relay a message. The slug then recounted Bai Chun's request. Crash. Upon hearing this, Tsunade angrily smashed a nearby table, exclaiming, what was that old fool thinking? He grants ninjutsu, but fails to provide the accompanying sealing arts? Is he deliberately trying to make things difficult? Once I return, I will have a serious discussion with him. This is utterly unacceptable. The Flying Thunder God technique was generously donated to the village by my great-grandfather. Slug, please wait a moment. I will go find Minato. He should be around and likely possesses what we need. Tsunade said to the slug before quickly departing the medical tent. She possesses sealing techniques, some of which are quite profound, yet who would carry them around? They remain at home, sealed away with special methods. Or perhaps she has left them in the wet bone forest. It is evident that the mid to low-level sealing technique manuals are not located in the wet bone forest. Otherwise, there would be no need for such complications. Before long, Tsunade found Minato, who had just returned from a mission, and stated her purpose directly. Oh. Minato's eyes sparkled with interest upon hearing this. The Hokage had surprisingly rewarded Tsunade's disciple, Bai Chun, with the Flying Thunder God technique. This was intriguing. It seemed the village now had another individual proficient in this technique. He welcomed this development and even hoped that the more people who learned it in the village, the better. Ideally, they could exchange insights on the Flying Thunder God technique, which would be splendid. Constantly grappling with it alone was rather vexing. Although this technique was created by the second Hokage, it was still far from perfected and detailed, as the second had passed away too soon. Tsunade smiled faintly at his enthusiasm. You seem quite confident in him. Whether he can master it is another matter altogether. I am aware of the technique's difficulty. The key lies in spatial perception talent and extraordinary neural reflex speed, both of which are indispensable. Without the former, one cannot learn it, and lacking the latter. Even if one learns it, it can only be used for transportation. To wield it in battle is merely a fantasy. Minato undoubtedly excelled in both areas. He nodded in agreement. Bai Chen's neural reflex speed should pose no problem. I have heard of his feat of swiftly defeating 6 Sand Shinobi Elite Jonin with a single strike. Such an accomplishment demands terrifying reflexes and dynamic vision. In this regard, Bai Chen is undoubtedly qualified. It all hinges on his spatial perception talent. Then, Minato added, as for the mid to low-level sealing technique manuals, I do not have them on me either. I need to return to relay some information to the Hokage, so I can conveniently retrieve them and hand them over to you, Tsunade Dano, if that is acceptable. Given the time, he actually wished to make a trip to the Eastern Front to meet this renowned genius he had heard so much about. Jiraiya, his teacher, had not ceased to mention Bai Chen's exploits over the past 6 months, urging him to strive harder and be cautious not to let his juniors surpass him. This left Minato somewhat bemused. Jiraiya was still as competitive as ever. Little did he know that since taking on this brilliant disciple, he had taken every opportunity to boast about him in front of Tsunade and Orochimaru, nearly elevating Minato to legendary status. This undoubtedly left Tsunade and Orochimaru feeling a pang of irritation. If Bai Chen were to surpass Minato, how could Jiraiya face the embarrassment? Thus, he could not afford to lose this contest. Very well, then I shall trouble you with this task. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. Jiraiya's disciple was indeed quite commendable, far surpassing Jiraiya in every aspect. Not a trouble at all. I shall take my leave now. Tsunade Dano. Orochimaru Dano. With a smile, Minato shook his head and greeted Orochimaru and Tsunade before swiftly employing the Flying Thunder God technique to vanish from the scene. Orochimaru, observing this, licked his lips with a trace of envy, remarking, the Flying Thunder God technique is indeed remarkably useful. Unfortunately, the requirements for such a special talent are exceedingly high. Most individuals simply cannot master it. I wonder if Bai Chen can manage it. I find myself rather curious. Meanwhile, the old man's petty tricks were somewhat contemptible. If a choice was given, why not make it straightforward? Must he resort to such theatrics? Bai Chen might have felt grateful initially, but now, it would be a blessing if he didn't harbor resentment. The reasoning behind it all eluded him. Little Bai Chen will surely be fine, Tsunade declared with a hint of pride, crossing her arms and raising her chin. Bai Chen had never disappointed her, and she firmly believed this time would be no exception. They would simply have to wait and see. Minato returned swiftly, and on that very day, Bai Chen received a sealing scroll from the slug. Upon opening it, he found it contained 2 to 3 dozen thick tomes. A cursory glance revealed a comprehensive collection encompassing the fundamentals, introductory, rank, and advanced knowledge of sealing techniques, including over a dozen varying levels of sealing arts. Additionally, it contained a letter co-signed by Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze, offering him words of encouragement. Good luck, little Bai Chen. Strive to master all of this. If you have any questions, feel free to ask us. Bai Chen was profoundly moved. It was evident that these two treated him with complete sincerity. While Tsunade's influence was significant, the heartfelt gesture was undeniable. Rest assured, in the future, I shall ensure that you do not tread the same path as the original timeline, and I will strive for your family's happiness, Bai Chen silently vowed to himself. This was his promise. To those who harbor goodwill towards me, I shall return it with even greater kindness. Teacher, Kakashi, I'm off to study sealing techniques, Bai Chen announced to Shikaku and Kakashi before turning to leave. Wait, leave a shadow clone to spar with Kakashi, Shikaku urged promptly. Huh, Bai Chen responded, looking at Shikaku in exasperation. Wouldn't it be better for you to spar with Kakashi? I know him well enough. The results won't be as effective. Stop being foolish. Shikaku shot him a glare. As long as you don't conceal too much of your strength, the results will be the same. I need to conduct a personal patrol today. Mist has been stirring restlessly of late. The third Mizukage has reached the front lines. and it seems that the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails and Six Tails have accompanied him. I have reason to suspect that Mist is preparing to act. All right. Bai Chen nodded in understanding and promptly created a shadow clone, while his main body returned to his tent to retrieve 10 foundational texts on sealing techniques. This material posed no challenge for him. He could comprehend it easily and delved into it with great interest. In a subterranean cavern near the eastern battlefront, Kakuzu seethed with frustration. That damned brat had entered the camp and had not emerged since. Was he truly that terrified? You squander your talent and strength, he muttered bitterly. It had been over 10 days, and still, there was no sign of Bai-chan. His temper flared. Was he to give up? As he gnawed on his rations. Kakuzu pondered. Yet, the thought of the 500 million bounty ignited a spark in his eyes, rendering him incapable of moving forward. Just a little longer. It seemed that the hidden mist was stirring. Perhaps war was imminent. At that moment, he could not believe that Bai-chan would remain holed up in the camp. In times of turmoil, opportunities abound. He chuckled to himself, resolute in his decision to stay put. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office in the Leaf Village, Tsunade received urgent intelligence from Shomo. The hidden mist had dispatched the 3rd Mizukage and 2 Jinchuriki. It appeared they were genuinely preparing for action. What do you all think we should do? The 3rd Hokage inquired, glancing at Tono Kamaru, Mito Minyin, and Danzo, who had only just arrived the previous day. Currently, Jiraiya was holding the fort on the battlefield of the Earth Country, while Danzo had seized the opportunity to return and manage some affairs. The Cloud Village had also summoned Minato to take command. The village was running low on ninja. If they wished to send more, they would have to draw from the various clans. Mito Minyin spoke up. We should dispatch a contingent of Uchiha to the Hidden Mist, while reallocating forces from other clans to the rock and sand battlefields. For now, we need not reinforce the Cloud, as the 3rd Raikage is cunning and likely will not strike at this juncture. He probably aims to leverage the other ninja villages to weaken us further. Our immediate priority is to decisively eliminate the forces at the sand battlefield, completely vanquishing them. Only then can we free up additional manpower and resources to contend with the other 3 great ninja villages. Otherwise, if they all engage us simultaneously, our situation would become exceedingly perilous. A single misstep could lead to our utter downfall. Fortunately, the other ninja villages harbor mutual grievances and schemes against one another. Otherwise, if all 4 great ninja villages were to wage full-scale war against the Leaf, it would take less than a year for the Leaf to crumble. The current Leaf is no longer what it once was. It has weakened considerably. Tsunade nodded in agreement, finding the plan sound. Yet she furrowed her brow concerning the treatment of the Uchiha. However, the Uchiha excel in fire release, and sending them to the Hidden Mist battlefield would render them vulnerable. The rock battlefield would be a more advantageous option. The Hyuga would have greater leverage in the Hidden Mist. Surely he must be aware of Danzo's ulterior motives? This man has always harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Uchiha, a sentiment that seems rather unfounded. No, Danzo interjected sharply, his brow furrowing as he vehemently countered. Hizashi, I recognize your compassion for the Uchiha, but we must not afford them even the slightest semblance of leniency. Our teacher has long warned that they are a malevolent clan, an unstable factor. Especially now, within the village, our strength is unprecedentedly feeble. Let us not forget that they have always harbored covetous desires for the position of Hokage. Moreover, the Uchiha Sharingan possesses significant advantages against the silent assassination techniques of the Mist Village. The concept of restraint is irrelevant. Conversely, the Earth Release and Explosive Release forces from the Rock Village, with their ability to traverse underground, pose an even greater threat. I require the support of the Hyuga clan. This matter is non-negotiable. It would be absurd for him to let such a prime opportunity to strike against the Uchiha slip away. He is likely preparing to amass a collection of Sharingan during this juncture. Orochimaru has already made progress in this area, and Danzo's demand for Sharingan is substantial. Such a splendid opportunity to accumulate resurrection coins cannot be overlooked. Of course, his assertion that the Rock Village needs the Hyuga clan is also true. The infiltration capabilities of Rock's explosive and earth techniques are utterly repugnant. With a moment's carelessness, any defense or base could be obliterated. Upon hearing this, the 3rd Hokage, despite being aware of Danzo's ulterior motives and his deliberate targeting of the Uchiha, nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall discuss this with Fugaku. In recent years, the Uchiha's power has expanded, and the personnel of the guard force have grown increasingly arrogant. The 3rd harbored some reservations, While he did not wish to annihilate the Uchiha, he had no qualms about weakening them. Engaging in warfare to deplete a number of Uchiha elites would be beneficial. Concurrently eliminating some of the Mist Village's strong fighters, a win-win situation. Seeing the third's concession, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Danzo's eyes. Yet he remained unsatisfied and continued to suggest, furthermore, considering the severe lack of ninja strength in the village, I propose we allow a select group of students from the Ninja Academy to graduate early and join the battlefield. Only through the crucible of war can they adapt and grow swiftly. Without experiencing blood and fire, how can they become accomplished? The third, along with Koharu and Midokado, changed their expressions upon hearing this. The third, particularly incensed, retorted vehemently, "Absolutely not. Danzo, the Ninja Academy is my domain. I will not permit your reckless interference, nor will I allow you to extend your grasp. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning against you." Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly. "Hisashi, you are simply too rigid and cowardly. What purpose do ninjas cultivated in such a manner serve? They cannot achieve greatness." This was merely a test of the third's resolve. He had long coveted the Ninja Academy, which was a true cradle for talent. Figures like Minato Namikaze, Shiranui Yuhi, and Kakashi Hitaki were all products of the academy. If he could intervene there, it would open up opportunities to draw those talents into his fold, rather than allowing them to remain under the third's influence. At this rate, when could he hope to surpass the third in strength and influence? No further discussion was warranted. The third maintained a stern demeanor and waved his hand dismissively. "This matter is not open to negotiation. The rewards bestowed by the first Hokage and my predecessor upon Konoha and the Ninja Academy were to prevent the tragic fate of our children being thrust into battle too soon. Danzo, you have overstepped your bounds." This issue had undeniably touched upon the third's bottom line. Certainly, it was primarily due to his discernment of Danzo's intentions to meddle in the affairs of the Ninja Academy. This was something the third Hokage could not tolerate. Upon hearing this, Danzo sneered with contempt, proclaiming, "Hisashi, you shall come to regret this. Your refusal now signifies that the situation has not yet reached its dire conclusion. When the war drags on for a few years, I cannot fathom how you will uphold your boundaries. Boundaries are meant to be continually breached." The third Hokage likewise responded with a cold chuckle, "This matter is mine to handle. Now, you must return to the battlefield at Iwagakure. They require your presence, and you cannot linger here for too long. That will be all." This time, Danzo did not refuse, as his objectives had largely been achieved. Soon, he led a contingent of shinobi from various clans towards the battlefield at Iwagakure. Meanwhile, at the battlefield of Sunagakure, Hinata Hayashi personally commanded over 2,000 reinforcements. The Mist Village, too, was led by Fugaku, who brought along hundreds of Uchiha clan ninjas, in addition to over 2,000 from other clans, advancing eastward. Kill. Water Release, Hidden Mist Technique. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Corpse Bone Pulse, 10-Finger Piercing Bullet. Sword Technique, Sky Splitter. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. Just one day before the Uchiha clan's arrival, the Mist Village, under the leadership of the 3rd Mizukage, launched a sudden attack on the Konoha camp. Intense combat erupted instantaneously. Baichun had to cease his studies of sealing techniques and joined Kakashi in the fray. With only over 2,000 defenders at Konoha, against the Mist Village's formidable force of over 5,000, which included 4 elite shinobi, 2 of whom were Jinchuriki and the Mizukage, Konoha found itself in an absolute disadvantage. Baichun could no longer afford to conceal his prowess. Thunder Breathing, First Form, Thunderclap Flash, 5 strikes in succession. Thunder Breathing, Second Form, Thunder Spirit. Upon entering the battlefield, Baichun maneuvered at incredible speed, weaving through the chaos, efficiently executing thunder-breathing techniques paired with swordsmanship, swiftly claiming the lives of numerous mist ninjas with astonishing effectiveness. "Damn it, it's the Raijin of Konoha, Baichun. Quickly, summon a few jounin to encircle him." An elite jounin from the Mizuki clan, witnessing Baichun's swift and merciless harvest of their comrades, was taken aback and immediately called upon 7 or 8 jounin to confront him. Ice Release, Secret Technique, 1000 Kill Water Flight. A multitude of ice projectiles rapidly coalesced, hurtling towards Baichun at an alarming velocity. Water Release, Exploding Water Shockwave. Water Release, Great Water Barrier. Water Release, Water Cannon Technique. Corpse Bone Pulse, 10-Finger Piercing Bullet. In an instant, 7 or 8 ninjutsu attacks surged forth, converging from 3 directions towards Bai-chun. "Bai-chun, be careful!" Kakashi and several nearby ninjas, realizing the imminent danger, shouted a warning. Yet, in the next moment, blue light shimmered in Bai-chun's eyes, and he utilized his extraordinary abilities to ascend rapidly over 30 meters into the air, evading the barrage entirely. With a mere thought, he activated the 2 spatial wristbands on his arms, swiftly drawing forth a copious amount of electrical energy. Lightning release, lightning dragon technique. Next, he clapped his hands dramatically. A colossal thunder dragon, measuring over a meter in diameter and exceeding 10 meters in length, spiraled forth from his form, its presence commanding the earth and the mist to retreat. The moment the thunder dragon materialized, the mist ninjas sensed an imminent peril and instinctively sought to withdraw. However, the base of Bai-chun's thunder dragon was not a true lightning escape, but rather the embodiment of the Thunderfruit's abilities, possessing a terrifying speed both in its manifestation and its assault. Before they could disperse even 2 meters, the descending thunder dragon caught up with them. In an instant, under Bai-chun's command, the thunder erupted with tremendous force. Boom! A towering water column, reaching 20 to 30 meters in height, was formed. Once the water column and the tempest subsided, the 8 mist elite ninjas had vanished without a trace, their remains obliterated. At the moment the explosion resonated, Bai-chun ascended over 10 meters, the shockwave affecting the surrounding area. His attire billowed elegantly in the aftermath of the blast, exuding an air of nonchalance. Kakashi and the others, unfortunately, bore the brunt of the explosion, being hurled several meters away due to the shockwave. Coughing and sputtering, Kakashi rose from the sandy shore, expelling the seawater and sand from his mouth, and defiantly gestured towards the sky. Could you not give a warning? Launching such a devastating attack could result in fatalities. The other Konoha ninjas who had been affected did not voice their grievances. Instead, they were filled with exhilaration. The stronger Bai-chun becomes, the better. Lord Bai-chun is formidable, truly deserving of the title, the Thunder God of Konoha. They praised enthusiastically. Hearing this, Kakashi merely scoffed, thinking to himself, "What Thunder God of Konoha? This fellow is merely a show-off." Nonetheless, Bai-chun is growing increasingly powerful. I must exert myself further, or I shall be left in his wake. That is not a fate I desire. The commotion caught the attention of the 3rd Mizukage and his companions. Witnessing Bai-chun dispatch 8 of their elite ninjas, including several distinguished jonin, they were filled with ire. I shall confront this young upstart. At that moment, the seasoned shadow-level warrior, Kisame Hashigaki, volunteered to engage, having just eliminated a nearby Konoha ninja. He melded into the water, propelling himself towards Bai-chun. Meanwhile, Bai-chun remained suspended in midair, enveloped by an electric aura that obscured his true abilities. What appeared to be a magnetic flight capability was, in fact, a manifestation of his supernatural powers, as electromagnetic flight demanded less energy. With a panoramic view of the battlefield, he decided to test his prowess. Bai-chun retrieved a circular coin crafted from chakra-infused metal, extending his right hand as a surge of lightning transformed into electromagnetic force, causing the chakra coin to whirl at an astonishing speed. Lightning release, electromagnetic cannon. In the next moment, the chakra coin shot forth from Bai-chun's palm at a velocity exceeding 3 times the speed of sound, tracing an orange-golden arc towards the partially transformed host of the 3 tails. The host and the beast immediately sensed the dire threat and attempted to evade. However, how could he, who was not adept at speed, possibly keep up? With a ripping sound, he was instantaneously struck by an electromagnetic cannon, a gaping cavity the size of a basin appearing in his chest, nearly severing the Jinchuriki of the 3 tails in half. How could this be? The 3 tails Jinchuriki laboriously lowered his head, gazing at his hollowed chest and abdomen. The charred flesh rendered him scarcely aware of the pain, and his consciousness began to fade. Yet, he found it difficult to accept. In his semi-tailed beast form, he was still a powerhouse of the shadow level, and yet he had been instantaneously obliterated? Had this young one become so formidable? Damn, it hurt so much. The 3 tails was suffering significant injuries, but these were trivial. He could recover in an instant. Being composed of chakra, however, with the Jinchuriki in such dire straits, death loomed, and salvation was impossible. Unable to escape the seal, he could only perish alongside the Jinchuriki. Cursed be it, you reckless child. The 3rd Mizukage witnessed the 3 tails Jinchuriki being struck down in a single blow, his heart filled with rage. He sought to confront Bai-chun. With a ripping sound, He sensed danger in the next moment, swiftly evading, yet still receiving a slash from Sumo, which cleaved into one shoulder, stripping away flesh and blood, staining his garments crimson. The excruciating pain surged through his nerves. But he had no time for such distractions and hastily focused on countering Suomo's relentless assault. Huh, you dare to engage me while being distracted? How much do you underestimate me? You should have left that last attack, third Mizukichi. Suomo sneered mockingly, yet his onslaught showed no sign of abating. Rather, it accelerated. Terrifying beams of light from his blade continuously sliced toward the third Mizukichi. The sheer potency of that cutting ability sent chills down his spine. He had long heard of the exceptional swordsmanship of Kiki Suomo from the Wood Release clan. Had it not been for his limited endurance and the considerable strain that the sword techniques imposed on his body, he would undoubtedly rank among the very best in the shadow level. Now, the third Mizukichi could only wish to pull out the one who spoke such words and deliver a thorough beating. Directing his ire at the seemingly tireless machine that relentlessly unleashed high-load sword techniques, questioning him. Is this what you call insufficient endurance? If this is inadequate, then who in the ninja world possesses it? Alas, the Mizukichi was unaware that Suomo's recent transformations were all a result of the Thunderbolt body refinement technique bestowed upon him by Chin over the past year. This technique, given ample nutrition and restorative supplies, would yield a formidable enhancement to one's physique. Over the span of a year, Suomo had never slacked off, maintaining high standards for himself, pushing his body to its limits each day. The cumulative effect had multiplied his physical attributes several times over compared to before he practiced the Thunderbolt body refinement technique. His stamina, strength, and even speed had seen exponential increases, thus significantly amplifying his chakra reserves. Although the process of body refinement primarily enhanced overall physical condition, it also improved reflexes. However, the Thunderbolt refinement itself demanded considerable endurance and the capacity to endure pain. In this agonizing process, Suomo discovered that both his mental fortitude and willpower had been significantly enhanced. This was one of the reasons for his explosive surge in chakra. What technique is this? How could this child be so terrifying? At that moment, the ominous blood moon, transformed into sea water and submerged beneath the waves, witnessed the scene of the Three Tails Jinchuri being dispatched in an instant, leaving him utterly astonished and gravely concerned. Simultaneously, a heightened sense of caution enveloped him as he awaited the perfect opportunity for a lethal strike. However, Chun above seemed entirely uninterested in halting his offensive. With a decisive move, he retrieved 2 chakra coins, one in each hand, and began to coalesce lightning simultaneously. In a mere 2 seconds, Chun unleashed yet another brilliant beam of orange light. The explosion resonated like thunder, engulfing a battalion of mist ninjas. The violent detonation sent a towering column of water skyward, vaporizing several mist ninjas within a radius of dozens of meters. As Chun continued to conjure arcs of lightning with relentless precision, he targeted the densely populated areas of enemy combatants, unleashing a barrage that resembled divine retribution. The ferocity of the electromagnetic cannon's assault was so rapid that even the upper ninjas found it nearly impossible to evade, let alone the lower ranks. Once locked on, death was almost certain. In just a matter of minutes, Chun had obliterated hundreds of mist ninjas. Although most were merely lower-ranking shinobi, the sheer scale of the devastation was sufficient to instill fear and a desire to retreat among the mist forces. The third Mizukichi observed this from afar, anxiously aware that he had no viable solutions. The Three Tails Jinchuri had been utterly defeated. With a clenched jaw, he reluctantly issued the order to retreat. In that moment, the mist ninjas felt a profound sense of survival, hastily disengaging from their opponents and beginning to withdraw. The Konoha ninjas, witnessing this, were naturally exhilarated and pursued vigorously. They chased for over 1,000 meters before halting at Suomo's command. Thankfully, Chun had been providing aerial support with the electromagnetic cannon. Otherwise, at that distance, the mist ninjas would have been able to unleash their full combat potential and launch several counterattacks. It is worth noting that the Konoha ninjas had pursued all the way to the sea, over 1,000 meters from land. This was utterly outrageous. Such a profound humiliation. That Chun must be dealt with. From a distance, a water shadow stood on a ship, watching Chun hover in the air like a deity. And in a fit of rage, he smashed the railing, gritting his teeth. He had never suffered such a significant defeat before. This child must be eliminated, Otherwise, with him alone, our aspirations to invade the land of fire would remain a mere fantasy. The third Mizukage seethed with resentment. He had never anticipated that an entire village's might would be thwarted by a mere 7- or 8-year-old child, leading to a catastrophic defeat that prevented any advancement. At that moment, Hozuki Blood Moon leapt from the water and stood beside the third Mizukage, remarking, "It is a pity that this little specter is exceptionally cautious." Remaining high in the air, I find myself without an opportunity to ambush him. Otherwise, I would possess the confidence to eliminate him. Despite his seemingly formidable combat prowess, I can sense he has yet to transcend the threshold of a shadow-level ninja. The quality of chakra and the mastery of elemental transformations possessed by shadow-level warriors are of an entirely different caliber compared to those beneath that level. This distinction is easily discernible to one of my stature. Indeed, the third Mizukage nodded gravely. Until we devise a method and find an opportunity to deal with this little specter, it is prudent that we refrain from reckless actions. Let us wait and seek a chance to lure him out for a surprise attack. Until Bai Chun is dealt with, I have no intention of leading the 10 stars to assault the Eastern Front. The cost is simply too great. He commanded a brief assessment, realizing they had suffered nearly 1,000 ninja casualties in this battle. Of those, Bai Chun alone had accounted for no less than 500, nearly half of their losses. Such a display of terror was overwhelming. The impact of high-tier combatants on lower-tier battlefields is exceedingly pronounced. More critically, Bai Chun's strikes were not only swift, but also devastating. In truth, when the bounty was placed on Bai Chun, he had harbored doubts about the young ninja's ability to dispatch 20 elite Sand Ninja in merely 2 moves. At that time, he had even mocked the Sand Ninja's combat capability as lacking. Yet, to preemptively eliminate a potential threat, he chose to invest in the bounty, setting it at 100 million. In retrospect, he had underestimated the situation. The threat posed by this little specter was far greater than the intelligence had indicated. In stark contrast to the despair engulfing the hidden mist, the atmosphere in Kanahegakure was one of exuberance, with Bai Chun hailed as a hero. Haha. This battle was exhilarating. Indeed, you should have witnessed the disarray of those mist ninja. It was utterly hilarious. I saw many of them paralyzed with fear, wishing for more legs to escape. What a morale boost this has been. Long live Lord Bai Chun. Lord Bai Chun is invincible, truly deserving of the title. Thunder God of Konoha. No, he ought to be called the Thunder God of the ninja world. Lord Bai Chun's lightning techniques are undoubtedly among the finest in the ninja realm. I dare say, even the Reikage of Kumogakure pales in comparison. Within the camp, countless individuals extolled Bai Chun's strength and achievements, while others mocked the disarray of the Mist Ninja. Each person felt a surge of satisfaction, releasing the pent-up frustration that had lingered for so long, now filled with anticipation for the future. Previously, as Konoha engaged in simultaneous battles against the 4 great ninja villages, there had been a prevailing sense of pessimism, with many fearing for Konoha's downfall. Now, confidence had been restored. With the presence of formidable figures like Lord Bai Chun and Lord White Fang, they were destined for victory. Meanwhile, Bai Chun chose not to join the revelry, instead retreating to his tent, where he enjoyed a feast with only a select few, including Kakashi and Shomo. At the center of the table lay a grand hot pot, surrounded by an array of fresh ingredients, vegetables, and meats alike. This is exceedingly rare on the front lines. You, my friend, have managed to carry such an abundance of delectable treats. I am at a loss for words. Shuao Mao chuckled softly, yet his hands continued to deftly indulge in the meal before him. Over the past 6 months, although he had not subsisted solely on military rations, his diet had become monotonous to the point of nausea. Now, he finally had the chance to savor something more gratifying. Lili, Bai Chun grinned widely, deftly extracting a slice of tender beef from the hot pot. After blowing on it gently, he relished its flavor, all the while gesturing dismissively. Life, after all, is meant to be enjoyed. If one cannot elevate their existence even with strength, what significance does life hold? He adamantly refused to deprive himself of life's pleasures. In the past, he may have been somewhat more restrained, but now that his prowess had grown and a portion of it was revealed, he saw no reason not to indulge and silence any detractors. Kakashi nodded in agreement, finding wisdom in Bai Chun's words. You young lad. Shuao Mao sighed in resignation, shaking his head. You speak such fallacies. One's life cannot be solely about indulgence. There must be ideals and convictions. We ought to leave a legacy for Konoha. Shuao Mao still harbored aspirations and ambitions, yet the prevailing powers in Konoha, such as the third Hokage and Danzo, stifled his potential. In truth, the turmoil instigated by Danzo had significantly impacted him. Had it not been for Bai Chen's timely intervention, he might have followed the same path as before. For someone like him, the success or failure of a single mission was trivial. The true peril lay in the absence of faith, ideals, and a clear path forward. Fortunately, Bai Chen had imparted valuable lessons, teaching him the importance of adaptability and patience. Very well, Bai Chen shrugged in response. You, my teacher, still possess lofty ideals. While I am merely a mundane child, reluctant to ponder such weighty matters for now, perhaps I shall revisit them when I reach adulthood. The laughter that erupted from those present was unavoidable upon hearing Bai Chen refer to himself as a child. Indeed, he was a child who inspired fear in the hearts of the hidden mist, forcing them to retreat in disarray. How fortunate Konoha was to have such a prodigy. Would he not go out to receive the accolades and compliments of the masses? Shuo Mao then inquired, how about it? Not a chance. Bai Chen replied without hesitation, waving his chopsticks dismissively. I have no interest in that. Besides, if I go out, wouldn't all these delicacies belong to you? Do not think to send me away for your own enjoyment. How amusing. It seems we have underestimated this lad named Bai Chen. Such formidable lightning release techniques, coupled with an immense reservoir of chakra, rendered him a veritable monster. It was imperative to report his circumstances to Obito at once. Previously, while Bai Chen wreaked havoc on the battlefield, Kuro and White Zetsu had silently appeared nearby, observing his remarkable prowess. In a state of shock, they hurried back to inform Uchiha Obito immediately after the battle concluded. Oh, Uchiha Obito expressed his astonishment upon hearing the news. This little brat continues to surpass my expectations. He actually repelled the Mist Village's assault single-handedly? Should I attribute this to the incompetence of the Mist, or to the extraordinary prowess of this young boy? At this juncture, Kuro Zetsu interjected, should we consider preemptively eliminating him? I harbor concerns that he might complicate our plans in the future, although he was not overtly worried. Given that the Otsutsuki bloodline was the key to ascending to the pinnacle of power in the ninja world, White Chen's momentum left him feeling somewhat uncertain. Unnecessary. Uchiha Obito confidently waved his hand. He is merely a child. How could I possibly fear that he poses any threat to me? Who is he? I am Uchiha Obito. However, with the Uchiha clan soon to arrive at the Eastern Front, which was crucial to their schemes, he could not permit the Mist to retreat so easily. It was imperative to find an opportune moment to seize control of the situation. Without the trials of war, how could he identify his successor? Clearly, Uchiha Obito was not inclined to let the Eastern Front become a mere footnote. Nonetheless, action required timing and careful deliberation. On the Eastern Front, White Chen was wreaking havoc, almost single-handedly repelling the initial wave of the Mist's attack, having slain at least 400 to 500 of their ranks, including the host of the Three Tails. This news swiftly spread throughout the ninja world. The atmosphere was charged with tension. Useless. The third Raikage erupted in a tirade upon receiving the news, Mist Village. Is this all you can muster? Truly pathetic. The incompetence of the Mist was pushing him towards contemplating a military intervention to obliterate them. However, that boy named White Chen again defied his expectations. It seemed he could not be allowed to grow unchecked, lest he become another Hashirama Senju in the future. Regardless of the Mist's shortcomings, it remained a major ninja village. According to his knowledge, the team was led by the third Mizukage, accompanied by 2 Jinchuriki and a shadow-level powerhouse. That such a force could be defeated was alarming. While the Mist may be inept, the boy White Chen was evidently formidable. It would be prudent to eliminate this threat as soon as possible. In the Rock Village, Inoki was rendered speechless by the news. Can the Mist be any more incompetent? A single 7-year-old child has repelled an entire ninja village? How embarrassing for us. Yet, the danger posed by this White Chen was undeniable. He must be eradicated. Why had the bounty not yet yielded results? Were those bounty hunters truly inept? Inoki was deeply dissatisfied with their performance and efficiency. Perhaps he should reach out to the Akatsuki organization to enlist their aid? He recalled having hired them once when Yahiko was still alive. And he still remembered that naive young boy. Moreover, their capabilities were indeed commendable. In the Sand Village, upon receiving the news, Chiyo sighed heavily. Why are there so many prodigies emerging from Konoha? Oh, how unjust is the heavens. Subsequently, her thoughts became tangled as she pondered. Sasori, where are you? Did the third fall by your hand? In truth, Chiyo had subtly suspected, shortly after the demise of the third, that it was likely her grandson, Sasori. who was behind the incident. It was likely that Orochimaru had also come to this realization. However, they found themselves powerless, unable to locate Sasori. And revealing this truth would serve no purpose for the village. Diverting the conflict by waging war against Konoha was, at that moment, the most prudent choice. At the battlefield of Iwagakure, Danzo received intelligence relayed from the root ninjas stationed at the Eastern Front, which caused his brow to furrow in irritation. Damn. This brat is maturing far too swiftly. This cannot continue. I must devise a means to deal with him. Unfortunately, the current Hakurin was not a foe that could be easily managed with a few elite root ninjas. Unless he took matters into his own hands, he would remain a significant threat. Danzo held a strong confidence in his own abilities. The cells of Senju Hashirama that composed his right arm, along with his Sharingan, provided him with substantial assurance. Regardless, he could not allow Hakurin to remain on the front lines any longer, for otherwise, the White Fang would amass tremendous accolades, and a resurgence would not be out of the question. With this in mind, Danzo promptly penned a letter to be sent back to the Third. He was convinced that the Hokage would comprehend his intentions. In this regard, their interests aligned. Indeed, upon receiving the news of victories from the Eastern Front, the Third initially felt elated, but soon his expression darkened. The achievements of Hakurin were strikingly prominent. It seemed this child was concealing considerable strength. The Third furrowed his brow. However, with such developments, the involvement of the Uchiha clan in that area appeared somewhat superfluous. Furthermore, he shared Danzo's concerns. Lord Hokage, at that moment, a member of the Umbu reported, Kimogakure has officially declared war against us and is advancing into the Land of Rivers, led by the Third Raikage, accompanied by the AB team from Kimogakure and the Two Tails Jinchuriki. Our forces are suffering consecutive defeats, and the frontline commander, Shikaku, has sent an urgent plea for assistance. What? The Third exclaimed, rising abruptly. Kimogakure has initiated hostilities against us? This is dire. We have only around 1,000 ninjas stationed there. We cannot hold the line. He commanded. Immediately dispatch a ninja hawk to relay orders to Shikamo and Hakurin at the Eastern Front, instructing them to proceed to the Kimogakure battlefield for reinforcements upon receiving the message. I will employ special means to contact Minato, ensuring he arrives there first. The Third could not afford to underestimate this situation, especially given the formidable presence of the two Jinchuriki and the Third Raikage Son, I. All were undeniably of elite caliber. Given that Kimogakure had mobilized its forces, their assault would undoubtedly be fierce. It was imperative to deploy a sufficient number of high-caliber combatants. Naturally, the Third also harbored a personal agenda. He intended to reposition the White Fang and Hakurin away from the Zero-hidden battlefield. This would allow them to confront the stronger Third Raikage and Kimogakure forces, which would likely preclude their immediate resurgence. Additionally, this maneuver would enable the Uchiha to take the forefront against Kirigakure, effectively countering and weakening the Uchiha clan simultaneously. It must be said, the Third was indeed a competent politician. Even in such tumultuous times, he was capable of considering the broader implications with such thoroughness. Yes, the Umbu promptly accepted the orders and departed. The Third Hokage retrieved a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, its sharp edge glinting ominously. Far away on the front lines of the Sand Village, Minato Namikaze, having just repelled an onslaught from Orochimaru and his forces, felt a sudden shift in his expression. Noticing this, Orochimaru inquired, "What troubles you?" Minato promptly explained, "The Flying Thunder God seal I left with the Hokage has been activated. It appears that the Hokage urgently summons me. I can only wonder what has transpired. It is inconceivable that the Third would call for me unless the situation were dire." Orochimaru furrowed his brow, acknowledging the gravity of the matter. Given the current state of the Eastern Front, where we hold a significant advantage thanks to Bai Chun, it seems the other two battlefronts are encountering difficulties. You must return at once to avert any potential crisis. Understood. I shall depart immediately. Minato nodded, and with a swift movement, activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from sight. After a series of teleportations, he arrived in Konoha, materializing directly in the Hokage's office. "Hokage-sama, you summoned me in haste. What is amiss?" he asked anxiously upon seeing the Third. "Minato, you've returned." The Third Hokage exhaled with relief, having feared that Minato might be delayed by his mission. "The Cloud Village has declared war upon us, led personally by the Third Raikage, along with two Jinchuriki and his son, accompanied by over 6,000 shinobi. They have breached the borders of the Land of Rivers, and our forces are in disarray. I need you to head to the Land of Rivers immediately to provide support and buy us time. I have also dispatched Ninja Eagles to notify Shuomo and Bai Chun on the Eastern Front to assist you. They should arrive approximately 12 days after you. Furthermore, I have ordered the mobilization of personnel within the village, and a contingent of 3,000 ninjas will depart tomorrow to reinforce the Cloud Front. This is a critical moment, and I am entrusting everything to you, Minato. You must hold the line. Failure is not an option. Minato's expression hardened upon hearing this. He had not anticipated the situation had escalated to such a degree. Rest assured, Hokage-sama, I will stake my life to secure sufficient time for reinforcements, he vowed. Konoha was his home, and his loyalty to the village overshadowed any thoughts of self-preservation. The safety of the village was paramount in his eyes. The third nodded approvingly, appreciating Minato's obedient demeanor, then set forth. But do take care of your own life. Konoha cannot afford to lose you. The third valued Minato as a vital asset and wished for his survival to continue serving the village. Without returning home, Minato employed the Flying Thunder God technique once more, disappearing from the Hokage's office and racing toward the cloud battlefield with utmost urgency. Kill them. Do not let them escape. At that moment, within the borders of the Land of Rivers, Konoha's defenses had crumbled. Once a force of over 1,500, only around 700 remained, suffering catastrophic losses exceeding half their numbers. The situation was dire, and the upper echelons were in a state of turmoil. The enemy has dispatched elite squads to pursue the remaining Leaf Village ninjas. Hurry. Just hold on a little longer until we reach the next line of defense. Nara Shikahisa encouraged his subordinates while fleeing. Leave me behind. At that moment, Yatsuki Aoi charged towards them with terrifying speed. Counterattack. Nara Shikahisa commanded instantly, simultaneously employing the shadow imitation technique to disrupt Yatsuki Aoi. Yamashiro Aoi also utilized the mind disturbance technique to impede both Yatsuki Aoi and the approaching dozen or so cloud ninjas. Multiplication technique. Take this. Akimichi Choza instantly activated the multiplication technique, transforming into a towering giant of 7 to 8 meters, swinging his staff to strike back at Yatsuki Aoi. Heavy flow blast. Yatsuki Aoi, youthful and brash, chose to confront the attack head-on. Boom. In the next moment, his fist collided with Akimichi Choza's staff, producing a thunderous roar that shattered the surrounding air. Yatsuki Aoi was sent flying backward over 10 meters, landing with his feet carving 2 long grooves in the ground before skidding back another 10 meters to finally regain his stance. With a serious yet exhilarated expression, he shook his slightly numb hand and laughed heartily. Huh? Good. Strong enough. Bring it on. He immediately activated his lightning release mode and accelerated towards Akimichi Choza, disregarding most of the distractions from Nara Shikahisa and Yamashiro Aoi. Boom. A series of clashes ensued with Akimichi Choza. The shadow imitation technique and the mind disturbance technique were somewhat effective against him, but the majority of their impact was forcibly dispelled by his chakra. In the lightning release chakra mode, these effects were minimized, as Yatsuki Aoi's attacks grew increasingly ferocious. Akimichi Choza could no longer withstand the assault and retreated from the multiplication technique, only to be sent flying by a punch from Yatsuki Aoi. Leave me behind. Yatsuki Aoi suddenly shifted his focus, charging directly at Nara Shikahisa, fully aware that he was the commander and strategist of the Leaf Ninjas in this skirmish. If he could eliminate Nara Shikahisa, the ensuing battle would become significantly easier. Perhaps they could even penetrate deep into the Land of Fire. However, at that moment, a flash of golden light appeared, and a figure unexpectedly materialized before Nara Shikahisa. Rasengan, a voice called out, as a hand formed a blue chakra sphere that collided with Yatsuki Aoi's fist. Both the newcomer and Yatsuki Aoi were sent flying backward over 10 meters before coming to a stop. Minato, you finally arrived. If you hadn't, we would have truly been overwhelmed. Nara Shikahisa and the others exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the newcomer, feeling an immense sense of relief. Shikahisa, you take the others and retreat. I'll hold them off, Minato instructed, nodding towards Nara Shikahisa and then turning to face Yatsuki Aoi. Understood. Shikahisa and the others recognized that staying behind would only complicate matters for Minato, and they readily agreed. They commenced their withdrawal, knowing that once they were safely away, no one could hope to detain Minato with his speed and the unique properties of the Flying Thunder God technique. Where do you think you're going? When Yi Yu AI arrived, How could he allow Lu Jiao and his companions to have their way? He immediately activated the lightning release chakra mode, propelling himself towards Lu Jiao's group with remarkable speed, and bellowed, "Leave now. This path is blocked. Your opponent is me." Minato directly hurled several flying thunder god kunai around Yu AI, seemingly targeting the cloud shinobi to thwart their pursuit. However, in reality, he swiftly appeared behind Yu AI, conjuring a larger Rasengan to strike at his back. Yu AI, not one to be outdone, reacted swiftly, convinced of his unparalleled speed while in lightning release chakra mode. Sensing danger from behind, he did not hesitate. He gathered a thick layer of lightning release chakra in one hand and unleashed a powerful counterattack with his elbow, launching a heavy stream backwards. The Rasengan and the counterattack detonated upon impact. Yu AI was sent crashing to the ground, rolling several times before regaining his footing and charging at Minato once more. He realized that unless he dealt with Namikaze's Minato, he would not be able to pursue Lu Jiao and the others. Furthermore, having only heard of Minato's reputation, he was struck by his true prowess, earning the title of the Yellow Flash. His speed was indeed formidable, igniting Yu AI's competitive spirit. He resolved to settle the score with Minato today. Minato, on the other hand, recognized the challenge posed by Yu AI. This adversary was formidable in speed, offense, and defense, rendering most of Minato's attacks ineffective, which was quite frustrating. Aware that he could not overcome Yu AI, Minato decided to focus on holding him back while Lu Jiao and his group distanced themselves from danger. Thus, Minato commenced his display of flying thunder god techniques. Kunai flew through the air in a chaotic manner as he appeared beside a succession of cloud shinobi, leaving none unscathed. "Damn it! How dare you!" Yu AI's fury surged as his fleeting admiration for Minato vanished, replaced by intense hatred and disdain. "You think you're impressive? Bullying the weak is no true skill," Yu AI shouted, relentlessly pursuing Minato. Yet, Minato's mastery of the flying thunder god technique allowed him to appear unpredictably, leaving Yu AI scrambling in vain. The cloud shinobi, unfortunately, suffered the consequences. Within mere moments, over 10 of them fell. "Damn it! Stop right there!" Yu AI, infuriated, unleashed his full combat power in pursuit of Minato, launching a series of powerful attacks in an attempt to halt him, but to no avail. Ultimately, in a fit of rage, he could only command, "Withdraw, immediately retreat," gathering the remaining cloud shinobi around him. He prepared to escort them away while remaining vigilant against Minato's continued assaults. What a pity! Upon witnessing the situation, Watergate relinquished his offensive, swiftly appearing several dozen meters away from Yu AI, observing as they gradually retreated from the area. "Wolfing Watergate, you wait for me. The humiliation of today Yu AI, shall remember. Next time, I will make you pay dearly." The distant echoes of Yu AI's furious shouts resounded. Watergate merely smiled lightly, undisturbed by such sentiments. In the theater of war, where life and death intertwined, one utilized every means available. He did not perceive himself as having erred in any way. However, Yu AI was indeed formidable. His defenses were remarkably strong. This was merely the son of the Raikage. One could only wonder how robust the defenses of the third Raikage, known as the strongest shield, would be. It seemed that I must either learn or develop a jutsu with greater offensive power and penetration capability, Watergate reflected during his return journey. This encounter had unveiled his shortcomings: ample speed, yet insufficient attack power. Faced with opponents like Yu AI and the third Raikage, he could only entangle them without inflicting any damage, which was rather vexing. Subsequently, he also went to assist other surviving squads, vanquishing the pursuing cloud shinobi, before finally arriving at the border defense lines of the Land of Fire, where he reunited with Liang Kong and Jiao. Watergate. Upon seeing him, Lu Jiao and the others approached with gratitude etched upon their faces. "Thanks to your timely arrival, we might have perished here otherwise." "No need for such flattery," Watergate chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. He then inquired earnestly, "What remains of our forces here? What is the precise situation on the enemy's side?" These were his primary concerns at present. Lu Jiao promptly replied, "Originally, we had over 1,500 ninjas, but now, only 767 remain, with more than 100 of them injured. Many more have perished during the escape, hunted down by the cloud shinobi. Without your arrival, we would have been at a complete loss regarding our next steps. By the way, how has Lord Hokage arranged matters? Are there reinforcements aside from you?" Relying solely on you may not suffice to hold this position. Indeed, there are reinforcements. Watergate affirmed with a nod. When I departed, Lord Hokage was already organizing support, with an estimated force of around 2,000. However, they will require several days to arrive. As you are likely aware, the journey is lengthy, and not everyone possesses the Flying Thunder God technique like me. Additionally, Lord Hokage has dispatched shinobi eagles to the eastern battlefield to summon Senior Shuo Mao and Bai Chun for reinforcement. Their arrival should be relatively swift. Likely within the next couple of days, Watergate elaborated. Oh, Lu Jiao and the others expressed surprise. Are you referring to Bai Chun, who recently made a name for himself on the Eastern Front by single-handedly defeating the Zero Hidden? If he joins forces with Shuo Mao and the others, we will not be outmatched in terms of upper-tier combat strength against the Cloud Shinobi. Of course, this is contingent upon the Third Raikage not intervening, otherwise, I still harbor considerable concerns. The Third Raikage's power exceeds conventional standards and is not something an ordinary shadow-level ninja can compare to. Although he has yet to reach the level of the original generation or that of Uchiha Madara, he is undoubtedly significantly stronger than the legendary Sannin, Hanzo of the Salamander. However, the Third Raikage excels in speed, defense, and offensive power, placing him among the elite. Upon hearing the name of the Third Raikage, Minato slightly furrowed his brow and inquired, I heard from Lord Hokage that he has arrived. Why did I not see him earlier? The son of the Raikage, Yagami AI, was already nearly his equal, and Minato could scarcely imagine the extent of the Third Raikage's strength. It is entirely normal that you did not see him, Jukyu replied, nodding. He only participated in the initial wave of attack, after which command was entrusted to his son, Yagami AI, and the shadow, Zabu. It seems the Third Raikage has returned to Kimogakure. At least, that is what we have gathered. Even Jukyu found it perplexing why the Third Raikage acted in such a manner. If he had unleashed his full power, it would have been a daunting challenge for them to withstand, even with Minato's presence, and successfully retreat. This situation appeared rather strange. It seemed there were plans at play regarding the hidden cloud that were unknown to them. Doubts began to arise in Minato's mind. However, with so little useful information at hand, he could not speculate further and decided to dismiss his thoughts. He turned to Jukyu and stated, Let Pure assume command of the camp as our high-end combat force. We shall await the arrival of Senior Shikomo and see what arrangements Lord Hokage has in store. Minato surmised that the Third Raikage would designate Shikomo as the overall commander here. In terms of qualifications, experience, and strength, Shikomo was undoubtedly more suited than either himself or Jukyu. Very well, Jukyu agreed, yet he expressed a hint of concern. However, is it truly wise to summon both Senior Shikomo and Lord Bai Chun from the Eastern Front? I understand that the Eastern Front achieved a significant victory thanks to Bai Chun, but the Hidden Mist suffered severe losses. They have even retreated, showing no signs of launching further attacks. Yet, all of this hinges on Bai Chun and Shikomo's presence as a deterrent. Without a viable solution for Bai Chun and Shikomo, the Hidden Mist would not dare to act rashly. That is indeed a concern I share, Minato acknowledged with a nod of apprehension. Yet, this is Lord Hokage's decision, and I cannot intervene. I have heard that the Uchiha clan has dispatched numerous shinobi to support that front. They should be arriving soon, and with their reinforcements. Even if Bai Chun and Shikomo were to leave, the Hidden Mist would likely refrain from acting too recklessly, wouldn't they? Even if they did, the Uchiha are not to be underestimated. Let us hope so, Jukyu replied, nodding in agreement. One could discern from his expression that he fundamentally disagreed with the Third Raikage strategy of reallocating forces. While the situation at the Kimogakure battlefield was indeed dire, it would have sufficed to send either Shikomo or Bai Chun as reinforcements from the Eastern Front. Yet, the Third Raikage had chosen to summon both. This decision clearly raised significant concerns. With Minato's mention of the Uchiha clan's support, Jukyu suddenly grasped the situation entirely. Yet again, it was a case of internal strife. Even in such a critical moment, the higher-ups in Konoha, including the Hokage, were still embroiled in their own conflicts, which was utterly incomprehensible. Regrettably, what could he possibly say? Nothing at all. Even now, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans remain steadfast supporters of the Hokage. They can only watch helplessly. On the Eastern Front, Bai Chun and Shuo Mao received the Third Hokage's orders half a day later. The speed of the shinobi eagles is indeed remarkable. What? You want me and my teacher to reinforce the Hidden Cloud battlefield? Is it on the verge of collapse? After Shuo Mao explained the situation, Bai Chun was left speechless. What is the third Hokage thinking? Has he lost his mind? Surely he does not believe that a minor victory over the Mist Village grants them complete security. The enemy is currently refraining from attacking only because they cannot counter my ninjutsu threat, once I depart, even with you here. They will dare to launch an offensive and reclaim their honor. Now, we have both been reassigned. While the Hidden Cloud battlefield may find salvation, this side is likely to deteriorate. He had long heard of the Uchiha reinforcements arriving, and could easily imagine the underlying motivations. Danzo and the third Hokage appear to be conspiring against the Uchiha, aiming to ensnare them. TSK, a despicable bunch. Bai Chun expressed his disdain. Ahem, Shuo Mao, after hearing this, cleared his throat and, somewhat exasperated, patted Bai Chun's head, saying, "It's enough to understand the situation internally. Voicing it could lead to trouble. Thankfully, there are no outsiders in the camp or nearby. Otherwise, if these words reached the third Hokage, Bai Chun would undoubtedly be in hot water. Yet, Bai Chun is not one to tolerate injustice. Heaven knows what chaos could ensue. It seems my teacher agrees with my assessment." Hee. Bai Chun smiled faintly. The former Shuo Mao would never have entertained such thoughts. His ideological transformation of Shuo Mao has proven quite successful. However, all of this pales in comparison to the task at hand. Let us greet Kakashi, and then we shall depart. Time waits for no one. The situation in the Hidden Cloud is precarious, and we cannot allow them to breach our defenses, or else the situation will spiral into catastrophe. Currently, the Hidden Stone has not launched a full-scale assault. Anoki remains cautious and hesitant. However, should the Hidden Cloud battlefield fall, that old man will likely launch a reckless attack, seizing a substantial portion of territory from the Land of Fire. This is undoubtedly a matter where a single thread can unravel the entire tapestry. At that point, both the Mist and Sand villages would likely coordinate a full-scale assault against the Land of Fire. The nature of seizing resources differs greatly from that of exerting effort. Bai Chun nodded, then added, "Nevertheless, I believe we should leave a shadow clone here to delay the enemy for as long as possible. This should secure us some peace. Furthermore, I cannot trust Kakashi to remain here. Perhaps we should send him back? It is far too dangerous for him to stay." Before long, once their shadow clones dissipate or they appear on the Hidden Cloud battlefield, the Mist will undoubtedly react, and the intensity of the conflict here will surge. Without a master here to stabilize the situation, I cannot rest easy with Kakashi left behind. If things go awry, we could turn to ash. Fortunately, Shuo Mao did not refuse this time, even without Bai Chun's insistence. He is also prepared to do the same. It seems that the third generation would have no objections. After all, Kakashi is the only heir in their family. It is quite reasonable for a father to risk his life on the front lines while sending his young son back home. Isn't it? Immediately, Shuomo instructed Bai Chun to summon Kakashi and briefly explain the situation to him, advising, "You should return to Konoha now. Bai Chun and I are about to set off." Although Kakashi felt somewhat reluctant and wished to accompany them, he ultimately nodded in agreement, considering his own strength. "All right. I will strive to ensure that I do not become a burden next time." He was determined not to encounter situations that would cause his father and Bai Chun worry again. "Haha, I believe in you," Shuomo said with a smile, ruffling Kakashi's hair. He then called upon several elite jonin to inform them of the situation and to ensure their cooperation. Shuomo and Bai Chun left behind a shadow clone, while their true selves executed a transformation technique, quietly departing the camp and swiftly making their way towards the battlefield in the Land of Clouds to the north. Given their speed, it would take them at least a day to reach their destination. If Bai Chun were willing to reveal his instantaneous teleportation ability, they could shorten the journey to just over an hour. However, this method has a drawback. The distance is related to mental perception, and the further the distance, the exponentially greater the consumption. In comparison, the Flying Thunder God technique, with its coordinate positioning, seems to have considerably lower consumption for long-distance transportation. As long as there are coordinates, distance is not an issue. "Teacher, let us take a break and set off tomorrow morning. Otherwise, once we arrive, we won't be able to maintain our peak combat effectiveness." After traveling most of the distance, as night fell, he said to Shuomo, "That works." Shuomo agreed without hesitation, and he and Bai Chun found a suitable place to rest. Bai Chun even took out a considerable amount of delicious food that he had conjured from his space ring, inviting Shuomo to join him. Of course, he didn't forget to summon Pikachu and prepare an energy cube for it. "You rascal." Shuomo chuckled incredulously as he looked at the abundance of food on the tablecloth, turning to Bai Chun and asking, Just how much food did you store in your space ring? It feels as if it will never run out. How much have we consumed these days at the Eastern camp? Shuomo was beginning to doubt the capacity of Bai Qin's space ring, while feeling envious of its preservation function. Remarkably, the dishes were still warm, as if freshly prepared, which was simply astonishing. Hee. Bai Chun replied with a mysterious smile. Perhaps it really will never run out? In any case, just eat, teacher. Don't concern yourself with the details. I want to tell you. Digging too deeply into matters is not a good habit. All right. Shuomo shook his head helplessly. I want to ask. It would be great if you could also add such a preservation feature to my space bracelet. With fresh, delicious hot meals, who would want to gnaw on military rations? Those things are truly unfit for human consumption. Each meal presents a challenge to both my palate and my endurance. The most alarming aspect is that Shuo Mao has grown accustomed to it over the years. He would prefer never to adapt. I wonder how long I must wait for that moment. Once I have thoroughly researched and mastered it, I shall speak. Bai Qin shrugged his shoulders. The truth of the matter is known only to him and Xiao. In the future, when the corresponding abilities are acquired, we shall discuss it further. After the meal, Bai Qin voluntarily kept watch for half the night. As usual, he ventured into the tent he had set up for himself, then crawled inside. Upon witnessing this scene, Shuo Mao's eyes twitched slightly, and he mused. This kid truly knows how to enjoy himself. He even has his tent completely prepared. What a waste of space. I suspect Bai Qin's spatial ring is infinite. Teacher, it's time for the shift change. You should get some rest. Upon the arrival of the shift change, Bai Qin was awakened by the alarm he had set, emerged from the tent, packed it away, and then produced another pre-assembled tent, presenting it to Shuo Mao, saying, Here, this tent is a gift for you. Wait, how do you have another one? Shuo Mao was left speechless. How many pre-assembled tents have you prepared? Last time, Kakashi complained about how Bai Qin always carries a spare tent. Kakashi mentioned that the tent Bai Qin gifted him was not set up. Who knows? Bai Qin shrugged. It's always prudent to be prepared. Just don't worry about it. Teacher, go to sleep quickly. Why dwell on such matters? It is utterly meaningless. Very well. What else could Shuo Mao say? He could only helplessly crawl into the tent and begin to sleep. Bai Qin waited until Shuo Mao was asleep. Then, with a thought, left a shadow clone outside while he quietly entered the world within his spatial ring. It had been precisely 20 days since the last exchange. Bai Qin had accumulated 10 opportunities for exchange. Today, he felt inclined to utilize the new feature of his exchange ability, to lock onto a previously exchanged world and see if he could acquire what he desired. As for the world, he chose the pirate world. This time, he decided to expend all 10 opportunities to see if he could obtain what he wished for at tenfold exchange rates. With this in mind, Bai Qin retrieved a copy of the insights on the thousand-hand sword technique and the Kiki flow sword technique, then silently chanted the word exchange. In the next instant, everything in his hands vanished. In the pirate world, at the Marine headquarters Marineford, Ace, I have come to rescue you. At that moment, the war on the summit had already erupted. Luffy, gazing at Ace, who was kneeling on the execution platform, shouted loudly. At that moment, none of his companions were by his side. Although they had received 2 opportunities in succession, significantly enhancing Nami and the crew's strength, they had still provoked the celestial dragons on Sabaody Archipelago, and the starfish had sent out Huang to capture them. Ultimately, it was not one of the 7 warlords of the sea, but rather Bartholomew Kuma, a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, who timely intervened to rescue them, sending them scattering across the first half of the Grand Line. They had long since been captured by Kizaru and taken to the underwater prison, Impelled Down. At this moment, Luffy had managed to infiltrate Impelled Down through Hancock and, after numerous tribulations, reached Marineford. The battle had already ignited at this juncture. Over there, Akainu was being ruthlessly pummeled by Whitebeard, blood spewing forth in copious amounts. Luffy. Ace looked at Luffy in astonishment. Then, with tears welling in his eyes, he bellowed, You fool! Why did you come here? Was he not aware of his younger brother's capabilities? Was this battlefield one he could possibly navigate? Was he not courting death? Did he think that his elder brother might find the afterlife too lonely and wished for companionship? Ace was filled with both anger and emotion. Hee. Luffy replied, adjusting his straw hat with a grin. I told you. I came back to save you because you are my brother. Huh. Straw Hat Luffy is the brother of Portgas D. Ace? Does this mean he too bears the infamous bloodline of the Pirate King? Are you foolish? Did you not notice his name is Monkey D. Luffy? Does that surname not ring a bell? Huh. You are hopeless. Straw Hat is clearly the grandson of the naval hero Monkey D. Garp. Did you not see their striking resemblance? The grandson of Garp? Does that imply this little brat is the son of the most notorious criminal, the Revolutionary Army's dragon? Perhaps. Click, click. What kind of family is this? Pirates, Marines, and revolutionaries. Are they attempting to encompass all the formidable factions? 3 generations of eccentricity. Many listeners, upon hearing the exchange between Luffy and Ace, began to speculate. The ensuing scenes bore little difference from what had transpired before. As time progressed, aided by Garp's intervention, Luffy and the others successfully rescued Ace and commenced their escape. Meanwhile, Whitebeard chose to hold the rear, obstructing the Navy and the warlords in their pursuit of the Whitebeard pirates. Ha ha ha. Long time no see, old man. At this point, Blackbeard made his flamboyant entrance. Teach. Upon seeing Blackbeard, Whitebeard's pupils constricted sharply. His eyes filled with murderous intent as he roared at Blackbeard. You, above all. I shall never forgive. Die. In the next instant, Whitebeard raised his fist, a radiance coalescing around it, and lunged at Blackbeard, delivering a thunderous blow. Old man, you're causing a commotion. Blackbeard shamelessly pleaded for mercy, hoping to soften Whitebeard's heart or create an opening for a counterattack. He understood Whitebeard all too well. He was a fool who regarded his crew as true family. This familial bond was his greatest vulnerability. No one comprehended Whitebeard better than Blackbeard. With such thoughts in mind, Blackbeard did not underestimate the situation. He silently summoned his full strength, fortifying his body with armament haki while simultaneously activating the powers of the dark fruit to prepare for retaliation. At that moment, Blackbeard's expression suddenly changed. What is happening? Where's my haki? My observation haki? My dark fruit abilities? He abruptly realized that all the years of training in haki had vanished in an instant. Even the powers of his carefully plotted dark fruit were now beyond his reach. A profound terror enveloped him. Crack! Just then, Whitebeard's fist came crashing down, shattering the air around them as Blackbeard's expression turned to one of sheer horror. Without the protection of his armament haki, observation haki, and the capabilities of the dark fruit, how could Blackbeard withstand a single enraged punch from Whitebeard? His entire body was obliterated, blood spilling everywhere. Whitebeard, taken aback, stared at the scene before him. He could not comprehend why Blackbeard had suddenly lost his haki and abilities. Had he experienced a moment of epiphany? Certainly not. It must be that some unforeseen calamity had occurred. However, none of this mattered to Whitebeard. The death of Blackbeard was paramount, the most gratifying resolution. Thus, the pent-up frustration within him began to dissipate. As long as he could ensure that Ace and the others escaped safely, this endeavor would be deemed a success. As for himself, feeling the cessation of his own heartbeat, Whitebeard could not help but erupt into hearty laughter. The new era no longer had room for the remnants of my old era. My journey is nearing its end. My sons, allow me to escort you one last time. With a boisterous laugh, Whitebeard charged towards Akainu, who was pursuing Ace and Luffy, raising his fist with a brilliant light condensing around it before crashing down upon Akainu's head. Whitebeard's appearance was so swift that Akainu, fixated on chasing Ace and Luffy, did not react in time and was struck squarely on the head, plummeting into the ice below. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Akainu glared at Whitebeard, fury etched across his face. Whitebeard, you seek death. Dad! Ace exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Whitebeard come to his aid. Dad, let us escape together. Ha ha ha. You little brat, don't make me repeat myself. Hurry and go. Whitebeard retorted angrily. Ace was a fine son, but was this really the time for him to be so obstinate? You reckless child, do you wish to render my efforts futile? Get out of here. Live well with the Whitebeard pirates. Do not disappoint my expectations. With a fierce reprimand, he then bellowed, Marco, take them and go. Yes, Dad. At that moment, Marco descended from the sky, seizing Luffy and Ace, and soaring towards the distant pirate ship. Akainu attempted to pursue them, but was thwarted by Whitebeard's onslaught. You damn old fool. Akainu seethed, relentlessly attacking Whitebeard, seeking to drive him back and chase after Ace and Luffy. In his eyes, Whitebeard was merely a fading relic, less significant than Ace and Luffy, who were the true threats that must be eliminated. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard listened and laughed heartily. I was destined to perish. Yet I do not mind taking you, this mad dog, with me. With that, Whitebeard unleashed another powerful punch towards Akainu. Flame burst. Akainu retaliated without hesitation. Freezing capsule. Lightspeed kick. At that moment, The reinforcements of Kizaru and Akiji arrived, both unleashing their formidable techniques against Whitebeard. Already at his limit, Whitebeard staggered under the onslaught of their attacks. As he observed the Whitebeard pirates crossing the gate of justice and sensed several strong presences swiftly approaching, a relieved smile appeared on his face. Gah! The thunderous laughter echoed. Ultimately, Whitebeard stood and died amidst such laughter. If one were to investigate closely at that moment, they would notice something was amiss within Whitebeard's body. What could it be? The commotion had subsided, and after having satisfied his desire for battle with Whitebeard in Vista, Mihawk was preparing to depart. Suddenly, 2 scrolls appeared before him. Curiously, he glanced around but could not discern the source of these items. He decided to open one. Upon inspection, Mihawk's brow furrowed slightly. An art? A pathway from another world? This is rather intriguing. The newfound information in his mind revealed the origins of these scrolls. Mihawk was taken aback. Could it be that another world truly exists? These items were indeed worthy of thorough study. Perhaps they could offer a new avenue for breakthroughs and lead him to explore higher realms of swordsmanship. With this thought, Mihawk leaped away from the high platform. Soon departing from Marineford, the battle had reached a conclusion, and there was no longer a reason for him to remain. Gentlemen, I have come to put an end to this war. Too many lives have been sacrificed. I implore you for a moment of grace. Let this battle cease. Moments later, the one-armed man stepped onto the soil of Marineford, boldly announcing in the face of Sengoku's inquiries and the hostile gazes of Akainu and others. The footage concluded here. Thus, what was acquired this time? Was it Blackbeard's will and malice, or something else? Why did the final exchange yield items for Mihawk? Bai Chun, after watching, expressed his confusion regarding the situation. Just then, 3 crystals and 2 devil fruits suddenly materialized, gently descending into Bai Chun's hands. Simultaneously, he received information about these 5 items in his mind. His eyes widened in astonishment, and he exclaimed, "What the? This is the designated multiple exchange mode? I've struck it rich. Haha. Blackbeard's Hockey Experience Crystal, a culmination of Blackbeard's lifelong hockey experience and strength. Merging, it grants direct access to all of Blackbeard's mastery of armament hockey and observation hockey. Its original owner was a king, though his character was regrettably lacking. Dark Fruit, a natural type devil fruit. Your transformative talent has disdainfully removed the weaknesses of the fruit, tenderly eliminating its flaws. This fruit bears no restrictions on consumption. It also encompasses all of Blackbeard Teach's insights into the development of the fruit. The essence of Whitebeard's Conqueror's Hockey. This crystallization embodies Whitebeard's lifelong experience and power of hockey, allowing one to directly acquire the entirety of Whitebeard's mastery and experience in all 3 forms of hockey. A relic left behind by the legendary Sea Overlord. The Tremor Fruit, a Paramecia-type devil fruit. Your transformative talent has disdainfully removed the weaknesses of the fruit, tenderly eliminating its flaws. This fruit bears no restrictions on consumption. It also encompasses all of Whitebeard Edward Newgate's insights into the development of the fruit. What a fortune! Am I destined for invincibility? Gazing at the treasures acquired, Bai Chen's eyes began to sparkle with excitement, his mouth watering. The devil fruit aside, are these 2 crystallizations of hockey experience for real? Upon fusion, can I directly obtain all of Blackbeard's mastery and experience in hockey? Bai Chun felt a sense of bewilderment. The observation hockey and Conqueror's hockey are one thing, but the armament hockey is intrinsically linked to one's physical prowess. His physique likely pales in comparison to Blackbeard's. After all, this individual had left indelible marks around the red-haired pirate's territory purely through martial arts and hockey before acquiring the dark fruit. His martial prowess and dual hockey were undoubtedly formidable. It was merely the absence of Conqueror's hockey that held him back. Otherwise, he would be even stronger. Naturally, a person as cunning and patient as him lacking Conqueror's hockey is to be expected, while the opposite would be peculiar. With such doubts in mind, Bai Chun opted to fuse with Whitebeard's crystallization of hockey experience. Instantly, a warm current surged through his entire being. Subsequently, Bai Chun felt as though he could perceive everything within a radius of 5,000 meters, even with his eyes closed. He could sense all movements within that range. Bai Chun's expression was complex. Is this the observation hockey? It is not merely a form of mental perception. Rather, it resembles an extension and transformation of the 5 senses combined with mental strength. Indeed, quite marvelous. Thus, my sensory capabilities have significantly enhanced. This surpasses superhuman perception in terms of subtlety and range. Simultaneously, due to previously consuming the Rumble fruit, Bai Chun acquired Enel's complete experience in developing that fruit, including the heart's guidance. Previously, without observation haki, he could not utilize the effects of heart's guidance. Now, however, the situation was different. He tentatively experimented, combining the electromagnetic capabilities of the Rumble fruit with observation haki, which expanded his perception range to a diameter of 10 kilometers. Terrifyingly vast. Yet, the transformation was not over. An extraordinarily fearsome aura emanated from Bai Chun, crashing down with a thunderous presence. The air around him began to distort, dust swirling chaotically, and fissures radiated outward from Bai Chun's center in all directions. Crack, crack. The ground itself began to fracture. The conqueror's haki awakened. At this moment, Bai Chun instinctively drew the chakra-long sword from his waist, effortlessly entwining it with the conqueror's haki, causing the blade to shimmer with a crimson glow, emanating a terrifying aura. Soon after, he sensed a peculiar power surging forth within his cells, invigorated by a warm current. With a mere thought, he directed this force outward, enveloping his body in a layer of dark sheen. Bai Chun then attempted to wrap this newfound strength around the chakra-long sword, transforming its hue to an obsidian black. The armament haki had awakened, yet it was not as fortuitous as it seemed. He had not acquired the full extent of Whitebeard's armament haki. Although the experience and training remained, he could only harness a power compatible with his own physicality. Nevertheless, this was to be expected, as he had not directly received the complete augmentation of Whitebeard's physique. He tested his abilities. He could execute techniques such as haki wrapping, shockwaves, and internal destruction. However, the more advanced applications of haki remained beyond his reach. It appeared that these techniques demanded a certain physical prerequisite, which was rather vexing. Patience was needed. He consoled himself, and then turned his gaze to the remaining 4 items. The Eagle Eye's Swordsmanship Experience Crystal contained all of Eagle Eye's swordsmanship training and skills, and its amalgamation would grant him the legacy of Eagle Eye's techniques. Previously, he had overlooked this aspect. This item, obtained from Eagle Eye, explained why it was ultimately exchanged with him. Perhaps it was the will of the pirate world's overarching consciousness that believed only Eagle Eye could unlock its full potential, thereby advancing the swordsmanship within that realm. Or perhaps it was a preparation for Zoro? Bai Chun pondered skeptically. After all, at this juncture, Zoro, the directionally challenged green-haired swordsman, had already been taken to Eagle Eye's lair by Bartholomew Kuma. He believed that upon Eagle Eye's return, a swift encounter with Zoro would ensue. According to the original timeline, Zoro would likely become Eagle Eye's disciple. At that time, Eagle Eye would presumably impart the secrets of the thousand-hand sword technique and the Kiki sword arts to Zoro, especially the latter, which not only included the family swordsmanship passed down by Kiki Sakumo to Bai Chun, but also the Breath of Thunder and its accompanying sword techniques, all of which Bai Chun had documented. The breath technique was particularly crucial for the pirate world. While its effects might be limited in other realms, it would likely undergo a transformative change within the pirate world due to its abundant life force and nutritional resources. Bai Chun had personally experienced this over the past year, during which he had frequently exchanged for the ferocious meat from the Sea King. He was acutely aware of the formidable effects these items could yield when combined with the breath technique. Thus, he promptly chose to fuse with the Eagle Eye's Swordsmanship Experience Crystal. In an instant, a plethora of swordsmanship images and insights surged through my mind, encompassing the essence of combat with a sword, the realm of the sword master's breathing, the ability to slice through iron, and the soaring cuts of the grand swordsman. Ultimately, it evolved into an unparalleled skill of severing all that exists, where everything is both slashed and spared, embodying a harmonious balance of rigidity and softness, an effortless release and restraint. Bai Chun's aura sharpened considerably. After a prolonged moment, Bai Chun opened his eyes, his gaze strikingly piercing, so intense that anyone who dared to meet his eyes at that moment would likely feel a sharp sting. Is this the realm of the Grand Swordsman? Truly formidable. Moreover, Eagle Eye is no ordinary Grand Swordsman. It is evident that he has reached the pinnacle of this level. Remarkable. Bai Chun realized he had gained immensely this time, as his swordsmanship had surpassed that of his mentor, Kiki Sakumo. The realm of swordsmanship in the ninja world indeed possesses its own grand swordsman level, with Kiki Sakumo currently residing within it, as does Mihawk from the Land of Iron. Bai Chun was uncertain about the existence of other grand swordsmen. though he surmised there must be some. Setting aside other regions, it was apparent that in every major nation, the prowess of its swordsmen could be assessed. With a mere thought, Bai Chun summoned 2 ordinary iron swords, attempting to attune himself to the frequency of the blacksmith's breath, and then swiftly sliced one sword against the other. Crack! The iron sword shattered into 2 segments, the breakage smooth and even. Subsequently, Bai Chun waved his hand towards a distant stone mountain and unleashed several sword strikes. Waves of flying slashes propelled forth, striking the mountain and leaving behind deep, elongated gashes, each cut exceeding several meters in depth, demonstrating their formidable power. Remarkably, devoid of chakra and relying solely on his physicality and swordsmanship, the generated slashing waves achieved such terrifying results. Indeed, no force should ever be underestimated. Bai Chun felt immense satisfaction with the swordsmanship of the pirate world. Regrettably, his physicality remained a limitation, preventing him from fully harnessing the potential of swordsmanship. He shook his head. Furthermore, his body was far from adapting to the techniques of Eagle Eye. It required extensive training to refine every muscle to the appropriate strength and resilience before he could truly unleash the might of this swordsmanship. Presently, while he could execute flying slashes, their potency was significantly diminished, merely at the level of a top-tier master. Next, Bai Chun turned his gaze towards the remaining 3 items. The crystallized experience of Blackbeard's hockey was no longer of use to him. While it could potentially offer new insights, its significance was minimal. Blackbeard could not possibly surpass Whitebeard in the domain of the dual hockey, so perhaps it would be best to reserve it for others, or perhaps for Pikachu. Bai Chun hesitated, ultimately deciding to place this item in the treasury of his beast space, intending to revisit it later when he had clearer thoughts. As for the dark fruit and the quake fruit, there was no doubt they were exceedingly powerful devil fruits. How should I proceed with them? Consume them both? Or consider other options? Bai Chun felt conflicted. The power he currently possessed was somewhat chaotic. Perhaps he needed to take some time to organize and integrate his abilities. With this thought, Bai Chun hesitated no longer. He swiftly consumed both devil fruits. Skyquake. Then, Bai Chun clenched his fist, a radiant light coalescing upon it as he struck the air before him with formidable force. Crack! The air erupted violently, shattering into fragments. A fierce tempest arose, sending dust swirling in all directions, while the ground within a radius of several hundred meters fractured beneath the intensity. The mere vibration of the air had sufficed to create such a spectacle. One could only ponder the magnitude of destruction that might ensue should one truly master the ability to shatter space and even time itself. Bai Chun found himself lost in such musings. This was not mere fanciful thinking. It was a plausible possibility. The prerequisite was the ability to harness the powers of the fruit to such an elevated extent while also enduring the repercussions of that immense force. Possessing the extensive mastery of the tremor fruit that Whitebeard had cultivated, Bai Chun understood that the true limitation on Whitebeard's utilization of its power lay in his physical constitution. The frailty he exhibited in his later years, with a body riddled with ailments, was a direct consequence of the backlash from the tremor fruit's might. Otherwise, with his monstrous physique and profound martial arts prowess, he should have lived far longer. Observing figures like Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr, particularly Garp and Zephyr, who despite their advanced years remained robust and youthful, Bai Chun felt a tingling and slight pain in his fist and body from the sheer force of his own strike. This power truly was a double-edged sword. However, could the application of vibrational force also be utilized for bodily enhancement, especially for regions such as internal organs, skeletal structure, and bone marrow where conventional methods fell short? Bai Chun recalled similar training techniques and descriptions from his previous life. Though they might have been mere fabrications, there was a glimmer of possibility therein, especially now that he wielded the power of the tremor fruit. When time permitted, he could indeed explore the development of this capability. If successful, it would be a tremendous boon. Bai Chun pondered. In due course, by persistently applying the vibrational force in conjunction with the thunder body refinement technique, he would undoubtedly accelerate the enhancement of his physique, ultimately reaching a point where he could wield the tremor fruit without reservation. Having completed his experiment with the tremor fruit, Bai Chun opened his right hand, conjuring a dark vortex, murmuring in astonishment. I initially believed that the tremor fruit, hockey, and hawk-eye swordsmanship were my greatest acquisitions. Yet I was unexpectedly gratified by the dark fruit. Bai Chun's expression was complex, but predominantly filled with excitement and anticipation. Due to the talent exchange eliminating weaknesses and flaws, upon consuming the dark fruit, Baichun did not suffer the adverse effects of increased pain as did Blackbeard. Simultaneously, upon receiving the information about the dark fruit, he discovered certain abilities and insights that had not previously been revealed in his past life. Remarkably, the dark fruit could sever the bloodline abilities of its wielders, absorbing or bestowing them upon others. Could this be the fundamental reason behind Blackbeard's ability to usurp the powers of other devil fruit users? Baichun speculated boldly, convinced that his hypothesis was indeed correct. Regrettably, when Blackbeard met his demise, he had yet to devour or strip the powers of other devil fruits. It seems he intended to start with Whitebeard, only to be unexpectedly betrayed and perish. The emergence of this ability is indeed quite timely. Baichun licked his somewhat parched lips, exclaiming with excitement, I have long been fascinated by the Sharingan, Byakugan, Ice Shield, and Wood Release, those coveted bloodline limits. Unfortunately, I have not found a viable means of acquisition. After all, the current methods available in the ninja world for obtaining these bloodlines are fundamentally flawed, which is not what I desire. Now, the emergence of the dark fruit S ability is just perfect. Born in the ninja world, how can one not acquire a pair of Sharingan? Eternal Mangekyo, Rinnegan, Reincarnation Eyes, Sage Body, Wood Release. Wouldn't it be a waste not to pursue them? Baichun has a bit of a collecting obsession, always yearning to gather these powers. It matters little whether they are useful, he simply wishes to possess them. It seems that I must begin to covertly collect relevant materials. Baichun mused. Perfectly. He could utilize the likes of Kyo and Ju. According to the information Baichun received from Kyo and others, the Root Ninjas frequently undertake similar missions, all orchestrated by Danzo. Recently, Danzo has dispatched Root members to the Eastern Front to gather Sharingan. Baichun believes he could take part in this endeavor. Employing Danzo's people, utilizing Root members to serve his interests without the burden of wages or the effort of training. While deflecting all blame on a Danzo, what could be more exquisite than this? It appears that I must find the time to amass more Root Ninjas, ideally capturing them all in one sweep, thoroughly draining Danzo's resources, allowing him to experience the treatment of a distillery's gin. I can only imagine how grateful he will be once he learns of this in the future. With this thought, Baichun's smile grew ever more mischievous. However, all of this must await the right moment to unfold. He wasn't in a hurry. Subsequently, Baichun familiarized himself with the newly acquired powers within the confines of the spatial ring world before slipping out, silently exchanging places with the shadow clone, keeping watch outside. He then produced 2 additional shadow clones to join him in learning the sealing techniques. Mastering this was essential. Without it, mastering the lightning techniques would be impossible. The night passed without incident. On the following morning, Shua Mo awoke early. After enjoying a hearty breakfast with Baichun and Pikachu, the two set out once more. Let us pick up the pace. Having delayed for a night, I am somewhat concerned about the situation at the cloud-hidden battlefield, Shua Mo urged. All right. Baichun agreed without hesitation, and the two hastened their journey. Was it just an illusion? Why do I feel as though you've changed somewhat overnight? During their travels, Shua Mo scrutinized Baichun multiple times, ultimately unable to suppress his curiosity. Baichun's aura seemed notably more potent, and there was a sharper edge to his demeanor. He now exuded a sense of brilliance, yet there was a subtle return to simplicity, creating a striking contradiction. Logically, such opposing qualities should not coexist within a single individual. Moreover, Baichun's swordsmanship is merely at the novice level, far from achieving the state of returning to simplicity. He still lacks the sharpness that comes with mastery. Upon hearing this, Baichun immediately comprehended the situation. It was evident that his amalgamation of the formidable experiences of the white-bearded elder and the swordsmanship of Eagle Eye was the cause. He was still unable to perfectly merge and contain these energies. Perhaps a breakthrough in my swordsmanship last night contributed to this. He chuckled, quickly fabricating an excuse. Shua Mao rolled his eyes in response. He could easily discern the insincerity of this young man. If he didn't wish to share, then so be it. The teacher had no interest in prying further. As long as Baichun was aware of his own circumstances and it posed no threat to himself, that was sufficient. Shua Mao shook his head in resignation. His disciple was becoming increasingly enigmatic. The sudden emergence of his terrifying strength had already left him astounded. The flying techniques showcased on the Eastern Front, paired with the peculiar and formidable lightning-style ninjutsu, were unfamiliar to Shuang Mao. Was it truly developed by Bai Chun over the past 6 months? He believed it, yet not entirely. There were undoubtedly secrets concealed within. However, Shuang Mao chose not to dwell on it. On the battlefield bordering the land of fire and the land of rivers, at this very moment, Yanin, led by the likes of Yu AI, Killer Bee, and others, launched an assault on the position. Yanin had brought a force of 7,000 to 8,000, while Konoha was cautiously fielding fewer than 1,000, a staggering disparity of more than 8 times. Furthermore, Yanin boasted at least 3 or 4 individuals of shadow-level strength. Even with Minato's presence, Konoha could only endure, teetering on the brink of collapse. Faced with the combined assault of Yu AI and Killer Bee, Minato could barely hold his ground against the two. Yuin, charging at the forefront with his outer garments billowing, would have breached the defenses were it not for the combined efforts of Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza. The order to kill had been given among the shinobi. The power of the tailed beasts was about to be unleashed. Damn it, where are the reinforcements? This cannot continue. Are we unable to hold the line? Such reluctance. The situation was becoming increasingly dire as each of their ninjas faced multiple Yunin attackers, their numbers dwindling rapidly, and Shikaku and the others grew anxious. If this continued, they feared they would not be able to maintain their defenses and would face annihilation. Transform completely into a tailed beast and eliminate Namikaze Minato in one fell swoop. After several exchanges with Minato, Yu AI, growing impatient, unleashed his full power and shouted to Killer Bee. Yo, let me handle this, big brother. Killer Bee responded in his peculiar rhythmic tone, nodding. In the next moment, he transformed into a towering, 10-meter-high ox-headed octopus. Several massive tentacles swept away nearby, flying Thunder God Kanai, while others surged toward Minato. From the mouth of the 8 tails, a purplish-black, tailed beast ball began to coalesce. It was an all-out offensive from the outset. Hell Spike. As the Night Moon Ai surged forth, having evaded an attack using the Flying Thunder God technique, he locked onto a direction and charged forward with terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, he found himself face to face with Minato, who sensed a lethal threat, and, with a slight change in expression, thought to himself, this is bad. With that realization, Minato vanished once more from his position, reappearing over 10 meters away. Before he could even catch his breath, the 8 tails materialized before him, unleashing a tailed beast bomb. The bomb rapidly expanded to several meters in size, radiating a wave of terrifying energy as it hurtled toward Minato. He intended to use the Flying Thunder God technique to evade, only to discover that the trajectory of the tailed beast bomb was directed straight towards the area where Nara Shikaku and most of the Konoha ninjas had gathered. The Cloud ninjas nearby had already completed their evasive maneuvers, unbeknownst to him. Damn it! Minato's expression changed drastically upon witnessing this scene. He found himself caught in a dilemma, whether to evade or stand his ground. The tailed beast bomb was already upon him. What should he do? Minato cursed himself for not mastering the Flying Thunder God's guiding technique sooner. Had he done so, he would not find himself in such a passive position. He could have simply redirected the tailed beast bomb towards the Cloud ninjas. There was no choice but to confront it head-on. Kushina, I fear I may disappoint you. A bitter expression crossed Minato's face, quickly replaced by resolute determination as he prepared to meet the tailed beast bomb head-on. Suddenly, from the distant horizon, a thunderous roar echoed, and an orange streak of light shot forth at an alarming speed. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in Minato's mind. Minato-senpai. It's Hakuchin. Please dodge. The bomb is coming. Huh. Minato was momentarily taken aback, but without a second thought, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from his original position and reappearing over 10 meters behind Nara Shikaku and the others. Here, he had left behind a kunai marked with his Flying Thunder God technique. He prepared to rush towards Shikaku, still feeling somewhat uneasy. But the next instant, he witnessed the orange streak of light soaring through the sky, striking the tailed beast bomb. Boom. In an instant, the tailed beast bomb erupted violently, sending a small mushroom cloud spiraling into the air. The explosive shockwave and energy surged outward, creating a fierce gust that sent ninjas from both sides hurtling away for hundreds of meters, and even further. Simultaneously, the ground was left with a massive crater over 100 meters in diameter and more than 40 meters deep, resembling a colossal scar embedded in the earth. What? The 8 tails and Killer Bee were taken aback as they witnessed the premature detonation of the tailed beast bomb. both turning to gaze in the direction of the orange light. In the distance, a dark figure raced toward them with incredible speed. Moments later, Hakuchin appeared above the battlefield, carrying Shikaku with him. "Put me down," Shikaku exclaimed. Hakuchin immediately released his telekinetic grip, gently tossing Shikaku toward the ground. In midair, Shuangmao drew his short blade from his waist, transforming into a streak of lightning as he charged towards the cloud ninjas still entangled with the Leaf Village's warriors. In the blink of an eye, he was upon one of the cloud ninjas. A flash of silver sliced through the air, and the ninja felt a sharp pain in his neck as his world began to spin. Simultaneously, he perceived a familiar headless figure. It was his own body. Am I dead? With such thoughts, the cloud ninja's consciousness was forever engulfed in darkness. This transpired in the span of mere moments. One strike, one success. And Shuangmao did not pause for a heartbeat. With the thunder-breathing technique, he unleashed a rapid succession of 16 strikes. The blade of lightning reflected upon the battlefield 16 times. Thud! 16 cloud ninja figures collapsed directly to the ground. Yet, Shuangmao showed no signs of halting, efficiently reaping the lives of those cloud ninjas one after another. Damn it! Night Moon AI and his comrades were aghast. This is outrageous. The White Fang of Konoha, a master among the shadows, is indiscriminately harvesting the lives of mere Jonin, Chunin, and even Jinin? This is excessive. Without a moment's hesitation, Night Moon AI activated his lightning-release chakra mode and charged toward Shuangmao, who continued his grim harvest. Boom! In the next instant, a dazzling light crashed down in his path, nearly striking him. Although Night Moon AI narrowly evaded it with his extraordinary speed, he was forced to halt. Gazing up at Baichin in midair, fuming, "You little brat. Are you seeking death?" With that, the ground beneath him erupted as he soared into the sky, aiming for the 30-meter height where Baichin hovered. Hiss! Baichin let out a derisive laugh, with a mere thought. He shifted several meters to the side and instantly drew his chakra blade. The blade shimmered with an armament hue, turning it a deep black. Simultaneously, the Conqueror's haki enveloped the blade, staining it a dark crimson, while dark red lightning flickered around its edges. With a decisive strike, Baichin anticipated Night Moon AI's trajectory and swung his blade with ferocity. The dark crimson slash tore through the air, striking Night Moon AI in an instant, shattering his cloud thunder armor and inflicting a grievous wound upon him. A long, deep gash appeared on Night Moon AI's chest, blood splattering forth and staining his garments crimson. Gasp! Night Moon AI, astonished, looked down at the grievous wound. It was significant, and he could hardly believe it. His defenses had been breached, and he had sustained such a severe injury for the first time. Crucially, he could sense a strange force impeding the bleeding and preventing the wound from healing. Who on earth is this little brat? However, he had no time to ponder this, as the pain of his injury overwhelmed him, and a sense of weakness began to wash over him, compelling him to retreat. Big brother. At that moment, Killer Bee, in his full eight-tails form, rushed in alarm upon seeing his brother injured. Huh? Baichin scoffed disdainfully. Moon step. Shave. He swiftly combined the moon step with the shave technique, accelerating his flight with telekinetic force, and suddenly appeared before Yue AI in the night sky. With a mighty swing of his right fist enveloped in haki, his fist, encased in radiant white light, struck Yue's face with tremendous force. Crack! Instantly, the air around Yue's head shattered. The cloud thunder armor was obliterated, and Yue's face, indeed his entire head, seemed to contort, his skin rupturing and blood gushing forth. Whoosh! Subsequently, Yue was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing directly into the oncoming eight-tails form of Killer Bee. The impact knocked Killer Bee down from the air, and both plummeted to the ground, creating a crater of considerable diameter. Yue could no longer endure and lost consciousness. Big brother! Killer Bee exclaimed in alarm, immediately casting a furious glare at the airborne Baichin. Retreat! At that moment, the leader of the Cloud Hidden Forces, Barubi, bellowed at Killer Bee. In the brief span of mere moments since Baichin and Shuangmao's arrival, the battlefield had undergone a dramatic transformation. They had unexpectedly fallen into an absolute disadvantage. Over there, Ria and Minato had already begun to utilize their terrifying speed, ruthlessly decimating their ninjas, while Yue was instantaneously gravely injured by that young boy in midair, his life hanging in the balance. Barubi was frightened. As Killer Bee, the wooden puppet, and the ninja troops retreated, Barubi's composure began to falter. However, Killer Bee could not resign himself to such a retreat and sought to argue back. At this juncture, the Eight Tails advised, "B, let us pull back for now. Your brother's condition is dire. The bleeding shows no sign of stopping. If this continues, he may bleed to death. Moreover, do not underestimate that boy. I sense a dangerous aura from him that even unsettles me. It is quite peculiar. How can this be? My brother? All right, I will retreat." Killer Bee finally noticed that his brother's wound was indeed not stopping, blood continuously flowing, and his brother's complexion was growing increasingly pale. Panic-stricken, Killer Bee coiled an appendage around Yue AI and began to withdraw. Bai Chun, however, chose to disregard him. Recognizing that the majority of the Cloud Ninja forces were also commencing their retreat, he could not let this opportunity slip away. Rip, rip, rip. Immediately, he unleashed a barrage of electromagnetic cannons, raining down upon the Cloud Ninjas. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions erupted, akin to missiles leveling the paths of the retreating Cloud Ninjas. Ah, damn it. No, run. Numerous Cloud Ninjas were sent soaring into the sky from the blasts. Those who were not killed outright were left to drag their battered bodies while emitting desperate cries of despair. Yet, Bai Chun felt no pity for them. These were invaders. The very ones who had initiated the assault against the Land of Fire. Was death not their just reward? Remarkable. Truly impressive. The ninjas of Konoha were utterly astonished upon witnessing the scene before them. Gradually, they emerged from their frenzy, halting their pursuit, and stood in awe as Bai Chun appeared to descend like a deity, passing judgment upon the Cloud Ninjas. Is this truly the Konoha Thunder God, Bai Chun? Can he really be only 7 years old? It is said he will soon turn 8. Does that make a difference? How fortunate Konoha is to possess such a prodigy. We are saved. Lord Bai Chun, annihilate them. Vanquish them to avenge our fallen comrades. Ha! You wretched Cloud Ninjas, do you see this? It is time for you to experience the weight of oppression. In due course, the surviving Konoha ninjas could no longer restrain their excitement. The torment they had endured over the past few days had been unfathomable. Now, at last, their suffering had come to an end, and it was the Cloud Ninjas' turn to face retribution. Witnessing the Cloud Ninjas either sent soaring by explosions or writhing in agony on the ground. Even the most skilled among them felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Was there anything more refreshing than this, akin to savoring a chilled soda on a scorching summer day? At that moment, Shuo Imo and Minato had also come to a standstill, quietly observing the scene as Bai Chun unleashed his bombardment. Remarkably, Minato exclaimed in astonishment. Is this the reason why Bai Chun was able to repel the Mist's assault single-handedly, vanquishing hundreds of them? Truly terrifying. It was hard to fathom that this was merely a child of 7 or 8 years. Shuo Imo chuckled, replying, "Indeed, this child has far exceeded everyone's expectations. Having him on our side is a stroke of luck. This battlefield should stabilize, and we might even achieve victory." However, he acknowledged that they would soon face the third Raikage, a formidable adversary indeed. He wondered whether Bai Chun possessed the confidence to confront such a challenge. Shuo Imo did not allow the fleeting victory to cloud his judgment. Rather, he remained composed. Minato nodded gravely in agreement. "I have heard from Riku that the third Raikage is exceptionally powerful, excelling in offense, defense, and speed. Even the likes of Yue AI cannot be compared to him. It is said that he single-handedly faced the rampaging Eight Tails, suppressing it without sustaining injury. It is truly unimaginable how formidable he must be. At present, he can only match Yue AI evenly, neither can gain the upper hand." Thus, he admired Bai Chun. Whether it was the earlier display of strength in cleaving through Yue AI's assault or the current wide-ranging, powerful bombardment, these were abilities he lacked. He felt compelled to seek Bai Chun's wisdom afterward, to draw inspiration and perhaps glean some suitable advice. He did not necessarily wish to learn jutsu from Bai Chun. Even a few appropriate suggestions would suffice. Moreover, many of Bai Chun's techniques were indeed fitting, though the current method of bombardment was not suitable for him, as it consumed excessive chakra. He envied Bai Chen's chakra reserve, unaware that it was only recently that Bai Chen's chakra had become so abundant. The transformation of both mental and physical prowess had led to this remarkable increase in chakra. Watergate harbored many thoughts regarding his spiral sphere. He believed that further development could transform it into his ultimate offensive technique. Unfortunately, he lacked direction in his endeavors and decided to consult Bai Chun, who was renowned for his genius in ninjutsu creation. Surely, he would have some brilliant ideas, Watergate mused with great anticipation. Run. Escape. At that moment, the hidden cloud village was under siege. The cloud shinobi, stripped of their fighting spirit, were consumed by despair, desperately fleeing with the wind at their heels, fearing that the next bombardment would befall them. Damn those leaf brats. Barubi, witnessing this scene from the rear, felt a surge of rage. Is Lord Raikage not here yet? Tears streamed down Barubi's face, overwhelmed by frustration. He yearned to rush forward and halt Bai Chun, but felt powerless. Just then, Bai Chun noticed violent fluctuations in the space ahead and halted his attack, furrowing his brow. Is that the heavenly sending technique of the hidden cloud? Is the third Raikage arriving? He had already sensed Barubi's plea for aid through his observation haki and superpowers. Thus, he had been waiting for reinforcements. This war was utterly vexatious. He had augmented his strength through a new replacement technique. Therefore, he resolved to alter his approach, no longer pursuing a complete offensive. He wished to conclude the conflict swiftly, longing to visit the fairy realm and return to his training alongside Hong and the others. Remaining on the front lines was simply too tedious. At that moment, a beam of light descended, revealing the figure of the third Raikage, towering amidst the radiance. Wonderful! Lord Raikage has arrived. We are saved. The cloud shinobi exclaimed, tears of excitement brimming in their eyes. Finally, he has come. Lord Raikage, avenge our fallen comrades by eliminating that accursed brat. With the arrival of the third Raikage, the previously despondent atmosphere shifted dramatically. The third Raikage? This is bad. Bai Chun is in danger. Shimo, we must offer our support. Watergate's expression changed slightly as he turned to Shimo. Remain calm. Shimo replied, waving his hand in a composed manner. Let us observe Bai Chun's response. This kid's strength now surpasses ours by a considerable margin. If we charge in recklessly, we may only create chaos. We must maintain our composure during critical moments. Rest assured, I can handle the third Raikage. You two should be on guard against the Cloud Shinobi's assault. Having suffered such a significant setback, they are unlikely to relent easily. At that moment, Bai Chun's voice echoed in their minds. Regrettably, I was too lenient before, only eliminating over 1,000 of them. If only the third Raikage had arrived a little later. Watergate and Shimo's expressions twitched slightly at the mention of merely 1,000. Haha. If the hidden cloud villagers heard this, they would surely want to take vengeance on Tianming. Nevertheless, with Bai Chun's words, the two felt a sense of reassurance. Immediately, preparations were set in motion to organize personnel for defense, ready to respond to any potential counterattack from the Cloud Shinobi. Is it you, brat? Slaughtering the people of our shinobi village. The third Raikage, upon his entrance, glared fiercely at Bai Chun, who hovered in midair, demanding an answer. Hee. Bai Chun responded with a slight smile, producing a chakra coin from his palm. He summoned lightning, which swiftly coalesced, causing the coin to spin rapidly. Gazing down at the distant third Raikage, Bai Chun proclaimed, remember my name, Bai Chun, not just any brat. Third Raikage. In the next moment, Bai Chun aimed his focus towards the third Raikage and raised his hand, unleashing an electromagnetic cannon as a greeting. With a tearing sound, an orange beam of light sliced through the sky, hurtling towards the Raikage in an instant. Lord Raikage, be careful. The Cloud Shinobi, recognizing the familiar attack, could not help but shout a warning. The assault from the electromagnetic cannon had become a nightmare etched in their memories. Hell-piercing strike. The third Raikage reacted swiftly, activating his lightning release chakra mode. He aligned his four fingers on his right hand to meet the oncoming electromagnetic attack. Sensing the unusual state of his comrades, he chose not to evade. Is this your nightmare? Then let me shatter it with absolute power. If I do not, the strength of these thousands of shinobi may be diminished by half, he resolved, for he could not allow such a fate. He harbored grand ambitions that required the assistance of these warriors. After years of recuperation and accumulation of strength, was it not for this very moment? Boom. In the next instant, a violent crash resonated, accompanied by the sound of energy bursting forth. A terrifying shockwave radiated from the tip of the third Raikage's fingers, expanding outward in all directions, causing his hair and garments to flutter violently. The ground beneath him cracked and caved in, with the third Raikage himself sinking several meters into a semicircular pit. Witnessing this scene, the Cloud Shinobi were initially stunned, but soon erupted into unprecedented cheers. Incredible! Long live Lord Raikage! Lord Raikage is invincible. What leaf lightning god? Before our Raikage, do you even deserve the title? Our Raikage is the true lightning god. The Shinobi Thunder. The third Raikage, unharmed, successfully blocked Bai Chen's electromagnetic cannon, inspiring those present and dispelling the gloom in their hearts, as if victory was already at hand. It seemed as though Bai Chen had been vanquished by the third Reikage. How noisy indeed, Bai Chen remarked, taken aback by the jubilant cheers. Brat, you are quite impressive. The third Reikage looked up at Bai Chen, offering a commendation before his tone turned serious. However, precisely because you are impressive, I cannot allow you to continue to grow unchecked. Otherwise, you will become a formidable enemy for our hidden cloud in the future. Therefore, prepare to meet your end. Hell-piercing strike. The third Reikage raised his right hand at an angle, targeting the air above him where White Chin stood. His pinky and thumb curled, while the three fingers aligned, and the chakra armor enveloping him grew increasingly robust, his aura soaring. Boom. In the next instant, the third Reikage stomped his feet fiercely, causing the ground within several dozen meters of his position to collapse and fracture. He shot skyward like a bolt of lightning, surging toward White Chun at a speed surpassing the sound barrier, appearing before him in the blink of an eye. His hand crackled with razor-sharp lightning chakra, aimed directly at White Chen's chest, seemingly poised to pierce through him. In response, White Chen swiftly raised his right fist, enveloped in a deep black hue, with a dark crimson color entwining his entire arm, rendering it reminiscent of a demonic limb. Simultaneously, a brilliant white light coalesced around his fist, and he struck with tremendous force against the fingertips of the third Reikage. Zzz. Lightning flickered around their hands. Astonishingly, the third Reikage's attack was met head-on by White Chun. Before he could express his astonishment, cracks appeared in the space surrounding their hands, followed by a resounding shatter. The third Reikage felt a terrifying force of destruction surge from his fingertips into his arm and throughout half his body, accompanied by an intense stinging sensation. Boom. The air erupted, and a violent shockwave radiated outward. Both he and White Chun were propelled in opposite directions by the recoil. Crack. The third Reikage plummeted toward the ground at an astonishing speed, his right arm twisted into an unnatural form. He distinctly felt that the bones in his entire right arm had fractured into several pieces, and the muscles and tendons sustained severe damage. The skin of his arm split open in multiple places, blood oozing forth. Boom. He crashed into the earth, creating a massive pit, spitting out blood. The third Reikage could no longer withstand the force of the recoil. It wasn't merely the impact with the ground that injured him. The peculiar power from White Chen's punch had coursed through his arm into his body, causing internal damage. Coupled with the collision with the ground, his injuries were substantial. In contrast, White Chen fared far better, propelled upward into the sky by the recoil, rising over 100 meters before dissipating the force and coming to a halt. How could this be? The Reikage has been injured? The Reikage actually lost in a direct confrontation? The Cloud Ninja, witnessing the severe damage to the Reikage's right arm and the sight of him spitting blood, found it hard to believe. The earlier cheers had faded into silence, the atmosphere growing unbearably oppressive. In their hearts, the invincible image of the third Reikage began to crumble. Conversely, the surviving ninjas from Konoha erupted into cheers at this turn of events. Hooray! Long live Lord White Chun. Lord White Chun is invincible. Unbelievable. Could it be that Lord Bai Chun has triumphed over the third Reikage in a head-on confrontation? Am I truly dreaming? Nara Shikaku and the others exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting profound disbelief. The youth of today are indeed terrifying. To think that one could emerge victorious even against the formidable third Reikage. How astonishing. A look of sheer amazement adorned Nara Shikaku's face. Indeed, Akimichi Chosen nodded in agreement, remarking that it felt as though the history of geniuses within the ninja world was about to be rewritten. Yamashiro AI chuckled and remarked, "Isn't this a good thing? We need not worry about the invasion from Kumogakure any longer. Rather, it is they who should now be concerned." Not far away, Minato and Kakashi wore expressions of utter astonishment. How had Bai Chen's physique become so formidable that he could contend with a monster like the third Reikage? Kakashi pondered whether he had been completely outperformed by Bai Chen. Was this truly the strength and physique one would expect from a child of 7 or 8 years? Minato, with a wry smile, shook his head, reflecting, "People have always regarded me as a genius, but in comparison to Lord Bai Chen, I feel like an ordinary individual." This realization only strengthened his desire to seek guidance from Bai Chen. He felt fortunate to have readily agreed to Tsunade's request to provide Bai Chen with the complete set of sealing techniques. Surely, Bai Chen would remember this favor. With such a connection, he believed he could receive instruction from Bai Chen. As for seeking advice on ninjutsu from a child significantly younger than himself, Minato felt no shame in that. Once news of the battle here spread throughout the ninja world, who would dare to underestimate Bai-chun? After all, this is a world where strength reigns supreme. If one possesses great power, that is the ultimate truth. What a formidable encounter it was. Had it not been for the abilities granted by the Gura no Mi, which mitigated much of the attack's force, relying solely on his armed and conqueror's haki might not have sufficed. He could have easily found himself at a disadvantage. Bai-chun slowly descended from the sky, shaking off the tingling sensation in his right arm, musing to himself. Indeed, such a long-established and renowned shadow-level powerhouse should not be underestimated. The combination of armed and conqueror's haki did indeed counteract a significant portion of the backlash from the Gura no Mi's abilities. That could be considered good news. Bai-chun reflected once more, realizing that it is through actual combat that one truly gains understanding. As Bai-chun floated beside the deep crater formed by the clash with the third Raikage, the Raikage struggled to rise from the earth, examining his twisted right arm. Clutching his chest with his uninjured hand, he gazed up at Bai-chun, and upon seeing the youthful visage before him, he momentarily felt disoriented. In that instant, he sensed that he had encountered something truly formidable. What a terrifying little brat. The third Raikage could not help but express his admiration for Bai-chun. Coughing violently, he expelled a mouthful of bloodied saliva before addressing Bai-chun. Youngster, this time, we of Kumogakure concede defeat. Present us with reasonable terms, and we shall withdraw our forces and cease hostilities. He is not a fool. Currently, due to his injuries, he is ill-suited for battle. To stubbornly confront an opponent, fully aware of his own limitations, is not a display of courage but rather an act of foolishness. Although he may appear to be a muscle-bound brute, he possesses considerable intellect and is far from being dim-witted. Thus, he has made what he believes to be the most prudent choice. Naturally, if circumstances permitted, he would prefer to engage in more noble endeavors. To this end, he would not hesitate to risk his life. However, given the results of their previous clash, he understands the futility of such aspirations. He sustained a grievous blow, while Bai-chun emerged unscathed, clearly not injured. The notion of defeating his opponent now seems rather unrealistic. Oh, Bai-chun, witnessing the formidable third Raikage concede defeat, is taken aback. He gazes deeply at the Raikage and proclaims, "Your Excellency Raikage, what remarkable fortitude! I accept this matter. As for the terms, I will have my mentor, White Fang, negotiate with you. I hope you will be straightforward and refrain from any tricks. Be prepared for substantial concessions, or I would not hesitate to pay a visit to the Hidden Cloud Village. Trust me, that is certainly not a scenario you would wish to witness." Bai-chun's words brim with menace. The third Raikage, upon hearing this, feels the veins on his forehead throb with tension, ultimately reacting in disbelief. How could this be? Impossible. The Raikage has actually been defeated? Why concede? We have not lost. We can still fight. The onlookers from the Hidden Cloud Village, witnessing this turn of events, are equally incredulous. Enough. All further discussions shall be left to the Raikage's discretion. Bubi interjected sternly. I speak with authority. A delegation will soon be sent to discuss the terms of the ceasefire. The third Raikage cast a lingering glance at Bai-chun before turning to rejoin his faction. Bai-chun, in turn, soared back to the side of Konoha. Oh, long live Lord Bai-chun. Lord Bai-chun is invincible. We have won. We have triumphed. The people of Konoha erupted into cheers, gazing at Bai-chun as if he were a hero. Teacher, Senior Minato. Bai-chun descended gracefully to join Shuo Mao and the others, greeting them with a wave. Well, how splendid. I never anticipated you would grow to this extent, Shuo Mao said with a look of pride, patting Bai-chun on the shoulder. However, Bai-chun suddenly inhaled sharply, his face paling slightly, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, though he quickly wiped it away, regaining his composure. Shuo Mao and Minato exchanged concerned glances, their expressions shifting to worry as they scanned their surroundings. Shuo Mao, furrowing his brow, pulled Bai-chun aside and asked in a hushed tone, "What happened? You appear to have sustained serious injuries. Did the Raikage harm you?" Both Shuo Mao and Minato were visibly anxious, their concern evident. It seemed surreal that such a powerful figure as the third Raikage could be so easily overwhelmed by Bai-chun. Yet, it appears Bai-chun is not unscathed, rather, he has merely concealed his injuries. Coughing lightly, Bai-chun shook his head and clarified, "It is not that. Rather, I overexerted my power and faced a backlash. However, in due time, I shall be able to recover. It is indeed a lesson learned from my insufficient physical constitution, particularly regarding my internal organs. Recently, I have been contemplating a novel technique to strengthen my physique, and I have made some progress. Once I refine it and practice for a while, I should be able to endure the backlash from this newfound power. This period, I suspect, will be measured in years. Previously, during my encounter with the third Raikage, I became overly exuberant and momentarily forgot the terrifying backlash of the tremor fruit. It has only now begun to manifest. My internal organs have sustained some damage, though fortunately, it is not severe. Additionally, I can clearly sense that my bones and muscles are still not sufficiently robust and require further honing. The feeling of being unable to fully unleash one's strength is quite stifling. So it is. Shoma nodded in understanding and admonished earnestly. I shall refrain from inquiring about the nature of your power. Henceforth, unless absolutely necessary, and before you can mitigate the backlash, do not recklessly wield such strength. You are still young, and your current capabilities are already formidable. There is no need to jeopardize your health. In his view, Bai Chun need not resort to such a power fraught with side effects. He has a long journey ahead of him. Indeed, Minato also advised, your health is of paramount importance. Bai Chun, there is no need for haste. With your innate talent, it is likely that you will soon attain a level of power devoid of adverse effects. Although he was curious about the nature of the power causing Bai Chun's backlash, he deemed it inappropriate to pry into another's secrets. Nevertheless, both Minato and Shoma surmised the source of the power, likely the technique Bai Chun employed during his 2 attacks that shattered the air. Yes, Bai Chun nodded with a smile. I understand. I will be more cautious in the future. He continued, the third Raikage will send someone over shortly for negotiations. I leave this matter in your capable hands. Teachers, remember to pursue the issue of compensation. Our losses are considerable, and relinquishing the claim for compensation would only exacerbate our losses. The Hidden Cloud Village will not forget our grievances and will strike again when the opportunity arises. Take heed. He feared that Shoma and the others might, under the influence of the third Raikage, forsake their claim to resources in the name of so-called peace. In the original timeline, this pattern persisted. Even in this timeline's second Great Ninja War, the third Raikage acted similarly. His rationale was that such actions would prevent enmity with the major ninja villages and promote peace. It is a nonsensical argument. They have attacked us time and again, and the battlefield is inherently a pursuit of greater interests. Konoha and the Land of Fire occupy the most desirable territory in the ninja world, which inevitably incites jealousy. As long as the stakes are high enough, war is unavoidable. Unless one were to unify the ninja world or possess absolute strength, maintaining peace between the villages is but a delusion. What relevance does the question of compensation hold? Both sides have endured years of conflict, with countless relatives lost at each other's hands. It is a matter of deep-seated enmity. If you do not seek compensation, will they cease to harbor resentment? What a naive dream. Nonetheless, Bai Chun finds it incomprehensible that the third Hokage espouses such a mediocre and appeasing ideology. It is truly a reflection of pitiable intelligence. In his view, reparations should not only be demanded but pursued with utmost vigor. Only then can the losses of Konoha be compensated, allowing it to recover and flourish more swiftly. Meanwhile, the Hidden Cloud, having sustained significant material losses, will inevitably be hindered in its developmental pace, falling further behind Konoha. In the future, as long as Konoha maintains its absolute strength and developmental advantage, the Cloud Ninjas will find it exceedingly difficult to instigate conflict with Konoha. This elementary principle, however, seems lost on the third Hokage. Perhaps he comprehends it, but chooses not to align with it? Bai Chun surmises that Danzo would likely concur with his perspective, while the third Hokage would not. This burden is one that Danzo cannot bear alone. Shwomo, evidently grasping the implications of Bai Chun's words, nodded in understanding. Rest assured, this victory was largely facilitated by your efforts. Your achievements will not be in vain. I will work alongside Minato, Jukyu, and others to expedite the implementation of this matter, ensuring that certain individuals are not afforded any opportunities. Clearly, Shwomo also endorsed Bai Chun's approach rather than that of the third Hokage. Minato, not one to be outdone in understanding, quickly recognized that Bai Chun was referencing the third Hokage. Having perused historical documents, he was well aware of the third Hokage's past actions. He earnestly assured Bai Chun, "You can trust me, Bai Chun-kun. I too support your decision. The Hidden Cloud must pay a price this time." Very well. Bai Chun replied with satisfaction, stretching his limbs. I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. I need to rest now to recuperate properly. If my strength is required at any point, do not hesitate to summon me. Although he bore minor injuries, he felt confident in his ability to engage without significant hindrance. Shlomo and Minato both nodded in agreement. Understood, take your rest. Subsequently, Bai Chun turned and entered the palace grounds, locating an unoccupied chamber. He placed a sign outside and stepped inside, commencing his healing process. Fortunately, he possessed the power of Jokin, for otherwise, he would have had to rely solely on medical ninjutsu. As he activated his Jokin abilities to mend his internal injuries, he muttered to himself. It was not that he looked down upon medical ninjutsu. Rather, he recognized that its methods involve forcibly accelerating cellular regeneration to achieve healing. Ultimately, this practice damages the number of times cells can divide, albeit slightly. Yet over time, such a method can lead to complications. Additionally, it tends to leave behind hidden injuries. The power of Jokin, however, does not incur such issues. Hence, since acquiring Jokin, he has preferred to utilize it for healing when injured. Of course, until now, his injuries have been exceedingly rare. Most often, he has found himself experimenting with new ninjutsu, inadvertently injuring himself in the process. Meanwhile, at the camp of the Cloud Ninjas, the third Raikage returned to the front lines, where B and others immediately approached him. Raikage-sama, are you unharmed? They were utterly astonished to learn that Bai Chun possessed such terrifying strength, effortlessly defeating even the Raikage, leaving him severely injured. It was simply unimaginable. It is essential to acknowledge that Lord Raikage possesses the formidable capability to confront the tailed beasts head-on. Do not worry, he declared, dismissively gesturing with his hand. This time, my ignorance of that young one's power led to my carelessness, resulting in injury. However, I assure you, the next encounter will not unfold in the same manner. That young one is indeed terrifying. For the time being, I have resolved not to engage further with Konoha. With this young prodigy present, our chances of gaining any advantage are minimal. Coupled with the likes of Minato Namikaze and Kakashi Hatake, a direct confrontation with Konoha could lead to significant losses for us. Thus, let it be so. Shortly, you shall lead a delegation to the Konoha camp to negotiate terms for a truce. We may concede to certain reasonable compensation demands, but remember to prolong the negotiation process. Since we cannot gain ground against Konoha, we must shift our focus to another target. Ultimately, our goal is not only to recover our losses, but also to amass considerable gains. I have a clear target in mind. Yubi, understanding Raikage's intentions, felt a mix of astonishment and concern. Is Lord Raikage truly set on this course of action? After all, Inoki is not to be underestimated. Indeed, they had previously contemplated an offensive against the land of Earth. Fear not, the third Raikage reassured, waving his hand. Currently, most of their military forces have been mobilized to the front lines. Especially with our engagement against Konoha, they have undoubtedly received word of our conflict. In a bid to gain as much advantage as possible, Inoki must have fully committed his forces to battle against Konoha. This moment presents the most opportune time for us to strike, as their rear is considerably vulnerable. The ninja villages have long been prepared. I have already arranged ships and supplies, and our troops are mobilized. Had it not been for the sudden upheaval in this conflict, I would have already set forth. Thus, there is no need for further persuasion. Your task is to delay as much as possible, allowing Inoki time to negotiate with Konoha, even after learning of our defeat. Before we make our move, though the Cloud Village shares a grudge with Konoha, it also harbors an enduring enmity with the land of Earth. Who are we not to strike? The third Raikage mused. Since we cannot prevail against Konoha, continuing the fight would yield little reward. We must instead surreptitiously target the land of Earth. This course of action also has the added benefit of weakening Iwagakure while providing a satisfactory explanation to the Land of Lightning's daimyo for our defeat against Konoha. Understood. I shall take charge. Byubi responded earnestly, nodding. The third Raikage acknowledged him with a nod and then looked around, inquiring, by the way, where has he gone? I heard he was injured when the message was relayed in haste. Is it serious? Upon mentioning this, Byubi's expression grew grave. It is quite severe. That Bai Chun inflicted a wound upon A, and the injury is tainted with a unique power that cannot be dispelled and hinders the healing process. We have temporarily staunched the bleeding through alternative means, but this merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. We must extract that peculiar power, which our people are incapable of doing. This is indeed dire. What? The The third Rakige's expression shifted slightly, alarmed by the severity of the situation. Is it truly that grave? Quickly, take me to see him. Yes. Bubi promptly brought the third Rakige to the temporary hospital tent at the rear, where the third Rakige soon encountered the pallid figure of Yagami AI, who bore terrifying wounds that left him emaciated. At this moment, Yagami AI remained unconscious. The third Rakige attempted to expel the peculiar force afflicting Yagami AI's wounds using a lightning mode, but ultimately failed, nearly exacerbating Yagami AI's injuries. Witnessing this, the third Rakige furrowed his brow. I recognize this power. That young boy had a similar force emanating from his fist during his previous attack on me, though he utilized it merely as an enhancement rather than a primary offense. It appears this situation is quite troublesome. Bubi nodded in agreement. In truth, a slow and steady approach could gradually eliminate it, but AI clearly cannot endure for much longer. Without hesitation, the third Rakige decisively waved his hand. Let us take AI directly to that boy, Byakuren. Even if it requires some cost, we must expedite AI's healing. I must remain here to oversee the village after I depart. I hope he recovers swiftly. After all, he is his son, and a promising one at that. It would be quite unusual for him not to care. Understood. I shall prepare for departure immediately, Bubi ordered. After over an hour of organizing, he, along with several others, carried Yagami AI while including a few select individuals, such as Killer Bee, to form a negotiating team and made their way to the Konoha camp. Meanwhile, the third Rakige had already utilized the body flicker technique to swiftly leave the frontline camp. After receiving rapid treatment in Kumogakure, he set out with his troops, vanishing silently upon the sea. Byakuren, how is your condition? Shikomo entered Byakuren's tent, observing him seated and reading, unable to refrain from inquiring. Byakuren lifted his head, and upon realizing, he smiled and nodded. Rest assured, teacher, I am perfectly fine. It is merely a minor injury, and my recovery abilities are quite swift. Shikomo sighed in relief. That is splendid. By the way, the negotiating team from Kumogakure has arrived, and they brought along the Rakige's son, Yagami AI, claiming that the wounds you inflicted bear a peculiar force that they cannot heal. They seek your assistance, and they are willing to pay a certain price. What do you think? Oh, Byakuren set aside his book, a smile brightening his face. So they have yet to resolve the matter. This is indeed intriguing. Let us proceed to offer our aid. After all, they have surrendered. If we do not assist, the negotiations may collapse, and Kumogakure is unlikely to let it rest. After all, he is the Rakige's son. Indeed, that is our sentiment as well. Shikomo nodded. Let us go, Byakuren declared, promptly storing his sealed knowledge book within his spatial ring. He rose and followed Shikomo to the command tent. Upon entering, they beheld Yagami AI laid upon a stretcher in the center, his complexion resembling parchment, pale, and as if he were on the brink of death. Baichun, utilizing his extraordinary abilities, swiftly sensed an anomaly. He stroked his chin and glanced at Barubi and the others, remarking, "You are rather astute," having temporarily sealed the blood vessels on either side of the wound to halt the bleeding. Otherwise, he would not have endured for so long. Upon hearing this, Kairabi erupted in anger, exclaiming, "You insolent fool, it's all you're doing. If it weren't for the fact that I cannot overpower you, I would have already taken action." However, he was dissuaded by the eight tails within him. The peculiar manner of his rap-like speech left everyone present feeling quite perplexed. Barubi, with a resigned glance at Kairabi, then turned to Baichun and offered a slight bow, saying, "We beseech you, Lord Baichun, to assist in the healing of AI. We are willing to agree to a reasonable condition. Furthermore, this is a prerequisite for our surrender and the signing of a contract. We hope you will oblige." "Oh," Baichun mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully as he assessed the raucous Kairabi. He then addressed Barubi, stating, "I am amenable to helping, but my terms are quite simple. Provide me with some of the eight tails chakra, just enough to fill this sealing scroll." As he spoke, Baichun feigned retrieving an empty energy sealing scroll from his bosom, though it was actually from his spatial ring. This scroll was a product of his recent studies in sealing techniques, crafted in anticipation of encountering tailed beasts. He had long desired to acquire tailed beast chakra to see if it could yield valuable rewards. Tailed beast chakra is, after all, the very essence of the god tree's fruit, which itself derives from the fundamental source of the ninja world's energy. The value of such chakra should be considerable. Regrettably, he had previously neglected to extract chakra from the three tails after defeating it on the Eastern Front, and the same went for the 6 tails. Particularly with the 3 tails, having already destroyed it, he would need to wait 3 years for revival. The 8 tails and 2 tails were missed opportunities as well. He should have directly severed their tails on the battlefield to seal them away, thereby avoiding this current predicament. What? Barubi and the others were taken aback, their expressions darkening. Kairabi glared furiously at Bai Chun, retorting, "You insolent wretch. I would never sacrifice my partner, the 8 tails." Barubi took a deep breath and implored Bai Chun, "Might you consider a different condition? This is absolutely unacceptable. Tailed beasts are strategic assets." Bai Chun, with a bemused expression, smacked his lips and said, "It seems you do not care for the life of Yeyue AI as much as I had presumed. This is my sole condition. Agree, and I shall save him. Refuse, and Yeyue AI shall await his demise. I am not demanding the 8 tails. I am merely curious about tailed beast chakra and wish to study it. Is that truly so unreasonable? Tailed beast chakra is not irreplaceable, after all. You are being rather stingy, showing no sincerity whatsoever." Barubi, upon hearing this, was incensed, feeling the urge to curse. "You are the stingy one. Your entire family is stingy. This is indeed the chakra of the tailed beast." Bubby's face flushed with anger, and the other representatives from the Cloud Village shared his sentiments. Meanwhile, Karabi had fallen silent, torn between his elder brother and the 8 tails. He found himself in a predicament. If Bai Chun was resolute in acquiring the tailed beast chakra, what would happen if he refused to treat his brother? At this moment, Bubby, filled with rage, retorted, "Are you truly intent on making this difficult for us? Do you not fear that we might abandon negotiations and resume hostilities?" This was a blatant threat. Upon hearing this, Shumo and the others narrowed their eyes slightly. "Oh." Bai Chun raised an eyebrow as he regarded Bubby and the others. "Are you certain? It appears I have yet to inflict sufficient pain upon you. You wish to continue the conflict? Very well. I welcome the opportunity. Rest assured, this time I will utterly crush you. At that point, capturing the Jinchuriki will allow me to extract as much tailed beast chakra as I desire. I could even rear them like livestock without issue." As he spoke, Bai Chun narrowed his eyes at Bubby and inquired once more, "So, are you certain you wish to engage in battle again?" He wore an eager expression. Bubby and the others were taken aback. Was this truly a threat? Or had they inadvertently been threatened? Isn't your Leaf Village always advocating for peace? How has the prospect of war become so trivial in your youthful mouth? At that moment, the 8 tails, Gyuki, within Karabi shuddered at Bai Chun's words. To be treated like livestock? Is he intending to confine me and continuously extract chakra? This is certainly not the fate I desire. Fear began to creep into Gyuki's thoughts, and it gazed at Bai Chun as though he were a demon. This boy was simply inhuman. Such barbaric thoughts could even be conceived and articulated. Instantly, Gyuki communicated with Karabi, "Brother, agree to his terms. Otherwise, your elder brother will be lost. It is merely chakra, after all." Karabi paused, deeply touched, tears streaming down his face as he sang, "Oh little brother, why are you so kind to me?" The 8 tails replied, "Suddenly, I feel a twinge of regret. I help you, and you scold me? Were it not for your genuine emotion, I would have wanted to abandon you." Meanwhile, Shumo and Bubby exchanged bewildered glances at Karabi, feeling exasperated. Bubby regretted bringing Karabi along. Karabi then turned to Bai Chun and, with rare seriousness, stated, "We accept your terms. Please, treat my brother." As he spoke, he took the sealing scroll from Bai Chun, unfurling it, and the exterior of the tailed beast manifested around him. Ignoring the wariness of Shumo and the others, he began to channel the chakra of the 8 tails into the scroll. Bubby reached out towards Karabi, wishing to say something, but ultimately, he let his hand fall in resignation. This was the best solution available. With their strength inferior and relying on another, what could they do? Sighing, he thought, "A little tailed beast chakra is still tailed beast chakra. After all, once this is used up, there is no more. Without the essence of the tailed beast, it cannot regenerate, and Bai Chun will not discover anything of significance." Certainly, what is of greater significance is his realization that Bai Chun has already achieved remarkable prowess. What further impact could acquiring the star chakra have on him? Would it render him stronger? If he cannot even contend with the 8 tails, how could a mere fragment of chakra suffice? As for engaging in some forbidden experiment, Barubi concluded that it would be best to eliminate Bai Chun entirely. That would usher in a grand celebration across the land. Karabi and the 8 tails were initially of the same mindset, continuously channeling chakra into the sealing scroll. However, their expressions soon shifted. They had already contributed nearly 1/5 of the Eight Tails chakra. Why was it not yet full? What was the actual capacity of this scroll? Karabi, his face darkening, raised his head to confront Bai Chun with a question. The others, upon hearing this, gazed at Bai Chun in astonishment. Oh dear, Bai Chun chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Not much, just 190. A little more, and it will be sufficient. I've even left you and the Eight Tails with the majority. I trust that this amount of chakra will allow the Eight Tails to recover in no time. Quickly, continue. Once it's ready, I'll save him. And you'll have a lively brother back. Karabi and Barubi exchanged glances, skepticism evident. I believe your nonsense. They thought. This young rascal is truly insidious. Yet, having reached this point, they felt compelled to comply. With begrudging expressions, Karabi and the Eight Tails resumed channeling chakra into the sealing scroll. Shumo and the others observed. Their eyes slightly widened. Bai Chun was indeed ruthless. The chakra of the tailed beasts is immensely vast, yet Bai Chun had forcibly extracted 2/5 of it. Impressive. Minato scrutinized the sealing scroll, his gaze sharpening. He mused to himself, the craftsmanship and technique of this scroll resemble the sealing arts bestowed by Kushina. It seems he has already mastered considerable sealing techniques. How long has it been? Less than a month, perhaps? Minato cast a deep glance at Bai Chun, gaining a clearer understanding of his remarkable talent. In response to Minato's gaze, Bai Chun smiled and winked. Minato reciprocated with a smile, eager to engage Bai Chun in a thorough discussion about sealing techniques. He also intended to inquire whether Bai Chun had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and if he encountered any difficulties along the way. Moreover, he hoped to glean insights from Bai Chun regarding the enhancement and evolution of the Rasengan. After several moments passed, as the Eight Tails began to feel increasingly feeble, the sealing scroll finally reached its capacity. Bai Chun eagerly seized it, inspecting it with delight before sealing it away, effectively storing it within his spatial ring. Now, he had material for the next exchange. Time would reveal what remarkable treasures could emerge from this. With anticipation, Bai Chun approached Yue AI, placing his hand upon the wound. In an instant, he absorbed the residual conqueror's haki within. Subsequently, his palm radiated a soft green healing light. Palm healing technique. Before the watchful eyes of Barubi and the others, Yue AI's wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Barubi and the others stared in disbelief, their eyes wide as they regarded Bai Chun in astonishment. Bubi could not help but inquire, "You actually comprehend medical ninjutsu? Moreover, you have mastered advanced techniques such as the healing arts? Aren't you a combat-type ninja?" "Indeed," Bai Chun replied with a calm nod. "As a ninja of Konoha and Tsunade's disciple, is it not reasonable for me to possess medical ninjutsu?" Burubi retorted, "What the hell is reasonable about that? You are a combat ninja. And how old are you? You possess not only overwhelming combat prowess, but also exceptional medical ninjutsu skills. Is there anything you cannot do? Your talent is utterly monstrous. This is frankly quite unreasonable." Nearby, Narashikaku could not help but twitch his lips in response. Bai Chun cast a glance at him and remarked, "As a ninja, one should not be ignorant of taijutsu, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, or medical ninjutsu." Narashikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, Barubi, Hataki Kakashi. Namikaze Minato interjected, "If that is the case, then in this ninja world, aside from you, Bai Chun, it seems that everyone else is truly mediocre." At this moment, Bai Chun had completely healed Yue AI's injuries. He withdrew his hand, stood up, and addressed Karabi and Bubi, saying, "The injury has been treated. He is expected to awaken within an hour. The transaction is complete, and if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." With that, Bai Chun nodded to Shikumo and the others before turning to exit the command tent and return to his own. Barubi and the others promptly crouched down to check on Yue AI's condition, confirming that he had indeed been healed, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. The heavy burden that had weighed on their hearts was finally lifted. Previously, Yue AI had been hanging by a thread, and they were all apprehensive that he might slip away at any moment. Such a scenario would undoubtedly lead to a major crisis, with Kumobikure pursuing vengeance relentlessly. Having witnessed Bai Chun's formidable prowess, Bubi no longer entertained such thoughts. The next phase was the formal negotiations. Following the instructions of the third Raikage, the discussions progressed slowly. Bubi and the others deliberately took their time, meticulously scrutinizing every detail. However, by the end, Narashikaku and the others grew impatient, often conceding to agreements. Thus, 2 days passed in a blink. On the Konoha side, The third Hokage received intelligence and letters from Shikumo and others regarding the situation at the battlefield of Kumogakure. Upon reading, he was left dumbfounded, murmuring in disbelief, "How is this possible? What is it?" asked Tsunade and Mito Kazumi, who had come to discuss resource allocations. "Take a look for yourselves." The third took a deep breath, handed the documents to the two, then returned to his desk, picked up his pipe, refilled it with tobacco, ignited it, and took a deep puff to steady himself. "Hiss! This must be a fabrication." Tsunade and Mito Kazumi gasped in shock, turning to the third for confirmation. The third raised his hands in exasperation. "It bears the signatures of Shikumo, Minato, Shikaku, and others. It is clearly impossible for them to lie. It must be true." "But," Zhuanxin Xiaochun furrowed her brow and exclaimed, "this is truly outrageous." Previously, it was said that Bai Chun possessed an extraordinary talent, capable of single-handedly repelling the Mist Village and slaying the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, which was already astonishing. Now, you tell me he has once again single-handedly annihilated over 1,000 ninjas from the Cloud Village, severely wounded the third Raikage and his son, and forced the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki and the Cloud Ninjas to retreat in disarray? Furthermore, he has even opted to surrender and is currently negotiating terms for peace? Must we embellish the tale even further? Mito Minyan nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is somewhat hard to believe. Is Bai Chun not merely 7 or 8 years old? At such a tender age, even the likes of our former teacher or the first Hokage, Uchiha Madara, did not possess such prowess, did they? Could this child possibly be the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths? Otherwise, how could his feats be so fantastical? He seems almost superhuman. The third Hokage, puffing on his pipe, reflected with a complicated heart. Who can argue otherwise? He continually surprises me, yet before long, he redefines my understanding of him. I find myself increasingly perplexed. I truly do not know whether Bai Chun's presence is a boon or a bane for Konoha. After all, Bai Chun is a disciple of Shuomo. Fortunately, I acted swiftly to ally with him and appointed Tsunade as his mentor, so he is, in a sense, one of my own now. I hope he does not spiral out of control. The third Hokage harbored a lingering concern. However, he could not allow Bai Chun to remain on the front lines. Otherwise, he feared that Bai Chun's numerous accomplishments would inadvertently elevate Shuomo's standing among the shinobi, causing an imbalance in their prestige. He dreaded the consequences of such a scenario. At that moment, Zhuanxin Xiaochun interjected, "Nevertheless, how could they initiate negotiations with the Cloud without first informing us and obtaining our consent?" Her dissatisfaction was evident. Indeed, Mito Minyan concurred. This time, they have overstepped. The matter of negotiations is not urgent. I believe we should immediately send word to the Cloud front lines to clarify our position and additionally dispatch someone from the village to oversee the negotiations. The youths there lack the wisdom to handle such matters. Mito Minyan was concerned about potential harm to Konoha's interests. The third Hokage nodded thoughtfully. Although Jukyu and the others indicated in their letters that the Cloud side was eager for negotiations and hastily commenced talks while notifying the village, your points hold merit. Therefore, I must trouble you, Yan, to make the journey to the Cloud front and provide guidance, lest we suffer losses. Of course, do not pressure the Cloud excessively. It may be wise to moderate our demands for reparations to prevent discontent and resentment from brewing, which could lead to further complications at the Cloud front. At present, we cannot afford any more turmoil. Ending the war with the Cloud is crucial for us. Thereafter, we can redirect our forces from the Cloud front to the IWA front. IWA and Inoki are formidable opponents. Their strength is considerable, and the situation there is dire. IWA excels in various earth techniques, rendering a mere defensive stance futile, as their formidable earth jutsu can easily dismantle an entire defense. Thus, the battlefield of Awagakure has been particularly arduous. I understand. Time is of the essence. I shall prepare and depart at once. Just as unforeseen events unfolded, Mito Kage stood up and left the Hokage's office, accompanied by a small squad of ninja guards as he hastened towards the battlefield of Kumogakure. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news of a significant victory at the Kumogakure battlefield, Danzo found no joy in the triumph. Rather, his face darkened with concern. Damn that Bai Chun. How did matters escalate to this point? This young boy has become formidable enough to single-handedly obliterate a force of 7,000 to 8,000 Kumogakure ninjas and severely injure the third Raikage, forcing him to surrender. What is the source of this child's combat prowess? Could he possibly be the reincarnation of Senju Hashirama? No, Even Hashirama at this age was far inferior to him. This is nothing short of monstrous. How could a descendant of the Senju, separated by 2 or 3 generations, possess such extraordinary abilities? Danzo found himself perplexed. Perhaps he should find a way to obtain a sample of his blood or flesh for Orochimaru to study. The secrets of this boy must be uncovered. Danzo's eyes narrowed as he contemplated. Such a terrifying rate of growth, such a secret to his strength. He yearned to claim it for himself. Furthermore, this boy must not be allowed to remain in close proximity to White Fang, nor should he stay on the front lines any longer. With this thought in mind, Danzo immediately penned a letter and dispatched a ninja hawk to deliver it to the 3rd Hokage. On the battlefield of Sunagakure, it was indeed quite unexpected. Bai-chun, you never cease to bring surprises. My interest in you only deepens. Orochimaru remarked in astonishment after reviewing the intelligence received from the Kumogakure battlefield. Orochimaru, what brings you to me? At that moment, Tsunade entered, her expression weary as she complained. Do you have any idea how overwhelmed I have been lately? Can you not assign me more tasks? I regret not fleeing to wander the world before the war began. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so exhausted now. That old hag Chiyo is infuriatingly relentless, concocting new toxins almost daily, leaving me with no choice but to continuously devise antidotes. The two appeared to have returned to their days of rivalry during the Second Great Ninja War. This isn't about needing your assistance. Look at this. It's good news. Orochimaru shook his head in resignation, handing a document to Tsunade. Oh, Tsunade, somewhat surprised, took the intelligence and, upon reading it, looked up in astonishment at Orochimaru. Is this true? That young lad Bai-chun has once again repelled the Kumogakure offensive single-handedly and dealt a heavy blow to the 3rd Raikage, forcing him to surrender? What a ridiculous claim. This news seems almost fantastical. Kumogakure is not to be compared with Kirigakure. Moreover, the 3rd Raikage is one of the top-tier powerhouses in the ninja world, not to be underestimated like the Jinchuriki of the 3 Tails. He is capable of confronting the 8 Tails and subduing it, a being that the 8 Tails cannot harm in the slightest. Bai-chun surprisingly managed to inflict a severe injury upon him, compelling his surrender, leaving him utterly incredulous. Orochimaru offered a faint smile and remarked, Indeed, it is true. Currently, the conflict at the Cloud-Hidden battlefield has concluded, and both parties have commenced negotiations. One must admit, Lord Bai-chun has once again exceeded everyone's expectations. I truly wish to engage him in a conversation. Tsunade, however, regarded Orochimaru with a wary expression and admonished, I warn you, do not harbor any ill intentions towards him. Otherwise, I will not let this matter rest. She was vaguely aware that Orochimaru had been conducting some forbidden human experiments over the years. Yet, she understood Orochimaru's temperament well enough. Reasoning with him would be futile. With a sheepish grin, Orochimaru replied, How could I? I am well aware that he is your disciple and your kin. How could I wish him harm? I genuinely only wish to converse with him. I have heard that he has employed several terrifying lightning techniques at both the Mist and Cloud-Hidden battlefields. I am increasingly intrigued by his talent for ninjutsu development. I believe we would have much in common in this regard. This was indeed his intention. He sought to leverage Bai-chun's prowess in ninjutsu and medical techniques to aid in his research. Conducting research solely by oneself is a painfully slow endeavor. Human limitations are real. Is that so? Tsunade responded, nodding slightly. If that is the case, I have no objections, provided you can obtain his consent. Just do not harbor any ulterior motives. Otherwise, I will not let it go. Tsunade's regard for Bai-chun now rivaled her former concern for Shosuke. She would not permit any further misfortune to befall her disciple, who was also her only relative. Understood. Orochimaru nodded in acknowledgement, then cautioned, however, given the recent attention he has garnered, it would be prudent for him to remain low-key for a while. It would be best for him to lie low for some time. He has become the target of many, various ninja villages, and even certain individuals within Konoha have likely set their sights on him, viewing him as a thorn in their side. While he is undoubtedly powerful, he too has limits and vulnerabilities. Should someone thoroughly analyze him and target those weaknesses, Bai-chun would be in peril. He has not yet reached the level of the legendary Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara. Even they met their demise, did they not? Tsunade's expression grew serious as she nodded, thanking Orochimaru. I appreciate your warning. I shall have a messenger snail convey my message to him immediately. I must take my leave. With that, Tsunade departed from Orochimaru's tent. In a subterranean cavern near the mist-hidden battlefield, Kakuzu had just learned of Bai Chen's emergence in the cloud-hidden battlefield, where he wreaked havoc and even defeated the acting Rakic. Kakuzu's face twisted with resentment and frustration. That damned little brat. Has he ventured to the cloud-hidden battlefield again? Have I been played for a fool? The entity remaining at the mist-hidden battlefield must be his shadow clone. Kakuzu felt as though he had been deceived, believing Bai Chen still lingered there, patiently waiting in the cavern while consuming rations until the opportune moment arose. To everyone's astonishment, Bai Chen quietly ventured to the cloud-hidden battlefield and accomplished something monumental. However, what is the secret behind this young one's rapid growth and strength? How is it that even the third Hokage no longer stands as his adversary? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Jiao Du felt a flicker of doubt. He questioned whether he could still contend with Bai Chen. Perhaps it was time to relinquish this ambition? Yet, the mere thought of it left him unsatisfied. That was a bounty of 500 million Ryo, a sum unparalleled in the ninja world. Resolute, Jiao Du clenched his teeth and declared, "No. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. I cannot simply surrender." If he played his cards right, there might still be a chance. At the very least, he could escape. After all, he possessed 5 lives. Moreover, he had once faced Senju without fear, having successfully assassinated him and emerged alive. Could he truly be intimidated by a mere child of 7 or 8? With this determination, he departed the cave and hastened towards the cloud-hidden battlefield. At the cloud-hidden battlefield, within the Konoha camp, Bai Chen was engrossed in a discussion with Minato. This is the entirety of the principles and training methods behind the Rasengan I have created. Do you see any areas for improvement? Today, Minato finally had time to visit Bai Chen's tent, eager to discuss ninjutsu. He meticulously shared his thought process, the steps involved, and the complete technique of the Rasengan. Looking at Bai Chen with anticipation. One moment, Bai Chen waved his hand and promptly opened his palm, channeling chakra to gather it. Attempting to form the Rasengan as instructed by Minato. Bang! Moments later, the attempt failed. The chakra sphere exploded, creating a whirlwind that scattered everything within the tent. Minato, witnessing this, offered a comforting smile. Don't be disheartened. It's perfectly normal for the first attempt to fail. This technique demands a high level of control over chakra. It took me a full year to perfect this creation. Even with the complete training method, mastering it isn't easy. My teacher, Jiraiya, took 3 months to fully learn it. Minato, genuinely concerned, sought to alleviate any disappointment Bai Chen may feel due to the failure. Bai Chen, with a slight smile, remained unfazed as he began to gather chakra once more in his palm. In the next moment, a complete blue Rasengan appeared in his hand, spinning steadily. Minato exclaimed, "Is this a slap in the face for me? To learn and master it on the second attempt. Clearly, I underestimated your talent." He shook his head with a wry smile. Realizing he had misjudged the situation, Bai Chen responded with a subtle smile. In truth, the key challenge of this technique lies in finding the balance among the various rotational forces during its development. That is the most difficult aspect. Secondly, it involves mastery over chakra. With the comprehensive training method you provided, and my proficiency in medical ninjutsu, my control over chakra is quite adept. It is entirely normal for me to learn it swiftly. Struggling to do so would indeed be strange. With a look of bewilderment, Minato eagerly inquired, "Do you believe this technique has room for improvement or elevation?" "Indeed," Bai Chen responded without hesitation, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded Minato. The Rasengan is an elemental neutral ninjutsu. To further elevate it, one merely needs to incorporate the transformative qualities of elemental chakra. I find it hard to believe that you, Minato-senpai, are unaware of this. Minato chuckled. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. While I am aware of this, determining how to achieve it is far from trivial. Bai Chen shook his head. As I always say, if you possess sufficient mastery over chakra and a profound understanding of its elemental transformations, further development becomes manageable. For instance, watch closely. In the next moment, Bai Chen infused the Rasengan in his hand with lightning chakra, and astonishingly, the Rasengan vanished entirely. Minato's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at Bai Chen. Did it fail? No. Bai Chen shook his head. It succeeded. Follow me. He rose and exited the camp, with Minato hastily trailing behind. Before long, they arrived at a grove outside the encampment. With a casual flick of his wrist, Bai Chen unleashed the technique. With a resounding impact, Minato witnessed several trees being pierced, leaving behind charred hollows. Minato gasped. What just happened? The Rasengan, didn't he fail? Why can't I see it? Bai Chen chuckled softly. That's the result of the incomplete integration of lightning chakra's transformative properties. In such a case, the Rasengan appears to vanish to the naked eye, while simultaneously exhibiting remarkable stealth and penetrating capabilities. When fully integrated with transformed lightning chakra, its form should resemble this. He then conjured a special Rasengan in his right hand, crackling with chaotic arcs of electricity. Zzz. The Rasengan emitted a piercing sound continuously. Minato could sense the immense, volatile power within this special Rasengan. Its potency magnified tenfold compared to the ordinary variant. Your talent is truly formidable. Is it already a success? Minato mused wryly as he observed Bai-chun. Captivated by the lightning-infused Rasengan, Bai-chun suddenly hurled the lightning Rasengan forward. It soared dozens of meters before abruptly expanding, annihilating everything within its radius and leaving behind a semicircular crater, the interior coated in charred remains and dust. Wow! Minato exclaimed, his hair standing on end. What a perilous technique! Does it possess the attribute of annihilation? Indeed. Bai-chun nodded. In fact, from the earlier vanishing Rasengan, it is evident that the lightning Rasengan possesses formidable penetrating and annihilation attributes, categorizing it as a high single-target ninjutsu, with power rivaling that of an S-rank technique. However, it is essential to note that this ninjutsu demands a significantly higher level of chakra control, rendering it nearly impossible for the average individual to master. Even if one were to achieve it, executing an attack as I just demonstrated would likely be unfeasible. Such an attempt would result in extreme instability, leading to an explosion at the moment of release. Furthermore, another challenge lies in the necessity to multitask. If one cannot accomplish this initially, one may utilize shadow clones to delegate tasks. He managed to find a fleeting balance through his significantly enhanced chakra control, which allowed him to execute the technique. He also considered that perhaps incorporating the use of armament haki as a temporary stabilizer could be effective. In the original work, Naruto, upon entering Sage Mode, was also able to launch a wind-release Rasengan Shuriken, attributed to the superior quality of Sage Chakra serving as a stabilizing agent. Is that so? It seems plausible. Minato nodded knowingly. I had previously attempted to infuse nature-altered chakra into the Rasengan, but was met with failure. At that time, I realized that the true difficulty lay in the mastery of chakra control and the intricate visualization of its nature. Bai-chun, you truly excel. Achieving success on your first attempt is remarkable. Does the advantage of being a medical ninja truly confer such benefits? It makes me want to learn as well. To enhance my chakra control, he was not entirely jesting. You should give it a try. I believe you will manage splendidly. Bai-chun replied with a smile. Mastering another skill is never a disadvantage. After all, Minato is a genius, and it wouldn't take much time, while also further enhancing his chakra control. By the way, at that moment, Minato suddenly realized, clapping his hands, and said to Bai-chun, You haven't named this lightning release Rasengan yet, have you? What do you think of the name Super Rasengan? Howling Annihilation Zero. Isn't it fantastic? Bai-chun replied, Perhaps not. Let us simply call it the lightning release Rasengan. It's straightforward and memorable. Bai-chun waved his hand with an expressionless demeanor. What a ridiculous name, Super Rasengan. Howling Annihilation Zero. Why not go for Super Invincible Thunderclap Annihilation Rasengan? He had forgotten that Minato was rather inept at naming. Just look at the peculiar names he concocts. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Minato appeared dejected, gazing longingly at Bai-chun. Are you really not considering it? I think my name is far more stylish and appealing. This conversation has reached an impasse. Bai-chun turned and walked away. Soon, he returned to the tent, retrieving a pen and a blank scroll, and began to write fervently, recording all the insights regarding the cultivation of the lightning release Rasengan. He then tossed it to Minato. Here. This contains the training methods for the lightning release Rasengan. With this, I trust you will find it simple to derive other elemental Rasengans without my assistance. Minato quickly caught it, perusing it briefly before expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Indeed, this will suffice. With this, developing other elemental variations will not be difficult. After all, the process is largely similar. The only difference lies in the chakra attributes being inputted. As long as one understands the characteristics of the various attributes of chakra, success should be within reach. Once again, I express my gratitude. With that, Minato retrieved a scroll from within his robe and handed it to Bai-chun, saying, This is a token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it. Additionally, Have you encountered any issues while studying sealing techniques and the Flying Thunder God technique? If so, feel free to inquire with me. You are always welcome to ask. Oh, Bai Chun took the scroll and glanced at its contents, revealing that it was filled entirely with Minato's insights and experiences regarding the cultivation and refinement of the Flying Thunder God technique. This truly is a valuable resource. With this, his journey to mastering the technique would be significantly eased, saving him both time and effort. He promptly raised the scroll in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you. This is precisely what I needed. As for sealing techniques, I do have a few questions I wish to explore." Without hesitation, Bai Chun began to consult Minato about the sealing techniques. Minato was generally forthcoming with answers, and for those questions that even he found perplexing, he diligently took notes, stating he would ask Kushina later. He also mentioned that if Bai Chun returned to the village first, he could directly consult Kushina. "You are Tsunade's disciple and have already assisted me greatly," Minato remarked with a smile. Indeed, Bai Chun nodded in agreement. "If the need arises, I will certainly do so. However, approaching the Jinchuriki might draw some scrutiny and opinions from certain individuals," Bai Chun candidly expressed. Minato paused in surprise, gazing at Bai Chun. "You are aware of this? Is that surprising?" Bai Chun shrugged. "I am a disciple of both White Fang and Lady Tsunade. Knowing such things is rather commonplace for me." "That is true," Minato nodded, his brow furrowing slightly. "Your concerns are valid. In the past, it may not have been an issue, but given your current strength, Danzo and the two advisors would undoubtedly have something to say about it. That is indeed unfortunate." Minato refrained from directly mentioning the third Hokage, but Bai Chun could discern that he was well aware of the third's likely opinions. It seemed Minato was not as naive as he appeared. He was quite cognizant of the darkness within the village. Bai Chun pondered. However, it made sense. Minato had risen through the ranks and formed a relationship with Kushina, the Jinchuriki, and was destined to become the fourth Hokage. He could not possibly be as simple-minded as some might think. He merely concealed it well. The third and others had clearly underestimated Minato. Let us put this matter aside for now. If you have questions, ask me. If I cannot provide answers, I will relay them to Kushina for her to address," Minato said earnestly to Bai Chun. He wished to avoid causing Bai Chun unnecessary trouble, as the challenges he currently faced were already considerable. In truth, he harbored significant dissatisfaction towards the third Hokage and their treatment of Kushina. Yet, his current strength and influence were insufficient to instigate change. "Perhaps, once I become Hokage, I will be able to rectify these issues? No, I will certainly be able to effect change," Minato silently vowed, aspiring to become Hokage and shape Konoha into his envisioned ideal rather than its present state. "Very well. I shall heed your advice," Bai Chun nodded. "In truth, I am not overly concerned about the dark thoughts of certain individuals. With my current strength, there is nothing I desire that can hinder me. The power of absolute determination breeds unwavering confidence." He chuckled softly. Minato, upon hearing this, could only smile wryly and shake his head. "Please, do your best to avoid creating tension within the village. I implore you." He sensed that Bai Chun possessed a maturity far beyond what one would expect at his age, and he often perceived matters with greater clarity than Minato himself. Truly, a prodigy in every sense. However, Bai Chun's indifference struck him as perilous. Indeed, the village was at risk. Despite his discontent with the third Hokage's methods, he harbored a profound affection for Konoha. "Let's be reasonable," Bai Chun shrugged, offering no definitive assurance. "As long as certain individuals do not overstep, I shall not act recklessly. However, if they expect me to endure their bullying and manipulation without resistance, they are sorely mistaken." He had never been one to suffer in silence. After conversing for a while longer, Minato took his leave. Bai Chun then retrieved the Flying Thunder God experience notes gifted by Minato, examining them meticulously. Later, he took out 2 kunai, holding them in his hands as he activated the powers of the Thunder Fruit, channeling it into the kunai. His hands transformed into lightning, enveloping the 2 kunai in intense heat, causing them to melt rapidly. Bai Chun then manipulated them with his telekinesis, reshaping them until they resembled Minato's Flying Thunder God kunai. Upon completing the forging, he quenched them in water, resulting in 2 specially crafted kunai. Perhaps it would be more fitting to refer to them as short swords, given their broader surfaces resembling blades. Bai Chun began to grasp the 2 Flying Thunder God short swords, a series of sealing techniques flowing from his hands onto the blades. Before long, the 2 short swords were complete. Initially, He believed Minato had crafted the kunai into unique shapes merely for distinction or flair. It now became evident that it was to enhance the area for inscribing sealing techniques. This made perfect sense. Bai Chun smiled gently at the two flying thunder god short swords in his hands. With a thought, he executed a teleportation, appearing in a secluded valley 10 kilometers from the camp. After ensuring the area was devoid of any presence, he cast one of the flying thunder god short swords into the sky and, in a flash, vanished from his spot, reappearing beside the sword, grasping it deftly. He then hurled the other short sword into the distance. With another swift motion, he disappeared mid-air, materializing next to the second short sword. Thus, Bai Chun commenced an incessant display of the flying thunder god technique. At first, he was somewhat unpracticed, his transitions lacking fluidity. However, after a few minutes, his proficiency rapidly improved, and he began to master the technique, even embellishing it with finesse. Bai Chun's figure flickered continuously in the nearby sky. From time to time, he skillfully merged techniques such as the spiraling sphere, sword strikes, and the abilities of the thunder fruit, seamlessly coordinating them with the flying thunder god technique in his assaults. Occasionally, he even employed instantaneous movement to enhance his attacks, creating an illusion of fluidity that was utterly captivating. It wasn't until half an hour later that he concluded his practice. Descending from midair, he stored the flying thunder god short sword in his spatial ring, murmuring to himself, "This ninjutsu is surprisingly easy. I have mastered it without the slightest difficulty. I truly am gifted." With this, he had gained another trump card. Since the first phase was complete, it was time to embark on the second phase, which appeared even less challenging. If the greatest difficulty of the first phase lay in innate talent, the second phase would test his mastery of sealing techniques. For the second stage of the Flying Thunder God, the application of the technique was no longer confined to the kunai, but could be executed with any object that made contact, allowing for instantaneous movement through the coordinates of the technique. Currently, Minato was still exploring this phase, so he had not provided much guidance, offering only his experimental data and directions. While the third Hokage had shared some insights from the second Hokage concerning the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique, Bai Chun quickly assimilated this information and, after several attempts, successfully inscribed the Flying Thunder God technique onto a stone. He then utilized this technique to achieve instantaneous movement. Indeed, it poses no challenge for me. I did it. Bai Chun beamed with delight. He immediately noted down his progress and began to connect the dots. He continuously utilized his abilities to appear in various nearby locations, inscribing the Flying Thunder God technique on different surfaces, be it on stones, tree trunks, or even on animals. In the following half-day, Bai Chun explored every conceivable material, leaving behind the Flying Thunder God technique inscribed throughout a 100-kilometer radius around the Hidden Clouds encampment. Furthermore, to ensure the longevity of the technique, he forged dozens of short swords using kunai and the Thunder Fruit's abilities, inscribing them with the Flying Thunder God technique. He buried these swords in different areas of the region, anticipating their future utility for instantaneous movement via the coordinates of these short swords. After completing these tasks, Bai Chun executed an instantaneous movement back to his tent. "You didn't even say a word before going out? What is this? Have you already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique?" Upon his return, he heard Minato's voice. This did not come as a surprise to Bai Chun, as he had sensed Minato's presence when he had previously moved. "Indeed, I have mastered it." Without revealing his excitement, he discreetly transported one of the Flying Thunder God short swords from his spatial ring into the soil beneath him, then bent down to excavate the sword and waved it at Minato, exclaiming, "Look, my Flying Thunder God short sword is ready. This technique is indeed quite useful. Traveling will be much more convenient now. I even practiced nearby after leaving the camp." Upon hearing this, Watergate's eyes brightened as he gazed at the short sword in Bai Chun's hand. He reached out and exclaimed, "Let me have a look." Bai Chun promptly handed over the short sword. After examining it thoroughly, Watergate nodded in approval, saying, "The technique is quite complete. However, why have you fashioned the Flying Thunder God kunai into the form of a short sword? Moreover, why did you not incorporate the design of my love of ninja sword? That would have been far more aesthetically pleasing." It was evident that Watergate was somewhat dissatisfied. Bai Chun, upon hearing this, felt a slight twitch in the corner of his eye and replied, "Isn't it better for each person's Flying Thunder God medium and technique to be distinct? This way, it facilitates differentiation, does it not?" I certainly have no intention of adopting Watergate's kunai or love of ninja sword. They are far too unsightly and overly juvenile. That is indeed valid. Watergate conceded with a nod. It is essential to establish distinctions. Otherwise, in certain situations, one could easily make a mistake. What level of proficiency have you attained thus far? Are you able to use it proficiently? Would you like me to offer some guidance? Watergate was quite enthusiastic. No need for that. Bai Chen shook his head and promptly flicked his wrist, sending over a dozen flying Thunder God short swords spiraling throughout the tent with a unique technique. Following that, he swiftly darted around the tent without pause, leaving Watergate in a state of astonishment. Have you truly mastered the first stage of the Flying Thunder God technique? Is this level of prowess really necessary? He admitted to feeling a pang of envy. With such talent, he suddenly felt like an ordinary person. At that moment, Bai Chun came to a halt, concentrating his thoughts to utilize lightning to transform magnetic force, thereby retrieving all the Flying Thunder God short swords. Watergate was momentarily taken aback, then, filled with excitement, he grasped Bai Chen's shoulders and inquired, "What technique is this? Lightning release? Magnetic release? Do you truly possess the bloodline limit of magnetic release?" "Not at all," Bai Chen replied, shaking his head. "This is merely an application of lightning release. I am not familiar with the principles of magnetic release. But what I employ is the conversion of electromagnetic force derived from lightning release to manipulate metal. If you, Watergate Senpai, possess lightning affinity, I could teach you. It's not a significant matter. However, without the thunder fruit, achieving this level would require considerable practice to cultivate the properties of lightning to a substantial degree." Oh, Watergate's eyes lit up at this revelation. So it isn't a bloodline limit after all. It is indeed derived from lightning affinity? How astonishing. Yet, he felt a bit hesitant about receiving such knowledge for free. Would it not be inappropriate for you to teach me this secret technique so readily? Not at all. Bai Chun waved his hand dismissively. Didn't you previously teach me the Rasengan? Even earlier, you provided me with an entire set of sealing technique knowledge. This small bit of information is hardly anything. Please, do not be so polite. Otherwise, I might just get upset. He said this while deliberately elongating his face. You rascal. Watergate, touched yet amused, patted Bai Chen's shoulder and said, "Then I shall express my gratitude. I shall remember this favor. From this day forth, you shall be my brother. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall exert every effort to aid you." Such is his nature. When treated with sincerity, he reciprocates with genuine kindness and goodwill. Huh. Very well, Brother Watergate. Bai Chen also smiled knowingly, saying, "I shall jot this down and present it to you forthwith." With that, Bai Chen approached the table in the center of the tent, retrieved paper and pen, and began to write. Understanding the principles and nature of electromagnetic forces is not particularly challenging once grasped. The true difficulty lies in comprehending and manipulating the nuances of lightning attributes. Finished. Here you go. Shortly after, Bai Chun completed his writing and handed it to Watergate. Thank you. Watergate received it as a treasured prize and eagerly began to peruse its contents. What a revelation. Oh, so this is how it is. I had no idea the lightning attribute possessed such characteristics. Remarkable. Remarkable. Shuomo received a letter from the third Hokage and promptly summoned Watergate, as well as the negotiating parties, including Riku, handing the letter to them while stating, "The Hokage is now aware of the circumstances here. However, he is reluctant to entrust the negotiations to us. He has dispatched advisor Mado Menyen to provide assistance." Furthermore, regarding this matter, he turned to Bai Chun and remarked, "The Hokage believes that although you have achieved great merit this time, you have also drawn considerable attention and are now seen as a target by the major ninja villages. Coupled with the high bounty placed upon you by the underground black market for your safety, he has decided to call you back to the village for a period of rest and reflection. What are your thoughts on this?" As he spoke, Shuomo wore a faint smile on his face, though inwardly he scoffed. Indeed, this is the same old tactic. Third Hokage, you never fail to disappoint. Even in such times, you remain fixated on internal strife and suppressing dissent. You truly excel at this. Watergate, upon hearing this, felt his pupils constrict slightly, unable to suppress a sigh. Alas, the Hokage truly leaves one at a loss for words when it comes to the third. Currently, Konoha is engaged in battle against a Wagakure, Sunagakure, and Kirigakure. Yet, at this moment, the third chooses to ignore a top-tier warrior like Bai Chun, instead opting to summon him back for seclusion. What is the meaning of this? Is it not a disregard for Konoha's interests in favor of personal gain? Crucially, Watergate recalled his conversation with Bai Chun from a few days prior. He was acutely aware of Bai Chun's discontent with certain individuals in the village. Although Bai Chun had not explicitly stated it, Watergate knew that the third was among them. He could only hope that Bai Chun would not act impulsively. What thoughts could I possibly have? Bai Chun shrugged and spread his hands, replying, "If the Hokage wishes for me to return, then so be it. A chance to rest is most welcome. I have been utterly exhausted lately." The third Hokage has never failed to disappoint in this regard. Bai Chun had anticipated this and was not particularly angered. After all, he held little interest in the political machinations of Konoha. He understood that this is a world where strength reigns supreme. Only absolute power serves as the foundation for one's existence. As long as he possessed sufficient strength, he could do as he pleased. Coincidentally, he indeed desired some personal time to venture into the realm of the fairies and seek to acquire more treasures. Particularly, he yearned to contract more fairies into the beast space, thereby maximizing its effectiveness and reaping greater rewards. Given his current mental prowess, he could at least contract 5 additional fairy companions. Shwomo, perceiving Bai Chun's genuine indifference, nodded in agreement. Then let us return and devote some time to diligent training. Additionally, please ensure that Kakashi receives proper guidance and supervision. His current abilities are rather insufficient. It is preferable that he remains away from the front lines. Although Bai Chun's strength renders him relatively safe, one can never be too cautious. Regardless, both master and disciple currently harbor no desire for power, and thus, the lack of recognition holds little significance. Very well, Bai Chun acquiesced with a nod. Shwomo, without needing to voice it, would have undertaken the same course of action. By the way, the Hokage has acknowledged your contributions and is preparing to promote you to Jonin. Furthermore, he intends to reward you with a sealing technique from the scroll. Upon your return to the village, you may seek him out directly. Take this time to contemplate which techniques you wish to learn, Shwomo added. This was undoubtedly a strategic move on the part of the third Hokage, perhaps seeking to further win Bai Chun's allegiance. There was a palpable hesitance, coupled with a desire to co-opt and control. Shwomo found this inclination of the third to be rather contemptible. Bai Chun's eyes sparkled at the mention of the techniques from the sealing scroll. He expressed his eagerness to acquire them all, particularly techniques such as the Edo Tensei. However, he was acutely aware that such techniques were unlikely to be made available for selection. The third would not grant them, and choosing them would only invite trouble. While he felt no fear of the third's authority at present, engaging in direct confrontation was not a prudent course of action. After all, it was unnecessary to betray Konoha merely for the sake of a single technique. At that moment, Nara Shikaku interjected, addressing Shwomo. "Shwomo-senpai, should we pause negotiations for now?" "Not at all," Shwomo replied, waving his hand dismissively. "We shall continue as planned. It seems that the Cloud Village intends to delay progress, though their precise motives remain unclear. Nevertheless, they dare not backtrack, so we shall proceed with the negotiations. Once the advisors arrive, they will not overlook the terms we have discussed. If they are dissatisfied, we can renegotiate then. To abruptly terminate discussions could lead to misunderstandings on their part, possibly leading them to believe we are no longer interested in negotiations and are preparing for conflict once more." Bai Chun, however, narrowed his eyes slightly at this. In his view, the third's decision to dispatch individuals was entirely unnecessary. Why persist in this endeavor? It seemed that beyond merely sharing credit, it was a lack of trust that motivated them, compounded by the old habit of appeasement, perhaps in an attempt to avoid reparations. Contemplating this, Bai Chun felt a wave of disgust and promptly stated, "Before those advisors arrive, Shikaka-senpai, please ensure that the terms for material compensation are established as thoroughly as possible. Ideally, we should finalize the terms of the negotiations before their arrival, leaving merely an opportunity for those advisors to sign the treaty." Upon hearing Bai Chun's words, Lu Jiao and the others furrowed their brows. Lu Jiao directly inquired, "Why does Lord Bai Chun say this? Is there perhaps an issue within?" Bai Chun candidly responded, "I have reviewed the outcomes of the negotiations between Konoha and other ninja villages after World War II. Ultimately, we have consistently shown leniency towards our foes, relinquishing claims for reparations, all in an effort to avoid forging mortal enmity, lest we plunge into further conflict. The glaring reality now demonstrates that such a strategy is evidently ineffective. Otherwise, this war would not have erupted. When the time is ripe, a war destined to unfold will do so regardless of circumstances. Instead of extending kindness to our adversaries, it would be far more prudent to mitigate our losses, weaken the enemy, and fortify ourselves in preparation for the next conflict. Or do you willingly resign to return the fruits of victory to the enemy while suffering the bitter consequences yourselves? Upon hearing this, Nara Lugio and the others were momentarily taken aback. Soon after, their brows knitted in concern. They were not naive, having participated in World War II, and were acutely aware of the eventual outcome, precisely as Bai Chun articulated. Indeed, at that time, Lugio and the others struggled to comprehend the third Hokage's approach. Yet, he was the Hokage, and without prior lessons to guide them, they hesitated to voice dissent. However, with Bai Chun now unearthing this matter, they could not simply acquiesce. The stark truth had already demonstrated that the third's ideals of peace were fundamentally flawed. At this juncture, Shua Emo decisively interjected, "Let us proceed as Bai Chun suggests. Strictly speaking, the majority of the credit for our current battles belongs to him, and the achievements are his doing. Thus his opinion should take precedence. Moreover, it has been proven that the third's approach is indeed ineffective. We cannot afford to suffer this loss again. We must demand reparations. And we need to leverage the enemy's vulnerabilities. Let us not forget, we are still engaged in a three-front war, consuming vast amounts of resources and manpower daily. The lives of our sacrificed ninjas are numerous, and securing adequate reparations would alleviate some of the logistical pressures on our village, would it not? I am certain the third would be pleased." Shua Emo emphasized his final words, revealing his dissatisfaction with the third Hokage. "I concur." Minato swiftly echoed his support, believing Bai Chun's choice to be the correct one, insisting that the third should not be allowed to act recklessly. There is no precedent for a victorious nation to forego reparations. We also support this. Lugio and the others exchanged glances and nodded resolutely. Why should they willingly return the spoils of victory to their adversaries? What justification existed for such a course of action? Were they unaware of the dire straits they had faced against the Cloud Village? Did they comprehend the extent of Konoha's losses? Were it not for the timely interventions of Minato and Shuoemo, they would have been reduced to mere corpses long ago. Furthermore, despite negotiations already underway, why were individuals dispatched from the village? Was there a lack of trust in their capabilities? This matter left an unsettling knot in Lugio and the others' hearts, sowing the seeds of discontent that would inevitably take root and flourish in due time. Very well, Shuoemo nodded in satisfaction, since there are no objections. Let us proceed as such. As he spoke, he turned to Bai Chun and inquired, "Are you departing for the village now?" The letter contained not only arrangements concerning Bai Chun, but also directives for Shuamao, instructing him to return to the Eastern Front after the renewal of the alliance. The absence of a shadow-level powerhouse there left him somewhat apprehensive. Previously, circumstances had compelled a certain course of action, even allowing for a strategic maneuver against the Uchiha. Now that personnel were available, it was only prudent to reinforce their ranks. They would proceed once the alliance was solidified, to avoid any unforeseen complications. The situation in Yunin was anything but trivial. Bai Chun shook his head, expressing his reluctance to be sidetracked by Yunin at this juncture. Of course, he understood that the likelihood of such an occurrence was minimal. He had not been idling away his time. During his moments of leisure, he had utilized his mind-reading technique to extract significant information from the representatives of Yunin. The most crucial detail was that the third Raikage had returned to Yunin on the very day he was defeated, subsequently leading his troops discreetly towards the land of Earth. It seemed the spectacle of the third Raikage facing 1 against 10,000, ultimately succumbing, was poised to repeat itself. Yet, this development might prove advantageous. His survival would bode ill for Konoha, while his disruption in the land of Earth could compel a Wagakure to divert their forces, benefiting Konoha immensely. Shuamao nodded in agreement. Recognizing that the resolution of the matter was indeed preferable, time swiftly passed, and 4 days had elapsed. Finally, Mito Gate arrived, albeit belatedly. However, the negotiations had essentially concluded the previous day, with reparations already settled, and Yunin had agreed to the terms. Only the final signing of the alliance remained. Upon receiving this information, Mito Gate stood momentarily stunned. He then directed an indignant glare at Lugio, Shuamao, and the others, demanding, "Did you not receive a message from Lord Hokage? How could you casually finalize such a significant matter as negotiations without proper experience? Are you prepared to bear the consequences if the village's interests are compromised?" Bai Chun, incensed by this remark, retorted, "How could we not bear it? How could we compromise the village's interests? I have perused historical records. It was you who facilitated the negotiations with Yunin during the Second Great Ninja War, correct? What was the outcome? We were clearly the victors, yet you naively relinquished Yunin's material reparations in the name of so-called peace, which only bred resentment and ultimately reignited conflict. What, then, is the current state of war? Is this what you deem as safeguarding the village's interests? Is this your definition of experience? Your so-called expertise is truly enlightening. Who do you think you are? A mere coward who remains sheltered in the village, too afraid to confront the front lines, yet presuming to lecture me? You insolent brat." Mito Gate-un's expression faltered momentarily, followed by a furious accusation as he pointed at Bai Chun. "What gives you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Do you know who I am? Do you comprehend my status? You dare show disrespect to a council member? Do you not realize your transgressions?" Lacking the capacity for rational discourse, he resorted to invoking his authority in a fit of rage. Upon hearing those words, Bai Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, a flame of fury igniting within him. In an instant, the overwhelming presence of his conqueror's haki erupted, directed with precision towards Mito Menin and the grotesque creatures flanking him. The countenance of Mito Menin and his companions transformed dramatically as they were compelled to kneel under the immense pressure. The terrifying force bore down upon their bodies and wills, nearly rendering them unconscious. This was still a result of Bai Chun deliberately restraining his power. He did not wish for them to lose consciousness entirely, as that would not satisfy his thirst for vengeance. Duki, Shumo, and Mito's other companions were momentarily taken aback, sensing the subtle yet potent aura of Conqueror's haki emanating from Bai Chun. Crack, crack. Mito Menin struggled to lift his gaze to Bai Chun, whose expression was a mixture of humiliation and rage, tinged with something more sinister. The ground beneath him began to fracture, a testament to the immense pressure he was enduring. What is this child? What kind of ability is this? Mito Menin's mind was in turmoil. However, he dared not voice his thoughts, for he sensed no iota of respect from Bai Chun, only a palpable intent to kill. He felt that should he utter another word, this specter would indeed follow through with his threat. "Now, tell me, what is your identity? And what was it you claimed to know?" Bai Chun asked coldly, peering down at Mito Menin with an expression of indifference. "You, a wretched creature, presume to admonish and intimidate me? I could extinguish your life as easily as one would slay a chicken." Mito Menin harbored a desire to retort, but fear stifled his voice. His heart brimmed with rage, frustration, and terror. At that moment, Shumo stepped forward to mediate, saying, "Enough, Bai Chun. Spare him. I believe our esteemed advisor has recognized his mistake, yes?" After speaking, Shumo narrowed his eyes at Mito Menin, silently warning him that if he dared to utter a word of defiance, he would not intervene even if Bai Chun chose to end this wretched creature's life, for he had long since grown weary of the advisor. He suspected that the events of his past were inextricably linked to this group. Mito Menin, along with the likes of Chunin, Sandame, and Danzo, were all cut from the same cloth, self-serving and driven by an insatiable thirst for power. Shumo often pondered how the second Hokage chose his disciples, questioning why he selected such individuals. Was power truly capable of corrupting the soul to this extent? Had they always possessed such vile natures? In any case, the current scene brought him a sense of satisfaction. Bai Chun, however, did not retract his conqueror's haki, but continued to gaze at Mito Menin. The latter, feeling the weight of the moment, nodded in defeat. "Yes, I acknowledge my errors. Please forgive me, spare my life." "Excellent," Bai Chun replied, nodding in satisfaction. "An advisor who recognizes his faults can indeed make amends. I forgive you." With that, he withdrew his conqueror's haki, and Mito Menin and his companions felt an immediate release, collapsing to the ground in relief. Soon after, their faces flushed with embarrassment as they clumsily rose, heads bowed, too fearful to meet Bai Chen's gaze, resembling mice in the presence of a cat. However, the resentment within their hearts had not diminished. On the contrary, it had intensified. Bai Chun, possessing the ability to read minds, was fully aware of the hatred and thoughts that consumed them. With a smile, he remarked, "I know that deep down, you still harbor hatred towards me, perhaps even more than before." Upon hearing this, the individuals were momentarily flustered, eager to justify themselves. Bai Chun raised his hand to silence them, continuing with a grin, "This is splendid. I eagerly await your vengeance. But be prepared for the consequences. There will be no second chances." He was unperturbed by their potential retaliation. These inept beings dared to target him, and he was ready to obliterate them without hesitation. When the time came, he would hold no reservations. Shui Huminyan felt a mix of frustration and trepidation. Ultimately, he could only manage a feeble, "I dare not." At that moment, Bai Chen's smile appeared terrifying to them. Whether they dared or not was inconsequential. Bai Chen waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is still an alliance agreement to be signed. Do so promptly, and I shall return on the 15th. As he spoke, he gestured to Nara Shikaku, stating, "Furthermore, Senior Shikaku, please ensure that our agreed-upon compensation terms with Yuin are thoroughly examined by our advisor. Let us ascertain whether we have truly compromised the village's interests. Simultaneously, let him grasp what rights a victorious nation ought to pursue." Nara Shikaku promptly handed a list to Shui Huminyan. The latter reluctantly accepted the document, scanning it before his heart leapt with surprise. These compensations must total no less than 5 billion. He involuntarily raised his gaze to Bai Chun and his companions, astonished. This was entirely contrary to the third Hokage's intentions. No wonder they were hastily finalizing these terms with Yuin. Nevertheless, Shui Huminyan had to concede that this arrangement did not jeopardize Konoha's interests. Rather, it offered substantial benefits. With such compensation, Konoha's pressing finances would receive considerable relief, alleviating much of the strain across the other three battlefronts. Yet, he couldn't help but voice his concern. With such a substantial compensation, are you not worried that Yuin will harbor animosity towards Konoha and provoke future conflicts? Ultimately, he could not suppress his inquiry, glancing at Bai Chun and the others. Despite having anticipated this, Shikaku and the others displayed a sense of dismay. It appeared that the third Hokage was indeed prepared to adopt a policy of appeasement at the expense of Konoha's interests in exchange for so-called peace. It was utterly disheartening. Bai Chun, upon hearing this, scoffed. "Do you honestly believe that, like during the Second War, Yuin would not bear a grudge against us? That they would refrain from initiating conflict at an opportune moment? Pray tell, how did this war arise?" He discerned that the individual before him was rather dim-witted. Otherwise, how could he pose such a foolish question? Shui Huminyan felt utterly stifled by Bai Chun's retort, struggling to find a counter-argument. Enough of this. Stop stammering and hasten to sign the alliance. Bai Chun, in a fit of impatience, waved his hand dismissively. "I truly question whether your minds are filled with nonsense, naively believing that peace can be achieved through such a ludicrous ideal of harmony. If it were truly that simple, the first generation would have successfully attained peace long ago, and there would have been no subsequent World War I, World War II, or the looming threat of a third world war. Do you even comprehend the fundamental truth? It is self-interest that breeds conflict. Unless the people of Yunin village are utterly extinguished, or if Konoha ceases to exist, ambition will inevitably drive them to wage wartime and again in the future. How can you possess the audacity to aspire to become a high-ranking official or an advisor to the village when you cannot grasp such a straightforward concept? Hurry and go sign the contract. Your mere presence vexes me. What nonsense. The intellect is a precious asset, yet it appears you lack it." Mito Minyan felt a profound sense of frustration, yet he found himself unable to refute Bai Chen's words, ultimately suppressing his anger as he departed with Nara Shikaku to seek out the Yuin envoy for the signing. Once they were far away, Shua Mo chuckled and affectionately ruffled Bai Chen's hair. "Haha, I never anticipated that you would perceive the issue with such clarity. I dare say no one in the entire shinobi world comprehends it as well as you do." Indeed, Watergate nodded in agreement and then turned to Bai Chun, inquiring, "Bai Chun-kun, given your profound understanding, do you possess any solutions to eradicate war?" He gazed at Bai Chun with eager anticipation, yearning for a satisfactory answer. Shua Mo mirrored this sentiment. Bai Chun, exasperated, raised his hands in a gesture of indifference. "Of course, there are not just one, but several methods." "Oh, pray enlighten us." The two of them responded with brightened eyes, eagerly pressing for details. Bai Chun continued, "Firstly, one must possess absolute strength. At the very least, one must surpass the first Hokage and unify the shinobi world under a single banner, establishing a cohesive nation. With overwhelming military might, the world would be unified, and naturally, war would cease to exist. However, both Watergate and Shua Mo frowned at this notion. How exceedingly challenging that would be. But why must one surpass the first Hokage? After all, With the strength of the first Hokage, he was indeed capable of unifying the shinobi world, wasn't he? Secondly, through economic means, bind the various nations and shinobi villages inextricably together, ensuring that no village can afford to wage war against another. Ultimately, we would find ourselves interdependent, thereby averting conflict. Thirdly, possessing the power to suppress the entire shinobi world is sufficient. There is no need for unification. Merely wielding absolute military deterrence to prohibit warfare would suffice. Consider the warning of the mushroom bomb. Watergate and Shuo promptly disregarded the first and third points, recognizing their current impracticality, and instead expressed greater interest in the second point, deeming it more feasible. They immediately inquired about specific details, such as what economic binding entails and how it can be effectively implemented. With time on his hands, Bai Chun engaged in a lively discussion. In truth, he was merely theorizing. If tasked with actual implementation, he would find himself at a loss. Yet, having been raised in an era abundant with information, he had absorbed much knowledge and insight. Although uncertain about the precise execution, he comprehended the underlying principles and consolidated his thoughts, sharing them with Minato and Shomao. The two listened enraptured, their eyes sparkling with a burgeoning vision of peace for the future of the ninja world. The signing of the alliance proceeded swiftly, resolved in less than half an hour. Subsequently, Minato, along with his companions, chose to remain and prepare for the reception of the compensatory resources. Conversely, Bai Chun and Shomao set off that very day from the battlefield of Yunin. Shomao journeyed towards the eastern front at Kirigakure, while Bai Chun returned to Kanahagakure. Before departing, Minju and Jukyu came to bid them farewell. "Take care on your journey," they exclaimed. "Indeed," Bai Chun nodded, retrieving 3 flying thunder god short swords, which he presented to Shomao, Minato, and Jukyu. "What is this?" Shomao gazed in astonishment at the sword in his hand, then looked up at Bai Chun. "Indeed," Bai Chun affirmed, "these are the flying thunder god short swords. In times of peril, you and Minato-sensei can channel chakra into these swords, and I will sense it and rush to your aid." "Indeed." Shomao's expression turned to realization, followed by a hearty laugh. "Haha. When did you learn the flying thunder god technique? Why didn't you inform me of this?" He feigned a light pat on Bai Chun's shoulder, unable to conceal his joy. The flying thunder god technique. Jukyu, equally astonished, regarded Bai Chun with wide eyes. "You've mastered this ninjutsu too? Did Minato teach you? What else is there that you cannot do?" Minato shook his head in response. "It was not I who taught him. It was a reward from Lord Hokage for Bai Chun's defeat of the Three Tails Jinchuriki and repelling the assault from Kirigakure. By the way," Minato turned to Bai Chun, "how do you manage to sense chakra input in this manner? Could you teach me?" He still relied on the rudimentary method of providing 2 flying thunder god kunai, breaking one to perceive the coordinates of the vanished one. Bai Chun's method clearly surpassed his own, as it did not necessitate sacrificing a kunai each time and allowed for repeated use. Bai Chun chuckled and replied, "It's quite simple. You just need to perform the sealing technique in this specific manner, and it will work. It acts as a trigger-based alarm system." Minato's expression brightened with understanding. "So that is how it is. Bai Chun, you truly are a genius to have thought of this. I've learned something valuable. Thank you." "No need for thanks." Bai Chun waved his hand dismissively. "Now, I must take my leave." Stretching his limbs, he remarked, after racing through 3 battlefields consecutively, "I am utterly exhausted and finally able to rest." Minato and Jukyu fell into a brief silence. Before Jukyu spoke, "It's good that you think this way. Not everyone possesses your carefree disposition. Unfortunately, some matters are beyond our current capacity to change. Let us hope for better transformations in the future." "Are you dissatisfied with the 3rd Hokage?" "Of course. Despite the formidable prowess of Bai Chun, which could swiftly conclude the conflicts on the other 3 battlefronts, the 3rd generation chose to suppress him, driven by their own selfish desires and the desire to consolidate their power, rather than hastening the end of the war. How utterly disheartening." Bai Chun smiled faintly, unperturbed within. As long as those he cared for remained unharmed, he was indifferent to everything else. After expressing his thoughts, he waved his hand and departed hastily. The same went for Shuomao. "I must also make my way to the Sand Ninja battlefield now. This side will be entrusted to you, Senior Narashikaku." Minato observed Bai Chun and the others retreating before addressing Narashikaku. "Indeed." Shikaku nodded, wishing him a safe journey. Safe travels. In a subterranean cavern within the Land of Fire, Uchiha Madara once again received a report from Black and White Zetsu. The Uchiha clan members have been present at the Eastern Mist Ninja battlefield for several days now, and several of our targets are among them. We can make our move. Oh, Uchiha Madara nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. That is good news. But it seems that the Mist is not a match for that little brat Bai-chun. With him around, they dare not engage in battle. It appears we must either remove this brat or deal with him directly. I cannot allow Bai-chun to interfere with the execution of my plans. You need not worry about that, Lord Madara, exclaimed Uzumaki White Zetsu cheerfully. That brat Bai-chun, along with Hatake Shuamao, has already gone to the Cloud Ninja battlefield for support. The Zero Ninja side has been informed of this news, and they have already resumed their attacks. Currently at a disadvantage in the battlefront. Uchiha Madara's brows furrowed at this revelation. Why is that? These scoundrels can be unreliable at times. Uzumaki White Zetsu tilted his head in surprise. I forgot. I was mainly pondering what it feels like to defecate. Hey, Lord Madara, can you tell me? I genuinely wish to know. Uchiha Madara, angrily shut your mouth. If you dare to speak of this again, I will kill you. Uchiha Madara roared in fury. What have I created? If it weren't for the fact that Uzumaki White Zetsu possessed commendable strength and potential, he would have been disposed of without a second thought. Sensing Madara's murderous intent, Uzumaki White Zetsu ultimately chose to back down and ceased his nonsensical chatter. After regaining his composure, Uchiha Madara inquired, So, it seems that Hatake Shuamao and that little brat Bai-chun will not be returning anytime soon. This is indeed good news. Not quite. Black Zetsu interjected. That little brat actually managed to single-handedly repel an assault from 7,000 to 8,000 Cloud Ninjas, killing numerous foes and severely injuring the third Raikage. He is undoubtedly among the top tier at the shadow level. This individual has become a significant threat. I believe we should eliminate him before he grows any stronger. Black Zetsu felt a rising threat, sensing that Bai-chun's strength had barely reached the quasi-super shadow level, although still far from the pinnacle of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. This young lad is still quite young. Who knows how much he could grow in the future? In the past, Kurizetsu paid little attention to Bai-chun due to his ordinary bloodline, but now he must take heed. In this world, there are always peculiar individuals capable of defying conventions. One must remain vigilant. A single blow that severely injured the third Raikage? I recall the third Raikage possessing considerable strength, do I not? Uchiha Madara inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. Indeed, Kurizetsu nodded. The third Raikage once faced the rampaging Eight Tails head-on, subduing its turmoil without sustaining any harm. His strength is undeniably formidable. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara fell silent, narrowing his eyes slightly. That is indeed impressive. In that case, I shall assess this young lad's true caliber. With that, Uchiha Madara beckoned to a White Zetsu. Somewhat perplexed, the White Zetsu hurried over, only to be seized by Uchiha Madara. Do not resist. Technique of the Elephant's Transformation. In the next moment, Uchiha Madara utilized the technique of the Elephant's Transformation, channeling half of his chakra into the White Zetsu, simultaneously projecting his consciousness into it. The White Zetsu soon transformed, taking on the appearance of a younger Uchiha Madara. Meanwhile, his original body closed its eyes, falling into slumber. The feeling of youth is delightful. Uchiha Madara stretched his limbs and laughed heartily. This ninjutsu is quite remarkable. Acquired from the Akatsuki by Kurizetsu. Alas, it is but a fleeting state. He must perish once to resurrect at his peak using the Rinnegan. Subsequently, Uchiha Madara retrieved a sealed scroll from his original body, unbinding it to extract a glass vial containing a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan. He proceeded to remove the White Zetsu's eyes, replacing them with the 2 3-tomo Sharingan, infusing his own ocular power into the newly acquired eyes. They upgraded momentarily to the Mangekyo Sharingan, only to regress back through the stages of 3-tomo, 2-tomo, and 1-tomo, ultimately reverting to ordinary black pupils. The inability to deactivate the Sharingan for outsiders does not apply to Uchiha Madara. Regrettably, elevating them to the Mangekyo was the limit, and only temporarily. They would likely fail after an hour of intense combat. Nonetheless, that would suffice. With that, Uchiha Madara commanded Kuro and White Zetsu, "Let us go. Take me to that young lad." Yes. The duo promptly complied, merging with Uchiha Madara before employing the technique of the mayfly to blend into the earth, swiftly traversing through the soil. Simultaneously, they connected with other White Zetsu to track Bai-chun's vicinity. Lord Madara, that young lad is currently en route to Konoha. Approximately 100 kilometers away from us, Kurizetsu reported. Oh, Uchiha Madara smiled slightly upon hearing this. How fortuitous. Meanwhile, Bai-chun proceeded leisurely towards Konoha, as if savoring a scenic excursion, even dispatching 2 shadow clones to the eastern front at the misty battlefield. I hope to acquire some corpses of the Uchiha clan, or perhaps their Sharingan. At that point, I could test the devouring abilities of the dark fruit to see how effective they truly are. Perhaps it might even allow me to directly obtain the Sharingan. Furthermore, the ice release of the Mizuki clan, the bone techniques of the Kagaya clan, and the hydration technique of the Hozuki clan all seem rather impressive. If I could obtain them, I would not hesitate to seize the opportunity. There is no place easier to procure these bloodline limit ninjas than the battlefield. Suddenly, Bai-chun's observation skills detected something over 1,000 meters ahead. He immediately used his mental power to confirm once more. Then, a sly smile crept across his face, revealing an intriguing expression. This is rather interesting. Even now, there are those preparing to hunt me for a bounty. There are indeed quite a few who seek death. He sensed over 100 individuals in the nearby woods. Among them, the strongest had surprisingly reached the level of a Kage and possessed 5 different chakra hearts within. His entire body supported by a strange black substance. Is that Kakuzu? Such distinct characteristics allowed Bai-chun to immediately identify him. At this moment, it seems he has not yet joined the Akatsuki. How intriguing. Kakuzu, concealed among the bounty hunters, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. For some reason, he was overtaken by a sense of foreboding. What is happening? Kakuzu felt perplexed. Meanwhile, Bai-chun, from over 1,000 meters away, retrieved 2 chakra metal coins. As lightning energy began to entwine them, causing the coins to accelerate in their rotation, Bai-chun then soared into the air, swiftly advancing forward. In mere moments, he covered several hundred meters. Not good. We have been discovered. Quick, retreat. Naturally, the bounty hunter group included sensory-type ninjas. Otherwise, they would not have been able to pinpoint Bai-chun's location so accurately. Sensing the terrifying chakra fluctuations emanating from Bai-chun and witnessing his rapid approach, they quickly realized their cover had been blown. With a shout, they began to flee in haste. The ambush had failed. They had underestimated Bai-chun's sensory abilities. Or rather, they never anticipated that Bai-chun possessed such formidable perception. Thinking of escape? Taste my electromagnetic cannon. Bai-chun grinned wickedly as he flung his hand, sending forth an orange beam slicing through the sky. Boom. It struck down in the woods several hundred meters away. A mushroom cloud rose, leaving a crater over 100 meters in diameter. The trees within the crater vanished entirely. No. Soil, splintered wood, and dismembered limbs erupted everywhere. Dozens of bounty hunters, unable to flee in time, either met a gruesome end or lay with severed limbs. Those who survived could only wail in despair, clutching their mangled bodies, overwhelmed by endless regret. Why did I come? This target with a bounty of 500 million is clearly a powerful and formidable existence. Damn it, run. Kakuzu was taken aback by the terrifying assault, instinctively fleeing without a moment's thought. What a joke. If he were to be hit, not even several hearts would suffice. However, at that moment, Bai-chun hurled another coin from his hand. A radiant beam of light cleaved through the heavens, crashing into the ground with a resounding boom, creating a massive pit that caused dozens of bounty hunters nearby to follow in their fallen comrades' footsteps. Even Kakuzu was caught in the shockwave and sustained some injuries. Fortunately, with his earth grudge fear, these wounds were insignificant. He now cursed himself for not having 2 more legs, desperately fleeing. What a farce. This young man appeared far too ruthless. Who unleashes 2 significant attacks before even making contact? Shouldn't one first test the waters with shurikens, exchange a few words, engage in banter, and then commence the battle? Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds echoed as dozens of flying thunder god short swords were summoned by Bai-chun. With a swift motion, Bai-chun vanished from his original position, and a silver flash darted between the flying swords, reflecting and weaving through them multiple times in mere moments. The remaining foes found their throats swiftly cut by Bai-chun, leaving no room for retaliation. Throughout this process, Bai-chun efficiently wielded the recognized flying thunder god short swords without wasting a single one. Then, he soared into the sky, sensing the direction Kakuzu was fleeing, and shot off with a swiftness that left him in front of Kakuzu in just a few breaths. He plummeted from above, shattering the ground upon impact. Bai-chun raised his head, grinning at Kakuzu. Oh, Kakuzu, where do you think you're going? Kakuzu hastily halted, chakra swirling within him as he warily regarded Bai Chun. I didn't expect you to recognize me. Is it my fortune or misfortune? I have no intention of opposing you. May I pass? He did not wish to show weakness, yet he truly felt he could not win. Bai Chun, upon hearing this, smiled slightly. That is not out of the question. Kakuzu, who had merely intended to utter polite words, was taken aback by Bai Chun's agreement. What are the conditions? He inquired further. If he could avoid a confrontation, that would be splendid. As long as the terms were acceptable, he was willing to make some concessions. Naturally, he did not believe this would come without strings attached. There are no free lunches in this world. After all, he had come to hunt Bai Chun. Bai Chun, grinning, gave Kakuzu a thumbs up, refreshing. I appreciate your perceptiveness. There are no other conditions. Simply serve me and work alongside me. Before Kakuzu could refuse, Bai Chun continued, Of course, I know you have a fondness for money and relish the process of making it. I can fulfill that desire. Believe it or not, I possess numerous valuable items and have long desired to establish a factory to mass-produce these goods, selling them throughout the shinobi world to generate a continuous flow of wealth. However, I lack sufficient manpower, especially a qualified executor and finance minister. Would you be willing to become the executor and finance minister of my commercial empire? He was not entirely joking. Over the past year, he had changed his appearance numerous times. Although not every transformation proved beneficial, many were indeed valuable. Not to mention the various items such as spicy snack recipes, soft drinks, burger formulas, energy blocks, nutritional supplements, and detox agents that were available. There was an abundance of remarkable products. Merely from the medical knowledge acquired from Dr. Kulaha, a plethora of excellent items could be derived. Any one of these could be crafted into nutritional supplements, enhancing potions, healing remedies, or detoxifiers, thereby creating an entire conglomerate of super potions. Jiao Du listened, momentarily taken aback. Before asking in disbelief, Are you serious? Does this little rascal truly comprehend what he is saying? If such remarkable items exist, why not reveal them sooner? However, Bai Chun was well aware of his character and appeared to have conducted thorough research on him. He was quite certain. Bai Chun nodded earnestly, retrieving several items, including the nutritional supplements he personally consumed, spare detox agents, healing potions for internal injuries, and spicy snacks, which he presented to Jiao Du. Give these a try. These are all my products. Once you grasp their true value, you'll understand my sincerity. Curiously, Jiao Du accepted the items and sampled each one, ultimately confirming their quality. These were indeed exceptional products, and he had never encountered them on the market before. Additionally, being fond of wealth, he quickly assessed their value. They were undeniably valuable. If produced in large quantities, profit would be assured. Excitement lit up Jiao Du's face. As his keen interest in commerce had endowed him with a sharp eye for potential, he firmly believed in the accuracy of his judgment. Without a doubt, nutritional supplements, detox agents, and healing potions would entice even the major ninja villages into bulk purchases. He immediately turned to Bai Chun and declared, I accept your terms. As long as I can earn money, the rest is inconsequential. But do you really trust me this much? Jiao Du found it somewhat astonishing. Had he encountered a patron? However, it was not that simple. Sign this. Do not resist the contract, and then I will consider trusting you. Bai Chun's thoughts stirred, and with a furrowed brow, a contract rune materialized, manifesting into a softly glowing document that floated before Jiao Du. Jiao Du was momentarily awestruck by this magical spectacle. The method was rather fantastical. He did not dwell on it for long. After reviewing the contract, which was straightforward, he realized that upon signing, he would pledge his unwavering loyalty to Bai Chun and serve him. After a moment's contemplation, he inscribed his name on the document. There was no other option. Regardless of whether the contract possessed any extraordinary effects, he had to sign it. Otherwise, Bai Chun would undoubtedly not let him off easily. With his name inscribed, the contract transformed into a luminous orb that drifted toward Jiao Du's forehead. Remember, do not resist. Bai Chun reminded him once more. Jiao Du, having finally calmed his restless spirit, did not falter. The luminous orb smoothly embedded itself into his mind's eye, enveloping his very soul. In that moment, a slight tremor coursed through Jiao Du's form. As he raised his gaze towards Bai Chun, he felt an overwhelming sense of reverence blossoming from the depths of his being. He knelt on one knee and declared, I, Jiao Du, humbly pay my respects to my master. At that instant, Bai Chun sensed the extent of his control over Jiao Du with a mere gesture of his hand. He employed telekinesis to lift Jiao due to his feet. No need for excessive formality. I do not adhere to such rigid customs. Simply serve me well from now on. He instructed. Furthermore, consider me your employer moving forward. Here, these are the recipes for spicy strips, hamburgers, and soda, Bai Chen continued. Utilize these as your initial products to establish a factory and commence your journey towards profit. As for nutritional supplements, detoxifiers, and healing potions, ordinary individuals cannot concoct them. For now, I shall provide the necessary materials. Each month, I will visit to deliver the potions for you to sell. As he spoke, Bai Chen produced a short sword imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique and handed it to Jiao. Do keep this safe. It will allow me to locate you at any moment and teleport to your side. Should you encounter significant troubles or imminent danger, you may channel chakra into it to activate the seal, and I will come to your aid. Providing Jiao Du with a measure of security was indeed prudent, especially as he would soon assist Bai Chen in generating wealth. As for Bai Chen's motives for amassing wealth, chakra metal, purchasing medicinal herbs, acquiring rare items, and resources, all demanded financial investment. He had long desired to renovate his residence and purchase land for expansion, but was constrained by a lack of funds. Thus, the importance of money was clear. Thank you, master, Jiao Du exclaimed with delight as he accepted the Flying Thunder God sword. My master is truly benevolent. He even ensures my safety. I now have a powerful ally. At that moment, Jiao Du hesitated, his expression turning slightly sheepish. Master, could you provide some initial capital? He inquired. Of course, if that is not possible, I can rely on my own savings for now. Bai Chen regarded Jiao Du with bemusement. I, too, am currently devoid of funds. However, I am aware of an individual who should possess considerable wealth, though I am unsure if he is as affluent as I imagine. Who might that be? Jiao Du asked, intrigued. The Land of Waves, Kato. He appears to have established a shipping company. You might inquire in the Land of Waves. He should have prospered by now. If not, his father has certainly found success, Bai Chen remarked with a smile. He held little belief that Kato had risen to wealth solely through his own efforts. It was likely that his family was of noble lineage, inheriting substantial assets. Bai Chen felt no guilt about exploiting such individuals. Is that so? I understand. Jiao Du nodded in comprehension. Then I shall make haste to the Land of Waves and investigate. Indeed, I look forward to hearing your favorable news soon. Bai Chen encouraged. Bai Chen waved his hand, watching as Jiao Du walked away before setting off again, making his way towards Konoha at a leisurely pace. Yet, before he had traveled 50 kilometers, Bai Chen suddenly raised an eyebrow and halted, a look of surprise crossing his face. What is going on today? One after another, people come to seek their demise. How intriguing, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. In the next moment, a towering figure emerged from the ground a mere 10 meters ahead of him, laughing uproariously while casting a cold gaze upon Bai Chen. You're a quite audacious kid. Do you wish to dance as well? Upon recognizing the figure, Bai Chen's eyes twitched slightly. Uchiha Madara? A playful expression adorned Bai Chen's face as he replied, Not only do I wish to dance, but I also yearn to rave. To his astonishment, the legendary Uchiha Madara had not perished but had come to confront him. So tell me your intentions, or I shall send you directly to the Pure Land to meet your dear friend, Senju Hashirama. I imagine he must be quite lonely without you over there. Bai Chen's words dripped with venom, causing the smile on Uchiha Madara's face to vanish. His expression darkened, eyes filled with malice as he glared at Bai Chen. You insolent brat. Your sharp tongue will not alter your fate. A genius that has not matured is no genius at all. I declare, your journey ends here. Fire style, great fire annihilation. With that, Uchiha Madara swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a torrent of flames towards Bai Chen. Instantly, a firestorm exceeding 100 meters engulfed the area. However, in a heartbeat, Bai Chen's thoughts ignited, and he vanished, reappearing high in the air, gazing down at Uchiha Madara. Who would have thought that Uchiha Madara is one to resort to sneak attacks? Since you have struck me, now you shall taste my retaliation. As he spoke, a chakra coin materialized in his hand, crackling with gathered lightning. The chakra coin was propelled to a terrifying velocity as he hurled it downward, unleashing a vibrant orange beam the size of a bowl towards Uchiha Madara. Oh, Uchiha Madara sensed the impending danger, but it was too late to evade. The beam was too swift. Without hesitation, he activated his Susanoo. A blue chakra framework emerged, rapidly encased in muscle and armor, forming a colossal energy giant that enveloped Uchiha Madara. Boom! The electromagnetic cannon struck the abdomen of the Susanoo, but was effectively blocked. Just as Uchiha Madara prepared to laugh triumphantly, cracks began to form where the Susanoo had been hit. Then, with a resounding explosion, a breach tore through it. Wood style, wood pillar wall. Uchiha Madara hastily clapped his hands, summoning a wooden wall that surged skyward, shielding him from the aftermath. Boom. In the next instant, the electromagnetic cannon collided with the wooden barrier. Crack, crack, crack. More fissures appeared. Without waiting for the outcome, Uchiha Madara executed a body flicker technique, vanishing from sight. Lightning release, Rasen Shuriken, he declared, only to feel a menacing presence behind him, an urgent sense of lethal danger looming. He was consumed by a sense of frustration and fury, and without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his full combat power, summoning the complete form of Susanoo, a towering energy giant exceeding 100 meters in height that abruptly rose from the earth. Uchiha Madara's unique, intricate Sharingan was ablaze with intensity. Boom. At that moment, the lightning-infused Rasen Shuriken launched by Baichun struck Madara's Susanoo, instantly swelling into a colossal sphere over 10 meters in diameter. As the sphere dissipated, one of Susanoo's legs was obliterated. Uchiha Madara stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance and crashing down with Susanoo. However, in a critical moment, he expended his ocular power and chakra to swiftly mend the obliterated section, regaining his footing. Alas, Baichun lamented with a click of his tongue. You have truly angered me, little brat. Uchiha Madara bellowed, commanding Susanoo to draw a chakra blade from his waist and fiercely slash towards Baichun. The relentless series of attacks had left him feeling terribly vexed. He had underestimated his opponent. Since the death of Hashirama, he had not felt this way for a long time. Swordsmanship? Allow me to demonstrate true swordsmanship. Without hesitation, Baichun grasped the chakra blade at his side. Armament haki enveloped it instantly, followed by Conqueror's haki wrapping around it as well. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his blade, unleashing a massive crimson slash exceeding 30 meters in length, which collided with Uchiha Madara's chakra blade. Boom! A deafening roar erupted. Uchiha Madara's strike was forcibly halted by this overwhelming blow, and he felt a tremendous force that nearly caused the blade in Susanoo's hand to recoil. Uchiha Madara was taken aback. This little brat possesses such terrifying swordsmanship? A monster? Even he had to concede that Baichun, at merely 7 or 8 years of age, had already surpassed his peers in strength. However, this world would not show leniency simply because of youth. You err in venturing out at such a tender age. Prepare to meet your demise. Without hesitation, Uchiha Madara swung another chakra blade fiercely down towards Baichun. If you can, then try. Baichun retorted defiantly. This is no longer your era, old man. Go back to the underworld and keep your companions company. With a sudden leap into the sky, Baichun swung his chakra blade fiercely towards Uchiha Madara's descending blade. In the next moment, their blades clashed mere centimeters apart, unleashing a terrifying force of impact that rippled outward. Crackling, dark red lightning surged forth from the collision. At some unknown point, the sky had become shrouded in ominous clouds, creating a stifling atmosphere as if it were about to collapse. Suddenly, the heavens seemed to split, revealing a deep chasm within the clouds, making the sky appear as though it had been cleaved in two. What is this? Has the wrath of the heavens been unleashed? In this scene of cataclysmic upheaval, even from hundreds of kilometers away, the hidden battlefields of the clouds and fog could be perceived, provoking gasps of astonishment from many onlookers. On the side of Konoha, the third Hokage stood atop the Hokage Tower, his expression one of shock as he gazed into the far distance, seemingly able to transcend space to sense the oppressive aura emanating from that location. What had transpired? The third's countenance bore the weight of grave concern. This did not appear to be a natural occurrence. Rather, it seemed orchestrated by human hands, as if a superlative master was engaged in combat. With a crackling sound, the armed haki enveloped the colossal sword of a master swordsman, allowing Baichun to not only parry Uchiha Madara's strike, but to hold his ground in a contest of equal might. Impressive. Uchiha Madara could not suppress his astonishment at the sight. The slash from the fully realized Susanoo was formidable. Even though his Sharingan was merely a kaleidoscope and lacked sufficient ocular power, the full Susanoo possessed only a fraction of the strength of a true pinnacle Susanoo. Yet it was still terrifying. Boom. In the next moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Baichun, momentarily halting the long blade of the Susanoo. Baichun vanished from his original position, reappearing in the field behind the long sword. At that moment, his sword was sheathed, and he hovered in midair, striking a pose reminiscent of a drawn blade. Lightning-like energy flickered around him, and his sword-wielding arm was completely enveloped in a dark haki. With a swift motion, he unleashed the first form of the lightning-breathing ninja sword technique, Thunderclap. The strike. Uchiha Madara witnessed a flash of lightning as Bai-Chun appeared behind the Susanoo, slowly sheathing his chakra-infused long sword. Crack! The head of the Susanoo was cleaved in two from the center of its brow, and the crystalline form of Uchiha Madara within was likewise bisected. What? Uchiha's upper half floated in the air, astonished as he gazed at Bai-Chun. The speed of that strike was such that even my kaleidoscope Sharingan could barely capture its afterimage. Young one, you are indeed impressive. Haha, I, Uchiha Madara, shall bestow upon you the title of the fastest. This time, you have emerged victorious. We shall engage in a more spirited battle next time. Haha, Madara mused, finding this era not entirely devoid of excitement. Observing Bai-Chun, a being of such caliber emerging after himself and Hashirama, he felt a mix of trepidation and unexpected exhilaration. Damn, the fastest. Upon hearing Madara's praise, Ming's eyes twitched slightly, igniting an urge to strike. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. At that moment, Uchiha Madara's Susanoo began to dissipate rapidly. Simultaneously, the two severed bodies lost their Uchiha form, reverting to a white appearance. White Zetsu, Bai-Chun comprehended. And in the next instant, he executed two swift movements to grasp the two halves of the white Zetsu in his hands. A series of sealing runes surged from his palms, enveloping the two halves of the white Zetsu. Subsequently, the severed bodies transformed into white mist and vanished with a resounding pop. In truth, Bai-Chun had employed a sealing technique to confine them within the spatial ring's realm. The remains of the white Zetsu were invaluable, especially as they were among the strongest variants produced by Uchiha Madara, whether for research or exchange. It proves to be a remarkable item. Furthermore, Bai-Chun beheld the upper half of a corpse lying within the spatial ring, its eye sockets adorned with a pair of somewhat dim 3-tomo Sharingan. Regrettably, they were merely 3-tomo. It seemed the previous kaleidoscope was forcibly activated by Uchiha Madara's ocular prowess. Nonetheless, it was still a commendable acquisition, Bai-Chun mused with a hint of regret. Suddenly, from a certain spot on the ground, a head of black and white emerged. Observing Bai-Chun's actions of retrieving the two halves of the white Zetsu corpse, in the next moment, it submerged and vanished. Bai-Chun directed his gaze toward the area where black Zetsu had disappeared, attempting to sense it with his mental energy, but found nothing. He pondered, is it black Zetsu? Indeed, the product of yin-yang release possesses some intrigue. Subsequently, Bai-Chun soared toward Konoha. After a series of unexpected events, he resolved to cease his aimless wandering. Even Uchiha Madara had been lured out. It appeared his recent conduct had been somewhat excessive, instilling a sense of threat in them. However, it was evident that Uchiha Madara's current state was far from optimal, and the choice of the vessel for his power was evidently lacking. Otherwise, today's battle would not have concluded so effortlessly. Although he had triumphed over Uchiha Madara this time, Bai-Chun felt no pride. He discerned that Madara was merely utilizing the technique of the altered form. With neither the Rinnegan nor the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan at his disposal, it was likely that Madara had not even been able to unleash a tenth of his peak strength. There remained much work to be done. Once that old fellow selects a suitable vessel, he may very well target me to eliminate the threat without hindering his future plans. That is certainly not what he desires. An ancient being seeking to engage in a life-or-death exchange with me? Such thoughts are unfathomable. On the journey, Bai-Chun divided himself into over a dozen shadow clones, dispersing in various directions, each bearing a multitude of flying thunder god short swords. Along the way, he buried these swords at suitable locations, effectively mapping out teleportation points for easier access throughout the ninja world in the future. Half a day later, Bai-Chun had swiftly arrived at the village of Konoha. After a brief registration, he stepped into the village. Sighing with relief as he gazed upon the familiar surroundings, he remarked, "At last, I have returned. Konoha truly feels comforting." Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, masked and addressing him directly. "Lord Bai-Chun, the Hokage requests your presence." "Oh," Bai-Chun responded, raising an eyebrow with a hint of intrigue, nodding in acknowledgement. "I shall go at once." The Umbu vanished immediately. Bai-Chun proceeded directly to the Hokage Tower. Reaching the door of the Hokage's office on the 3rd floor, he pushed the door open and entered. "Ah, Long time no see, Hokage-sama. Bai Chun greeted with a warm smile, raising his hand in a familiar gesture toward the third Hokage. Haha, indeed, it has been a while. The third Hokage replied with a smile, taking a couple of puffs from his pipe before nodding in response. Please, take a seat. The third Hokage gestured for Bai Chun to take a seat on the nearby sofa and inquired, So, Bai Chun, what is it like on the front lines of war? Is it bearable? Bai Chun shrugged, responding, At first, it was a bit disconcerting, but I grew accustomed to it over time. Of course, the food leaves much to be desired. Moreover, it can be rather brutal. Otherwise, it's manageable. As for danger, it poses no threat to me. There is hardly anyone on the front lines who could jeopardize my safety. The third Hokage chuckled softly and remarked, Only you would think that way. Others are far more aware of the peril. What are your thoughts on my decision to recall you from the front lines? Are you displeased? Upon hearing this, Bai Chun looked at him in surprise. Why would I be displeased? I was already weary of the front lines. I have never been fond of violence. The food there is subpar, and I find the village much more comfortable. Therefore, returning is quite agreeable. I prefer a life of structured training, play, and enjoying delicious food. He genuinely believed this. The third Hokage noted this with some delight, surprised by Bai Chun's perspective. Importantly, he sensed that Bai Chun seemed somewhat indifferent and lacked ambition regarding power. This was favorable for the third Hokage, who appreciated young individuals with strength, yet no desire for ambition. Such individuals would not threaten his authority and could serve as reliable allies when needed. Indeed, I shall observe you further. Perhaps this is merely a facade. The third Hokage pondered cautiously, though he felt considerably more at ease. With a smile, he teasingly pointed at Bai Chun, saying, You think that just because you are on the front lines, I am unaware of your circumstances? You claim the food is poor, yet you feast daily on delicacies you brought with you. How extravagant of you to use sealing scrolls to contain such an abundance of food. What a waste. Where do you procure such funds for this? This was indeed a perplexing question for the third Hokage. Could it be Tsunade? That was utterly implausible. She was a gambler and would hardly spare any money for Bai Chun. It must be Shoma, he concluded. It's from my teacher. Besides, he partakes in the meals I bring, so it isn't wasteful. Bai Chun chuckled. It seemed the third Hokage was still unaware of his spatial equipment, which was for the best, preventing any complications. You. The third Hokage shook his head in amusement. Let us not dwell on that. Once again, you have accomplished great deeds, and I promise to reward you with a jutsu from the sealing book. Take a look and choose which one you wish to learn. With that, the third Hokage retrieved a massive scroll from a hidden chamber, unsealing it, and laid it before Bai Chun, gesturing for him to peruse its contents. Thank you, Grandpa Hokage. Bai Chun exclaimed, immediately rising with excitement to peruse the sealing book, though he soon realized, much to his dismay, that everything was indeed sealed. Only a name and a brief description of its effects were provided, which was somewhat disappointing, Bai Chun thought to himself. After a swift glance around, he said to Wang Dai, Let us choose the multi-shadow clone technique. I feel that the shadow clone technique has become somewhat inadequate. Mastering this will allow me to create more shadow clones to assist in my training. Haha. Other ninjutsu, such as the reanimation technique, would not be given by the third Hokage, nor would some of the more perilous ninjutsu. However, he did notice several iconic ninjutsu created by the second Hokage, such as the explosive tag technique, the dark walking technique, water release, heavenly cry, and water release, hard vortex water blade. Yet, he felt that these should be available from Tsunade. He could simply ask her for them when time permitted. After all, Tsunade treated him well. Of course, he had no intention of taking advantage of her. For those who treated him kindly, he was more than willing to repay their kindness tenfold. This time, he planned to teach Tsunade the lightning body forging technique, which should suit her well and significantly enhance her strength. Oh, the third Hokage looked at Bai Chun with a hint of surprise. You actually chose this? I thought you would select a more formidable offensive ninjutsu. Bai Chun shook his head in response. I have already created a considerable number of offensive ninjutsu myself, and Tsunade has taught me some as well. That is sufficient. The multi-shadow clone technique is far more suitable for me. He never lacked for offensive techniques. The third Hokage's eyes twitched slightly. Was this a display of arrogance? Nevertheless, he nodded, unsealing the multi-shadow clone technique and placing it before Bai Chun. You have 2 hours to learn this. Additionally, I must caution you about this ninjutsu. Do not create too many shadow clones at once, or it may jeopardize your life. Since you frequently utilize the shadow clone technique, You should understand that all sensations and fatigue experienced by the shadow clones will be relayed back to the original body. If overexerted, it could lead to a complete mental breakdown. Remember this. Given Bai Qin's disinterest in power, the third Hokage saw him as a useful tool and had no qualms about expressing more goodwill. I am aware of this. Bai Qin nodded while observing, but rest assured, my chakra has been increasing quite rapidly lately. I should be able to handle creating 100 or so at once. The third Hokage's eyes twitched again as he sensed Bai Qin's chakra levels, instantly astonished by the vast amount contained within him. This must be more than 5 times my own. Truly a little monster. Is this the physique of the Senju clan? How enviable, the third Hokage mused, his heart twitching at the thought. He desired such a physique himself. With such an immense chakra reserve, he felt his strength would far exceed what it was now. 1 minute later, after perusing the contents of the multi-shadow clone technique, and with the foundation of the shadow clone technique, Bai Qin learned it instantaneously. He returned the sealed book to the third Hokage. All right, I have mastered it. This ninjutsu is closely related to the shadow clone technique, making it rather simple. The third Hokage listened intently, his hand gripping the pipe, trembling slightly. The concept was deceptively simple, although it bore considerable resemblance to the shadow clone technique. The speed at which one could learn it was astonishing. He began to comprehend why Bai Qin was capable of creating such a multitude of original ninjutsu. Such talent. At that moment, the third Hokage pondered for a moment before addressing Bai Qin. I have heard that you have devised a formidable lightning-style ninjutsu, known as the super electromagnetic cannon. Is it true that you used this technique to repel the mist shinobi, eliminate the three-tails Jinchuriki, and defeat the cloud shinobi? Indeed, Bai Qin affirmed with a nod. He then retrieved a chakra coin from the empty spatial ring within his attire and began to demonstrate by channeling lightning. See, just like this. Stop, stop, stop. The third Hokage exclaimed in alarm, hastily raising his hand to halt the demonstration. You cannot perform it here. It could obliterate the entire Hokage building and endanger the nearby villagers. Relax, relax, Bai Qin replied nonchalantly, waving his empty hand in reassurance. I have absolute control over this technique. I can terminate it at any moment. As he spoke, the rotation of the coin slowed dramatically, and the energy levels plummeted. The third Hokage let out a sigh of relief, looking at Bai Qin with a mix of exasperation and admiration. Even if you can control it, you cannot behave so recklessly. However, judging by the incomplete demonstration, the power of this technique is indeed terrifying. With a smile, the third Hokage gazed at Bai Qin and inquired, would you be willing to offer this ninjutsu to the village? Of course, the village shall not take it for free. You may select an S-rank ninjutsu from the sealing book in a reasonable condition in return. What say you? Evidently, the third Hokage had his eyes set on this lightning technique. Being proficient in all 5 elemental styles, he believed that mastering this ninjutsu could significantly enhance his combat prowess. Oh, Bai Qin's mind was suddenly enlightened. It seemed the third Hokage had ulterior motives. A trade appeared feasible. However, the super electromagnetic cannon was no easy technique to master. It required a high-level understanding of the nature transformation of lightning chakra. Moreover, a profound grasp of electromagnetic theory and principles, as well as an exceptional command over lightning, was essential. Otherwise, even if one could learn it, the power would remain limited and not fully realized. If one could master it, they would gain the ability to harness electromagnetic forces and subsequently control magnetism. The challenges involved were indeed formidable. After considering these factors, Bai Qin nodded in agreement. That can work. Let us exchange it for the spirit manifestation technique. Additionally, I feel my living space is rather cramped. Could we negotiate for a plot of land measuring 2,000 square meters? While he had contemplated trading for the reanimation technique, he doubted the third Hokage would acquiesce. Bai Qin was also uncertain if Tsunade possessed the spirit manifestation technique, so he opted for this exchange instead. He sensed its potential utility, given its relevance to soul manifestation and separation, a subject of significant research value. Oh, the third Hokage was taken aback by Bai Qin's prompt agreement, having anticipated a refusal. One must at least contemplate for a while. As for Bai Qin's conditions, they are rather trivial for the third Hokage. He nodded eagerly in agreement, exclaiming, no problem. I shall grant you the technique of spirit transformation. As for the land deed, I will have someone handle that, and you can expect it in 3 days. Is that acceptable? Certainly. Bai Qin nodded in affirmation, presenting the scroll. Here, the principles and methods of this technique are all contained within. The third Hokage promptly accepted it, his anticipation palpable as he hastily perused its contents, quickly confirming their authenticity. Suppressing his eagerness to learn, he carefully stored the scroll and enthusiastically remarked to Bai-chun, "Everything appears to be in order. Allow me to show you the spirit transformation technique." With that, the third Hokage retrieved the sealing book once more, opened it to the section on spirit transformation, released the seal, and placed it before Bai-chun, stating, "This technique is rather complex. You may observe it for a day." Such service and demeanor were a marked improvement from before. Indeed, he was an old fox of considerable influence. However, Bai-chun remained unperturbed and began to study the material. This time, he completed his review in merely 10 minutes and attempted a preliminary practice, though he was unsuccessful. Nevertheless, he had garnered a faint understanding. Having memorized the content, he stood and addressed the third Hokage, "I have finished my review. This requires thorough contemplation and experimentation. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Bai-chun exhibited an eager demeanor, prompting an amused nod from the third Hokage. "Go on. Rest well for now. You will not be assigned any tasks in the near future. Rest assured." He was just as eager for Bai-chun to depart, allowing him the opportunity to study the electromagnetic cannon. "Understood." Bai-chun nodded and promptly exited the Hokage's office, making his way home. Once the third Hokage saw Bai-chun leave, he hastily retrieved the scroll detailing the electromagnetic cannon and immersed himself in its study, becoming utterly engrossed. Meanwhile, Bai-chun returned home shortly, only to find that it was impeccably clean, with hardly a speck of dust in sight. Was someone frequently coming to assist with the cleaning? It seemed he was indeed fortunate. A smile of contentment graced Bai-chun's face. Having a girlfriend certainly had its perks. Since the house was tidy, he felt no need to clean. He promptly turned and left again, intending to procure some high-quality steel ingots and chakra metal. He also needed to replenish his stock of medicinal materials, as he aimed to concoct various potions to later sell to Kakazu for profit. Otherwise, with no upcoming tasks, his source of income would be severed, which was untenable. His beast space had cultivated a fair quantity of medicinal herbs, yet its area was limited. He had only retained seeds of the less valuable herbs and refrained from extensive cultivation. Instead, he had planted high-quality, high-value herbs within the beast space to create more advanced cultivation potions. Bai-chun promptly visited the Tian Ninja Tool shop, where he procured 2 tons of premium steel ingots and 2 kilograms of chakra metal, spending several million in the process. "Young man, why have you purchased such an immense quantity of steel ingots? Are you contemplating learning the art of forging?" Future Tian's father inquired with a hint of curiosity. "Something like that," Bai-chun nodded, refraining from providing a detailed explanation. Fortunately, future Tian's father merely expressed mild curiosity and, upon hearing Bai-chun's response, did not press further. It is wise not to pry into the affairs of ninjas, lest one inadvertently uncover secrets that could lead to calamity. Bai-chun's acquisition of the steel ingots was not intended for the purpose of learning to forge. Rather, they were to be transformed into the flying thunder god short sword. Utilizing kunai for smelting would be an extravagant waste, as the costs differ significantly between kunai and steel ingots, making the latter a more economical choice. Besides, with his lightning metallurgy ability, he could effortlessly shape the flying thunder god short sword with remarkable speed, thus saving resources wherever possible. Subsequently, he visited the herbal shop run by the Nara family, purchasing a substantial amount of herbs. Coupled with the expenses for the steel ingots and chakra metal, his funds were nearly depleted, leaving only a modest amount for living expenses. Fortunately, he rarely spent much on meals, unless dining out for gourmet cuisine or high-quality ingredients, which sufficed. Bai-chun, just as he was about to head towards Kakashi's residence, he heard a familiar voice behind him. He swiftly turned to see Hong joyfully sprinting towards him. In a moment of astonishment, Bai-chun found himself enveloped in her embrace as she exclaimed, "It's been so long. I'm so happy to see you again. I missed you." Bai-chun was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that after a few months apart, Hong would exhibit such boldness and initiative, openly embracing him and declaring her feelings. He instinctively held her waist and replied, "I missed you too. Don't you have classes today? It's only around 3 or 4 in the afternoon." "Oh, silly. Today is Saturday." Hong lifted her head from his embrace, chuckling in response. "Ah, that explains it." Bai-chun realized, having spent so much time outside that he had lost track of the days. "You all couldn't see us, could you?" At this moment, Yawahara Rin, Asuma, and Obito exchanged bemused glances at the two. Ah! Hong's face flushed with embarrassment as she broke free from Bai Chen's embrace, burying her head in Yawahara Rin's arms, which elicited amusement from Rin. Oh, it's you all. It's been a while. What are you all gathering for? Bai Chen, undeterred by shyness, greeted Obito and the others with a smile. He also took note of Asuma, who appeared quite at ease, seemingly unaffected by Bai Chen's affectionate interaction with Hong. Moreover, Asuma's demeanor had matured considerably. Ah, it seems Asuma has come to terms with reality and no longer harbors aspirations toward Hong. This is indeed a positive development. Bai Chen mused. Although he harbored a dislike for the third generation, Asuma's words, when stripped of his original identity as a rival, did not evoke any animosity in Bai Chen. In the original narrative, Asuma faced numerous trials in adulthood and ultimately met his demise at the hands of Haiden while striving to protect his comrades, a storyline that resonated with many. In those times, he possessed a certain charisma. Naturally, the SPs were quite enamored with him, and it is understandable that everyone aspired to be like Chao Zai. However, in this real world, Red belongs to Bai Chen, a fact he would fiercely defend. Baka, I already said it's the weekend. Of course, I am off to train. Bai Chen, you fool, have you become dim-witted? Obito mocked with a cacophony of taunts. Yahiko Lin interjected, Asuma, Red, Obito, you rascal. With a swift motion, Bai Chen, typically not one to engage in idle chatter, appeared before Obito in an instant and delivered a punch to the top of his head, nearly knocking his eyes out. Ow! The searing pain compelled Obito to clutch his head, tears streaming down his face from the agony. Hiss! Obito gingerly touched the bump on his head, and in the next moment, his fury ignited as he began to chase after Bai Chen. Yet, Bai Chen's speed was incomparable to his. Thus ensued a game of cat and mouse, with them darting around in pursuit of one another. Hee hee. Red and the others burst into laughter upon witnessing the spectacle. Isn't that in the direction of Kakashi's house? Is Bai Chen intending to visit Kakashi? We should hurry and join him. It's a perfect opportunity to gather since Bai Chen has returned, Yahiko Lin suggested, glancing at Red. Sounds good. Red and Asuma had no objections and promptly quickened their pace to follow suit. A few minutes later, at Kakashi's residence, Obito, with two prominent bumps on his head, glared at Bai Chen with a mournful expression. You rascal, are you addicted to hitting? Let me tell you, my head is quite valuable. If you knock me silly, you won't be able to afford the damages. Bai Chen, upon hearing this, stared at Obito in disbelief. You? Seriously? This fellow still wore a fitted dark green outfit reminiscent of Guy's style. Though he had become more robust, his intellect seemed to have diminished. Bai Chen felt that Obito ought to be grateful to him, as it appeared that Madara had likely abandoned the idea of choosing him as a successor. After all, Obito was increasingly aligning himself with the beasts. One could surmise that Madara would not desire such a representative, especially one with a head filled predominantly with muscle. Of course, caution was still warranted to avoid any unforeseen consequences. Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at Obito, his expression resembling that of someone observing a simpleton. This gaze irked Obito, who abruptly stood up, glaring at Kakashi. Kakashi, what is with that look? Do you want to fight? Idiot. Kakashi could not help but roll his eyes. Do you think you can take me in a fight? At that moment, Yahiko Lin, wearing a stern expression, fixed her gaze on Obito. He immediately deflated, obediently taking a seat. Subsequently, the group engaged in casual conversation, primarily discussing their recent endeavors. The most discussed topic remains Bai Chen and Kakashi's experiences on the front lines. It is evident that everyone is quite intrigued by this. When Bai Chen displayed his remarkable prowess at the front lines of the Mist Village, Hong and the others gazed at him with admiration, while even Asuma looked on in astonishment. However, the more pressing concern was the disparity in their abilities. It had widened significantly. I had hoped that through my own efforts, I could narrow the gap, but it appears my endeavors are still insufficient. Asuma shook his head with a wry smile. Indeed, Bai Chen seems to have been born to overshadow them. Do not compare yourself to this prodigy. We are not even of the same species. Kakashi spread his hands in resignation. He had long surpassed the stage of competing with Bai Chen. Quite right. Asuma nodded. Competing with Bai Chen is too disheartening. It is far better to measure oneself against Kakashi. Even if there is a disparity, it is still visible and tangible, possibly within reach. What is the situation like on the front lines? I have heard that you single-handedly defeated the Cloud Shinobi and vanquished the Third Raikage. Is that true? Kakashi then inquired about Bai Chen's exploits on the battlefield of the Hidden Cloud. Upon hearing this, Hong and the others turned their attention to Bai Chun, their faces alight with curiosity. They had frequently heard tales of these events in the village recently, and initially, they were hesitant to believe them. It is true. Bai Chun nodded with a smile. The third rakeage is indeed quite formidable. You rascal. Upon hearing this, Abito and the others were left speechless. Formidable? That is an understatement. I have heard he could withstand the 8 tails and suppress it without a scratch. Is my father still over there? Kakashi asked again. No. Bai Chun shook his head once more. The conflict at the Cloud battlefield has concluded, and the alliance has been re-established. Both sides have dispersed. The teacher has been ordered to return to the Mist battlefield. In fact, hostilities have reignited there. He probably won't be back anytime soon. Without his presence to maintain order, it would be unusual for the Mist not to engage in battle again. Kakashi understood this well and was inclined to ask Bai Chun if he was being suppressed by the village, but ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. After all, Asuma, Abito, and others were present. Such matters were not suitable for their ears. That day passed in conversation. Eventually, everyone went to a barbecue restaurant to enjoy a delightful meal together. Kakashi ended up footing the bill. You rascal, shouldn't it have been your treat? On the way back, Kakashi cast a mournful glance at Bai Chun. His wallet considerably lighter. Bai Chun shrugged helplessly. There is nothing I can do. I purchased quite a few materials today. My funds have dwindled considerably. I am nearly broke. Kakashi was momentarily speechless. What kind of friend had he gotten himself into? After escorting Hong home, Bai Chun returned to his own residence. He released Pikachu, intending to let it play freely. However, Pikachu tugged at Bai Chun's pant leg and chirped, Pika Pika. I want to play in the space ring world. There is nothing interesting at home or in the village. The world inside the space ring is far more enjoyable. There are so many little animals and forests. As time progressed, Bai Chun occasionally transplanted some trees and introduced various animals into his realm, which increasingly became a warm haven. Haha, all right, you go ahead. I have matters to attend to within. Bai Chun chuckled, lifting Pikachu and, with a mere thought, transported them both into the world of his spatial ring. Upon releasing Pikachu, it joyfully dashed towards the distant woods. Meanwhile, Bai Chun retrieved a sealed scroll containing the chakra of the 8 tails, slightly unsealing it to extract a chakra orb the size of a basin before resealing the scroll. He then took out a replicated chakra extraction technique, condensing it into an ordinary chakra sphere, mentally whispering, "Exchange." In the next moment, the 3 items in his hand vanished, and an image flashed in his mind. The realm of the Soul Reapers, within Hueco Mundo. Aizen Sasuke gazed at the perfectly fused oaken in his hand. A faint smile gracing his lips. At last, it is complete. Now, I await the fusion. Just as he prepared to merge the oaken with himself, the fan in his hand suddenly dissipated. What? Aizen's expression changed dramatically as he stood up, fully opening his senses to search for the whereabouts of the oaken. Yet, he detected no trace of it, as if it had vanished entirely from this world. Aizen-sama, what is the matter? At that moment, Shizuo entered, narrowing his eyes in inquiry. Nothing. Aizen was about to respond when, unexpectedly, a scroll and 2 crystals appeared abruptly in midair before him. He froze momentarily, sensing the 3 objects and discovering 2 peculiar forces emanating from the crystals. These powers seemed to share a common origin. Yet one was distinctly superior while the other was subordinate. He promptly grasped the 3 items, ensuring they posed no danger before holding them in his hands. Instantly, a surge of information flooded his mind, revealing the true nature of these items. Interesting objects from another world? A different power system? Chakra? Tailed beast chakra? How fascinating. Aizen murmured to himself. So, my oaken was forcibly exchanged by an unknown entity across worlds? How audacious. His eyes sparkled with an enigmatic light, as if he had stumbled upon a new realm, a new toy. Shizuo, observing the entire scene, squinted even more and directly inquired, Aizen-sama, what do your words mean? Are these sudden appearances from another world? Has the oaken been forcibly exchanged? Aizen finally diverted his gaze from the 3 objects in his hands to Shizuo, chuckling lightly. Indeed, is it not intriguing? Silver, I have long suspected that our world is but one of many, yet despite my explorations, I could never detect the existence of other realms. But just now, my oaken was forcibly exchanged by an unknown presence using these 3 items. These 3 elements, however, symbolize a peculiar force system from another realm known as chakra. Quite intriguing, is it not? He appeared utterly unfazed by the loss of the shattered jade. In fact, he seemed even more delighted. Though the shattered jade was gone, it could be recreated, albeit with some difficulty, yet opportunities were not entirely absent. However, acquiring something from another world was far more challenging. Another realm, you say? On the surface, Ichigo smiled amiably, yet inwardly he was taken aback. Contemplating, who would have thought such a situation would arise? A power system from another world? If I were to obtain it, would I not become more formidable? Furthermore, with Aizen having lost the shattered jade, could I possibly eliminate him? With a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind, Ichigo ultimately resolved to observe the situation for the time being. Nevertheless, he needed to devise a way to acquire this otherworldly power system from Aizen. Yet, is it not true that extracting chakra typically requires a physical form? This presents a slight complication, but it is manageable, Aizen muttered, and the imagery concluded here. This time, it was indeed the Soul Society. The exchanged entity was none other than Aizen Sosuke. Bai-chun, with an air of intrigue, stroked his chin and mused. Aizen has lost the shattered jade but gained the chakra system, particularly the tailed beast chakra. This fellow might very well research a method to fuse tailed beast chakra, thereby acquiring the ability to autonomously transform and condense chakra without reliance on a physical body. He certainly would not underestimate Aizen. Even if he could not achieve that, creating a corporeal form for himself is not an impossible feat. Is not the Hogyoku a similar concept? Bai-chun felt a sense of anticipation regarding the future of the Soul Society. Having lost the shattered jade and gained chakra, Aizen will undoubtedly deviate from his original plans. Everything will change. Quite exciting indeed. I wonder when the next exchange with the Soul Society will occur. At that moment, a black orb emanating a faint light appeared, settling in front of Bai-chun. While additional information surfaced in his mind, Aizen's shattered jade, capable of absorbing the consciousness of objects surrounding the host and materializing it, achieving an effect akin to wish fulfillment, while endowing the host with an almost immortal physical form. When the host's abilities reach their zenith or faces a life-threatening peril, it can facilitate the host's breakthrough to the next stage of evolution. The exchange talent deemed the self-awareness of the shattered jade superfluous and kindly eliminated it, allowing you to fully control the shattered jade and its capabilities without fear of losing control. A splendid treasure. Haha, now I need not worry about hitting a bottleneck. Indeed, my abilities could continuously evolve. Upon reading the introduction to the shattered jade, Bai-chun's eyes began to gleam with excitement. The crucial aspect is that, following the optimization by the exchange talent, the possibility of losing control or betrayal is entirely nullified. Let us give it a try. Instantly, Bai-chun adhered the shattered jade to his forehead, and in the next moment, it transformed into a stream of light, entering his mind and manifesting within his spiritual sea. Swirling around the beast-taming space, Bai-chun promptly activated the abilities of the collapsed jade, applying it to his Senju bloodline. In the next moment, he distinctly felt waves of gentle warmth continuously surging within him. Simultaneously, he sensed that his physique was gradually strengthening and his vitality was being enhanced. The Senju bloodline began to purify, and the awakening speed commenced its elevation. He glanced at his attribute panel, and through the lens of data, he observed that the previous awakening level of his Senju bloodline was 15, which had transformed to 16 after 5 minutes. Indeed, it was effective. He decided to explore the effects on other abilities. Undoubtedly, all were beneficial, including the enslavement contract talent, beast mastery talent, and the thunder fruit, among others. However, the stronger the power and the higher the level of ability, the greater the enhancement effect. This was to be expected. Furthermore, his chakra control and seal speed, which had already reached their limits, broke through their bottlenecks and entered a new realm. The only ability that bore no effect was the substitution talent. Clearly, there was a significant gap between the collapsed jade and the substitution talent. After all, Bai-chun's substitution talent was exceptionally formidable, whose talent could connect with myriad realms and enforce substitutions across them. He resolved to continue enhancing the Senju bloodline. After surpassing all existing abilities that could break through their limits, Bai-chun temporarily directed the power of the collapsed jade towards the Senju bloodline, continually elevating it. He estimated that complete awakening would take about 2 or 3 days. The faster the initial enhancement, the slower the subsequent progress. This was no exception. Perhaps in the future, he could use this to assist Hong, Kakashi, and their teacher in breaking through their own limitations. Bai-chun pondered. After a night of silence, the following morning, Bai-chun, accompanied by Pikachu, had breakfast. He first dispelled the shadow clones he had sent to various locations, and the influx of information flooded his mind, causing a slight pressure in his head. Rubbing his temples, he concentrated, again creating over 10 shadow clones to communicate with the flying thunder god coordinates left by the previous clones, sending them all to their destinations. Naturally, he did not forget to replenish each of them with a batch of flying thunder god short swords, crafted by his lightning metallurgy abilities the night before. Having completed these tasks, Bai Chun left a shadow clone outside, while his main body plunged into the world of the Kong Yin Ring, once more dispatching several shadow clones to produce various potions, such as nutritional agents, healing medicines, and detoxification solutions. You really are a diligent worker. Are we merely tools for you? The shadow clones quipped, yet they dutifully went about making the potions. What else could they do? Bai Chun shrugged. If I have to do everything, what purpose do you serve? Reflecting on it, his current mastery of the shadow clone technique was still far from sufficient. He wondered if the shadow clones left behind in the Naruto world would vanish upon leaving for the Pokemon world. Bai Chun furrowed his brow in contemplation. Wouldn't it be splendid if he could utilize the collapsed jade to break through the bottlenecks of the shadow clone technique and further evolve it? At that moment, a shadow clone could not help but comment, I know. Bai Chun rolled his eyes, stating that he had intended to do just that. However, the technique of the shadow clone had yet to reach its current limits and required a bit more time. At this juncture, shadow clone number 9 interjected. Why not consult Tsunade and acquire a version of the first Hokage's wood clone technique? We could study it and create a shadow clone technique that can exist long-term. I recall that the wood clone inherently possesses such a characteristic, does it not? Why hesitate when a ready-made solution is at hand? Indeed, Bai Chun nodded in agreement. Let us proceed with that. You all continue with the potion making. Work swiftly. I plan to send a batch to Kakuzu later. Funds are dwindling, and we must earn some money quickly. With that, Bai Chun left the shadow clones to labor while he himself departed from the space ring world. He sensed the current flying thunder god coordinates set by the shadow clones and selected one that was closest to the battlefield in the land of River's western front, using the flying thunder god technique to teleport there directly. Just over 50 kilometers from the camp, not too far. Upon arrival, Bai Chun utilized his observation abilities, combined with electromagnetic waves, to effortlessly pinpoint the location and distance of the Konoha frontline camp. He immediately activated his teleportation ability. In merely 5 jumps across the 50 kilometers, Bai Chun found himself within Tsunade's tent. Naturally, he had not forgotten to bury a flying thunder god kunai along the way for easier access next time. Who? Tsunade, surprised by the sudden appearance of Bai Chun, initially reacted with astonishment. Upon realizing it was him, she wore an incredulous expression, exclaiming, It's you, kid. But wait, what brings you here? When did you arrive? You just appeared out of nowhere. Relax, Tsunade. Don't sweat the details. Bai Chun laughed, waving his hand. I merely mastered the flying thunder god technique and teleported here. Tsunade crossed her arms, regarding Bai Chun with amusement. Oh, really? Keep on spinning your tales. Do you think I'm unaware of how the flying thunder god technique operates? Even if you learned it, you would still need a medium to teleport. As far as I remember, I have no flying thunder god coordinates for you here. At this point, Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. Never mind how you got here. I can't be bothered to unravel the details. What are you doing here at this hour? Weren't you summoned back to Konoha? Speaking of this, Tsunade was filled with ire. That old man truly seems to be regressing. Even a 7 or 8-year-old child is someone he fears and seeks to suppress. What can I say? Shouldn't we be utilizing every available resource to swiftly defeat the enemy in the conflict and minimize the village's losses? Have these people's hearts turned so dark? They disregard the village's welfare for their own gain? Kid, how about after this battle concludes, you leave Konoha with me and travel the shinobi world? Staying in Konoha has become rather meaningless. Her disappointment in the third Hokage and others was growing. She could hardly bear to witness their corrupted hearts any longer. That could work. Bai Chun listened with a faint smile and remarked, Once Tsunade is ready, I shall accompany you on a journey around the world. A little escapade to refresh the spirit and explore is certainly appealing. Though he had no intention of betraying the village, indulging in a bit of leisure was entirely permissible. After all, Jiraiya often did the same, didn't he? With his current prowess, what could the third Hokage and the others do to him? They would need his cooperation, of course. Besides, he was not alone. He had Shoma and Tsunade backing him. All right, it's settled then. Tsunade smiled knowingly and, With a playful glint in her eyes, asked Bai Chun, "So tell me, what brings you here? Don't say you merely came to see me." "I find that hard to believe." Chuckling sheepishly, Bai Chun rubbed the back of his head and admitted, "I knew I couldn't fool you, Tsunade. I've been researching how to maintain the shadow clone technique for extended periods. I heard that the first Hokage's wood clones had a similar effect. So I wanted to inquire if you might have any training methods for the wood clone technique that I could study." While he had yet to master wood release, he believed he would in due time. Perhaps he could utilize the power of the dark fruit to consume a white Zetsu's body? After all, wasn't he white Zetsu cultivated from Hashirama's cells? Alternatively, he could find a way for Ju to procure some of those cells from the base for experimentation. Bai Chun contemplated this, having yet to test the absorption capabilities of the dark fruit. Wood clones, you say? Tsunade paused slightly, her brow furrowing. There is such a technique. However, it requires mastery of wood release to execute, which you may not be able to learn. Moreover, wood release itself is rather unique, and the special nature of wood clones might be directly related to it. Of course, I can share it with you. Reflecting for a moment, Tsunade added, "Additionally, I recall you possess water release, right? When we first met, you showcased remarkable water manipulation abilities. Perfect. This time, I shall entrust you with my great-grandfather's water release techniques, as well as some signature jutsu. If anyone asks, simply say they are from me. I hope you can carry on my great-grandfather's legacy." Given Bai Chun's striking resemblance to the second Hokage and his impressive talent for ninjutsu creation, Tsunade felt it would be a shame for him not to learn the second's water release techniques. After all, he was currently the only descendant to have awakened the Senju bloodline, and Tsunade held him in high regard. She saw in him an opportunity to revive the glory of the Senju clan, hoping that in the future, Bai Chun could restore the Senju lineage. "Thank you, Tsunade. I will diligently study and master everything." Bai Chun nodded seriously, then produced a scroll and a spatial bracelet, presenting them to Tsunade. "Actually, I have a gift for you as well. This bracelet is a semi-permanent spatial equipment I crafted using sealing techniques and special methods. It contains a space of 10 cubic meters and can be reused for approximately 10 years. Additionally, the scroll contains my creation of the lightning body forging technique, which can rapidly enhance physical attributes, perfectly suited for you. I hadn't completed it before, so I didn't give it to you, but now I'm pleased to present it." "Huh." Upon hearing this, Tsunade first examined the spatial bracelet in astonishment and inquired, "You mean this item is a semi-permanent spatial equipment? The kind that can be reused? You actually managed to create such a marvelous thing?" With a cheerful grin, Bai Chun replied, "Indeed. Sister Tsunade, you can give it a try. First, perform a blood oath to claim it as your own. Then channel your chakra and mental energy into it. Henceforth, only your chakra and mental energy will be able to unlock this spatial bracelet." "Oh, it possesses such a function? Allow me to test it." Tsunade, filled with curiosity, immediately attempted it and discovered that everything was indeed as Bai Chun had described. Like a child, she playfully experimented with the items in the tent, tables, documents, and so on, continuously putting them in and taking them out, thoroughly enjoying herself. "What a splendid item. You truly have a knack for this. I adore it. I shall keep it." After some time, Tsunade finally subdued her playful spirit and addressed Bai Chun. "Also, take a look at this lightning body forging technique, Sister Tsunade." Bai Chun handed over the scroll he held. However, Tsunade did not accept it. Looking at Bai Chun in exasperation, "What do you take me for? Giving you something in return for something else? The spatial ring is one thing, but this body forging technique is quite another." With a bemused expression, Bai Chun directly thrust the scroll into Tsunade's hands, saying, "Even Shomo-sensei, Kakashi, and Sakura have already learned it. Why can't you? Do not refuse. I have yet to reclaim what I have offered. And as for you, hurry up and give me the ninjutsu so that I can return to my training." "Huh? Why be so obstinate?" "Ugh, you." Tsunade, somewhat helpless, conceded. "Since they have all learned it, I suppose I shall give it a go as well." As she casually flipped through the scroll, she was captivated. You do possess something of value. This body forging technique is quite sophisticated. It will indeed be of great benefit to me." "Thank you." The effectiveness of this technique seemed to have exceeded her expectations. "Now I understand why you appear so robust and have grown so rapidly. This body forging technique is no small feat. I cannot fathom that you managed to create it in less than a year. Is this the realm of genius?" Indeed." Bai Chun beamed with pride. Tsunade, finding it amusing, playfully tapped his head. "Do not get ahead of yourself. Keep up the hard work. As for the ninjutsu you desire, I did not bring it with me. It is at home. I will provide you with the location and the method to unseal it. You will have to retrieve it yourself. It is not convenient for me to return right now. Saying this, Tsunade took out a piece of paper and meticulously wrote down the location, unsealing method, and precautions, handing it to Bai-chun. Keep this safe. Remember to burn it after you have obtained the items. It must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Otherwise, it could lead to great trouble. Thank you, Sister Tsunade. Bai-chun expressed his gratitude, feeling as if she had entrusted him with the key to her treasure trove. Now off you go. I will not keep you any longer. Tsunade smiled, waving him away. It is inappropriate for you to linger here. Being discovered would not bode well. By the way, have you truly mastered the Flying Thunder God technique? Of course. Would I dare to deceive you after acquiring it? Bai-chun nodded with an air of certainty, deftly producing a Flying Thunder God short sword which he presented to Tsunade, saying, "Here, this is the Flying Thunder God short sword I crafted. Keep it on your person. Should any matters arise, you can channel chakra into it, and I will receive the message and arrive post-haste." Tsunade took the Flying Thunder God short sword. Her curiosity piqued as she examined it. This design is entirely different from those of Minato and my grandfather. I shall accept it. Very well. I shall take my leave. Bai-chun nodded, and in an instant, he vanished from the tent. In a certain house within the Senju residence, Bai-chun checked his bearings and surveyed the room, concluding, this must be the place. With his mental acuity, he faintly sensed the hidden sealing techniques within. The concealment was indeed masterful, were it not for his exceptional mental perception. He might not have sensed anything at all. Subsequently, Bai-chun employed the unsealing methods provided by Tsunade to dismantle layer upon layer of seals. Before long, an underground entrance materialized before him. He stepped inside, arriving at a subterranean chamber. Upon entry, oil lamps on either side flickered to life, revealing a chamber approximately 100 square meters in size. The room was replete with various scrolls. Following Tsunade's indications, he swiftly located a substantial collection of ninjutsu scrolls. He transported these items to the center of the chamber, summoned a table along with some blank scrolls, and dispatched over a dozen shadow clones to commence transcribing. Half an hour later, Bai-chun completed the transcription, meticulously returned the ninjutsu scrolls to their original places, and resealed the layers of seals before quietly departing the Senju residence and returning home. Illusion technique, dark movement, water release, hard whirlwind water blade, water release, heavenly weeping, water release, water severing wave, water release, water blade slash. A plethora of high-level ninjutsu and water release techniques unfolded before Bai-chun. He even discerned the illusion sword technique, crescent moon dance, and illusion techniques like illusion willow, which complemented sword techniques. Tsunade truly is generous, essentially providing me with the primary combat ninjutsu from the second Hokage's arsenal. I have much to occupy myself with. Without hesitation, Bai-chun entered his spatial ring, dividing over a dozen shadow clones to each select a ninjutsu for training. His primary self exited the spatial realm, linked with the contract mark, and contacted Jiao. Upon receiving feedback, he learned that only Xiao was in the village at that moment. He promptly commanded Xiao to come to his location via the contract. Bai-chun Dano. Within mere minutes, Xiao appeared silently in Bai-chun's living room, respectfully kneeling before him. Rise. Such formalities are unnecessary here. Bai-chun waved his hand, using telekinesis to assist Xiao to his feet, and directly instructed, I intend to sequentially exert contract control over all root ninjas in the village. Do you have any thoughts on this? Xiao, upon hearing this, displayed a look of delight and replied, this could not be better. In fact, I and Jiao have been deliberating this matter for some time, originally planning to discuss it with you, Bai-chun Dano, but it seems you have brought it up first. I humbly suggest that you proceed in this manner. Only then will you be able to seize control over this perilous and unruly organization known as the Root. Moreover, this will lead to Danzo's downfall due to his nefarious deeds. Additionally, by doing so, you, Lord Hakuten, will effortlessly command the Root's base and acquire all that resides within, including the paramount technique to eradicate the tongue curse. This technique remains a looming threat. Only by dismantling it can we liberate ourselves from Danzo's constraints and serve you, Lord Hakuten, more effectively. It is only then that the information regarding Danzo can be freely disclosed to you. Otherwise, with this sealing technique in place, they would be utterly incapable of revealing any information about Danzo to outsiders, yourself included. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Hakuten nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "It seems you have indeed been contemplating this recently. Let us commence. I require your assistance in luring out certain individuals, first to establish contracts, and subsequently to infiltrate the entirety of the route step by step." This time, he intended to render Danzo a solitary figure, completely stripped of his influence. Of course, due to the third Hokage's connection with Danzo, he would not reveal his intentions outright just yet. That would be rather mundane. He wished to unveil his hand at the moment when Danzo felt most triumphant, allowing him to realize that his power had long been usurped. It is likely that the expression on Danzo's face at that moment would be most entertaining. "Danzo, I shall take charge of your route without hesitation. No need for gratitude. I am simply that benevolent." He chuckled inwardly, reveling in his thoughts. "No problem." Hyo responded with excitement, having awaited this day for quite some time. He promptly engaged in thorough discussions with Hakuten before setting their plan into motion. In an abandoned alley of the western district of Konoha, Hyo stealthily arrived with 4 root ninjas. One of the elite jonin turned to Hyo and inquired, "Hyo, where's Lord Danzo?" It turned out that Hyo had deceived these 3 individuals, claiming that Danzo had secretly returned from the front lines to summon them for an urgent matter. Without a moment's hesitation, they had followed him. After all, every ninja of the route had fallen under Danzo's tongue curse eradication technique, rendering them fiercely loyal and devoid of any possibility of betrayal. This provided Hyo and Hakuten with a perfect opportunity. "Isn't Lord Danzo right behind you?" Hyo said with a sly smile. The 3 turned around, only to find nothing, and an unsettling feeling washed over them. In an instant, a figure appeared beside Hyo, and before they could comprehend the situation, they were all immobilized by Hakuten's telekinetic force, followed by a swift strike to the back of their heads, rendering them unconscious. Excellent. This marks a promising beginning. Hakuten immediately activated his enslavement contract ability, directly controlling the 3. He then employed the power of Tokiwa to remedy the swell on the backs of their heads. Before long, the 3 awoke, their eyes brimming with fervor upon seeing Hakuten, and they knelt on one knee, proclaiming, "We greet our master. Rise." Hakuten gestured dismissively. "From now on, refer to me as Lord Hakuten to avoid exposure. Next, I wish for you to gradually draw out other root ninjas, controlling them one by one. Follow the command of the owl." With 3 additional root ninjas at his disposal, Bai Chun felt a surge of satisfaction within. Indeed, the trio promptly accepted their orders, and under the guidance of the owl, they commenced their collaboration on Bai Chun's enslavement contract. With such an assembly of elite jonin assisting, primarily composed of the small leaders from the route, the task at hand progressed with remarkable ease, devoid of any unforeseen complications. After a mere half-day, 234 root ninjas stationed in various bases left by Danzo in the village were all ensnared by Bai Chun's enslavement contract, pledging their unwavering loyalty to him. Lord Bai Chun is just ahead. However, there are numerous seals in that area. Without Danzo's guidance, we could never enter. Please exercise caution. The owl alerted as they traversed a corridor within the root base. Understood. Bai Chun was naturally vigilant. Danzo, that old dog, had maintained his position for so long. Surely, he possessed formidable measures. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a concealed chamber. Activating his mental perception, Bai Chun immediately detected a plethora of sealing techniques adorning the door and surrounding walls, an intricate web of seals and numerous traps. The security system safeguarding this treasure trove was nothing short of extraordinary. "Danzo, you truly are a dog." Bai Chun gasped and then chuckled coldly. If it were anyone else, they would be utterly helpless against this treasury. Yet, alas, you have encountered me. He could sense everything within this secret vault, including all within another chamber concealed behind a wall inside the treasury. Such supernatural abilities defy reason. "Stay here. I shall return shortly." Bai Chun instructed the owl and the others, and with a thought, he instantaneously teleported into the vault, hovering above an area devoid of seals and traps. With the ground beneath him still 10 centimeters away, he then began to scan with his mental energy. Found it. In a short while, Bai Chun discovered one of his objectives, the scroll for the tongue calamity eradication technique. However, this scroll was ensconced with several sealing techniques. Had he not mastered sealing techniques prior, he would have found it daunting, but now, such obstacles were no challenge for him. Within mere minutes, he unraveled the sealing array. Yet, instead of directly unsealing it, Bai Chun permeated the seals with his mental energy, bypassing them to glean the information contained within the scroll committing it all to memory. He then carefully withdrew his mental presence, ensuring he did not disturb the seals in the slightest. This was to prevent Danzo from detecting him, as the man had laid several other traps within. Should he disturb the seals, even if he managed to break them, traces would remain. Having accomplished this, Bai Chun proceeded to scan the vault for other books and materials lacking sealing techniques, forcefully memorizing their contents. Then, he shifted his gaze towards the wall behind him. In an instant, he teleported into the hidden chamber behind the wall, hovering above a region untouched by sealing techniques and alarm spells. His feet suspended 10 centimeters above the ground, never truly landing. Is this the essence of Hashirama cells? Before him stood a glass container, a meter tall and as thick as a barrel, housing a mass of cellular tissue the size of a football, submerged in a pale green nutrient solution. His heart raced with excitement at the sight. How fortunate it was. To think that so much of the original Hokage's flesh had been procured. This was merely a remnant. And who could fathom how much had been consumed in the past? Yet now all of this belonged to him. With a single thought, Bai Chen's mental energy permeated the container, enveloping the Hashirama cell ball, and with a swift motion, he transferred it directly into a spatial ring. Into a similarly prepared container filled with nutrient solution, even more advanced than that of Danzo's. This was meticulously prepared by Bai Chun for the acquisition of Hashirama cells. As for why he did not take the container as well, did you think that with sealing techniques scattered throughout the chamber, the container would be devoid of them? Far from it. This time, he left nothing for Danzo. Unlike the tongue curse severing technique, if Danzo discovered the theft, he would likely suspect that the root ninjas were no longer under complete control, or worse, that they posed a risk of rebellion. Such a scenario was not something Bai Chun wished to witness. On the contrary, even if Danzo realized the Hashirama cells were missing, he would merely seek potential culprits in the shadows, never suspecting the root ninjas, nor questioning their loyalty. Mission accomplished. Time to depart. Having secured the Hashirama cells, he teleported away from the hidden chamber and back into the corridor, saying, I am leaving now. Proceed with the original plan. Do not let Danzo catch wind of it. As for the tongue curse severing technique, I have obtained the original method, but to decipher it without Danzo's knowledge will require some time. Once I have completed it, I will inform you. Though he had acquired the method for the tongue curse severing technique, he could not directly implement it, lest Danzo discover it in an instant. He was not afraid, but the subsequent plans would be utterly ruined. Understood. Shio replied promptly, bowing in acknowledgement. Bai Chun vanished from the root base, as the barrier here was no impediment to his flying thunder god technique. Upon returning home, Bai Chun created a shadow clone, sending it into the world within his spatial ring, entrusting it with the tongue curse severing technique for further contemplation. He himself then swiftly arrived in the laboratory of the spatial ring world, gazing at the Hashirama cells within the transparent glass column, feeling the immense vitality they radiated, and couldn't help but exclaim, this is the vitality befitting a high-level sage body, truly extraordinary. Immediately, he used his mental energy to extract a piece the size of his thumb from the mass of Hashirama cells, and with a flick of his thought, he summoned it into the air above his palm. Then, a black vortex manifested in his palm, engulfing the small clump of Hashirama cells. It truly was a challenge to digest. In the next moment, Bai Chen's brows slightly furrowed. The level and vitality of the interstitial cells exceeded his expectations, and the absorption and refinement process was remarkably slow. He immediately settled into a meditative position, focusing entirely on the refinement. As the interstitial cells were gradually refined, they transformed into pure bloodline strength and vitality, merging seamlessly into Bai Chen's body. He felt an immediate surge in his bloodline, as both his physical constitution and vitality began to ascend. Upon completing the refinement of this small cluster of interstitial cells, Bai Chen sensed a 1% enhancement in his physique. Crucially, his vitality and the awakening of the Senju bloodline surged dramatically. The awakening degree had more than doubled. Moreover, Bai Chen distinctly felt a marked improvement in both his Tokiwa power and the innate abilities of the earth and water attributes. With such gratifying results, and the assurance that this process of absorption and refinement bore no adverse effects, Bai Chun felt unencumbered. He promptly utilized his psychic power to extract a peach-sized cluster of interstitial cells, employing the abilities of the dark fruit to devour and refine it with fervor. Boom. An hour later, as he continuously refined the interstitial cells, Bai Chen's physique began to experience a remarkable leap, particularly in vitality. The Tokiwa power, which was already at the pinnacle of the king level, surged to its limits under the influence of this vitality explosion. Subsequently, with the aid of the crumbling jade, it broke through its previous constraints, entering the early stages of the champion level. This transformation led to a qualitative change in the orb of light representing Tokiwa power within Bai Chen's sea of consciousness, condensing into a crystal adorned with intricate patterns. Once this cluster of interstitial cells was entirely refined, Bai Chen's Senju bloodline finally reached its apex. Under the influence of the crumbling jade, a complete awakening ensued, causing another significant increase in both his vitality and chakra. Simultaneously, a refreshing aura emanated from Bai Chen, permeating the entire laboratory, where some potted plants began to grow wildly. Remarkably, even some wooden furniture showed signs of rejuvenation, sprouting new tender shoots. Bai Chen opened his eyes, feeling invigorated. He quickly surveyed the situation within the laboratory and checked his attribute panel. To his astonishment, there were substantial changes in the bloodline section. Bloodline, Senju bloodline, fully awakened. Elementary Sage Body 35 would release. Not only had the Senju bloodline fully awakened, but he had also gained the Elementary Sage Body and would release. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Indeed, I have achieved this. Bai Chen exclaimed with pride, his head tilted back in laughter. This affirmed the feasibility of his idea to absorb bloodlines using the powers of the dark fruit. Bai Chen then took the time to acclimate to his newfound strength and enhanced physique, conducting thorough assessments. He discovered that he had not only acquired wood release and the sage body, but that his chakra had surged by more than tenfold. Furthermore, his Tokiwa power, having just broken into the early champion level, had achieved another breakthrough, now reaching the mid-champion level. Even his superpowers had seen significant improvement, with both physical strength and vitality contributing to an elevation in mental prowess, progressing to the mid-king level. At last, I have truly become a titan, he declared triumphantly. Subsequently, Bai Chen endeavored to dispel the shadow clone technique while studying and refining the wood clone technique. Upon receiving feedback from his attempts, he formed the necessary hand seals and successfully executed the wood clone technique on his first try. From behind him, a wooden figure burst forth, continuously extending until it transformed into another Bai Chen, completely separating from the original. Bai Chen turned to his wood clone and inquired, "How do you feel? Is there any difference? How long can you maintain this form?" The wood clone sensed its own condition and promptly responded, "Indeed, due to the nature of the wood release, I can extend my duration by absorbing the chakra of other beings. Since this shadow clone possesses certain self-repairing characteristics of the wood release, it will not dissipate as long as its chakra is not exhausted, even when subjected to some attacks. It is undeniably superior to an ordinary shadow clone." Hearing this, Bai Chen nodded in satisfaction. This is quite impressive. He immediately dispelled the shadow clone, and a surge of information flooded his mind, sharing all sensations related to the wood clone with him. It should be able to maintain its form even during cross-dimensional travel. A faint smile graced Bai Chen's face. However, he did not abandon the pursuit of further perfecting the shadow clone technique, seeking to push it to its utmost limits. Once he reached that threshold, perhaps he could use the crumbling jade to achieve a breakthrough, potentially uncovering delightful surprises. Speaking of which, the energy and bloodline consumed from the devoured dark fruit do not necessarily need to be utilized solely by myself. They could also be bestowed upon others. Perhaps I could aid Lady Tsunade in awakening her sage body and would release. I believe she would be elated by this prospect. Bai Chen pondered thoughtfully. This is indeed feasible. Observing the remaining basketball-sized Hashirama cells in the container, he calculated that with the wood release and sage body already acquired, there was no need to waste any more Hashirama cells on himself. Whether through the wood release or the sage body, he could continue to develop his abilities independently. Only in this way could he truly master such powers. With the crumbling jade at his disposal, he need not fear encountering any bottlenecks. Such limitations are non-existent. In the future, with the assistance of the crumbling jade, I shall be able to elevate the wood release and sage body beyond the pinnacle of the legendary Hashirama Senju. He thought with unwavering confidence. "Master, we have exhausted all the herbs. This is utterly exhausting. Please do not compel us to undertake such tasks in the future. You ought to design and create an automated potion production line," exclaimed a voice filled with frustration. The next morning, as Bai Chen rose and finished his breakfast, he entered the world within his space ring. Several shadow clones appeared before him, each sporting dark circles under their eyes, surrounding him with deep grievances. They lamented with a heavy tone, before one by one, they slapped their foreheads, transforming into a puff of smoke and vanishing. We've had enough. We've nearly mastered the ninjutsu. At that moment, the numerous shadow clones learning ninjutsu also mischievously broke their own foreheads, completing their self-destructive return. Blast it! Bai-Chen exclaimed, nearly collapsing from the overwhelming feedback he received. Simultaneously, he was enveloped by a profound sense of spiritual fatigue. Helplessly, he exited the realm of the spatial ring and retreated to slumber without a second thought. This sleep extended into the following morning before he finally roused himself. With a growl from his empty stomach, Bai-Chen promptly summoned Pikachu and, using the gourmet tablecloth, ordered an extravagant spread of dishes. After indulging in a hearty meal, he comfortably reclined in a chair, patting his belly with a satisfied expression, exclaiming, "Ah, how delightful." However, such a long sleep warrants moderation in the use of shadow clones in the future. Otherwise, one might easily succumb to exhaustion. Yet, the research on the tongue-severing technique remained unfinished. He must continue to produce shadow clones for further study on sealing techniques. Without delay, Bai-Chen created 2 shadow clones and dispatched them into the spatial ring world for learning. He left behind a wooden clone at home, while he himself sensed the flying thunder god coordinates on Kakuzu's body and instantly teleported over. Next, he urged, let's expedite the establishment of these factories. The sooner, the better, as they pertain to immense wealth. Do you comprehend? At that moment, Kakuzu was seated at the main position, observing the Kato father and son below, and solemnly commanded, yes, yes, Ninja Lord, we shall manage it swiftly. The Kato father and son, bruised and battered, nodded eagerly in a subservient manner. However, their thoughts were far from sincere. They plotted to seize an opportunity to escape Kakuzu's clutches and flee to the land of fire for refuge. Simultaneously, they prepared to issue a bounty on the underground black market, vowing that Kakuzu would pay dearly for his actions. These two were far from trustworthy. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared, and a voice echoed. Kakuzu turned his head to see Bai-Chen and quickly rose, bowing respectfully. Boss, you have arrived. You believe they are untrustworthy? Indeed, Bai-Chen nodded, a playful glint in his eyes as he regarded the Kato father and son, chuckling. These two rascals are currently plotting their escape and planning to place a bounty on you in the underground market. Kakuzu was unfazed. Having dealt with these two previously, he knew they would harbor resentment rather than gratitude for not seizing their family's wealth and businesses. Who is this person? Did he just appear out of nowhere? Surely, I am not imagining things. At that moment, the Kato father and son stared in astonishment at the sudden appearance of Bai-Chen, cold sweat beading on their foreheads at his words. Kato's father, with a face full of ingratiation, addressed Bai-Chen and Kaku, my lord. You must have misunderstood. We would never dare. We have resolutely decided to pledge our loyalty to you both and will ensure that your commands are executed flawlessly. Please grant us this opportunity. Simultaneously, Kato's father secretly vowed, once we escape, not only will we place a bounty on you, but I will also claim the formulas you provided to establish my own factory to sell these goods. Where did these two obtain such valuable items? They are clearly marketable and will yield substantial profits. At that moment, applause erupted. Kato's father lifted his head and, following the sound, beheld Bai-Chen, who, with an amused expression, was clapping his hands and praising them, saying, excellent, truly excellent. You are indeed a competent merchant with a keen eye for recognizing the value of these formulas. I hold you in even higher regard now. The Kato father and son exchanged terrified glances, pondering, does this man possess mind-reading abilities? How can he discern our thoughts so clearly? Bai-Chen continued, you are not mistaken. I indeed possess the gift of mind-reading. Each of your thoughts is crystal clear to me. The Kato duo was momentarily struck with fear. In the next instant, they fell to their knees, tears and snot streaming down their faces, fervently bowing and pleading for mercy, exclaiming, spare us. Please, great sir, we were wrong. We will never dare again. At that juncture, Jiao Du addressed Bai-Chen, saying, boss, these two possess considerable business acumen. It would be a pity to eliminate them. Therefore, might I propose that you sign a contract with them? This way, you need not worry about betrayal. In truth, even without Bai-Chen's arrival, Jiao Du had intended to contact him to enslave the Kato father and son. Only in such a manner could he confidently entrust the factory, product manufacturing, and sales to them. A contract? Before Bai Chun could respond, the Cardo father and son were momentarily taken aback. They quickly declared, "We are willing to sign the contract." "Great sir, we are willing." In their eyes, a mere contract could be torn asunder at any time. However, as this thought crossed their minds, they were drenched in cold sweat, stealing glances at Bai Chun, only to meet his playful gaze, which sent chills down their spines. Yet, Bai Chun chose not to expose their thoughts. With a mere thought, two ethereal orbs composed of intricate symbols emerged from his brow, floating directly toward the foreheads of the Cardo duo. Bai Chun instructed, "Do not resist, otherwise you shall meet your demise." The Cardo father and son jolted, nodding vigorously, their bodies freezing in place. In the next moment, the two orbs penetrated their foreheads and entered their consciousness, imprinting upon their very souls. Sensing impending doom, they contemplated resistance but recalled Bai Chun's warning, rendering them immobile and compliant. The contracts seamlessly merged with their souls, intertwining their fates. Instantly, the expressions of the Cardo father and son transformed, their gazes filled with fervor as they implored Bai Chun, "Please forgive us for our previous transgressions, master. We are willing to sacrifice everything to earn you greater wealth." "Excellent." Bai Chun nodded in satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, he used telekinesis to lift them to their feet, declaring, "From now on, you shall address me as boss, just as Jiao Du does. When I am absent, you will heed Jiao Du's commands and follow his arrangements. Do you understand?" He would not be present constantly, thus it was prudent to regard Jiao Du as their superior. With Jiao Du overseeing them, Bai Chun felt far more at ease. However, the profits from these products must reach a certain threshold, lest they attract the covetous eyes of others. At such a time, Jiao Du's strength would prove invaluable. "Yes." Kato and his father both bowed in unison, then turned to Kaku with a slight gesture of respect, saying, "We kindly ask for your guidance moving forward." Kaku responded with a dismissive grunt, acknowledging their words. At that moment, Bai Chun produced 3 spatial bracelets, distributing one each to Kaku, Kato's father, and Kato himself. "These are spatial bracelets, bestowed upon you to facilitate the transport of valuable goods and wealth," he explained. He then elaborated on the methods of bonding and utilization. Lacking chakra, Kato and his father could only establish a bond through their blood, subsequently employing their mental energy to communicate and retrieve items. After the blood contract, they could sense the space within the bracelets using their mental faculties, albeit in a rudimentary manner. Otherwise, as ordinary individuals, they would be unable to harness any mental energy at all. This was precisely why Bai Chun had crafted an upgraded version of the spatial bracelet, considering their limitations. By the way, Bai Chun addressed Kaku again. "Your spatial bracelet contains the nutritional agents I have refined over the past few days, as well as healing and detoxifying potions. Please ensure they are sold promptly to convert them into funds. I find myself quite impoverished at the moment and require financial resources for living expenses and purchases. Moreover, the land deed for the 3 plots, which had been promised to him, should soon be in his possession. He would also need to finance the expansion and renovation of his home, which would demand a significant sum." "Understood." Kaku responded immediately. "If you are in urgent need of funds, Kato and I have considerable resources at our disposal. Without jeopardizing the operations of the company, the factory construction, production line setup, and raw material procurement, we should still be able to allocate around 50 million Rio. Would that suffice?" Kato and his father eagerly expressed their loyalty, affirming, "Indeed. We have the means. 50 million? That will be ample." Bai Chun's eyes sparkled with delight. He had not anticipated that Kaku and Kato possessed such wealth. Given the extensive construction of factories and production lines required, it was impressive they could muster such funds. Indeed, pursuing missions as a ninja seemed less lucrative than engaging in commerce. Bai Chun could not help but reflect on the disparity between his situation and that of Shumo, a seasoned elite ninja who had completed countless S-rank missions, yet had only amassed a little over 30 million Rio after decades of arduous labor. This was still in the context of Shumo's frugality. It became increasingly clear to Bai Chun that the path to wealth lay in business and product ventures. He felt his decision was astutely made. Before long, Kato and his father returned with several large boxes of money, all of which Bai Chun stored within his spatial ring. "Work diligently. Remember to contact me if any issues arise." Before departing, Bai Chun gifted Kato and his father each 2 specially crafted Flying Thunder God Kanai, akin to those of Minato. Given that both were ordinary individuals without chakra, They could not use chakra to channel the short swords for communication. The flying thunder god kunai were indeed more suitable for them. With a simple snap of one of the kunai's pointed edges, Bai Chun would be able to sense their presence. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not disturb me. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences, Bai Chun cautioned before swiftly vanishing from sight. Time rewound to several days prior, deep within a subterranean cavern in the land of fire. Uchiha Madara, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. A chilling glint illuminating his gaze as he erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Truly remarkable. I never anticipated that after myself and Hashirama, another individual of such exceptional talent would emerge. I underestimated you, Baichin. He was taken aback by his own defeat, having been cleaved in two by his opponent's blade. Such swordsmanship had undoubtedly surpassed all historical sword saints. The swordsmen of the Land of Iron were not even in the same league. This boy was nothing short of a monster. Madara found himself perplexed about where Baichun had acquired such extraordinary sword techniques. Kakashi Hatake? Surely, he lacked such formidable skills. Before long, Kuro and Shiro returned. Kuro reported directly to Madara, "My apologies, Lord Madara. The body of Shiro and that pair of Sharingan have been taken by that boy." Madara's eyes narrowed slightly, and he nodded. "Understood. If he has taken them, then so be it. It is not a significant issue." That trio of Tomo had already expended most of its power, rendering them nearly useless. Find an opportunity to investigate this boy's lineage in Konoha. I have an inkling that his background is far from ordinary. A ninja of common origin? Huh, what a farce. That is utterly impossible. Can a mere commoner possess such an immense chakra capacity? This point alone makes it highly improbable. Years of historical experience had led Madara to conclude that this boy's origins were undoubtedly suspect. Kuro shared similar suspicions. Fully aware of the origins of chakra in the ninja world, and understood how abnormal Baichin truly was. "Understood. I will investigate promptly," Kuro affirmed, then inquired, "However, failing to eliminate this boy this time will only lead to greater troubles in the future. What shall we do?" Madara replied gravely. "Hasten the selection and training of my successors. Additionally, we must expedite the plans concerning Nagato. Yahiko must perish. The Rinnegan should begin to awaken. It is disappointing that Nagato has yet to officially awaken the preliminary use of the Rinnegan. I shall assist him in this regard. Furthermore, with Yahiko present, Nagato cannot succumb to darkness, nor assume the proper role as per my designs, which I cannot allow. Once these arrangements are complete, I shall personally intervene to deal with that boy, bringing him to the pure land of the underworld. The subsequent plans will rely on you and the successors." "Understood. I will ensure that everything proceeds according to plan." Kuro nodded, then sank back underground, vanishing from sight. Madara, with a profound gaze, murmured, "Hashirama. Soon, we shall meet again in the pure land of the underworld." Haha. Baichin returned from the land of waves in less than half a day's time. The Umbu delivered to Baichun the land deed for a nearby 2,000 square meters, stating, "The Hokage has instructed us. The residents on both sides have already relocated. Additionally, the over 1,000 square meters of land behind your backyard are also yours. All of this falls within the 2,000 square meters." With that, the Umbu swiftly departed. Baichun examined the deed and used his spiritual energy to sense his surroundings, gaining a general understanding of the extent of the land. At that moment, he confirmed that the neighboring houses were indeed vacant, with even the furniture completely removed. Without hesitation, Baichun utilized earth release to demolish the houses on either side, salvaging usable materials and stacking them aside. Subsequently, he contacted a construction company in the village and handed them the villa blueprint he had designed over the past few days, along with a deposit of 2 million. Baichun then promptly returned home, clearing out everything he intended to keep into his space ring. He also leveled his own house using earth release, leaving a vacant plot for the construction team to commence their work. Next, he made his way to Kakashi's residence, bringing along some gifts. "What do you intend to do?" Kakashi asked, somewhat bewildered. "Hee." Baichin chuckled. "I'm currently expanding and renovating my home, and I have nowhere else to go. I figured I could stay with you for a while. After all, you are my mentor. You wouldn't refuse me, would you?" Kakashi, unable to argue further, sighed and replied, "I can't do anything about you. Come on in, I'll prepare a room for you. However," he added, "but let me be clear. If you stay here, you must cover your own food expenses. Thanks to you, I'm nearly bankrupt. Don't expect me to provide for you." Just a few days prior, The barbecue had consumed most of his savings, and with his father away and no missions to undertake, he was left with very little. All right, I'll pay. Bai-chan waved his hands dismissively, placing his arm around Kakashi's shoulder and guiding him along. Let us go. Help me get a room ready. With a long face, Kakashi muttered, seriously, you really enjoy causing trouble for others. Soon, a room was prepared, and Bai-chan retrieved some daily necessities and a large bed from his space ring. Placing them within the room, he clapped his hands, surveying the arrangement with satisfaction. Very good. Perfect. All right, let us go. Bai-chan cheerfully beckoned to Kakashi. Huh? Kakashi paused in confusion. Where are we going? What do you want now? An ominous premonition washed over him. Every time Bai-chan wore that smile, it spelled trouble. Of course, I need a substantial amount of large stones for the construction, and purchasing them would be too expensive. I plan to head north to the quarry to extract them. Bai-chan looked at Kakashi with a bemused expression. Kakashi's forehead twitched in frustration as he clenched his fists. Demanding, you're building the house, not me. Are you really dragging me into this laborious task? Absolutely not. TSK. Kakashi, you're not being very cooperative. Bai-chan, with a playful smirk, remarked, when my teacher parted ways with me at the Yunin battlefield, he entrusted me with the responsibility of looking after you, supervising and guiding your cultivation. Yet, this is the attitude you present? Moreover, I had prepared a more extraordinary path of swordsmanship to impart to you. As he spoke, Bai-chan produced a scroll, shaking it slightly before continuing. This is a path that could lead one to become a sword master, even a grand sword master. A mere sword master can sever steel without the need for chakra. A seasoned sword master can unleash slashing waves, cleaving through the very essence of flow. And a grand sword master can execute flying slashes, splitting mountains with a single stroke. Alas, it is pitiful. Some individuals are utterly unwilling to learn. He then made to put the scroll away. In an instant, Kakashi lunged forward, intent on seizing it. Bai-chan deftly sidestepped, regarding Kakashi with an amused expression, and inquired, did you not express a disinterest in learning? When did I ever claim I would not learn? Kakashi retorted, visibly irked. The audacity of this scoundrel was plain, attempting to entice him with such temptation. Yet, the truth was that Kakashi was indeed drawn to it. Recently, he had sensed his progress in swordsmanship stagnating, as though he had reached an insurmountable barrier. Faced with such an invaluable opportunity, he could not bear to let it slip away. He wished to keep pace with Bai-chan, or at the very least, not be left too far behind, becoming a burden to him. Last time, when Bai-chan and others had gone to support the Yunin battlefield, he had been left behind, even compelled to retreat for the sake of his own safety. This was far from his desires. So, does that mean you agree to help me gather stones? Bai-chan inquired with a beaming smile. Kakashi, exasperated, replied, you truly are a trickster. If I agree, will you expedite the process? Bai-chan, knowing well that what he offered was indeed valuable, prompted Kakashi to willingly step into the trap. Here you go. Bai-chan chuckled, tossing the scroll to Kakashi, and added cheerfully, do not think I am deceiving you. The process of gathering stones can also serve as a form of training, whether it be body refinement or slashing techniques. Both can be cultivated in the act of stone gathering. You are rather shallow-minded to perceive it merely as a laborious task. This is, in fact, a supreme method of cultivation. Bai-chan's conviction nearly swayed him as well. Kakashi, rolling his eyes, interjected, I believe you are spinning tales. I have already accepted my fate. Can you spare me the nonsense? It's exasperating. With that, Kakashi eagerly unfurled the scroll, becoming deeply engrossed in its contents. Captivated and unable to extricate himself from its allure, it was only when Bai-chan tugged him along for the stone gathering that he emerged from his reverie. Casting a resentful glance at Bai-chan and lamenting, you truly know how to dampen the mood. However, this swordsmanship manual is indeed exceptional. It seems markedly different from our previous training. I sense it will be highly beneficial to me. Little did he know that this treasure was something Bai-chan had crafted himself. It was not beyond possibility, for Bai-chan was indeed a prodigy. Kakashi had grown somewhat accustomed to this reality. As long as it proves useful, that is all that matters. Bai-chan smiled gently. Feel free to ask me anything you do not understand. I have promised the teacher to supervise and guide you diligently. Your strength is indeed somewhat lacking. It's time to put in the effort. Kakashi retorted, do you think everyone is like you? I believe I have already made considerable progress. After a little over 10 minutes, the two arrived at a rocky mountain situated more than 30 kilometers from the village. This will do. The stone quality here is excellent. Superior marble, perfect for building houses. Surveying the rocky terrain, Bai Chun unsheathed the chakra blade at his waist and executed 2 swift strikes. Instantly, 2 formidable gashes, several meters long, sliced through a stone formation, revealing the gleaming marble beneath. Kakashi, taken aback, stammered, "You've become quite the monster. When did you attain such prowess? Can anyone achieve such strikes?" The power exceeds that of some S-rank ninjutsu. He had not sensed any chakra fluctuations. It was evident that the strikes stemmed purely from Bai Chen's swordsmanship and physical prowess. Bai Chen grinned, "Not bad. Not bad. This is the level of a great swordmaster's basic attack. With diligent practice, you too will achieve this with ease." Kakashi gazed at Bai Chun in disbelief. "I'll believe that when pigs fly. At this level, I doubt I could manage it even in 10 years. Bai Chun chuckled, patting Kakashi on the shoulder in encouragement. "Have faith in me. I will assist you. With my help, there will be no bottlenecks." With the presence of the crystal, he felt assured of this. "Do you really think I will?" Kakashi rolled his eyes, glancing at the marble in the distance. "So what is your plan? Are you preparing to transport stones? Is your space ring large enough? You can't possibly intend to carry them on your back. That would take forever." He regarded Bai Chun, suspecting he was deliberately trying to make him work harder. Bai Chun replied with a smile, "ISNT this for your training? As for transportation, I won't need a space ring or to carry anything. I cannot expose the space ring. It could lead to unnecessary trouble. I plan to use the Flying Thunder God technique for delivery." At present, he had successfully mastered the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique and was quite adept at it. "What?" Kakashi exclaimed, stunned. "You've learned the Flying Thunder God technique? When did that happen?" "About 10 days ago, during the battle at the Cloud Hidden," Bai Chun shrugged. "It's not particularly difficult. It's just the sealing technique that's a bit cumbersome." Kakashi stared at Bai Chun, incredulous. "You truly are something else. Is there anything you cannot learn? If this technique were so easy, it wouldn't have taken until now for you and Minato to master it." He suspected Bai Chun was merely showing off. "Enough with the chatter. Quickly assist me in cutting the stones. I need them in cubic 1-meter blocks. This is the perfect opportunity to practice your swordsmanship and control over lightning and wind chakra. Don't let it slip by," Bai Chun urged. "Fine." Kakashi relented. Kakashi had little choice but to draw his short blade and take action. Meanwhile, Bai Chun was not idle. He swiftly wielded his chakra blade against the pre-cut marble stones. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In no time, he had sliced thousands of neatly shaped 1-cubic meter stones. Subsequently, he connected with the Flying Thunder God short sword formation he had previously established to secure the foundation and began to teleport the blocks of stone. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the falling stones immediately attracted the attention of the nearby villagers, who rushed out to clear the area. "What is that? Stones appearing out of thin air? What on earth is happening? I recall this is Lord Bai Chen's residence. Could this be his doing? But how is it possible?" Curiosity sparked a flurry of discussions among them. What noise? The persistent thud of stones hitting the ground even reached the Hokage tower, catching the attention of the third Hokage. He promptly dispatched the Umbu to investigate. "Return, Hokage-sama. It appears that a large number of uniformly shaped stones are inexplicably falling from Lord Bai Chen's property. Beyond that, we are uncertain." Shortly thereafter, the Umbu returned to report to the third Hokage. The third Hokage had already utilized a telescope technique to observe the scene at Bai Chen's residence. As he watched the stones materialize continuously, he furrowed his brow, pondering. This must be an advanced application of the Flying Thunder God technique. He recalled that the sealing book contained relevant records left by the second Hokage regarding this technique. However, it was merely the second Hokage's conjectures, as he had not had the opportunity to perfect it before his demise. To his astonishment, this young lad had already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique to such an extent. The third Hokage marveled at Bai Chen's prowess. Yet he felt a deeper sense of apprehension. Had Bai Chen not been so young and shown little interest in power, the third Hokage might have felt more unsettled. "I should go take a look," he thought, promptly dispelling the telescope technique and heading toward Bai Chun. Just as the third Hokage arrived, the rain of stones ceased, and Bai Chun appeared atop the pile of rocks. He considered that the area had accumulated quite a bit, and it was best to manage it. Otherwise, it would hinder the construction efforts of the builders later on. Bai Chun. At that moment, Bai Chun heard a familiar voice calling him. Turning around, he saw the third Hokage approaching briskly. "Grandpa Hokage, what brings you here?" Bai Chun asked with a cheerful smile. Clearing his throat, the third Hokage chuckled. I heard the commotion and came to see what's going on. Have you mastered the Flying Thunder God technique? Indeed, Bai Chun replied, not intending to conceal the truth, for he had openly utilized it. This ninjutsu is not particularly difficult, as long as one grasps the relevant sealing techniques and learns to create spatial techniques. The rest is not a challenge for me. Through Tsunade, I managed to procure a book on sealing techniques from Brother Minato, and after a brief study, I mastered it. As for what I am currently engaged in, naturally, I am preparing stones for construction. My financial situation is dire. Purchasing all the materials outright is beyond my means. So I must laboriously excavate and transport the stones myself. I must say, the Flying Thunder God technique is remarkably effective for transportation. I even pondered that. Should I find myself in need of funds in the future, I could offer long-distance delivery services. For larger quantities, a round trip could easily yield a tidy sum. Perhaps a few dozen ryo? A nod to Minato Express, if you will. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes. What a ridiculous application for such a grand strategic ninjutsu as the Flying Thunder God technique. Is this truly how you perceive its potential? He wondered if Bai Chun's mindset had strayed from the path. As long as you are pleased. The third Hokage could only respond, internally resigned to suppress his exasperation, urging him to keep the noise down and not to work too late. With that, he turned and departed. No problem, Grandpa Hokage, Bai Chun called cheerfully as he waved at the receding figure. He then utilized his magnetic ability to manipulate several Flying Thunder God kunai nearby, controlling them to hover around him before directing them to another location, where he discarded them. In a flash, Bai Chun vanished again. Bang! Shortly after, stones began to rain down in another area. Indeed, it is the handiwork of Lord Bai Chun. Impressive, the onlookers murmured, recalling his previous conversation with the Hokage, realizing that he had indeed mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. What? The Flying Thunder God? Isn't that the signature technique of the illustrious Minato Namikaze? They marveled at Bai Chun's capabilities. No doubt, he is the Thunder God of Konoha. But others retorted, that title bears little relevance. He is, without a doubt, the most prodigious genius in Konoha's history. You are mistaken. This technique seems to be the renowned masterpiece of the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, who created it. As time passed, the commotion attracted an increasing number of spectators, including many ninjas who heard about the earlier exchange between the third Hokage and Bai Chun, sparking discussions among them. Lord Bai Chun truly is extravagant. Even in constructing a house, he creates such a spectacle with such unique methods. Kurenai Yuhi and Rin Noera had also arrived, eyes wide with wonder at the levitating stones, unable to contain their astonishment. Indeed, Rin nodded, adding, by the way, it seems Kakashi has also vanished. According to his neighbors, he was taken away by Bai Chun early this morning. Could he be assisting Bai Chun with stone excavation? Kurenai speculated. Rin paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. That is quite possible. But why didn't Bai Chun invite us? Kurenai expressed her dissatisfaction. At that moment, Obito casually reclined with his hands behind his head, remarking, I suppose he thinks my abilities are lacking. Such a substantial stone, with its remarkably smooth surface, is undoubtedly a challenging endeavor. Our presence there would be futile. He likely relishes the thought. We would merely serve as laborers, and the sight of Kakashi's misfortune would surely amuse him. Hong remarked, this reasoning holds true. Yet why does Obito's statement evoke discomfort? What does it mean that our presence would be of no value? What does it imply that we are deemed unworthy? Let us go. We shall seek out Lord Bai Chun. This task, we have resolved to assist. With fervor, Hong spoke, and Yu and Rin nodded in agreement. The two promptly made their way toward Bai Chun's residence. They had overheard discussions from those nearby, indicating that Bai Chun frequently returned to relocate. Thus, they decided to await his arrival. Before long, Bai Chun indeed appeared. Lord Bai Chun. Upon his approach, Bai Chun was greeted by a somewhat mournful voice. Turning, he beheld the irate Hong, alongside the chuckling Yuen Rin and Obito. Oh, it's you, Bai Chun exclaimed, approaching the two with a smile and a wave. What brings you here? Has school already dismissed? Obito quickly interjected, what class? It's the weekend. Don't divert the topic. Where is that rascal Kakashi? Why is he absent? Did you drag him off to toil? Observing Obito's glee, Bai Chun quickly recalled the earlier events and felt a wave of exasperation. Oh, so that's why Hong appears to be upset. You've been stirring the pot. Since you were so eager for Kakashi's company, let us join him in his labor. I initially thought you were attending classes, but it seems I was mistaken. Let us go. With a mischievous grin, Bai Chun clapped Abito on the shoulder, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Upon hearing Bai Chun's words, Hong's ire diminished significantly. Surely, it must have been a misunderstanding on Lord Bai Chun's part. Wait, where did Abito go? Yuen Rin exclaimed, her concern evident. Bai Chun stated plainly. I sent him to the quarry. Kakashi is there as well. Would you like to accompany me to see them? Is that permissible? Will we be a burden to Lord Bai Chun? Hong and Yuen Rin asked in unison. Merely a trifling matter. Let us depart. Bai Chun waved his hand dismissively and placed his arms around the shoulders of the two women, and with a swift motion, they vanished. Before long, the rain of stones resumed. Hong and her companions lingered only briefly before departing, as they realized their assistance would be minimal. By afternoon, the stone rain ceased, giving way to a downpour of timber. Thick logs began to fall, accumulating upon the ground. Once sufficient logs had gathered, Bai Chun returned, exhausted, with Kakashi in tow. He sent Kakashi off to rest, and proceeded to the Hokage's office to issue a task for a skilled fire-style ninja to manage the drying of the logs. The task offered a rather generous remuneration, and in a brief moment, for proficient ninjas skilled in fire release from the Uchiha clan were successfully recruited. Observing this, Bai Chun felt a wave of emotion. With so many individuals dispatched to the front lines, it was astonishing that there remained so many elite ninjas at home. Such is the profound heritage of a great clan. What is it that we are required to do? We have never engaged in drying wood with fire release before, inquired the leading Uchiha ninja, his demeanor stern and unyielding. Had it not been for the pressing need for money, he would not have accepted this task, which, upon first hearing, seemed rather unremarkable. Indeed, the others concurred with nods. It's simple. Bai Chun snapped his fingers. Follow me. He promptly led the group to a pile of logs and, with a clap of his hands against the ground, declared, Earth release, drying furnace technique. In an instant, earthen walls rose around the logs, encasing them. Simultaneously, earth pillars lifted the logs, suspending them in midair. Beneath, a complex structure connected to the logs allowed hot air to surge forth, while the top remained open. Each earthen wall featured a circular opening for flames to be expelled. The four ninjas, witnessing this marvel, couldn't help but flinch. What in the world is this drying furnace technique? Can earth release be wielded like this? Once the arrangement was complete, Bai Chun addressed them. Your task is straightforward. Continuously channel fire release flames into these circular openings. No need for anything too advanced. Techniques like the Great Fireball will suffice. The key is endurance. Surely, you can manage that? As he spoke, Bai Chun scrutinized the four with a hint of skepticism. Immediately, their expressions darkened as they asserted, absolutely no problem. However, we will need some time. We cannot sustain this indefinitely. Even with ample chakra, it must be utilized wisely. Concerned with their dignity as men, they were determined not to concede. Bai Chun nodded in understanding. Naturally, I selected you based on the required standards. Otherwise, I wouldn't have invested so much to recruit you. Your chakra reserves are undoubtedly sufficient. Just follow my lead. He preferred not to disclose his wood release abilities. Had he wished, he could have easily employed it in the wild. No problem. The four ninjas affirmed in unison. Thus, under Bai Chun's guidance, they began to unleash fire release into the openings. Bai Chun manipulated the logs with earth release, ensuring they rolled and received even heat. After several hours, the logs were thoroughly dried. The four ninjas were exhausted, but found satisfaction in the remuneration they received. Wasn't this simply about drying wood with fire release? We've undertaken far more menial tasks, such as cleaning toilets or weeding, which were far less rewarding. Have we been misapplying ninjutsu all along? Is this the correct application of our arts? The third Hokage observed Bai Chun's actions with a mix of disbelief and contemplation. It's time for a new transformation. I hope this will yield something worthwhile. After a day of bustling activity, Bai Chun returned to his room in Kakashi's house after sharing dinner with him. Rubbing his hands together, he swiftly entered the realm of his spatial ring, leaving behind a shadow clone to lie in his stead. This time, he decided to utilize the chakra of the eight tails, along with the chakra extraction technique and chakra orbs as items for substitution. With this thought in mind, Bai Chun retrieved a scroll sealed with a substantial amount of eight tails chakra, unsealing a portion to draw out a ball of chakra the size of a large bowl. He then took out a scroll for the chakra refining technique, condensing a sphere of chakra and silently intoned in his mind, substitute. The three items in his hand vanished. and an image flickered in his mind. In the realm of the Pokemon world, within the primordial space, Arceus suddenly opened its eyes and lifted its head, exclaiming, "At last! A new substitution has arrived. How splendid! I hope this time I can obtain what I desire. But why has this individual yet to arrive in our world?" The deity gazed longingly at the master behind the substitution, eagerly anticipating their arrival for a direct transaction. The randomness of substitutions was excessively great, making it challenging for the god to acquire the desired items. Just then, Arceus stood up in astonishment. "Is this the primordial power of chakra? Excellent. At long last. I have awaited this. With this, I can truly grasp the source of chakra power, achieving a qualitative transformation in strength, while also bestowing chakra upon all the Pokemon in the world." Immediately, Arceus consented to the substitution and generously offered a small gift, allowing the substitute to freely choose an item for exchange. As the scene shifted, it arrived in the realm of Perukia, where the deity had just condensed a sphere of spatial origin and was preparing to expand its divine beast space, feeling that it had become somewhat cramped. In the next moment, the sphere of spatial origin vanished right before his eyes. Who did this? Perukia erupted in fury, using its spatial abilities to sense any changes, yet detected nothing, leaving him in shock. Only one being in this world could accomplish such a feat, Arceus, the creator god. Though he could not confront Arceus, the fury clouded his judgment, and he shouted through spatial communication, "Arceus, why did you steal my spatial origin? Return it at once, you thief." This commotion went unnoticed by humans and ordinary Pokemon, but the divine beasts, especially those in charge, heard the outcry. This was precisely the effect Perukia desired. Seeking an explanation from Arceus, "Even if you are the creator god, you cannot indiscriminately take what belongs to me, can you?" Perukia, resolute and undaunted by authority, stood firm. Dialga remarked, "TSK, is this fellow out of his mind? How dare he provoke the boss? This is going to be entertaining." Ho-Oh commented, "This is a path to self-destruction." While Rayquaza mused, "Perukia's sacrifice to add some excitement to our mundane lives is indeed a good thing." Lugia, "I am more intrigued by Palutena's words." Kyogre, likewise. Groudon, "Same here." Even the legendary Pokemon could not resist the urge to engage in a distant exchange, eagerly peering forth to witness the unfolding drama. At that moment, Palutena furrowed his brow slightly, regarding a peculiar scroll and a crystal that had mysteriously descended before him, perplexed. What are these things? How did they appear? He was certain he had sensed no spatial fluctuations. These two items simply manifested. However, rather than retrieve them, he roared with indignation and pride, "Arceus, do you think you can sweep this matter under the rug with the compensation of two useless items? I assure you, that is impossible. You must apologize to me." Palutena calculated shrewdly in his heart. He held the moral high ground in this situation, and if he could compel Arceus to apologize, this matter would be settled for eternity. Moreover, he could use this incident to belittle Dialga, mocking him in the process. Arceus, who had been reveling in the recent acquisition of the Eight Tails chakra crystal, naturally heard Palutena's furious bellowing. Initially, he felt a twinge of guilt for having taken from Palutena one of his most prized possessions. Yet, the moment Palutena questioned him, that guilt evaporated entirely, replaced by a profound fury. This impertinent fool. It seems he is due for a reckoning. Come here. In the next instant, just as Palutena was about to speak again, he suddenly sensed a surge of spatial energy, and he vanished from his divine space, appearing in the void. I was wrong. Please spare me. I truly apologize. If you strike me again, I will retaliate. Soon after, the void echoed with Palutena's cries of despair and pleas for mercy. Yet, no matter how fervently he begged, Arceus showed no sign of halting, administering a thorough beating before finally returning him to his divine space. Subsequently, Arceus's voice resonated in the ears of all the observing deities, refrained from causing any disturbances for the time being. I have obtained something that may benefit the entire world, and that includes you. If you jeopardize my endeavors, you understand the consequences, humph. The deities shivered at this proclamation, eager to express their compliance. Arceus then retreated to his primordial space. The imagery concluded at this point. Wow. Bai Chun, with a look of astonishment, stroked his chin. It was not surprising that Arceus intercepted the tailed beast chakra. It is evident that he places great significance on it. Thus, The benefit for the entire Pokemon world he mentioned must pertain to the chakra, right? Yet, why has he not implemented it for all beings, allowing every Pokemon to possess it? Furthermore, is Palutena not too cowardly, too weak? Why was he effortlessly overwhelmed by Arceus? Clearly, in the anime and games of the past life, Arceus' strength was rather modest. Indeed, one must not fully trust the portrayals in anime and games. After all, Arceus is the genuine creator deity, his power vastly surpassing that of other deities. Such is the norm. Bai-Chun felt misled by the anime and the little sprite games he had encountered in his previous life. At that moment, two luminous orbs materialized before him. As the radiance dissipated, a sprite egg and a crystalline sphere revealed themselves. Upon his touch, a wealth of information flooded his mind. Paruki's sprite egg, created by Arceus in a fit of anger and mischievousness, utilizing a portion of its primordial power. This divine beast egg, upon hatching, will yield a Paruki offspring. Although it is not the Parukii, the deity of space, this creature holds boundless potential for future growth. Paruki's condensed spatial essence crystal. This treasure can be used to expand space, serving as a paramount asset. It is suggested to be exchanged for the beast mastery space, enabling a qualitative transformation and enhancing certain potentials. Was Parukii being tricked? Could it be that Arceus intentionally created this sprite egg to annoy and tease Parukii? As Bai-Chun gazed at these two items, he felt a mix of excitement and bewilderment. He could already envision the expression on Paruki's face when he presented the Paruki offspring upon arriving in the sprite world. It would surely be one of utter dismay. Perhaps it would be wise to delay his journey to the sprite realm? A flicker of hesitation crossed his mind, as he feared falling victim to Arceus' antics. Yet, he thought, what harm could come from merely keeping the little Paruki restrained? Ultimately, Bai-Chun resolved to embark on this adventure. He had numerous vacant positions in his beast mastery, and it was imperative to forge more contracts. This would not only bestow him with additional power, but also remedy some of his attribute deficiencies. Thus far, he possessed only 4 attributes: thunder, water, earth, and light, lacking the wind, fire, and shadow elements. The shadow attribute, however, was manageable, as it pertained to his mental acuity. With time, as his mental strength ascended, he would inevitably acquire it. The wind and fire attributes, on the other hand, required alternative strategies. If he were to attain the fire attribute, mastering fire techniques would become considerably easier, eliminating the need to solicit assistance for tasks such as drying wood. Admittedly, his reluctance stemmed from sheer laziness. The absence of a fire attribute had hindered his pursuit of fire techniques, as well as wind techniques. Given his innate talents and current prowess, mastering the wind and fire ninjutsu would not pose a significant challenge. It would merely take a touch longer. Attribute affinity signifies the corresponding attributes' affinity and talent. Yet in the face of absolute comprehension, all else is but ephemeral. Alas! First, let us merge the spatial essence crystal. With that thought, Bai-Chun directly absorbed the spatial essence crystal into the beast mastery space, allowing the essence to permeate throughout. In the next moment, a brilliant light emanated from the entire spatial essence, which was then absorbed by the beast mastery space. The entire realm of beast mastery began to tremble violently. "Pika Pika!" Pikachu exclaimed in alarm. "Pika, help! Master!" At that moment, 100 attentive observers who were closely monitoring the happenings in the beast mastery space heard Pikachu's cry for help and promptly summoned it back. "Pika Pika! Master! What just happened? Is the beast mastery space about to collapse?" As Pikachu emerged, it immediately leaped into Bai-Chun's embrace, calling out uncertainly. "It's all right," Bai-Chun quickly reassured, gently patting its head. "You've merely received a precious gift. The beast space is evolving. Once the evolution is complete, it will become even more formidable. Are you excited?" Pikachu's eyes brightened with anticipation. "Pika? Really?" "Indeed," Bai-Chun affirmed with a nod. "Pika, that's wonderful." Pikachu, now at ease, began to look forward to the transformation. Bai-Chun immersed himself fully in the beast space, observing its rapid transformation. Firstly, the interior space expanded swiftly, growing from its original diameter of 1 kilometer to an astonishing 100 kilometers before it ceased. Concurrently, the soil became increasingly fertile, the aura of life intensified, and the spiritual energy grew denser. Bai-Chun sensed that the acceleration of plant and animal growth and evolution within the beast space had increased to 5 times its previous rate. more than a 30-fold enhancement. Moreover, he discovered that he could now physically enter the beast space. The entire realm had evolved into a truly refined microcosm. At that moment, a powerful surge of feedback energy flowed from the beast space, coursing through Bai Chen's consciousness and enveloping his entire being, rejuvenating every cell as if it had undergone a baptism. Upon opening his eyes later, Bai Chen clenched his fists, feeling a remarkable enhancement in his physique, which had increased by 30%, and his chakra was similarly augmented. Most importantly, he sensed a significant boost in his spatial perception abilities. His previous limit of 10 kilometers had doubled to an impressive 20 kilometers. The energy consumption for his teleportation had also remarkably diminished, whether through psychic teleportation or Thunder God's instant movement. Is this an enhancement of my spatial talent? Bai Chen mused with delight. Pikachu, the beast space has completed its transformation. Come, let us explore, Bai Chen thought, releasing Pikachu from his embrace and swiftly entering the beast space. Pika, Master, you can enter in your true form too. Pikachu, nestled in Bai Chen's arms, gazed at him in astonishment. The distinction between consciousness and physical form was clear to Pikachu. Hee. Bai Chen chuckled, ruffling its head. Surprising, isn't it? This is one of the new features of the evolved beast space. From now on, I can directly enter here. Additionally, growth and evolution will accelerate 30-fold. You will become stronger at an even faster pace. Pikachu was left utterly awestruck. Subsequently, Bai Chen communicated with the ring space on his finger and retrieved the egg of Palkia, preparing to claim it as his own. Pika, a Pokemon egg? Pikachu, brimming with curiosity, hopped down from Bai Chen's arms, circling the egg twice before looking up to ask, Pika Pika? Master, what kind of egg is this? It is the egg of the spatial deity Palkia. This little one will be quite formidable in the future. Thus, Pikachu, you must strive even harder in the future. Otherwise, you shall soon be surpassed. Bai Chen jested cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Pikachu felt a sudden panic and nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, Pika, I certainly will. It was determined not to be outdone by newcomers, who should be regarded as its juniors. All right, I shall take my leave now. Keep a close watch on this egg. It will require approximately 2 years to hatch, Bai Chen informed, and that with the enhancement of the beast space, which accelerates the process by 50 times. Otherwise, it would take centuries just to hatch. Bai Chen was quite perplexed. Could there be something amiss within? He pondered. Does a true divine beast truly require such an extensive incubation period? Or perhaps Arceus skimped on the craftsmanship when creating this Pokemon egg, resulting in such a predicament? Bai Chen felt he was inching closer to the truth. With no further conversation that night, the following morning, Bai Chen set out early for a stroll, then used his gourmet tablecloth to conjure an array of delectable dishes, which he brought home. Breakfast is ready. Kakashi, Bai Chen called out loudly. Kakashi emerged from his bedroom, scratching his slightly disheveled white hair. Upon seeing the lavish spread on the dining table, he stared incredulously at Bai Chen and remarked, This is quite extravagant. Isn't it? A breakfast this sumptuous? Moreover, which establishment has begun serving meals so early? Bai Chen seemed to frequently conjure vast amounts of food, a fact that Kakashi and Shuo Mao had long since noticed. Although Bai Chen consistently offered excuses, Kakashi and Shuo Mao were aware that these were mere fabrications. Bai Chen had even kept the origins of his food a secret. However, they had grown accustomed to it and no longer felt the need to investigate. Kakashi quickly rushed to freshen up, then returned to the dining table to partake in the feast. While eating, he couldn't help but inquire, Do we have enough stones and timber? Do you need my assistance with the house? No need. Bai Chen shook his head. We have sufficient materials. I've entrusted the rest to the construction company. Primarily, your strength is too weak. Otherwise, I would have prepared for you and your companions to assist me with your ninjutsu. Just think of the savings. Kakashi's face darkened immediately, and he retorted, You truly don't regard us as people. So, we should feel fortunate that we lack strength. Is that it? Is that even a reasonable statement? Bai Chen laughed heartily in response. Oh, don't say it like that. This is actually a good thing for you. Kakashi could not resist rolling his eyes. How can you turn something negative into a positive? This presents a splendid opportunity to hone your ninjutsu, Bai Chen asserted earnestly. Consider it. Cutting timber and stone will undoubtedly refine your swordsmanship and enhance your control over wind chakra properties. The intricate carvings will improve your precise chakra manipulation, which is essential for surpassing the Jonin level. Furthermore, earth and water techniques can also be applied. Upon hearing this, Kakashi took a large mouthful of food, chewed thoughtfully, and swallowed, gazing at Bai-chun in silence. So, according to your perspective, ninjutsu is better utilized for infrastructure development? This could indeed enhance one's strength. Exactly. Bai-chun nodded earnestly. Otherwise, why would the village issue tasks such as weeding and collecting trash? Each task has profound significance. They are designed to better train ninjas. Once their strength is sufficient, more challenging missions can be assigned. Kakashi, with a dark expression, questioned, "Can cleaning toilets also enhance one's skills?" Bai-chun affirmed with a nod. "This cultivates your patience. In the face of harsh environments, if you can endure cleaning a toilet, what other conditions could possibly be insufferable?" Despite knowing that Bai-chun was speaking nonsense, Kakashi found a semblance of logic in his words, leading him to ponder his own sanity. "I've finished eating. I won't listen to your nonsense any longer." Kakashi abruptly shoved more food into his mouth before rushing upstairs to change his clothes, grabbing his short blade before heading out to train. TSK. Not the least bit amusing. Bai-chun chuckled, shaking his head. After finishing his meal, he summoned 2 wooden clones and instructed one of them, "You go to the eastern battlefield and replace the ordinary shadow clone there," continuing to gather the corpses of bloodline limit ninjas. After speaking, he placed a hand on its shoulder and utilized the flying thunder god technique to send it away. He then turned to the other wooden clone and said, "The rest is up to you. Avoid combat whenever possible. I plan to visit the fairy world." Although the cooldown for the invitation is 1 month, we cannot ascertain if there is a time differential between the 2 realms. To prevent any mishaps, I've been steadily crafting numerous chakra sealing scrolls over the past few days, filling them with chakra, approximately 10 times my own chakra reserves. If used sparingly, they should suffice. If the first wooden clone runs low on chakra, remember to send some over. The clone nodded in understanding but then, somewhat indignantly, asked, "Why is it that he gets to be number 1? Shouldn't that title belong to me?" Bai-chun retorted, "You actually care about that?" He rolled his eyes dismissively and added, "Is this really so significant? Enough of this nonsense. Just keep an eye on the house, supervise daily, and ensure no one tries to cut corners. I've left some funds for you in case I don't return soon, so you can pay the workers." As he spoke, Bai-chun retrieved a spatial bracelet and handed it to the first wooden clone, urgently instructing, "Additionally, it contains various potions I've crafted recently. If I don't come back, remember to send a batch to Jiao every month." With that, Bai-chun produced the Arceus invitation and chose to use it. Instantly, the invitation erupted in a brilliant glow, enveloping Bai-chun's body before plunging him into the void, causing him to disappear from sight. After waiting for over 10 minutes and confirming his existence, the second avatar finally sighed in relief. Fortunately, he had not vanished, which was indeed good news. Well then, next, I shall proceed as my true self. Let me first check on things at home. It is time to commence work. In the interstice of worlds, a radiant orb surged forward at an astonishing pace, enveloping Bai-chun within its embrace. Beyond the orb, he perceived nothing but an abyssal void, fraught with peril. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, perhaps a moment, perhaps several hours. Suddenly, a colossal orb of light emerged ahead. As he approached, Bai-chun realized it was not merely an orb, it was a world in itself. In the next instant, the orb surrounding him appeared to be drawn forth, plunging directly into the crystalline barrier of this world without any hindrance. After traversing a dazzling corridor, Bai-chun found himself in a bathroom, where the orb dissipated, revealing a beautiful girl seated in a bathtub. Their eyes met, and the girl calmly used her powers to levitate a towel to shield herself. Then, her eyes sparkling, gazed at Bai-chun and inquired, "It was you who saved me, wasn't he it?" "Huh, what?" Bai-chun was momentarily taken aback, his expression a canvas of confusion. "What do you mean, saved you?" At that moment, he sensed something was amiss. The girl appeared strikingly familiar. Most notably, his own powers began to resonate with hers, creating an extraordinary synergy. "Are you Naz?" Bai-chun suddenly connected the dots and asked directly. Indeed, it was Naz, albeit noticeably older. She seemed around 15, having matured considerably and exuding an air of sophistication that made her more striking than before. "It's me." The girl nodded. "You saved me, right? I can feel the resonance of our powers." Bai-chun hesitated before nodding. "I suppose you could say that. When you were ensnared by Team Rocket and nearly brainwashed, it was indeed my intervention that led to your rescue, and your issues with controlling your powers were resolved because of me. Truly, it was you." Naz's eyes lit up at his words, and she nodded, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks as she regarded Bai Chun. Could you please step outside for a moment? We can talk later. This situation is rather inconvenient. Though puzzled by Bai Chun's sudden appearance in her bathroom, Naz believed it was unintentional, considering he was her benefactor and undeniably handsome. I'm sorry. It was rude of me. I'll wait for you outside. Bai Chun, realizing the awkwardness, sheepishly scratched the back of his head and sensed that Naz's bedroom was unoccupied, promptly teleporting there. Phew. Once Bai Chun had departed, Naz exhaled in relief, swiftly exiting the bathtub, using her powers to dry herself, and hurriedly changing into her clothes before leaving the bathroom. Gazing at Bai Chun, who stood by the window admiring the scenery, Nazi spoke with a melodious voice. I'm ready. Only then did Bai Chun turn around, his eyes catching a glimpse of Nazi, who wore a black knee-length skirt and had sleek, straight black hair. A flicker of astonishment danced in his eyes as he could not help but exclaim, You look exquisite. Thank you. Nazi's cheeks flushed slightly, a mixture of shyness and curiosity prompting her to inquire, Why did you suddenly appear at my home? And where have you been for the past 4 years since you saved me? I've tried searching for you, but to no avail. Indeed, for years had elapsed since her rescue. Nazi had made numerous attempts to find Bai Chun, yet she had received no word. It wasn't until today that she sensed his familiar warmth and extraordinary abilities, instantly recognizing this striking young man with white hair and red eyes as her savior. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that her benefactor appeared rather youthful. How old are you? What is your name? Are you even 15 yet? She tilted her head, asking. Standing at about 1.65 meters, he was nearly her height, yet she felt his features bore a certain youthful innocence. Clearing his throat awkwardly at the unexpected question, Bai Chun suppressed his embarrassment and replied with earnestness, You can call me Bai Chun. I'm almost there, just a few months away. In truth, he was far from 15, still a month shy of 8. Nevertheless, due to his rigorous training in physical enhancement and the various power exchanges he had experienced, coupled with Pikachu's nurturing, he had matured significantly faster than his peers, appearing much older. Judging by his looks, he indeed resembled a boy of 14 or 15. Feigning age is not a commendable habit. Do not forget I possess extraordinary abilities, and I can sense your unease. It seems you are not as old as you claim. Nazi remarked, her eyes sparkling in disbelief. It's astonishing that someone so young as you could have saved me. Nazi's eyes glimmered as she continued. But why is your extraordinary power only at the mid-tier of the Heavenly King level? That is far below my expectations, yet your physical prowess exceeds my imagination. Furthermore, I can faintly sense a terrifying force within you. You must be quite formidable, otherwise, how could you have rescued me? Indeed, Bai Chun nodded. You should be able to perceive that our extraordinary powers resonate harmoniously, as if originating from the same source. In truth, I initially lacked any extraordinary abilities. It was the chaotic essence of your powers that awakened my own. As for the terrifying force you sense, that is called chakra, a transcendent energy akin to the power of wave guidance, an extraordinary force present in my world. Nazi paused, slightly taken aback. Your world? Are you implying that you are not from our realm, but rather from another world? Oh, Bai Chun gazed at Nazi with mild surprise. You grasped that concept quite effortlessly? I have read quite a bit about alternate worlds, Nazi admitted, a hint of astonishment in her voice. Though her powers no longer ran rampant due to Bai Chun's influence, allowing her abilities to flourish in a more orderly fashion through meditation, she still preferred the comfort of her home, cherishing moments spent caring for her little sprites. I see. Bai Chun nodded in understanding. Indeed, I hail from another world. Invited here by the creator god, Arceus, for a journey. Nazi, upon hearing this, wore a look of realization. No wonder I could never find you. This makes perfect sense. So, do you have any specific purpose for your visit? Can I assist you in any way? And how long can you stay? Will you return in the future? After her barrage of questions, Nazi gazed at Bai Chun with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. Though they had only just met, she found herself captivated by him, eager to be a part of his world. This sentiment was greatly influenced by their profound resonance of powers, as well as by Nazi's long-standing affection for Bai Chun that she could not seem to shake off. Bai Chun noticed her unusual feelings and paused for a moment before responding candidly. There isn't a strict limit on how long I can stay. However, I have pressing matters awaiting me in my own world, so I cannot be away for too long. Additionally, every journey back and forth requires a certain amount of time to recharge the token you provided. As he spoke, Bai Chun held up the somewhat dimmed Arceus invitation in his hand, explaining, "At present, I would need at least a month to recharge before I can return, and the same applies to future visits. However, the flow of time between our two worlds may not be consistent. It has been merely over 6 months since I saved you, but it seems nearly 4 years have passed here. That is a significant disparity in the passage of time. I wonder if it has always been this way." Nazi nodded, somewhat disheartened by the complexity of the situation, but soon regained her spirits. At least Bai Chun would still be able to visit frequently. She pondered, if he managed to resolve the issues in his world, could he stay here indefinitely? May I visit your world?" she suddenly inquired. Meeting her determined and hopeful gaze, Bai Chun stroked his chin thoughtfully. "For now, that may not be feasible. However, should I have the opportunity to meet Arceus again, perhaps the deity might have a solution. Although the Arceus invitation in my possession has undergone a transformation from a one-time use to a permanent token, its fundamental nature remains unchanged. If Arceus is willing, it should be possible to request assistance for a multi-person feature. Alternatively, could we not utilize the Beastmaster space or a spatial ring to transport others?" After weighing the practicality of these options, Bai Chun added, "Furthermore, I possess 2 unique personal spatial worlds, which might allow for direct transportation. Though I have yet to test their efficacy, only through experimentation will I know if it is feasible." As he spoke, he utilized his mental prowess to sense the spatial realm of the ring and the beast domain. At the very least, the ordinary creatures within appeared to thrive. However, he was uncertain about the implications of bringing a human. "Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Nazi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I am eager to give it a try." "No." Bai Chun immediately shook his head in refusal. "I cannot risk your life as a mere experiment. It would be prudent to first conduct trials on some deeply sinful individuals to ascertain safety before I allow you to explore our world. This way, I would bear no psychological burden." Let us settle on that then." Nazi, instead of feeling disheartened, nodded happily. Bai Chun's words clearly indicated his concern for her, and she had every reason to feel joyful. She then inquired, "Since you hail from another realm, you must lack identification and a place to stay here, correct?" "Indeed." Bai Chun nodded. "I was hoping you could assist me in obtaining some form of identification for ease of travel. As for accommodation, I will construct a villa once the identification is secured. Since I will be visiting frequently, it is essential to have a residence. Actually, you are welcome to stay with me. I usually reside alone, as my parents primarily live at the dojo." Nazi invited him, her cheeks slightly flushed. Bai Chun, bemused, replied, "That may not be appropriate. I would prefer to purchase a property. I have noticed several villas near your home. I could easily acquire one. This would facilitate our future interactions. Residing in your home might raise concerns with your parents, and it would not reflect well on your reputation. After all, this is our first meeting." Although Bai Chun appeared to have a fondness for Nazi, matters must progress gradually. "Is that so?" "Very well." Nazi pondered briefly before nodding. "I am aware that the neighbors to the left of my house are contemplating a move. I can assist in negotiating the terms. Additionally, you likely do not possess currency from our world. Would you like to borrow some?" She refrained from offering outright. Having learned from various narratives that young men often possess considerable pride, a direct gift could lead to rejection or even anger. Nazi wished to avoid upsetting Bai Chun. "Certainly, I would greatly appreciate your assistance." Bai Chun felt no discomfort. Had he been privy to Nazi's thoughts, he would have loudly proclaimed, "I would not be offended." Where does this unfounded pride stem from? In the primordial space, Arceus opened its eyes at the moment Bai Chun appeared in their realm. Its gaze traversed the layers of space, settling upon Bai Chun as it observed his condition and mused, "I shall refrain from disturbing him until tomorrow. I hope to gain satisfactory results." Unexpectedly, this chakra source appears to be incomplete. Good fortune often comes with trials. However, the invitation I extended has somehow been transformed into a permanent one. Such formidable abilities. Truly, it is worthy of being the nexus connecting myriad realms. Henceforth, I must cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Only in this manner can our world continue to ascend with Bai Chun's assistance, allowing us divine beasts to evolve as well. He, Arceus, is exceptionally perceptive. On that day, Nasi called her father, requesting them to return and meet Bai Chun. She explained to her father that Bai Chun was her savior. Subsequently, she asked her parents to assist in resolving Bai Chun's identity issue. Without hesitation, Nasi's parents readily agreed. With warmth and gratitude, they grasped Bai Chun's hand and expressed, We have long wished to thank you for saving our daughter Nasi. Unfortunately, we had not found an opportunity until now. This time, we insist you stay here for a while longer. They also noticed Nasi's unusual fondness for Baichun. Rather than opposing, they felt supportive in their hearts. Although Baichun had resolved their daughter's uncontrollable superpower issue years ago, she remained somewhat reclusive, with few friends. They were concerned about her future prospects in finding a partner. Now, with Baichun's arrival as her savior, handsome, eloquent, possessing a commendable character, and of a similar age to Nasi, along with shared superpowers, he seemed the perfect choice for a son-in-law, did he not? Had they not feared Nasi's disapproval, they would have sought to formalize matters immediately. Nasi's parents acted swiftly, utilizing their significant influence within the alliance, and by the end of the day, they had resolved Baichun's identity issue. Nasi also assisted Baichun in securing housing. The neighboring household was indeed relocating to develop in the Chengdu area, and rather than leaving the house vacant, it was better to sell it. Nasi spent over 10 million to purchase the property, which included 5 to 6 acres of backyard and a modest hill behind it. This was due to the high real estate prices in Jinwang City, one of the most prosperous cities in the East. Otherwise, it would have been even cheaper. So what do you think? Do you like it here? Nasi cheerfully stood beside Baichun, accompanying him as they explored the house, backyard, and hillside. It's quite nice. Baichun replied with a smile, nodding. One can tell that this family must have had a nurturing environment. The hill and land are filled with fruit trees, which saves me quite a bit of effort. I also plan to raise some small spirits here. Indeed. Nasi nodded happily. As long as you are satisfied. If you need help sourcing small spirits, just let me know. Assisting Baichun brings me great joy. Just as Baichun was about to respond, the space ahead rippled. Frowning, Baichun raised his hand to shield Nasi. In the next moment, a llama appeared before them with a cough. It was Arceus, making a grand entrance. Ah, Arceus? Nasi's eyes widened, and her mouth slightly agape in astonishment. Greetings, humans. Arceus's voice resonated within Baichun and Nasi's minds. Hello, Arceus. Baichun responded with a friendly smile, nodding. Did you come to find me for a reason? He could hardly believe that Arceus, the deity of creation, would come seeking him out without any pressing matters to attend to. Well, it seems the creator deity indeed possesses an abundance of leisure time, lacking any immediate concerns. After all, there are numerous divine beasts beneath him responsible for overseeing the world. I do have a matter of significance to discuss with you. Arceus nodded, then turned to Baichun and stated, the chakra essence you exchanged with me previously was incomplete. I require the remaining portions, or a complete chakra essence, to truly master this power and to enhance it continuously. Might you exchange it with me? I am willing to offer an equivalent or a price that would satisfy you. Although, through chakra seeds, gods can synthesize chakra by extracting cellular and spiritual energy. Such chakra is of a low tier and can harm the body, which does not align with Arceus's aspirations. What he truly needs is an essence of chakra capable of infinite proliferation. Only such a source of power would be beneficial to him, promoting his ascension. Chakra essence? Baichun was momentarily taken aback, recalling that during their previous exchange, Arceus had referred to the 8-tailed chakra in such a manner. He promptly responded, You mean the chakra of the 8 tails, correct? Indeed, what I provided you was merely the chakra of the 8 tails, which is the only tailed beast chakra I have been able to collect thus far. There are 8 other types of tailed beast chakra, all originally derived from the 10 tails, which were divided into 9-tailed beasts by the sage of 6 paths from our world's past. If you require them, it may take some time for me to gather them, but I can bring them to you once I have collected all. This will indeed require time. To be able to trade with Arceus was a tremendous opportunity. He could not possibly incur any loss. Arceus was known for his purity, kindness, and generosity, as evidenced by the value of the small gifts he had previously bestowed during their exchanges. Is that so? Arceus nodded in understanding. No problem. Once you have gathered them, we shall trade. I eagerly anticipate that day. By the way, did you enjoy the small gift I sent you last time? Did you not bring it with you? The deity sensed Baichun and found no trace of the little Pachirisu. Evidently, even Arceus was unable to perceive the conditions within Baichun's mind. Baichun was indeed special. Beside them, Nasi observed the conversation with the creator deity, intrigued by the apparent favor Arceus held for Baichun. Her admiration and affection for him deepened. He was her benefactor, the man she had chosen. Baichun, momentarily stunned by her thoughts, recalled something and inquired, Are you referring to that Pachirisu egg? Indeed. Did you not bring it? Arceus expressed a hint of regret. The deity was eager to tease the Pachirisu further. No. Baichen shook his head. I brought it with me. With that, he summoned Pikachu and the Pachirisu egg from the beast's space. Oh. Arceus's eyes widened in surprise. You are truly remarkable. I did not sense it at all. As he spoke, the deity glanced at Perica's egg and then at Pikachu. Expressing surprise, is this Pikachu the very one that was initially exchanged? Remarkably, it has grown to such an extent. Its potential and strength have become quite extraordinary. While its power is noteworthy, Pikachu currently stands at the early stages of champion rank. However, its physique is significantly robust, and the inherent electric essence within it is exceptionally potent. Arceus felt that this Pikachu, akin to a fledgling deity, possessed such formidable strength. It is almost unbelievable. Resembling a legendary beast of the same caliber, its potential has soared immensely. Is this your method? Impressive. Arceus genuinely praised. While he could elevate Pikachu's potential to that of a divine beast, he perceived boundless possibilities within this Pikachu. It was not merely a matter of enhanced potential to the realm of deities. It had transcended the constraints of its species and the limitations faced by many Pokémon. The future holds infinite promise. Moreover, I seem to sense a power reminiscent of Pikachu emanating from you. What is the nature of this phenomenon? It appears that you share a unique symbiotic relationship. This prompted Arceus's keen interest. The deity subtly intuited that behind this, there might lie a solution to the issues faced by humans and Pokémon in their world, binding them together for mutual growth and advancement. Indeed, Baichen nodded. I acquired a talent for beast mastery from a world known as the Beast Master World, which grants an ability related to beast mastery space. Subsequently, Baichen provided Arceus with a general overview of the Beast Master World and the principles and functions of the beast mastery space. Although the capabilities of different beast mastery spaces vary, they enable humans and their Pokémon to forge genuine symbiotic contracts, fostering mutual enhancement and growth. In fact, I believe this concept would be quite suitable for the Pokémon world. Although humans and Pokémon in this world coexist relatively harmoniously and have formed an initial symbiotic relationship, it is not as close-knit and unbreakable as in the Beast Master world. If the humans of the Pokémon world could also acquire the beast mastery space, both the humans and Pokémon would experience a tremendous enhancement in their potential, making the entire world even more vibrant. Perhaps the world itself could also thrive. Is this truly the nature of such a world? Arceus's eyes lit up upon hearing this. This contractual relationship and the complementary nature of it is indeed superior to the relationship we currently have between Pokémon and humans. With a gaze filled with eagerness, the deity turned to Baichen and inquired, could you assist me in obtaining a beast mastery space or a human from the Beast Master world? The deity wished to investigate and see if it could be replicated within its own realm. At the same time, Nasi, standing nearby, was equally astonished. Such a world exists? If only the humans in our world could possess this ability. This way, while nurturing Pokémon, trainers could also benefit from the power of Pokémon in return. Of course, there are pros and cons. As human power expands, chaos may ensue within the world, at least for a period of time. Simultaneously, there will be a reshuffling of power and order, and there is nothing to be done about it for now. Baichen shook his head and remarked, the exchange is random. Not every world is as open-minded as yours, providing me with an invitation to traverse to other realms. This is a matter of luck for the future. If I happen to obtain it again, I would not hesitate to engage in a trade with you. At that moment, Baichen snapped his fingers, retrieving the Arceus invitation and presenting it to Arceus, inquiring, is there a way to modify this so that I may bring others along? Oh, it was the first time Arceus examined the transformed Arceus invitation up close. He focused his psychic energy to analyze it for a while before responding. The power and methods at play here are astonishing. I find myself unable to completely comprehend it. But transforming it from a single user to a multi-user capability is certainly within my reach. It merely requires a bit more primordial energy. Consider this a first meeting gift. As he spoke, Arceus conjured a sphere of temporal and spatial primordial energy and infused it into the Arceus invitation. Instantly, the invitation radiated a brilliant glow. Once the light subsided, Baichen discovered that the runes inscribed upon it had become even more profound. Holding the invitation, he felt his understanding refresh with the updated information. This invitation indeed allowed for multiple journeys between the Pokémon world and the Naruto world. However, for each additional person, an extra month of charging would be required, with a maximum capacity of 9 individuals. This was the limit. Naturally, due to the energy provided by Arceus during this modification, Bai Chun found that the energy reservoir was now fully charged. If he only took Naz, the energy could facilitate 5 round trips for the two of them. Arceus Invitation 1010. Each crossing consumes 1 energy unit per person. Each unit takes 1 month to recharge. Thank you. Upon seeing this outcome, Bai Chun cheerfully stored the invitation away. Arceus had indeed been impressive, enhancing the energy storage limit 9-fold, allowing him to transport up to 9 individuals at once. No need. Arceus shook his head. I hope you will soon gather the chakra essence to trade with me. Absolutely. I will do my utmost. Bai Chun nodded, eagerly anticipating the transaction with Arceus, who was certainly a formidable and generous figure. At the moment Bai Chun produced the Parakeia egg. Parakeia in a certain divine beast realm suddenly opened its eyes wide, filled with astonishment, pondering, what is that? It immediately focused its gaze on the scene. The vision traversed through layers of space, locking onto Bai Chun and Arceus, finally resting on the precious egg cradled in Bai Chun's arms. Sensing the familiar aura emanating from within, Parakeia erupted, Arceus. In the next instant, Parakeia let out a roar that reverberated like a temporal shockwave, startling the divine beasts in attendance, who turned their heads in surprise towards Parakeia's direction. Then, they witnessed Parakeia tearing through the fabric of space and rushing in. In a flash, it arrived in the void near Golden City and tore open the space once more. Bai Chun, using a psychic shield to block the residual waves of space, gazed at the entity that had materialized, momentarily taken aback. Is it Parakeia? Has the true form come forth? This was precisely the reason he had refrained from presenting the Parakeia spirit egg earlier. Once the egg appeared in this world, Parakeia would sense it immediately and descend. However, with Arceus present, Bai Chun felt no trepidation, even a hint of elation. Arceus, what mischief have you been up to? Upon appearing, Parakeia charged at Arceus, roaring with eyes ablaze with fury and intent to kill. It was as if Parakeia had a vendetta against Arceus. Lugia, what is that? Could it be the Phoenix King? Mew. Oh dear. This is quite the predicament. Rayquaza. TSK. Is this the true consequence of Parukeia's previous offense against the boss? How terrifying. Dialga, haha. Parakeia? Look at you now. This is utterly ludicrous. I could laugh at this joke for a millennium. The pantheon of legendary Pokemon immediately recognized the Parakeia spirit egg, their expressions a tapestry of astonishment, with incredulity painted across their faces. Nevertheless, it appeared that this young Parakeia lacked the necessary energy for gestation, requiring an extensive period to hatch. The Phoenix King discerned the underlying issue with the Parakeia spirit egg at a glance. It was likely that the boss did not wish to squander so much primordial energy. The consumption required to create a complete god of space, even for him, must be considerable. Rayquaza chuckled. Indeed, the Phoenix King nodded in agreement, finding merit in the assertion. To them, Arceus's creation of this young Parakeia seemed merely a jest, a form of retribution for its previous disrespect. As Arceus regarded the enraged Parakeia, his eyes narrowed slightly. It seems you have yet to learn the lesson from our last encounter. In the next moment, Parakeia, the god of space, found itself once again unresistingly ensnared by Arceus's spatial power, drawn into the cosmic void. No more. I yield. I was wrong. Before long, Parakeia's wails echoed through the void once more, perhaps to Arceus's amusement, as even Bai Chun and Nasi heard the entire ordeal. Time passed, and the duo's perception of Parakeia was utterly shattered. Here we go again. How tragic. It serves you right. The audacity to provoke the boss repeatedly. The assembly of legendary Pokemon, witnessing this delightful spectacle, could hardly contain their amusement. How much time had elapsed? Here we go again. Fortunately, only they, the legendary Pokemon, were privy to this. Otherwise, Parakeia's reputation would have been utterly annihilated. After more than 10 minutes, the cries finally ceased. With a thought, Arceus summoned the battered Lugia back to Bai Chun's side. Arceus addressed Bai Chun. I believe I have conveyed all that needed to be said. I hope that when we meet again, you will bring me tidings of greater significance. Upon concluding his words, Arceus directed his gaze towards Parakeia, simultaneously issuing a stern warning to all the legendary beings who were attentive to this matter. This human is my esteemed guest from another realm. a pivotal figure for the advancement of our world. You are to remain vigilant. Under no circumstances should he be harmed. Do you understand? The legendary beings responded in unison, albeit with a hint of surprise as they glanced at Bai Chun, yet they nodded in compliance. With their leader's decree, it was imperative for them to obey, otherwise Palakia's fate would serve as a cautionary tale. Excellent. Arceus affirmed with a nod of satisfaction, turning to Bai Chun. Farewell, human. May your time in our world be delightful. With that, Arceus opened a spatial wormhole and departed. Once he was gone, Palakia sprang to his feet, glaring menacingly at Bai Chun and the egg he held, harboring a desire to obliterate the vitality egg. The presence of a singular god of space was sufficient in this realm. Sensing Palakia's unabashed malice, Bai Chun transmitted a thought. In truth, I perceive that the emergence of little Palakia presents an opportunity for you. As he matures, he will become your ally, enabling you to confront Dialga collectively and emerge victorious, would it not? Oh, Palakia mused, momentarily taken aback. He found Bai Chun's perspective to possess a semblance of validity. Moreover, this egg was a creation of Arceus. Should he dare to destroy it, the repercussions would be unfathomable. Bai Chun's reasoning was indeed quite compelling. I concede. Your logic is sound. Palakia nodded, contemplating before conjuring a sphere of spatial essence, which he seamlessly integrated into the vitality egg of little Palakia. Instantly, the life force within the egg surged, reducing its incubation period from a century to merely 80 years. With my essence merged, I am now your progenitor. Palakia thought gleefully. Human, nurture it well. I shall keep a watchful eye on you. Palakia declared before tearing through the fabric of space and vanishing. How generous. With the acceleration provided by the beast-taming space, the incubation would now be completed in just over a year. Lowering his gaze to the Palakia egg in his hand, Bai Chun summoned it back into the beast-taming space, allowing Pikachu to remain perched upon his shoulder. This human is indeed extraordinary. I can no longer sense the aura of Palakia's egg at all. Rayquaza regarded Bai Chun with keen interest, communicating with the other legendary beings. Lugia remarked. I too am perplexed. Ho-Oh added. Indeed, it is imperceptible. Furthermore, that Pikachu upon his shoulder seems rather unusual. Its power is almost excessive. I would believe it to be a divine offspring. Mew chimed in, fascinating. How delightful. I yearn to engage with him. Pikachu, enveloped in curiosity, surveyed the surroundings, exclaiming, Pika, is this my homeland? As it caught sight of other small spirits in the distant woods, Bai Chun listened with a smile, gently stroking its head and saying, Indeed, this is your homeland. For the time being, you shall accompany me on my journeys. Rest assured, we will frequently return here. When time permits, I can even take you to explore the vicinity of your birthplace. Unfortunately, when Pikachu was exchanged, it was merely an energy egg and thus lacks any memories of that time. Yet, this does not hinder its joy. Pikachu. Yes. Pikachu nodded enthusiastically. Isn't this Pikachu a tad too powerful? At this moment, Naz, observing Pikachu with curiosity, inquired of Bai Chun. Through her psychic perception, she discerned that this Pikachu had already reached the early championship stage, with its innate power far exceeding that of a typical Pokémon at the same level. It was simply extraordinary. Furthermore, its physical constitution was exceptionally robust. Clearly, this was a mere infant of a lightning-type divine beast clad in Pikachu's skin. Pika. You have a keen eye? Pikachu gave Naz a thumbs up in appreciation. Hee. Bai Chun chuckled gently. You've heard me mention this before. All of this is a result of the effects of the Beastmaster space. If the opportunity arises, we shall explore this further, but we must wait and see. As luck plays a role, if Arceus truly resolves to delve into the Beastmaster space once I obtain it, perhaps it will not just be me who grants you this gift. Humans in your world might also come to possess it. As long as there is a sample to understand the intricacies, I believe Arceus will not find it insurmountable. While some may regard Arceus merely as the creator of Pokémon, I hold a different perspective. I suspect that Arceus may have fashioned not only the humans of this world, but perhaps even every blade of grass and every technique. Then I shall eagerly await that day. I hope it arrives soon. Naz smiled slightly before asking, earlier, when you had Arceus assist in modifying the invitation, does that mean I can visit your world whenever I wish? She was evidently more concerned about this. Indeed, you can. Bai Chun nodded before adding solemnly. However, I must forewarn you that our world is not as idyllic as you might imagine. In fact, compared to your world, It could be described as half a hell. He then proceeded to give Naz a brief overview of the conditions in the ninja realm. Upon hearing this, Naz's expression turned to one of astonishment. I never expected you to hail from such a perilous era. Life must be quite arduous in such a world. War had long since passed in her realm, which now enjoyed a time of peace. Although dark forces occasionally emerged to wreak havoc, those inhabiting her world were, by comparison, incredibly fortunate. Fortunately, I have now acquired sufficient strength to protect myself, Bai Chen affirmed, nodding before shaking his head. So, given such a world, would you still wish to accompany me? It is likely that many malicious gazes and forces will be drawn to you, suddenly appearing by my side. Furthermore, as someone endowed with psychic abilities, you may witness the darker facets of humanity. Bai Chen deemed it necessary to issue a warning to Nasi. He was acutely aware of the potency of mind-reading abilities. Many individuals within the ninja realm harbored dark thoughts. To formidable superpowers, these thoughts were laid bare. Nasi nodded resolutely, declaring her intention to explore Bai Chen's world and gain a deeper understanding of him. The crux of her desire lay in wanting to spend more time with Bai Chen. After all, who knew how long it would be before he returned? She wished to avoid enduring such a wait again. Bai Chen smiled gently in response, assuring her, "Then I shall accompany you." At that moment, both Bai Chen and Nasi heard the voice of Arceus echoing in their minds. Remember, it is preferable not to disseminate the chakra cultivation system in our world. As for the girl beside you or any future companions, it is best to keep this knowledge contained. Arceus had no intention of spreading the chakra power system among humanity within their realm. His primary concern was the potential for power expansion, which, coupled with unrelated forces, could jeopardize the long-standing harmonious coexistence between fairies and humans, resulting in dire consequences. This scenario was one Arceus wished to avoid, and it was the reason he had previously removed related materials. Bai Chen, upon hearing this, nodded in understanding. I comprehend. Without your consent, I shall refrain from sharing. As for his future companions, he chose to set that thought aside, mindful of Nasi's presence. Moreover, he could not guarantee that he would remain indifferent upon encountering individuals like Sister Bai Kai, Zyrona, Mei, Toko, and Selena in the future. Nasi, observing him, wore a peculiar expression, her thoughts unclear. What further matters do you have here, Bai Chen? When do you plan to return to your own world? Nasi inquired. Perhaps I shall remain for another half-month to a month, Bai Chen pondered before responding. This visit primarily aims to capture more fairies to nurture within my beast space, as well as to select some suitable candidates for contracts. I still have numerous vacant contract slots, which will facilitate my power enhancement and growth. Nasi listened, her face reflecting envy. I truly envy you for possessing a beast space. It is incredibly convenient and advantageous. As for procuring fairy eggs, do you require assistance from my family? Most rare and potent fairies are not easily obtained, as many valuable resources have been monopolized by prominent families. The chances for ordinary citizens to rise in this world are quite slim. Certainly, Bai Chen nodded. I shall trouble you once more. However, beyond that, I also wish to explore the fairy egg shops myself to see if I can find eggs of superior quality. After all, he possessed an attribute panel that not only allowed him to assess his own condition, but could also be utilized to evaluate others and their possessions. It was merely that he had not employed it much before. That sounds feasible. Natsi did not refuse. She promptly called her father. With his support, she and Bai Chen began to scour all the Pokemon egg shops across the Kanto and Chengdu regions. Thanks to Bai Chen's extraordinary teleportation ability, which allowed him to traverse distances of up to 20 kilometers instantaneously, the distances between towns posed no challenge. After their expedition, Bai Chen amassed hundreds of Pokemon eggs, each with varying qualities ranging from elite to quasi-champion. Among them, he discovered 5 eggs of champion-level quality, including Ralts, Combi, Munchlax, Happiny, and Pseudocorydoras, alongside 2 eggs of champion-level quality, which were Charmander and Eevee. To his astonishment, Bai Chen had acquired 5 champion-level eggs and 2 champion-level eggs, along with hundreds of elite and quasi-champion eggs. Truly, the Pokemon shops were a treasure trove. With a chuckle, he stored all the eggs in his beast space, where the accelerated hatching process would ensure that most of them would hatch within a day. He immediately contracted with Charmander, Eevee, Ralts, and Pseudocorydoras. Natsi, still somewhat dazed, could hardly believe the extent of Bai Chen's remarkable ability to discern the quality of each Pokemon egg so effortlessly. something even esteemed Pokemon professors found challenging. It was no wonder Bai Chen managed to collect such a bountiful haul. However, those in the Kanto and Chengdu regions who intended to visit the Pokemon shops in hopes of luck would surely be disappointed, as the best had already been claimed by Bai Chen. Subsequently, he ventured into the nearby evergreen forest to gather additional Pokemon species that he had yet to capture, thus replenishing the diversity of his beast space. He then made his way to Rainbow City. "Oh, has the Rocket Team's underground base yet to be discovered?" Bai Chen murmured, surprised at the situation of the underground base near Game City. "What?" Nazi's eyes gleamed with cold fury. "Are you saying there's a Rocket Team base down there?" Having narrowly escaped being manipulated and brainwashed by the Rocket Team in the past, she harbored a deep-seated hatred for them. Over the years, she had diligently worked to thwart the Rocket Team. Every time she uncovered their activities, they faced dire consequences. Now, learning of a Rocket Team base beneath her feet ignited her murderous intent. However, she questioned, why didn't I sense anything with my psychic abilities? Psychic abilities indeed have their limitations, Bai Chen nodded in agreement. The Rocket Team excels in the study of psychic phenomena, so it's not surprising you couldn't detect it. They have even created Mutuo. Without a means to restrain its formidable psychic powers, Mutuo would have escaped long ago. I rely on observation hockey. Follow me, Bai Chen declared, leading Nazi into the depths of Game City with a swift teleportation. They materialized before a metallic door. "Who are you?" At that moment, 4 Rocket Team members disguised as security personnel attempted to block their path. Bang! In the next moment, the 4 individuals were hurled against the wall by telekinetic force. Subsequently, Bai Chen waved his hand at the grand door, and with a surge of psychic energy, the door was violently torn apart, revealing an entrance to an underground lair. Upon entering, Nazi discovered that her psychic senses could be utilized within. Indeed, this was the hideout of the despicable Team Rocket. "Bai Chen, we cannot let them escape," Nazi declared, her eyes filled with animosity. "Rest assured, none shall flee." Bai Chen assured her with a nod. In the next instant, an overwhelming aura of dominance erupted from him, enveloping the entire underground base. Instantly, the personnel within, along with several lesser Pokemon of no more than the king level, were rendered unconscious. What is happening? Nazi sensed the unfolding events and was momentarily taken aback. She knew Bai Chen was formidable, but never anticipated such overwhelming power. Astonishingly, it was merely the eruption of his unique presence that caused all Team Rocket members to lose consciousness. Truly remarkable. Let us proceed. There are still some elusive Pokemon to deal with. In the blink of an eye, Bai Chen grasped Nazi's hand, swiftly teleporting through the underground base multiple times, incapacitating those Pokemon that had not yet succumbed by knocking them out. It was a straightforward act of physical hypnosis. This seems to be one of Team Rocket's executives, Bishaz, and that appears to be Dr. Nanbua, one of their researchers. "Bai Chen, you have accomplished something great," Nazi remarked with a knowing expression. Clearly, over the years, she had familiarized herself with certain high-ranking members of Team Rocket, recognizing both individuals immediately. "Oh," Bai Chen responded without hesitation, using electromagnetic force to disassemble steel, subsequently affixing iron handcuffs on everyone present. He then addressed Nazi. "You may contact the League's investigators and the police." "All right." Nazi nodded and instantly teleported away from the underground base to the exterior of Game City, where she retrieved a phone to establish contact. Meanwhile, Bai Chen began infiltrating the network system of the base through electromagnetic waves. This was his first attempt, and he was somewhat inexperienced, taking several minutes to succeed. He rapidly hacked into the computer database of the base, and upon success, utilized a readily available USB drive to copy all the data. Following that, Bai Chen packed up the funds, precious items, and useful equipment within the base. He also accessed the memories of Bishaz and Dr. Nanbua, discovering the passwords to their bank accounts and the locations of their cards. After draining their bank accounts, he exited and rejoined Nazi. "Is everything taken care of?" Nazi inquired just as she ended her call, her gaze fixed on Bai Chen. Bai Chen nodded. "I acquired some valuable items. How about you? Were you able to reach anyone?" Nazi smiled slightly. "I made contact. Let us depart. We shall leave this matter to the officers and League investigators." As she spoke, Bai Chen took her hand, and in that moment, her cheeks flushed slightly. They made their way out. Wow, they amassed a fortune of 5 billion? These two are indeed quite wealthy. This will suffice for quite some time. Upon Bai Chen's return to Jinwang City, he promptly investigated the financial accounts of Dr. Nanbua and Bixia's bank. Subsequently, Utilizing his electromagnetic intrusion capability, he transferred all the funds and laundered them impeccably. His proficiency in this ability has grown increasingly adept. "Here, your money," he exclaimed, swiftly repaying Nazi the amount he owed her. Nazi, receiving the bank card, cast an unhappy glance at Bai Chun and inquired, "Are you so eager to repay me that you wish to avoid owing me anything?" "Indeed, now that I have the funds, I have settled my debt," Bai Chun affirmed with a nod. However, upon noticing a shift in Nazi's expression, he quickly realized his misstep and hastily reassured her, "I hope our relationship remains pure, free from idle gossip. Do you understand?" As he spoke, he reached out to gently pat Nazi's head. This affectionate gesture transcended all sweet words and misunderstandings. Nazi, instantly transforming her worry into joy, shyly nodded, her heart brimming with happiness. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. During this time, Bai Chun and Nazi had rapidly explored various regions. Aside from traveling by plane across regions, they primarily utilized teleportation for their journeys. He visited numerous Pokemon egg shops, acquiring an impressive collection of high-quality Pokemon eggs, all of which he stored in his beast space for incubation. Furthermore, he selected a champion-tier mini-dragon, a Benjamin, and a Venus for contractual agreements. Over the month, these Pokemon, benefiting from a 50-fold growth and evolution effect alongside ample food and nutrition, saw their strength and potential rapidly increase daily. Consequently, Bai Chun garnered feedback from various elemental powers, including grass, fire, ground, water, psychic, dragon, flying, and fairy types. His strength surged significantly, yielding not only enhanced abilities, but also a plethora of elemental powers and skills. However, there remained a distinction between the grass and wood styles, as well as between the flying and wind styles. While he successfully awakened both fire and wind attributes, he mused that he ultimately needed to find several corpses of ninjas possessing fire and wind abilities to consume. Completing his elemental talents has always been a goal of his. Finally, he found an additional means to enhance his psychic abilities, no longer relying solely on meditation for gradual improvement. Bai Chun felt a surge of joy as he sensed a half-step increase in his psychic power and mental strength, reflecting on how he had taken the right step forward. In addition to his Pokemon endeavors, Bai Chun successfully acquired a spatial backpack and the manufacturing methods for Pokeballs from the Shilu Group in Jinwang City. He also obtained numerous evolution stones and a few mega evolution stones, alongside purchasing seeds of all varieties of berries and round fruits, which he planted in his beast space. Ultimately, he amassed a significant collection of sophisticated research and medical instruments, along with technical documentation, all stored within his spatial ring. Afterward, he took a brief respite. This individual resembled a bandit gathering supplies, collecting everything he deemed useful. Tomorrow, he would depart. "Shall we attempt to swap in the realm of the little spirits today?" Bai Chun mused whimsically. "It seems there are no stipulations that confine us to the world of Naruto, is there? Perhaps unexpected delights await us." With this thought in mind, Bai Chun promptly retrieved a meditation technique he had recently acquired from Nasi. After a moment's contemplation, he conjured a sphere of supernatural energy and silently intoned, "Swap." In the next instant, both items in his grasp vanished, leaving an image to materialize in his mind. Within the mortal realm, in the Huangfeng Valley, a cave nestled in a mountainside, Xiao Xianhua, Han Pao Pao, affixed a jade slip to his forehead, and a new technique titled Yin Yanju emerged in his consciousness. After a brief period of contemplation, Han Pao Pao opened his eyes, awe etched upon his face. What a magnificent technique! It can actually enhance and elevate one's spiritual awareness. No wonder that individual could manipulate so many puppets. Just as Han Pao Pao was poised to continue his cultivation, he suddenly felt a lightness in his hand and was horrified to discover that the jade slip had inexplicably vanished. Who could it be? Han Pao Pao exclaimed in alarm. Rising to his feet, he extended his spiritual awareness to sense his surroundings, yet found nothing amiss. Taking a deep breath, he respectfully clasped his fists and addressed the unseen presence. "Might I inquire which esteemed predecessor is playing tricks on me? I humbly request your appearance." However, after a lengthy pause, no one materialized. Instead of feeling reassured, Han Pao Pao's vigilance intensified, and his mind raced with 108 escape plans. This place is no longer safe. Just then, a small booklet and a crystal suddenly appeared before him. Stunned, Han Pao Pao quickly extended his spiritual awareness once more, but still detected nothing. His brow furrowed deeper in concern. Swiftly, He gathered all useful items from the cave into his storage pouch, preparing to flee. Yet, before departing, he couldn't resist casting a glance at the crystal and booklet that lay on the ground. At that moment, the booklet had opened upon its fall. Curiosity piqued. Han Paopao bent down for a closer look. Instantly captivated, he murmured, "A crystal meditation technique? It can enhance mental strength and amplify supernatural abilities? Supernatural abilities? What might this be?" Han Paopao was rendered speechless. This was indeed a cultivation method capable of directly enhancing mental strength, with references to a form of supernatural prowess. However, the content on that page was limited, necessitating a turn of the page. After a moment's hesitation, Han Paopao cautiously lifted the booklet, turning its pages one by one. By the time he finished reading, he fully comprehended the benefits of this meditation technique and understood the nature of supernatural abilities. So, this is a seed of supernatural power? He pondered, gazing at the crystal on the ground. To take it or not to take it? Han Paopao found himself in a quandary. While the mysterious appearance of this item raised suspicions of hidden traps, the allure of its promise was undeniable. It was evidently a significant opportunity, one that could amplify his mental strength, and he sensed it could synergize with the Daiyan-ju to further enhance his spiritual awareness and mental prowess, greatly benefiting his future cultivation endeavors. Moreover, the extraordinary abilities encompass an array of mystical powers: telepathy, hypnosis, teleportation, psychokinesis, and healing waves, among others. Han Paopao found himself particularly envious, especially of the art of teleportation, an indispensable skill for both travel and escape. The other abilities were equally impressive. "Senior, I desire these," expressed Han Paopao gratefully, acknowledging the senior's generosity in their trade. Gritting his teeth, he clasped his fists towards the air and retrieved the crystal into his grasp. In the next moment, he felt a surge of information flooding his mind, revealing that this was indeed the seed of superpowers. As for other matters, he remained oblivious. "Phew," Han Paopao sighed. "Perhaps it should, maybe be fine now? Thank you for your generous gift, Senior." Once again, he bowed towards the air and commenced the absorption of the superpower seed, delving into his meditative practice. The imagery concluded here. "Ha ha." Bai Chun erupted in laughter upon viewing this. So it turns out to be the infamous Han Laoma. And isn't he being a tad overly cautious? Is this a battle of wits with the air? Nevertheless, he has acquired the Daiyan-ju. What a remarkable find. It should significantly enhance my spiritual perception and my control over mental energies, shouldn't it? It's a pity, however, that he didn't obtain Han Laoma as Zhang Tianping. Otherwise, it would have been a triumph. At this point, Bai Qin suddenly recalled his beast mastery space, and he froze momentarily, stroking his chin. It seems that the Zhang Tianping wouldn't serve me particularly well, would it? Although that item currently surpasses the beast mastery space in enhancing medicinal materials, the potential of the beast mastery space is limitless. It will eventually catch up to, if not exceed, the efficacy of the Zhang Tianping. In the future, it could even evolve into a complete world of its own. Just then, a jade slip appeared abruptly, falling into Bai Chun's hands. While additional information emerged in his mind, Han Paopao's Daiyan-ju, first 3 levels. Through the enhancement of the talent exchange, cultivation can fortify and amplify the spirit's essence, enhancing the precise control over mental energy and the capacity to multitask, thereby significantly boosting spiritual perception. The crystal meditation method complements the Daiyan-ju splendidly. What a treasure! Bai Chun immediately pressed the jade slip against his forehead. Instantly, the techniques of the Tian-yen-ju manifested in his mind. He attempted to practice it and successfully grasped the basics on the first try. Moreover, throughout the cultivation process, Bai Chun distinctly sensed his mental and telekinetic energies becoming more refined and agile. His control over these forces gradually improved as well. This represents an enhancement of the purity of mental and telekinetic energy, essentially their essence, does it not? Indeed, it is a remarkable asset. After temporarily concluding his practice, Bai Chun was left in awe. With prolonged cultivation, he would be able to perceive further with the same amount of mental energy, while his telekinesis and mental attacks would become more potent and his control ability would be greatly elevated. As for the ability to multitask, that has yet to manifest, likely requiring Bai Chun to fully master the first level for its effects to reveal themselves. Nevertheless, Bai Chun had a general understanding of the capability's benefits. If the scorpion of the red sand were to obtain the Daiyan-ju, he would likely revere it as a sacred text. White Chin pondered, stroking his chin. The ability to divert one's focus is inherently utilized by the Thousand Bamboo sect to manipulate a greater number of puppets. After all, is not the scorpion of the red sand a puppeteer? However, he employs chakra threads. What if one were to substitute that with mental power? Perhaps it would unveil an entirely different scenario. Regrettably, the exchange with the cultivation techniques of immortals did not occur. Otherwise, based on the nature of such exchanges, it could undoubtedly be optimized into a form suitable for cultivation within the ninja world. Yet, one wonders how this form of immortality compares to the sage mode of the ninja world, such as that of the great toad sage, the snake sage, and the slug sage, in terms of similarities and differences. Not to mention, White Chin places significant value on the notion that cultivation can enhance lifespan. In the ninja world, as one progresses further in chakra practice, it is likely that death approaches more swiftly, let alone the prospect of extending one's life. Even Senju Hashirama, who possessed the sage body known for its longevity, met an untimely end, which underscores the inherent flaws of the chakra system. Regarding the cause of Hashirama's demise, opinions abound among netizens of my previous life. However, White Chin, having consulted records in Konoha and inquired with Tsunade, has gleaned a general understanding. Excessive consumption of chakra, vitality, and mental power within a short span can severely damage one's foundation. Even with the sage body, while one can later recover vitality, the essence of life itself remains lost. One can only hope for another opportunity to acquire immortal cultivation techniques. White Chin mused, his desire palpable. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, he asked, "Are you ready? Have you informed your uncle and aunt?" Finally prepared to return, he grasped Naji's hand. "Yes," Naji affirmed with a nod. "Everything is ready." "Excellent. Then let us depart." With that, White Chin produced the invitation from Arceus and activated it directly. In the next moment, the invitation radiated light, enveloping the two of them, as they tore through the fabric of space and vanished from the Pokemon world. At that instant, both Arceus and the ever-watchful Palucia lifted their heads in unison. Have they left? I hope they bring back good news and treasures next time, Arceus thought, filled with anticipation. Gone. No longer in this world. Could it be that this human was indeed summoned by Arceus from another realm? I wonder what the important opportunities and enhancements Arceus mentioned could be. Palucia mused with curiosity. In an underground cavern located over 30 kilometers outside of Konoha, White Chin and Naji suddenly materialized. As the white light dissipated, the invitation retracted its glow and settled in White Chin's hand, which he stowed away. Have we arrived? Naji inquired, curiously surveying their surroundings, only to find the area shrouded in darkness, prompting her to glance at White Chin. Indeed, it is merely an underground cave. Follow me. White Chin nodded affirmatively. He then utilized his teleportation ability, leading Naji out of the cavern and onto the summit above. From this vantage point, they could still see the nearby mountains from which he had collected numerous stones and logs. Naji, intrigued by the scenery, remarked, "It feels remarkably similar to our world." Or perhaps not. The vitality in the air here appears to be far more tumultuous, lacking the tranquility we are accustomed to in our world. And the concentration of essence is notably lower. Indeed, White Chin nodded in agreement. Such is the case. This realm has, in fact, endured an invasion. And the chakra system is a byproduct of that incursion, with the primal essence having been largely absorbed. It is entirely normal for the energy to be somewhat chaotic. This could be interpreted as the wrath of nature or the consciousness of the planet itself. As for whether there exists a planetary consciousness in the shinobi world, he remained uncertain. First, place this on your forehead and merge with it. Later, I shall teach you the art of chakra refinement. Since you have ventured into this world, it would be prudent to cultivate chakra as well, to mask your superpowers, White Chin said, producing a chakra seed from his palm and presenting it to Nazi. This particular item was something he had retrieved from Arceus. After all, Arceus had no use for it. Were White Chin to attempt its creation himself, he would find it beyond his capabilities. Concurrently, bestowing upon Nazi the ability to refine chakra was also a task he could not accomplish due to his own chakra mastery limitations. White Chin speculated that such an endeavor would require at least the prowess of a celestial being. It is worth noting that the chakra cultivation abilities in the shinobi realm were originally disseminated by the Sage of Six Paths. In truth, the inhabitants of this world were incapable of extracting chakra. Of course, one might acquire some chakra from the Ten Tails and thoroughly analyze it, potentially gaining this ability. After all, even Arceus had stated that beast chakra embodies the essence of chakra itself. To genuinely grasp the complete power of chakra and possess the ability for infinite chakra transformation remained an unattainable feat for Bai Chun at this moment. All right. Nazi smiled gently as she accepted the chakra seed and pressed it to her forehead. The seed transformed into a radiant stream of light that penetrated her brow, dispersing throughout her being like a warm current. Simultaneously, it initiated a comprehensive transformation of her mental faculties and cellular structure. How does it feel? Bai Chun inquired eagerly upon her reopening of her eyes, as this was his first experience witnessing someone utilize a chakra seed. It feels warm and quite pleasant. Additionally, I sense a vague awareness of the energy within my cells, and my mental acuity seems to have become more vibrant. Nazi articulated her sensations. Is that so? Bai Chun mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. This may very well be the secret behind the ability of those with ninja aptitude to extract chakra. After all, for an ordinary person to sense cellular energy and mental energy and to extract and merge them is fundamentally impossible. Now, following the method outlined here, attempt to extract chakra. Bai Chun instructed, handing Nazi a scroll containing the chakra refinement technique. This is the original version from the shinobi world, not a translation. However, it should not hinder your learning, for during our time in the Pokemon realm, I had already imparted the written language and dialect of the shinobi world to you through mental projection. Two superpowered individuals can achieve this with relative ease. All right. Nazi nodded earnestly, accepting the scroll, sitting cross-legged, and reviewing the chakra refinement technique, posing any questions she had directly to Bai Chun. With her formidable mental fortitude and keen insight, she soon grasped the essence of chakra refinement, thus commencing her inaugural endeavor in this intricate art. Within merely 2 minutes, Bai Chun detected a fluctuation in chakra emanating from Naji, prompting him to raise an eyebrow in astonishment. Such swiftness. Indeed, Naji's innate talent is remarkable. It is only fitting, considering she possesses the extraordinary golden body constitution at the pinnacle of her prowess. It would be peculiar for her to lack such gifts. This refinement process extended over the course of half a day. It was not until Bai Chun sensed that Naji's chakra had ascended to the level of an average jonin that she finally ceased her efforts. Opening her eyes to address Bai Chun, I feel that I have reached my limit for today. I require nourishment and rest to continue my refinement. Clearly, her immense abilities have endowed her with a profound understanding of her own condition. Bai Chun nodded in approval and extended his hand to lift her from the ground. You have achieved quite a feat. Many individuals would never attain the level of chakra you currently possess in their entire lifetimes. Let us consider this sufficient for today. Moderation is key. Furthermore, you must have realized that the extraction of chakra significantly consumes mental strength and cellular energy, while mental energy can be replenished through rest and meditation. Excessive extraction of cellular energy can adversely affect one's lifespan. Even without overextraction, there will still be some impact on the longevity of the cells. It is vital to maintain a balanced daily intake, alongside ample rest and nutritional support, to minimize these effects. Nonetheless, some side effects are inevitable. Naji nodded in understanding, her brow furrowing slightly as she remarked, I have sensed it already. It feels akin to a perilous form of cultivation. There seems to be something amiss. Bai Chun chuckled heartily. Perilous, indeed. Your description is quite apt. However, there is no need for concern. I have already discovered methods to significantly mitigate these side effects. In time, a perfect solution will surely be attained. Body refinement techniques and nutritional supplements are two of the means available. I believe in you. Naji responded with a gentle smile and a nod. Very well. Let us return to Konoha. With that, Bai Chun took Naji's hand, and amidst her slightly flushed cheeks, he pinpointed a coordinate 3 kilometers from Konoha and instantly teleported to their destination. Upon arrival, he expanded his mental perception and heart connection abilities to assess the status of Kakashi's household and his own. Simultaneously, a multitude of voices and messages surged into his mind through these faculties, which he processed swiftly to extract valuable information. Oh, a year has already passed? Bai Chun was taken aback, despite having mentally prepared for this possibility. This implies that, under normal circumstances, he should now be 9 years old. The timeline has indeed reached the 42nd year of Konoha. Yet, in reality, he had merely celebrated his 8th birthday a few days prior. The villa at home had long been completed. Fortunately, his second would clone remained. Without hesitation, Bai Chen fixed on a coordinate linked to his second wood clone and teleported there. As he appeared, the clone greeted him with an expression of muted resentment. You finally chose to return, did you? How about daring to linger a little longer next time? Do you know how I managed to endure over the past year? The second clone was laden with resentment, prompting Bai Chen to awkwardly scratch the back of his head and exclaim, I didn't want this either. I only went for a month. Yet a whole year has passed here. Clearly, the flow of time between the two realms is vastly different. By the way, nothing unexpected happened, did it? You didn't reveal the matter of being a clone, did you? Also, what is the current situation in Konoha and the ninja world? Take a look for yourself. I'm out of here, finally able to rest. The wooden clone, number 2, could hardly be bothered to respond, slapping his forehead and then transforming into a piece of wood that fell to the ground. Nazi, watching this unfold, inquired with a puzzled expression, what just happened? Why did this person who looks exactly like Bai Chen suddenly decide to end it all? And why did he turn into wood? Gasp. In the next moment, Bai Chen covered his forehead, inhaling sharply as a torrent of information flooded his mind, making his head throb. Fortunately, his mental fortitude was formidable, and after several minutes of processing, he finally opened his eyes. Thankfully, no significant upheaval had occurred. This was indeed good news. Bai Chen murmured to himself. At present, the Third Great Ninja War is still ongoing, with battles between Konoha, Sunagakure, Kirigakure, and Iwagakure continuing unabated. Furthermore, nearly a year ago, shortly after Bai Chen departed from the ninja world, the Third Reikage launched a surprise maritime assault on the heart of the Land of Earth, bringing with him a contingent of Cloud Village ninjas. Within just a day or two, he seized over 10 cities in the Land of Earth, plundering their wealth, provisions, and resources, which were then transported back to the Land of Lightning via sea routes. By the time Inoki realized what was happening and rallied his forces to retaliate, the Cloud Ninjas had already conquered and pillaged several more cities. Ultimately, however, the fate of the Third Reikage did not change. He single-handedly held off over 10,000 IWA ninjas, granting his subordinates the opportunity to retreat. In the end, he was overwhelmed and perished under the sheer numbers of Inoki's forces. The recently recovered Yayue AI, upon learning this news, was furious and sought to lead troops against the IWA ninjas to avenge her father. However, she was ultimately restrained by the village elders. Simultaneously, with the death of the Third Reikage, the Cloud Village descended into internal strife, fracturing into factions over the selection of the Fourth Reikage, leading to a power struggle that temporarily quieted the situation. Inoki, having eliminated the Third Reikage, faced significant losses. The wealth and resources of over 20 cities had been completely plundered, and to achieve the demise of the Third Reikage, they sacrificed hundreds of ninjas. The losses were indeed substantial. Ultimately, under pressure and in desperation, Inoki was compelled to launch another offensive against the Land of Fire, hoping to extract some compensation to offset his losses. Konoha, in the meantime, returned to a state of one-on-one conflict. Bai Chen, are you all right? Nazi asked with a concerned expression. I'm fine. Bai Chen shook his head. I just absorbed some information from my shadow clone, and my head feels a bit heavy for a moment, but I'm nearly recovered. Shadow clone. Upon hearing this, Nazi was momentarily taken aback. Recalling the information provided by Bai Chen regarding the ninja world, it dawned on her. So that was your shadow clone just now? But isn't it true that it cannot be sustained for long? In his efforts to help Nazi adapt swiftly to life in the ninja world, Bai Chen had imparted a considerable amount of knowledge about its customs, including various descriptions of the shadow clone technique. This is different. Bai Chen shook his head. What I possess is a wood clone. After elucidating the distinctions between wood clones and ordinary shadow clones, Nazi's expression transformed to one of understanding. I see now. Nazi nodded. So, Bai Chen, when you visited our world, you kept a wood clone here to stand in for you, and outsiders were unaware that you had actually departed. This technique is indeed quite useful. If I were to master it, could I not leave a wood clone at home to keep my parents company? Although her journey here had been discussed with her parents, Nazi still harbored concerns about their worries over time. Additionally, she pondered whether the flow of time between their worlds was consistently changing. If she were to spend a month here while an entire year passed in the fairy world, it would be troubling. Conversely, if she were to stay here for a year, only a month might elapse there. Bai Chen had mentioned that during his last visit to her world, around 6 months had passed in the ninja realm, while 4 years had elapsed in her own world. Nazi now found herself perplexed by the discrepancies in time flow between the two realms. Upon hearing this, Bai Chun hesitated momentarily. To master the wood clone technique, one must possess the ability of wood release. I will find a way for you to acquire it. At worst, I can utilize the devouring capability of the dark fruit to absorb some of Hashirama's cells and bestow them upon you, aiding in your awakening of the sage body and wood release. After all, I had already intended to assist Tsunade in awakening her sage body and acquiring wood release as well. Is it really that troublesome? Nasi, while delighted, looked at Bai Chun with a hint of concern. If it is too troublesome, then perhaps we should forget it. She did not wish to burden Bai Chun excessively. Initially, she felt that asking to come to the ninja world was already a considerable imposition. To add further complications would be unkind. Her affection for Bai Chun was her own matter and should not serve as an excuse to continually trouble him. Not at all. Bai Chun chuckled, shaking his head. He took Nasi's hand and seated her beside him. This is not a burden for me at all. Moreover, having brought you here, I intend to take responsibility for you. This minor matter should not weigh on your conscience. I understand your intentions, and you are well aware of mine. That is sufficient. Do you understand? Had it not been for their youth, he would have claimed Nasi long ago in the fairy world. In his heart, he had already acknowledged her as his own, and Nasi felt similarly. Otherwise, she would not have traversed realms to be with him. Yes, yes. Nasi, reassured by Bai Chun's comforting words, felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Yet her heart brimmed with joy as she shyly nodded. Had she finally achieved her dream with Bai Chun? Bai Chun, are you at home? At that moment, a cheerful voice echoed from outside, followed by the sudden opening of the living room door. Hong joyfully dashed in, only to be momentarily taken aback by the sight of Bai Chun holding Na Zi's hand, her face adorned with a bashful expression. It was as if a thunderclap had struck her. After a few seconds, without a backward glance, Hong turned and fled the scene. Through Bai Chun's heightened perception, he could see the turmoil within her. So, this is the younger sister you mentioned? Na Zi inquired with a smile, clearly aware of Hong's feelings. Bai Chun had previously told Na Zi about Hong being his girlfriend during their time in the fairy realm, but Na Zi seemed unperturbed. This indifference stemmed not only from Bai Chun being her savior, the one who altered her destiny, but also from the resonance of their extraordinary abilities and Bai Chun's striking appearance. Thus, she cared little whether he had other women. Her affection for him was steadfast. Indeed, Bai Chun sighed, shaking his head with a wry smile. I haven't had the chance to discuss you with her yet. I should go comfort her. It feels inappropriate to leave you here. As he prepared to rise, Na Zi placed a hand on his shoulder, shaking her head. Allow me to handle this. As a woman, I understand the intricacies of a woman's heart better. Trust me, I will resolve our issues without causing anyone further distress. Is that agreeable? Bai Chun hesitated, observing Na Zi's empathetic demeanor. Her understanding nature captivated him. Very well, he finally acquiesced, nodding in agreement as he gazed into her resolute eyes. Just be careful and wait for me, Na Zi declared with a hint of authority before vanishing in an instant to find Hong. What transpired thereafter remained a mystery to Bai Chun. As for delving into Na Zi's memories, well, she was a peak-level psychic queen, far surpassing his abilities. He couldn't fathom attempting such a feat nonetheless. By evening, Na Zi and Hong returned to Bai Chun's home, hand in hand, radiating joy. Their camaraderie was evident, as they had clearly become close friends. Bai Chun found himself perplexed by the nature of female friendships. Hong, Na Zi, upon seeing them return, he quickly rose to greet them. Humph. Hong, spotting Bai Chun, turned her head with a haughty air, casting a sidelong glance at him. Don't think that just because I reconciled with Sister Na Zi, it means I've completely forgiven you. You, scoundrel, have gone too far. For over a year, you were merely a shadow clone, and you never told me? This was the crux of Hong's true anger. Bai Chun, exasperated, shrugged his shoulders. I never anticipated that my absence would be so prolonged. The disparity in time flow between our worlds is significant. Well, I suppose that's true, Hong conceded, recognizing the validity of his explanation. Curiously, she then asked, did Sister Na Zi really visit the alternate world? What is it like over there? I've heard your Pikachu hails from that realm. Is that true? Hong was well aware of Bai Chun's Pikachu and had always cherished a close bond with it, even longing to possess one of her own. Not for any other reason, but because Pikachu is simply too adorable. The world of Pokemon, isn't it a rather enchanting realm? There, war is absent, and the air is filled with the presence of Pokemon, creating a vibrant and prosperous atmosphere. In the future, I could take you to explore the Pokemon world. It would be delightful. Bai Chun provided a brief overview of the Pokemon world and made a promise, stating, "It's settled then. You cannot abandon me next time." Hong exclaimed with excitement. "By the way, will I be able to have a Pikachu?" She pondered and inquired. "Of course. In fact, you can do so right now," Bai Chun responded, rising to his feet and taking the hands of the two girls. "Come, let me introduce you to my Pokemon world. Hong, you can choose a Pikachu or any other Pokemon you fancy." He had collected an entire clan of Pikachu within his Pokemon realm, as well as many other Pokemon. In the next moment, Bai Chun led them, and they vanished from the living room, reappearing in the Pokemon world. Wow, the air here is so fresh. Upon entering, Hong immediately sensed the stark difference. Everything in this world exuded a sense of beauty and comfort. "Let us go to the Pokemon forest." Bai Chun beckoned, and shortly thereafter, they arrived at his specially crafted Pokemon forest. Are all these Pokemon? So many, and such a variety. Hong gazed at the Pokemon, her eyes sparkling with wonder. "Indeed," Bai Chun nodded. "During my visit to the Pokemon world, I collected over 100 types of Pokemon. You can select a couple to form a contract as your spirit beasts. However, for now, you can only capture them using Pokeballs. If you wish to summon them directly, I will need some time to thoroughly research the summoning technique." He needed to comprehend the summoning formula in depth and inscribe it into the Pokemon world. Moreover, with his absolute authority over the Pokemon realm, he could connect that summoning technique to achieve a similar effect as the spirit world. This notion had arisen in Bai Chun after he had captured a vast number of Pokemon during his visit to the Pokemon world. After all, he couldn't possibly utilize so many Pokemon himself. Keeping them confined within the Pokemon world seemed unwise. They should occasionally venture out. Despite the fact that the Pokemon world was akin to paradise for them, it not only accelerated their growth and evolution, but the food here was also incredibly rich and delicious. Yet, they would still yearn to explore the outside world. Is that even possible? Before Hong could speak, Nasi, with a look of astonishment, asked. "Naturally, it is," Bai Chun asserted confidently. "While others may find it impossible, I can make it happen." At that moment, Hong pointed to two Pokemon not far away. "I've made my decision. I want a Pikachu and that adorable little one that resembles a girl." Bai Chun and Nasi followed her gaze, and Bai Chun realized, it's a Ralts. Excellent choice. Ralts is a psychic and fairy-type Pokemon, proficient in psychic abilities, akin to the use of mental force in our world, but at a more advanced level. The crimson hue and the innate talent for mental prowess are remarkable, particularly in the realm of illusions. Indeed, a Larvitar is quite suited for you. Moreover, as Larvitar matures, it will gain the ability to teleport, thereby enhancing your safety. As for Pikachu, whether as an adorable companion or a formidable attacker, it is an excellent choice. Without hesitation, Bai Chun waved to the Larvitar and Pikachu, and the two little creatures hurried over. Bai Chun introduced them to Hong. "These two little ones will have you as their trainer from now on. Are you willing?" "Pika," responded Pikachu, while Larvitar nodded in agreement. "Wonderful. Hong, please capture them with these Pokeballs." Bai Chun promptly handed over 2 Pokeballs to Hong. Once Hong successfully captured the 2 creatures, Bai Chun continued, "The beast space is far more beneficial for their growth, so refrain from summoning them for extended periods. In the meantime, it would be best to keep them here until I complete the summoning technique. After a few days, once I'm finished, you can sign a summoning contract with them, allowing you to call upon them anytime, anywhere." In contrast to Pikachu, which is bound by a contract with Bai Chun, these creatures, not having entered into such an agreement, can only benefit from their growth and evolution when residing in the beast realm. This was the rationale behind Bai Chun's guidance to Hong. "Is that so? I understand." Hong nodded, promptly releasing the 2 little ones. "Let us allow them to stay here for now. I will come to check on them every day." As he spoke, Hong crouched down and gently patted their heads, saying, "You must be good while staying here. I will return to see you every day." Pika, Lar, Pikachu and Larvitar happily nodded, nudging their heads against Hong's hand. Subsequently, Bai Chun accompanied Hong and Nasi in the beast space for over an hour before they reappeared at Bai Chun's home. Can I also let my little Pokemon stay here?" Nasi shyly inquired. "Of course," Bai Chun replied, nodding in affirmation. "I almost forgot to mention it. Hurry and let them out. This will greatly benefit their growth." "Okay." Nasi joyfully nodded, taking out her Pokeballs and releasing several little Pokemon, instructing the leading Alakazam. "You will live here from now on, and I shall visit you daily." Alakazam and the others nodded in agreement, their keen instincts sensing that residing here would significantly aid their growth. How could they possibly refuse? Bai Chun then addressed Nasi. Once the summoning technique is perfected, you too will be able to summon these little ones using the technique. Furthermore, when you enter the Pokemon world, as long as the contract remains, you will still be able to summon them over vast distances. Nasi had already mastered chakra and possessed the necessary conditions to perform the summoning technique. Yes. Nasi smiled and nodded, her heart brimming with anticipation for such possibilities. The three individuals lingered in the beast space for over an hour before returning to Bai Chun's villa. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside. Bai Chun, somewhat puzzled, ventured into the living room, proceeded to the front yard, and opened the door to find a cloaked Umbu agent before him. What is it? Bai Chun inquired. Lord Bai Chun, the Hokage requests your presence. The Umbu replied with a respectful bow. Clearly, despite the passage of more than a year, Bai Chun's reputation had only grown, having bested 2 enemy ninja on the battlefield, slain the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, and severely injured the 3rd Hokage. Many civilians and shinobi in Konoha now revered and respected Bai Chun even more. This is indeed a world where strength commands respect. Understood, Bai Chun responded, glancing back at Hong and Naji who had accompanied him. He surmised that Naji's existence had likely been detected by the 3rd Hokage. That old man certainly had a penchant for using his telescope technique, which was rather irritating. It seemed prudent to establish a ceiling barrier at home to thwart such intrusive detection. Bai Chun resolved in his heart. I shall go at once, he declared, nodding to the Umbu, who promptly understood and departed. What is the matter, Bai Chun? Hong asked, her concern evident. Was that Umbu just now? What could the 3rd want with you? Given Bai Chun's past connections with the Suma, Hong harbored a less than favorable impression of the 3rd Hokage. It's nothing to worry about, Bai Chun reassured her, shaking his head. It's likely related to Naji. Hong, you stay here. I will take Naji to see the 3rd and ensure her identification is properly established. In truth, even if the 3rd had not sought him out, Bai Chun had intended to visit him regarding Naji's identity, as it needed resolution for her convenience in Konoha. Will it be all right? The 3rd won't pose any harm to Sister Naji, will he? Hong questioned, clutching Naji's hand with a worried expression. Do you think he would dare while I'm present? Bai Chun scoffed, patting Hong's head. Rest assured, we shall return shortly. With that, he took Naji's hand and made their way towards the Hokage's office. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Hokage's office, pushed open the door, and stepped inside. To Bai Chun's surprise, not only was the 3rd Hokage present, but the old man Danzo was also there. This revelation took him aback. It seemed that Danzo had returned from the front lines. Hopefully, he wouldn't cause any trouble. Otherwise, Bai Chun thought with a smirk, he would make Danzo understand the reason behind the blooming flowers. Bai Chun has arrived. Will you not introduce me to this lovely companion of yours? The 3rd Hokage greeted with a warm smile, gesturing towards Naji. He was indeed curious about this new beauty that had accompanied Bai Chun. Notably, he sensed a substantial chakra emanating from her, comparable to that of a Jonin. Bai Chun smiled and introduced her. Hokage-sama, this is Naji, my girlfriend, and also a new disciple of Tsunade. Oh, the 3rd's eyebrows raised in surprise. Your girlfriend? I thought your girlfriend was Hinata? And now she is a disciple of Tsunade? Why was I not informed of this? He could vividly recall the time when his youngest son, Asma, had a conflict with Bai Chun over the competition for the Setting Sun Red. Fortunately, this rivalry ultimately became a source of motivation for Asma's efforts, fostering significant growth and maturity within the child, thus alleviating a great deal of worry for the 3rd Hokage. This aspect brought him a measure of joy. As for Tsunade, she had been stationed on the battlefield of Sunagakure for more than a year, and there had been no reports of her taking on new disciples. Before Bai Chun could respond, the ever-sullen Danzo, unable to contain himself, sneered and interjected. You little brat, how audacious of you to lie in our presence. I suspect this woman is a spy from another village. You should promptly confess the truth and hand her over to me for interrogation. Boom. No sooner had Danzo's words left his mouth than an overwhelming and terrifying aura surged forth from Bai Chun, predominantly directed at Danzo, while the remaining energy enveloped the entire office. Crash. Under the immense pressure of this formidable presence, Danzo collapsed to the ground, creating deep cracks in the floor. Unable to maintain his posture, utterly disheveled, he glared up at Bai Chun with a vicious expression, as if he were a predator ready to pounce. Had Bai Chun not been restraining his might, Danzo might have already shattered the floor beneath him. With a glint of cold light in his eyes, Bai Chun regarded Danzo with a dangerously indifferent gaze and said, Old dog, are you courting death? When did it become your place to speak ill of my woman? What do you think you are? Do you dare to slander me and my beloved? Do you believe I wouldn't crush you right here and now? Did this old fool think he could manipulate him so easily? Did he not realize that his roots were nearly hollowed out? Did he not understand that extinguishing his life would be as simple as squashing an ant? Beside them, Nasi felt a surge of blue energy flicker in her eyes. Had Bai Chun not signaled her with a gentle grip on her hand, she would have acted without hesitation. She, the queen of superpowers, never hesitated to take action. You audacious brat, how dare you lay a hand on me? You are doomed. Danzo hissed through clenched teeth, his face a mask of fury. Such a humiliation was truly unprecedented for him. He wanted Bai Chun dead. At this moment, the third Hokage snapped back to reality from the shock of Bai Chun's overwhelming presence. Hearing the exchange between Danzo and Bai Chun, his expression darkened, and he sternly addressed Danzo. Danzo, be quiet. Who gave you the authority to make such baseless accusations? Bai Chun is a hero of Konoha. How could he possibly lie? And how could his girlfriend be a spy? I do not wish to hear such nonsense again. He felt that Danzo was courting disaster. Did he not recognize Bai Chun's capabilities? To attempt to coerce him was tantamount to inviting betrayal from within the village, which could lead to catastrophic consequences. From the events surrounding Shuo Mao, the third Hokage had realized that Bai Chun was not someone easily manipulated. His maturity, coupled with his terrifying strength, necessitated a strategy of appeasement and alliance rather than confrontation. Previously, when Danzo heard that he was to summon Bai Chun to inquire about the sudden appearance of the unfamiliar woman by his side, he intended for her to stay. The third Hokage was rather reluctant to agree. In hindsight, it was indeed unwise to consent. Danzo is nothing but a troublemaker, capable of turning good fortune into misfortune. At this juncture, the third Hokage cast a stern glance at Bai Chun and remarked, Bai Chun, you too. Regardless of Danzo's position within Konoha's hierarchy, how can one act against him so casually? Quickly, conceal your abilities. It would be quite unfortunate if my office were to collapse. The reason for summoning you today was merely to clarify the identity of the young lady, Naji. It is customary to inquire in such situations, and I harbor no ill intentions. I trust your words. Since Naji is a disciple of Tsunade and your girlfriend, her identity should pose no issues. Nevertheless, it remains necessary to register her information. Once that is completed, I shall issue her a formal Konoha residency certificate, understood? The third Hokage, astute as ever, skillfully navigated the situation, admonishing both parties while subtly aligning with Bai Chun. Truly, he left no room for error. For the sake of the Hokage's authority, I shall overlook this incident. Yet let it be known, there shall be no next time. Danzo. Bai Chun coldly warned Danzo, retracting his conqueror's haki. And without a glance at Danzo's darkened visage, he offered a slight smile to the third Hokage. Thank you, Lord Hokage, for your understanding and trust. I must admit my impetuousness. I should have consulted you first rather than bringing her directly. Haha. The third Hokage responded with a warm smile. Nonsense. This is hardly a matter of concern. Given your contributions to the village, it is inconceivable that you would engage in any actions detrimental to it, is it not? Subsequently, the third Hokage registered Naji's identity and issued her identification, all the while bidding farewell to Bai Chun and his companion with a friendly smile. Once they were a distance away, the third Hokage's demeanor shifted, and he turned to the fuming Danzo, whose face was clouded with malice, and reproached him. Have you lost your mind? Do you truly intend to brazenly set a trap for Bai Chun? Do you even comprehend who he is? He is capable of effortlessly dispatching formidable foes like the third Raikage. He was the one who reversed public opinion, turning the tide against Shuo Mao, resulting in significant losses for you. Have you forgotten the lessons learned from that debacle? How dare you employ such underhanded tactics against him? Do you genuinely believe he is as compliant as Shuo Mao, too frightened to retaliate? Were it not for his intervention, do you think you would still be standing here? Or would you have already reported to the afterlife? And you intend to let this impudent boy continue unchallenged? He clearly regards us with disdain, I suspect in his eyes. You, the Hokage, are of little consequence. Danzo seethed in fury. The third Hokage's expression darkened slightly at Danzo's outburst, and he retorted with indignation. Do not attempt to sow discord here. I am more aware of Bai Chun's character than you are. Your words are unnecessary. It would be best for you to return to the battlefield at Awagakure. I cannot trust you to remain in the village. Should you provoke him again, I fear I may only be left to collect your remains. Yet, Was the third Hokage truly unconcerned or unafraid? Certainly not. The past year has unequivocally demonstrated that Bai-Chun poses no threat to him. Throughout an entire year, although Bai-Chun was kept in obscurity, he bore no grievances. Rather, he seemed to relish a leisurely life of cultivation, indulging in the simple pleasures of existence. Had it not been for Danzo's recent intrusion, it is likely that Bai-Chun would not have been provoked to anger. The third Hokage had confidence in his judgment of character. As long as he did not target Bai-Chun or those in his vicinity, Bai-Chun would not emerge as an adversary or a threat, which was sufficient for him. Why does Danzo harbor such apprehension and animosity towards Bai-Chun? It is due to his insatiable ambition and his desire for power. Upon hearing that the third intended to dismiss him for Bai-Chun's sake, Danzo's fury intensified. With a darkened expression, he glared at the third for a prolonged moment before coldly proclaiming, "Hiruzen, you shall come to regret this." With that, he turned and exited the Hokage's office. "I shall not regret it, Danzo. It is you who should reflect. Your overwhelming thirst for the position of Hokage has clouded your judgment. If you persist on this path, you may not meet a favorable end," mused the third Hokage. However, the girl remained an enigma. Was she Tsunade's disciple? Most certainly not. Nevertheless, she posed no significant threat. Could anyone be more threatening than Bai-Chun? As long as Bai-Chun remained loyal to the village, those around him would not be a concern. This was a realization the third had come to clearly. Bai-Chun's disinterest in power alone assured the third that, despite his formidable strength, he would not be a menace. Meanwhile, Bai-Chun strolled alongside Naji towards his home. "Is that all there is to it? I anticipated a more thorough investigation," Naji remarked, somewhat astonished. Bai-Chun offered a faint smile, replying, "When one attains a certain level of power, many matters become remarkably simple. This principle holds true in any world, does it not? Wasn't I once an undocumented individual, and yet you effortlessly assisted me in resolving my identity issues?" Naji nodded in understanding. "Indeed. But who was that man, Danzo? Why did he harbor such animosity towards both you and me? May I eliminate him?" At that moment, Danzo remained oblivious to the fact that he had already secured a place on Naji's death list. To earn such a distinction upon their first encounter, Danzo certainly possessed a remarkable talent for courting disaster. The last individual to appear on Naji's kill list was a member of Team Rocket. Bai-Chun grasped Naji's hand, saying, "He is a high-ranking official in Konoha, a rat in the cesspool. I have long made arrangements for him, so do not concern yourself with taking action. It would only tarnish your hands. Leave this to me. I will ensure he receives a fitting end. Of course, he still holds some value to us, and we cannot simply eliminate him outright, for that would likely lead to a rift with the village, forcing me to leave. Although I am not particularly concerned, it is unnecessary. Such an act would only complicate matters for Hong, Shuamao, Kakashi, and Tsunade. In pursuit of Danzo, it is utterly unnecessary to subject oneself to such disgrace and betrayal of the village. Instead, one should aim to utterly tarnish his reputation, rendering him a figure of scorn, the embodiment of hatred that all would seek to vanquish. To simply eliminate him would be an unwarranted act of mercy. Is this the case?" Upon hearing this, Naji nodded in understanding. "I shall heed your counsel. I entrust everything to you." She is not one to relish adding to Bai-Chun's troubles. Before long, the two returned to Bai-Chun's residence. Upon their arrival, Hong rushed over, inquiring with concern, "Are you both unharmed? Did Lord Hokage trouble Sister Naji?" She was well aware of Naji's origins from another world. Rest assured, Bai-Chun replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling Hong's hair. "What troubles could arise with my involvement? However, I have informed the third Hokage that Naji is now a disciple of Tsunade, hence we must make a trip to the front lines of the Sand Ninja battlefield. Hong, would you care to join us?" Although the third may not entirely believe it, Bai-Chun preferred to leave no room for doubt in his endeavors, ensuring the third had no grounds to question him. "Huh." Hong's eyes widened as she exclaimed, "Are we going straight there? Is the Flying Thunder God technique truly that formidable? It must be over 100 kilometers from here." Bai-Chun nodded with a grin. "Indeed, you underestimate the capabilities of the Flying Thunder God technique. Let us depart." With that, Bai-Chun summoned 3 shadow clones, 2 of which transformed into Hong and Naji. Both Hong and Naji were taken aback. Without further ado, Bai-Chun grasped their hands, and in an instant, they vanished from their location. The next moment, they had traversed several hundred kilometers and appeared near the sand-hidden battlefield, close to the Konoha camp. Subsequently, Bai-Chun utilized his mental perception to locate Tsunade and, with the 2 women, materialized within her tent. At that moment, Tsunade was dining alone. Upon seeing the sudden arrival of Baichun and the two others, she was momentarily stunned. What brings you here? Then, with a playful glint in her eye, she looked at Hong and Naji, teasing Baichun. Are these your two girlfriends? You've certainly outdone yourself. Though, you are rather fickle. Baichun, feeling exasperated, replied, Please don't tease me. I came to discuss something important with you. Do share. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. The situation is as follows. Baichun promptly recounted Naji's circumstances to Tsunade, including her origins from another world. Tsunade viewed him as family, hence, she would never betray his trust, and Baichun felt comfortable revealing such details in her presence. What? Tsunade exclaimed in astonishment. A visitor from another world? Are there indeed other worlds that exist? So, that Pikachu of yours is also a creature from another realm? Indeed. Baichun nodded. It is called a Pokemon. There are many of them in Naji's world, with various types. If you desire, Tsunade, I could gift you one, including some that possess remarkable healing abilities, which should suit you well. Baichun was referring to Chansey, believing it would complement Tsunade's character splendidly. We shall discuss that later. Tsunade momentarily paid no heed and said, Do tell me more about the world of Naji. I am far more intrigued by that realm. Is it peaceful there? Are there wars? She had grown quite disenchanted with her own world. Indeed. Baichun nodded affirmatively. That place has not witnessed war for centuries. It has been peaceful for a considerable duration. Moreover, the realm is vibrant with various little sprites, and has even given rise to sprite trainers and caretakers. Subsequently, Baichun and Naji exchanged words, thoroughly enlightening Tsunade and Hong about the intricacies of the sprite world. The two women listened with rapt attention, captivated by the notion of such a serene and splendid realm. If only the ninja world could be so tranquil. Tsunade sighed wistfully. I have made up my mind. Once the conflict here concludes, take me to that world for a visit. I am rather weary of the ninja world. Absolutely. Baichun agreed without a moment's hesitation. It would be beneficial for Tsunade to unwind in that world. Spending too long in the ninja world felt like it could warp one's very spirit. Let it be settled then. Tsunade beamed at Baichun's agreement, then turned to him and inquired, So, did you come looking for me because of Naji? Is there some trouble? Has the old man set his sights on her? Indeed. Baichun nodded, giving Tsunade a thumbs up. As expected of you, Tsunade. You have a keen understanding of the third Hokage. Naji was discovered shortly after her appearance, and he sought us out for questioning. Although Naji's identity has been established, I informed him that she is your new apprentice. Hence, I came to confer with you. Tsunade, upon hearing this, pointed at Baichun with a bemused expression. You really know how to use my name to your advantage. Then, she smiled warmly at Naji and said, However, if the apprentice is Naji, I have no objections. I rather like this girl. She is quite lovely. It is just unfortunate that she has caught the eye of this rascal Baichun. Baichun immediately protested. What do you mean by unfortunate? Why is it a misfortune to have my attention? Not at all. Naji chuckled softly, shaking her head. Encountering Baichun has been my fortune. Being with him is my blessing. Slap. Tsunade smacked her forehead in exasperation. Oh no. This girl is hopelessly smitten. She is beyond salvation. Naji merely smiled faintly. Tsunade then turned to Baichun, offering a stern warning. You, young man. This girl holds such fondness for you. Do not let her down, or I shall have words with you. Yes, Hong feels the same. Hong and Naji exchanged a warm glance, comforted by the presence of such a caring elder sister. Indeed, indeed. Baichun nodded repeatedly. Even without your admonitions, I would not let them down. By the way, is the conflict still ongoing? Is Sunagakure being overly stubborn? It has been more than a year. Do you need me to intervene? Prolonging this war is not a viable solution, is it? Forget it. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, stating that if he intervened, the old man and his associates would likely overthink the situation. Moreover, the frequency of battles had significantly diminished over the past 6 months. The war at the borders is nearing its conclusion. Sunagakure is on the brink of collapse. After all, their resources are nowhere near those of Konoha, and the daimyo of the Land of Wind has always been dissatisfied with Sunagakure. This prolonged conflict has tested his patience to its limits. That's splendid. Baichun nodded, then turned to Tsunade and said, In fact, I have something of even greater significance to discuss with you, Tsunade-sensei. Oh, what is it? Tsunade inquired, raising an eyebrow. Tsunade-sensei, do you wish to awaken the sage body of the first Hokage and would release? Baichun said, extending his hand from which a sapling sprouted effortlessly. This is wood release, Tsunade exclaimed in astonishment, rising to her feet. Grasping Bai Chen's hand, she gazed at the sapling in awe, then fixed her serious gaze on him and demanded, "What exactly is happening here?" Her expression shifted to one of excitement as she asked, "Could it be that you have awakened a sage body akin to granduncles and mastered wood release? This is truly remarkable." However, recalling Bai Chen's earlier words, Tsunade's demeanor turned grave as she scrutinized him. What is truly going on? Bai Chen gestured for her to remain calm and continued, "Recently, I gained control over some of Danzo's root ninjas left in Konoha and discovered one of his hideouts. Within, I found several items, including the cells of the first Hokage." With a resounding crash, Tsunade's fury manifested as she smashed the table beside her, fortunate that Bai Chen had established a soundproof barrier upon his arrival, or the guards outside would have been alerted. "Damn Danzo! How dare he do this? How dare he desecrate my granduncle's remains?" Tsunade seethed with rage. In that moment, she felt an intense desire to eliminate Danzo. "There's nothing to fear." Bai Chen shook his head. Not only has he tampered with the remains of the first Hokage, but he has also acquired numerous Sharingan and has been conducting forbidden experiments. "Orochimaru?" Tsunade suddenly connected the dots, looking intently at Bai Chen. "Orochimaru is involved, isn't he? They've been quite close recently." At that, Tsunade clenched her fists, speaking with venom. "That scoundrel! How could he not mention this to me? Does he even comprehend the implications of his actions?" She felt a sense of betrayal wash over her. "Forget about Orochimaru for now," Bai Chen interjected, forcibly redirecting the conversation. He then dissipated the sapling in his hand and conjured a dark vortex, addressing Tsunade. "I possess a unique ability that allows me to completely absorb and extract bloodline limits from cells, whether integrating them into my own abilities or bestowing them upon others. I can accomplish it. So, Tsunade-sensei, what about you, Sakura and Ino? Do you wish to awaken the sage body and would release?" Bai Chen proposed, unwavering in his intentions toward those he cherished. Coughing lightly, he acknowledged, "Indeed, Tsunade has long been in his sights. He shall not hesitate. He will find the opportunity to claim her heart. As for Jiraiya, that individual should really seek out the young lady. They are beyond redemption. Tsunade is not suited for him." Tsunade, upon hearing this, gazed at Bai Chen in astonishment, then shifted her attention to the dark vortex in the palm of his hand. "Are you speaking the truth? You can actually accomplish such feats? So, this is how you attained your wood release? And you have also acquired the sage body? No wonder I sensed a significant enhancement in your chakra this time. It feels so much more familiar." Hong also appeared bewildered, exclaiming, "Bai Chen can achieve such things? That is wood release." "Wood release? Is it really that impressive?" Naji tilted her head. Although she had gleaned a fair amount of knowledge about the ninja world from Bai Chen, she was still quite unaware of the true prowess of wood release. "Is it impressive?" Hong looked at Naji in disbelief. "Please omit the question. It is no longer a matter of whether it is impressive or not. This is a power mastered by the first Hokage, who became the god of ninjas through it." At this moment, Bai Chen could not help but interject, strictly speaking. The first Hokage's ascension to the title of god of ninjas was not solely due to wood release. The sage body is the true key. Without it, his wood release would merely serve as a humble tool for construction. Discussing wood release without considering the sage body is futile. Upon hearing this, Hong's expression froze. "A humble tool for construction? How can you belittle the first Hokage like that? His prestige has been utterly diminished. That is a fact." Bai Chen shrugged. He was not speaking frivolously. Conversely, Tsunade regarded Bai Chen with a profound gaze. "You seem to possess considerable understanding. It appears that the mysteries of the sage body and wood release hold little enigma for you." Hong, astonished, turned to Tsunade. "Lady Tsunade, is it truly as Bai Chen describes?" "Indeed." Tsunade nodded. "People believe that my grandfather's strength lies in wood release. However, they fail to recognize that the essence of it all resides in the sage body. Without the immense chakra bestowed by the sage body and the terrifying vitality it provides, wood release is merely an ordinary bloodline limit, incapable of achieving such extraordinary feats. In fact, without the sage body, mastering sage techniques perfectly presents a considerable challenge. Jiraiya is a prime example. After all these years, his sage techniques remain rudimentary. She had attempted to cultivate sage techniques in the wet-bone forest back in her day, but ultimately met with failure. However, her situation was not solely attributed to chakra quantity or talent. Rather, It was her inability to calm her mind. Intelligent individuals often overthink, rendering it increasingly difficult to learn sage techniques. She and Orochimaru are prime examples of this. Ironically, Jiraiya, with his single-mindedness, managed to succeed, albeit only to a limited extent. At this juncture, Tsunade turned her serious gaze back to Bai-chun and inquired, "Have you truly mastered the ability to bestow the sage body and would release upon others?" Bai-chun nodded. "This is not the place for such discussions. Please follow me." With that, he took Tsunade and the others by the hand, insisting, "Do not resist." In the next moment, with a single thought, he transported the three individuals into the world of his spatial ring. Upon entering, Tsunade furrowed her brow slightly, questioning their surroundings. Naji sensed their environment and remarked, "This doesn't seem to be the shinobi world anymore." Startled, both Tsunade and Hong exchanged glances. Bai-chun clarified, "This is the realm of my spatial ring. Consider it a super upgraded version of the spatial bracelet I gifted you." What? Tsunade and Hong, along with Naji, were taken aback. The spatial bracelet can actually be upgraded to this extent? They looked at Bai-chun, expressing their desire to have one as well. "Currently, that is not feasible," Bai-chun said with a shrug of his shoulders. "I acquired this unexpectedly. I am not yet capable of creating such exquisite items myself. Once I can, I shall provide each of you with one. Now, we must focus on more pressing matters." With that, Bai-chun swiftly led the three of them into a laboratory. Upon arrival, Tsunade's attention was instantly drawn to the glass column in the center, which contained a cluster of cells. Her lips trembled slightly as she exclaimed, This carries the essence of my granduncle." She turned to Bai-chun, asking, "Is this the cell of my granduncle that you obtained from Danzo?" "Indeed," Bai-chun confirmed with a nod. "I have used a portion of it, approximately the size of 233 palms, to assist in awakening my sage body and would release." "So, do you wish to awaken your sage body and would release as well? Isn't this a part of the first Hokage's remains? Shouldn't we refrain from desecrating it?" Bai-chun contemplated the situation, reasoning that rather than allowing these remnants to waste away, it would be more beneficial to harness their value for the future. He believed that the first Hokage would not oppose this if he were aware. However, Tsunade hesitated upon hearing this. Did she yearn to awaken her sage body and would release? Undoubtedly, she did, but the method left her feeling uneasy. Bai-chun discerned her apprehension and promptly encouraged her. "If this can assist you, Tsunade, in awakening your sage body and would release, I am confident that even the first Hokage would not oppose it. Rather, he might find solace in it. After all, even in death, he could still aid you in the village, wouldn't you agree?" Bai-chun harbored some skepticism about who initially experimented with the first Hokage's cells. He suspected that it might have been the second Hokage rather than Danzo. One should not underestimate the second Hokage's brilliance as a researcher and his penchant for the extraordinary. Just look at the number of forbidden techniques he devised. At that time, following the sudden demise of the first Hokage, the various nations of the shinobi world were on edge, and Konoha sought to regain the absolute power necessary to dominate the shinobi world, with would release being the optimal choice. Tsunade paused and reflected on her granduncle, a smile creeping onto her lips as she acknowledged, "If it's him, it might indeed be possible." He was a broad-minded individual. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade gazed at the cells of Hashirama before her, and with a resolute expression, she turned to Bai-chun and declared, "Very well. I agree. Help me, along with Hong and Naji, awaken our sage bodies and would release. One must not abandon the pursuit of nourishment due to minor setbacks. Should I eventually journey to the realm beyond, I shall personally seek forgiveness from my esteemed great-uncle. He has always been so fond of me. Surely, he would grant me his pardon. However, in the future, I am determined to unleash my wrath upon Danzo, to vent my pent-up frustrations. And that scoundrel Orochimaru shall not escape unscathed. At the very least, he deserves a thorough thrashing." Upon hearing this, Tsunade felt a surge of joy. "It is wonderful that you have come to this realization. There is no time to waste. Let us commence at once. The sooner we awaken, the sooner we can enhance your strength and ensure your safety." With these words, Bai-chun concentrated, extracting a palm-sized mass of interstitial cells from the glass pillar before him, utilizing the powers of the dark fruit. He assimilated the essence of the bloodline and energy contained within those cells. Instead of merging it with himself, he turned to Tsunade and asked, "Are you ready to begin?" "What do you need me to do?" Tsunade inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Nothing at all. Simply sit cross-legged," Bai-chun replied, shaking his head. Tsunade complied and settled onto the ground. Bai Chun then placed his palm upon her forehead, channeling the refined bloodline abilities, vitality, and energies into her mind's eye. In the next moment, these forces began to radiate throughout Tsunade's entire being under Bai Chun's guidance. A soft gasp escaped Tsunade's lips, and her face flushed crimson as she felt a warm current coursing through her, bringing an exquisite sensation of comfort. Simultaneously, she sensed something deep within her bloodline awakening and merging with the warm currents, rapidly expanding in strength. At that moment, Tsunade distinctly felt her physical constitution and vitality surging at an astonishing rate. Moreover, new insights regarding wood release began to unfurl in her mind, and she sensed she was on the verge of mastering it. As Tsunade underwent her transformation, a faint green aura emanated from her, infusing the various materials within the laboratory, rejuvenating them and causing numerous tender sprouts to emerge. This was indeed a promising outcome. Bai Chun meticulously observed Tsunade's progress, and after confirming her successful awakening without any trace of surprise, he reluctantly withdrew the mental energy enveloping her. With a wave of his hand, he extracted another mass of interstitial cells from the glass pillar, ready to refine and assimilate them. He beckoned to Hong, saying, "Come forth. It is your turn." "Me? All right." Hong pointed to herself and swiftly approached Bai Chun, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Bai Chun followed the same procedure, subsequently transforming both Hong and Naji. By the time all three had completed their metamorphosis, over half an hour had elapsed. Their life force, not only had previous deficits been replenished, but their vitality had increased at least fivefold, and their physical constitution had significantly improved. Most crucially, their chakra had surged exponentially. As Tsunade awakened from her transformation, she began to examine her newfound abilities. The more she explored, the greater her astonishment grew. "I feel as though there is still so much more. I have become truly formidable." As the crimson sun began to set, Hong wore a visage of astonishment. If her chakra levels were previously quantified as 1, they had now surged to at least 500. The expansion was overwhelming. Moreover, the benefits did not cease there. Even her physical constitution had considerably enhanced, and she sensed a significant elevation in her mental prowess. Simultaneously, under the continuous nurturing of her body, her mental strength was advancing at an astonishing rate. It was nothing short of perfection. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of superpower erupted from Nazi. Fortunately, Bai Chun swiftly erected a protective barrier using his conqueror's haki and sealing techniques, successfully intercepting the formidable energy that Nazi inadvertently unleashed. Had he not acted in time, the laboratory and the likes of Tsunade would have faced dire consequences. "What is happening with Sister Naji?" Hong queried, glancing at the levitating Naji and then back at Bai Chun. "This power resembles a variant of mental energy. It cannot belong to our world, can it?" Tsunade said, her gaze fixed on Naji as she turned to Bai Chun for clarification. "Yes," Bai Chun affirmed with a nod. "This is known as superpower. If you're interested in learning, I can teach you. Although it's unlikely you'll attain the same level of strength as Naji immediately, it is certainly feasible. When superpowers reach a certain stage, one can achieve abilities such as teleportation, telepathy, hypnosis, and healing, among others." In his view, the potency of superpowers was immense. Tsunade and Hong gasped in astonishment. They had never imagined that such diverse abilities existed within superpowers, including teleportation and mind reading. Tsunade, filled with eagerness, implored, "Please, impart this knowledge to me." Having previously attempted to master the Flying Thunder God technique with no success, she was determined not to miss this opportunity to acquire powers that could mirror teleportation and telepathy. "And me as well," Hong chimed in, raising her hand. "No problem. I'll teach you both when I have the time." Bai Chun nodded in agreement. At that moment, the transformation within Naji reached completion. She opened her eyes, glowing with a cerulean light, and gracefully descended from the air, saying to Bai Chun, "Thank you, Bai Chun. There is no need for such formalities between us." Bai Chun waved his hand dismissively. "Your superpower has transcended to the championship level, hasn't it? Congratulations. It is all due to your own efforts." Naji responded with a sweet smile. Ahem. Tsunade, unable to contain herself any longer, coughed to regain their attention. "That is enough. Let us proceed to a more spacious location. I wish to test wood release." Hong nodded vigorously in agreement. "All right." Bai Chun promptly led the three of them out of the laboratory, arriving in a vast expanse within the realm of his ring. "This spot will suffice." There are plenty of desolate areas in my ring world where you can assist in planting trees. By the way, Tsunade, how many wood release techniques do you possess? Can you teach us? This was one of the objectives of his journey, as he could not rely on the third Hokage for such knowledge. He had no intention of revealing to the third that he had mastered wood release, and even if he did, it was uncertain whether the third would be willing to share. Certainly. However, I have only recorded a portion. The rest are in my scrolls. When the time is right, I will share them with you. As Tsunade spoke, she waved her hand, urging Baichin and the others to step back. Then, with a swift clap of her hands, she declared, "Wood release. Birth of the tree world." Boom. In the next moment, an expanse of approximately 500 meters in length and width erupted from the ground, bursting forth with an abundance of roots that rapidly grew into towering trees. Each branch of this forest exuded an astonishing vitality and a consuming aura. Ha! Gazing at her masterpiece, Tsunade proudly placed her hands on her hips and laughed heartily, exclaiming, "I did it. I succeeded. Great-grandfather, second grandfather, showed you, did you see this?" As she spoke, her eyes unconsciously began to redden, and tears welled up uncontrollably. Hong and Naji exchanged worried glances. Baichin approached and gently enveloped Tsunade in his embrace. Tsunade, feeling this warmth, collapsed into Baichin's arms, clinging to him as she sobbed. Perhaps she herself was unaware of the reason behind her tears at that moment, nor why she cried so heartily. She simply could not help it. After a while, her sobs gradually subsided, and she unexpectedly fell asleep in Baichin's embrace, sleeping soundly. It seemed that Tsunade had been utterly exhausted lately. Baichin couldn't help but murmur softly. Hong nodded in agreement. Naji spoke up. It's evident that she has been harboring many burdens within her heart. Letting it all out through tears is beneficial. When she awakens, she should feel much lighter. Indeed, Baichin nodded. You both go ahead and familiarize yourselves with the newfound power. I will stay here with Tsunade. All right. Hong nodded, glancing at Baichin and the sleeping Tsunade. Feeling something was amiss, though she could not quite place it. So, she simply took Naji and ran off into the distance. Naji, however, shot Baichin a meaningful look before glancing back at Tsunade in his arms, conveying to him, "You truly are a sly one." Then, she followed Hong away. Hee. Caught in the act. Once the two had departed, Baichin smiled slightly, lowering his gaze to Tsunade nestled in his arms, and teasingly remarked, "Is Tsunade still not going to wake up?" In truth, he had long realized that Tsunade was not truly asleep. It was all a facade. She merely felt a bit embarrassed, having cried in front of Hong and Nazi, and for having so openly sought comfort in Baichin's embrace. She must have thought she had lost her mind, considering Baichin was only 9 years old. Of course, the 9-year-old Baichin had already surpassed her in many ways. It was utterly absurd. How had this child matured so rapidly? Tsunade pondered. Upon hearing Baichin's playful taunt, she immediately wriggled free from his arms, glaring at him with a mix of embarrassment and anger, warning, "You must not tell anyone, or I will crush you." As she spoke, she raised her fist threateningly. Yes. Baichin chuckled, nodding as he wrapped an arm around her waist. "But you must confront your feelings for me. I have already surpassed you. How can you say such a thing?" Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression shifted dramatically, and in a fit of embarrassment and anger, she pinched one of Byakuren's ears, warning, "From now on, without my permission, do not pry into my thoughts. And you are merely 9 years old. What are you thinking?" Before she could finish her sentence, Byakuren boldly interrupted. "Then let us discuss it when I come of age. In any case, you cannot escape it, Tsunade." Tsunade sighed. "It's over for me now." Feeling utterly defeated, "Let us put it off until then," she said dismissively before rising and hastily departing. Chuckling, Byakuren shook his head in amusement. This girl is hardly being sincere at such a moment. After emerging from the ring's space, over an hour had passed. Let us return to Konoha. However, Tsunade, it would be wise for you to leave a wood clone here to oversee matters, just in case, Byakuren suggested. That sounds reasonable, Tsunade nodded, immediately forming hand seals to create a wood clone to remain behind. Subsequently, the three women placed their hands on Byakuren's shoulders, and in an instant, they found themselves back in one of their rooms. "Now, you two stay here. Tsunade and I will be back shortly," Byakuren instructed to Hana and Naji. Understood. Hana and Naji agreed without objection. Byakuren then grasped Tsunade's hand, and with a swift teleportation, they arrived in a living room within the Senju estate. "All right, Tsunade. It's your turn now. Follow me," he said. Tsunade nodded and led the way, soon arriving at a familiar location. "Isn't this where you previously asked me to acquire water release and other ninjutsu?" Byakuren inquired with curiosity. "Indeed," Tsunade confirmed with a nod. "The wood release techniques are hidden within a more concealed chamber, and it requires my chakra and blood to unlock. Hence, I must come here personally." Understanding dawned on Byakuren. "Let us proceed." Before long, Tsunade had dismantled the numerous ceiling barriers and beckoned Byakuren to enter the hidden chamber. Approaching a wall, she performed hand seals to release a sealing technique, revealing a recess. Tsunade bit her fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall into the recess, followed by infusing her chakra. In the next moment, the sealing symbols on the wall illuminated, and the wall receded to unveil a hollow space from which a massive scroll emerged. Tsunade retrieved it and handed it to Byakuren, stating, "Here. Everything my grandfather knew about wood release is contained within, along with some secret techniques of the Senju clan. Take good care of it." Byakuren was momentarily taken aback. "Is this appropriate? This is the Senju clan's legacy. Just take it without fussing about it. You are a descendant of the Senju. And now that you have awakened both wood release and sage body, even assisting me in doing so, you are a direct heir of the Senju clan. What is the issue in passing it to you?" Tsunade retorted, casting an exasperated glance at Byakuren. "Moreover, I am confident that you will safeguard it well. Although there are sealing techniques in the village, I still feel a tinge of unease. This item is not beyond comprehension. With determination, it can be unraveled." Conversely, given Baichin's current strength and talent, she believes that there is virtually no one in the ninja world capable of seizing it from him. "Very well." Upon hearing this, Baichin nodded. "Then I shall take responsibility for it for now. Sister Tsunade, feel free to retrieve it whenever you need." "Certainly." Tsunade nodded. "I still have quite a few wood release techniques to master. Enough chatter. Let us proceed to your home to study Saitama's wood release. I have realized that your ring space is an excellent asset. Practicing ninjutsu within it, no matter how much commotion ensues, no one will take notice." "How delightful." Baichun gazed at Tsunade with exasperation. "Are you truly unconcerned about not returning to the front lines of the Sand Village?" "No worries." Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. "Recently, the conflict has eased, and with my wood clone stationed there, it can hold the fort for quite some time. That wood clone possesses 3 times the chakra of my giant sage body and wood release combined. It's even more formidable than my previous self. What is there to fear? If the wood clone's chakra were to be exhausted, I would be informed. You could simply send me back. To be honest, I've grown weary of the front lines over the past year. I yearn to escape this relentless torment. If only I could master the Flying Thunder God technique, I would have sought to acquire that ninjutsu. This way, wouldn't I be able to return to Konoha for training at any moment, engaging in battle while taking breaks? What a splendid notion." "Very well," Baichen mused, his eyes slightly narrowing. Indeed, Tsunade can be quite unreliable at times. He promptly exited the secret chamber with Tsunade, restoring the sealing technique before taking her hand and leading her back to his residence. "You've done well. I hadn't paid much attention before. But this house of yours is far more luxurious and comfortable than mine. I've made up my mind. I shall settle here from now on. So remember to reserve a room for me." Tsunade assessed Baichen's home with newfound seriousness. While on the front lines, she had kept an eye on Baichen's developments in the village and was aware that he had begun constructing a new house over a year ago. Using substantial resources, transporting stone and wood using the Flying Thunder God technique had become the talk of the entire village, with many from the front lines relishing the tale. All right, Baichun had no objections. This way, she was even less likely to escape. "You may choose any room on the 2nd floor, except for those already occupied." At that moment, Naji and Hong looked on eagerly. Baichun immediately declared, "You too as well. Come, choose your rooms." Tsunade waved her hand, beckoning Naji and Hong, and the 3 promptly ascended the stairs. At that moment, Baichun received feedback from his contract talent. Upon inspection, it was Xiao reaching out to him, wishing to meet and report something important. "Very well, tonight it shall be." Baichun promptly conveyed his response through the contract. Hours ago, after emerging from the Hokage Tower, Danzo hastily returned to his base within the village's root organization. Upon his arrival, he could no longer contain himself and erupted in a furious tirade. "That insolent brat. I want him dead. How dare he humiliate me so? No one has ever dared to treat me with such disrespect. You have ignited a fierce desire for vengeance within me. In the confines of his office, he raged and shattered objects in his fury. He felt utterly humiliated. His pride in shambles, and his hatred for the boy consumed him. The intensity of his animosity towards the brat had reached its zenith. He yearned to eliminate him immediately. Yet he recognized the folly of acting impulsively. The boy's strength surpassed his wildest expectations. Years ago, he had managed to severely injure the third Raikage with a single blow. And now, a year later, who could fathom the extent of his terrifying talent? The technique he employed today was unprecedented. Confronting this boy head-on was unwise. He needed to devise a strategic approach. Yes, a circumvention was essential. The most effective strategy would be to sever the boy's ties with Sarutobi Hiruzen, completely alienating him, thereby rendering him incapable of surviving within the village. Furthermore, there were the two girlfriends and Kakashi Hatake, as well as Shikaka Nara, all of whom held significance to him. These individuals represented his vulnerabilities. As long as there were weaknesses, even the mightiest could reveal fatal flaws. At that moment, Danzo felt an unshakable sense of control over the members of Root, which led him to openly express these thoughts in front of Q and Ju. He felt no remorse for his candidness. Q and Ju exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the absurdity of the situation. Q remarked, "I shall observe in silence." Ju added, "As a trained ninja of Root, I typically refrain from laughter, regardless of how humorous a situation may be. However, Danzo-sama, your current demeanor is undeniably laughable." With this, the two silently acknowledged each other's incredulity. Danzo was indeed courting disaster. It seemed imperative to communicate these developments to their superior without delay. "Hugh, Ju," Danzo called out to them. "At your service." Hugh and Ju knelt, awaiting orders. Danzo instructed, "You have heard my earlier words. I intend to target the brat. I want him dead. Naturally, I am aware of the challenges this presents. Therefore, I require you to gather intelligence on those surrounding him, identify suitable opportunities, and devise a plan to eliminate this boy that meets my approval. Is that understood?" "Affirmative." Hugh and Ju responded in unison. "Excellent. You may depart." Danzo nodded with satisfaction, dismissing them with a wave of his hand. After leaving Danzo's presence, Hugh and Ju convened in a secluded chamber within the underground base. "What should we do? Should we contact the master?" Ju inquired, looking at Q. "Naturally." Xiao nodded affirmatively, acknowledging that Danzo had been driven to the brink of madness by their master's provocations. It was only prudent to prepare their master for any eventuality. Although he believed that with their presence, a compromised Danzo posed little threat, one could never be too cautious. It was imperative not to burden their master with unnecessary troubles. Furthermore, the 4 Root ninjas that Danzo had brought back were lost lambs, having remained in the shadows and yet to bask in their master's glory. This presented an opportune moment to introduce them to their master, allowing them to be enveloped in his radiance and fully integrate into their ranks. Previously, only those Root ninjas stationed in Konoha had been bound by Chun's contract, thus becoming his loyal subjects. In truth, numerous Root ninjas remained unclaimed by Chun, much like the 4 individuals Danzo had recently returned with. Their next objective was to ensure that all Root ninjas were brought under their banner. Additionally, they sought to inquire with their master regarding any potential solutions to the tongue curse severance technique. Their concern was not merely self-serving. They wished to avoid the ramifications of this technique, which could hinder their ability to serve their master effectively. "I concur." Ju also nodded in agreement. "Next, we must devise a strategy to capture those still outside, who have yet to embrace our master's glory, rendering Danzo entirely powerless and isolating him. To be frank, witnessing him flounder like a jester today while he schemed was quite amusing." Xiao maintained a serious demeanor as he nodded in agreement. Indeed. Soon after, the two engaged in a conversation about contract ruins, linking them to Bai-chun's profound sentiments. Minutes later, Tsunade descended from the 2nd floor, directly addressing Bai-chun. "I wish to learn superpowers." "That is indeed feasible." Bai-chun responded, albeit with a hint of confusion. "What has prompted such a sudden fervor?" Tsunade rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Naturally, it is for the ability of instantaneous movement. I believe my previous inability to master the Flying Thunder God technique was due to insufficient spatial perception. However, if I can acquire instantaneous movement through superpowers, could that not compensate for this shortcoming? Then I could learn the Flying Thunder God technique and travel anywhere at will, just like you. This way, she would no longer need to remain on the front lines." "Very well, I shall teach you," Bai-chun exclaimed. "Come forth, Hong." He summoned the three women and transported them once more into the realm of the spatial ring. He first imparted the meditative techniques for cultivating superpowers to Tsunade and Hong, before bestowing upon Naji a seed of superpower, thus providing them with the foundation for their training. Now, all you need to do is continuously meditate according to the techniques provided, and your superpowers will gradually enhance. Once you achieve the status of a mid-level superpowered individual, you should be able to master instantaneous movement. He added, if there are any uncertainties, feel free to consult me or Naji, as she possesses greater expertise and superpowers than I do. He regarded himself as merely an amateur. Tsunade and Hong exchanged astonished glances towards Naji, taken aback by her remarkable prowess. There's nothing remarkable about it. Nazi shook her head, declaring, Bai Chun is far more formidable than I am. Of course, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. At that moment, Bai Chun clapped his hands, drawing the princess's attention as he said, the cultivation of superpowers cannot be accomplished in just a day or two. Let us all learn would release together. Now that everyone possesses the sage body and would release, we can truly study it. Once the development of the sage body reaches a certain level, even if we do not achieve the prowess of the original generation, we will not fall significantly short. This is indeed an excellent method to enhance our strength. Sounds good. I have no objections, exclaimed the three women in unison. As they began their studies of the technique, Bai Chun learned the fastest, mastering each would-release ninjutsu in just 1 or 2 attempts, and soon became proficient after a few more repetitions. Nazi followed closely, then Tsunade, with Hong ranked last. That evening, in a desolate area near the western part of Konoha, Xiao, Jiu, and 4 other elite ninjas appeared, bringing with them 4 unconscious root ninjas. They then initiated a contract and contacted Bai Chun. In an instant, Bai Chun materialized at the location, gazing at the 4 incapacitated individuals in surprise, asking, who are these 4? Xiao promptly replied, Master, these 4 are root ninjas who recently returned with Danzo. They have yet to receive your glory, so we quietly subdued them and brought them here, wishing for them to embrace your glory and become our allies. Additionally, we plan to have the remaining root ninjas not in the village accept your glory as well. We may need to trouble you for assistance at that time. What do you think? Root ninjas who have not accepted your glory are not true allies, Bai Chun mused, raising an eyebrow. Ah, that sounds excellent. I agree. He continued, you may devise ways to engage with these root ninjas, subdue them, and then notify me on the spot. You all carry my Flying Thunder God seal, allowing me to arrive at any moment to finalize the contracts. With that, Bai Chun began the contracting process with the 4 individuals on the ground. Understood. Xiao and Jiu responded eagerly. Once Bai Chun completed the contracts with the 4, he cast a healing technique upon them, and they soon awakened. Greetings, Master, they exclaimed, bowing respectfully on one knee before him. Rise. Bai Chun gestured. From now on, you will accompany Xiao and the others. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask them. Additionally, the technique to eradicate the tongue curse has been thoroughly resolved and reformed over the past year. I will impart the new technique to you for independent study. Be sure to share it with all root ninjas I have contracted. As he spoke, Bai Chun produced a scroll to hand over. This, of course, was not his own achievement. It had only been a little over a month since he had captured many root ninjas. These were the results of what Clone No. 2's diligent efforts over the past year. It was evident that this clone had not been idle, accomplishing a significant amount of work. Bai Chun appreciated such diligent shadow clones. They saved him considerable effort. Thank you, Master. Xiao, filled with excitement, eagerly accepted the scroll, his heart swelling with fervor as he realized he could finally sever the constraints imposed by the despicable Danzo and serve his master wholeheartedly. His master was truly remarkable. Ju and the others shared the same exhilaration. Master, please be patient. Once we finish our training, we have some information regarding Danzo that we wish to share with you. Xiao promptly informed Bai Chun. Due to the tongue curse severing technique, although they had formed a contract with Bai Chun, they remained under the influence of this technique, unable to divulge any information or schemes related to Danzo. Oh, Bai Chun raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Very well. I shall await your return. Thank you, Master. Xiao and the others expressed their gratitude, then unfurled the scroll in their hands. As they gazed upon its contents, they quickly absorbed the information and began their training. It was not arduous, primarily because Bai Chun had meticulously detailed every aspect and challenge of the training. Each of them was an elite among the Jonin. If they could not master it, they would truly be deemed worthless. In less than half an hour, Xiao was the first to complete the training. He then employed the new tongue curse severing technique to overshadow the one planted by Danzo, doing so without alerting him. When Danzo sensed it, he would still believe his curse was effective. In truth, Xiao and his companions were no longer under his control. Soon after, Zhu and the others also completed their training and successfully achieved liberation. Finally, we can speak freely. Danzo is utterly vile. That wretched creature. Xiao exhaled deeply, attempting to curse Danzo as a test, and found no issues. He immediately expressed his gratitude to Bai Chun once more. Thank you, master. No need for such formality. Let us discuss matters at hand. What schemes does Danzo have in mind? Bai Chun waved his hand dismissively. It is as follows. Xiao and Zhu organized their thoughts and recounted the information they had overheard from Danzo, including his final commands. Upon finishing, Bai Chun's eyes narrowed slightly, glinting with cold light as he remarked, Well, Danzo, you are truly something. To even consider plotting against those close to me? If it weren't for my certain abilities, you might have caused me some minor inconveniences. However, Danzo had long been sentenced to death in Bai Chun's eyes, and Bai Chun refrained from taking immediate action. The situation required a careful approach, while directly eliminating Danzo would be gratifying. It would undoubtedly raise suspicions with the third Hokage and lead to further complications. This was not in Bai Chun's interest. Bai Chun gestured to Xiao and the others, saying, You may return for now. Continue to cooperate with Danzo on the surface while secretly initiating a comprehensive erosion plan. I hope this can be completed within 10 days. Thus, any future maneuvers by Danzo shall not escape my notice, and his schemes will inevitably falter. With his resources drained and his operatives my own, what can he achieve? Understood. Xiao and the others promptly accepted their orders and swiftly departed. Bai Chun then returned to his home, while Danzo remained blissfully unaware that he was about to become utterly isolated. The next morning, during breakfast, Tsunade spoke to Bai Chun, saying, Today, I plan to return to the front lines of the sand-hidden battlefield, and I intend to bring Hong and Nazi along for a while to hone their skills. What do you think? Bai Chun, taken aback, glanced at Hong and Nazi, replying, Hong can stay. She still has classes to attend. However, Nazi could accompany you to experience the harshness of the battlefield, and you could teach her some techniques. Hong, slightly displeased, puffed her cheeks and looked at Bai Chun, asking, Why can't I go? I've learned nearly everything I can at school. With my recent gains in Sage Body and Wood Release, my strength has increased significantly. This isn't fair. Bai Chun shook his head, saying, Wood Release cannot be exposed for now. It would be detrimental to both of us. You cannot simply skip school either. What would the teachers think? How would your father view it? Are you certain you can pass his scrutiny? The reality is that your strength is still too weak for the front lines, which are fraught with danger. Unlike Nazi, who is a champion-level Esper, her powers rival those of a shadow-level ninja. In fact, her formidable abilities place her among the strongest at that level, with few who could pose a threat to her on the battlefield. Hong fell silent upon hearing this. Bai Chun then comforted her. All right, stay at school for now. You can gradually showcase your talents. When the time is right, you can choose to graduate early, and then Tsunade can take you on as her apprentice, granting you the freedom you desire. Really? Hong's eyes lit up as she looked at Bai Chun and then at Tsunade. Tsunade smiled and nodded. I have no objections. With the Senju bloodline and Wood Release now within you, I wouldn't even allow you to run away. Taking you on as a pupil is absolutely fine. I wouldn't trust anyone else to be your teacher. Hee. It's settled then. Hong smiled brightly, her previous gloom lifting. Bai Chun felt a slight joy in his heart. Given the current circumstances, it wouldn't be long before the village might choose to have a group of capable students graduate early to become genin due to a lack of new forces, sending them off to the battlefield. Naturally, Hong would get her wish then. By the way, Bai Chun turned to Tsunade and said, Sister Tsunade, I've been planning to study sage techniques in the Wetbone Forest. Without Wood Release, one cannot fully unleash its potential. I recommend you also take some time to learn it. This knowledge can greatly enhance your strength and the power of your jutsu. At the same time, Bai Chun felt that these sage techniques bore some relation to cultivation and could be referenced in various ways in the future. He envisioned merging them into the chakra system, significantly elevating its potential and addressing the hidden risks within the current training framework, allowing it to progress further. Sage techniques? Tsunade nodded. I will. In truth, I had previously endeavored to learn, yet met with failure. The Sage of the Slugs remarked that my innate talent was somewhat lacking and my thoughts too scattered, making mastery a formidable challenge. I am uncertain whether I can succeed now. However, she was aware that her great-grandfather had easily acquired such skills. A fact relayed by the sage. With the inheritance of my great-grandfather's celestial aptitude, might not the complexities of mastering these arts be diminished? It should be manageable. Bai Chen nodded, adding that the issue of a restless mind could indeed be resolved through the practices of meditation and the enhancement of one's abilities. The powers themselves can amplify one's mental acuity and mastery over emotions, aligning perfectly with the requirements of cultivating celestial arts. Would you not agree? To him, the notion of a scattered mind ultimately pertains to the essence of the spirit itself. The initial step towards mastering celestial arts necessitates a serene state of mind, achieving a mental realm akin to the unity of heaven and man. It bears a striking resemblance to the first stages of cultivation. The underlying principles seem quite similar. While individuals with a childlike heart may find it easier to enter this state, it does not imply that those of greater intellect, burdened with myriad thoughts, cannot discover a path to such a state. Otherwise, would it not suggest that only those with a childlike heart could become disciples in the arts of cultivation? Oh, Tsunade paused slightly, intrigued. Does the meditation of superpowers possess such benefits? She could not resist glancing at Naji, the adept of superhuman abilities. Indeed, Naji affirmed with a nod. This is true. In the past, due to the overwhelming strength of my powers, I experienced a surge that nearly suppressed all human emotions within me. I almost encountered grave danger, falling prey to malicious individuals, but fortunately, Bai Chun intervened just in time to save me. Cultivating superpowers surely aids in mastering one's mental prowess and emotions. Sister Tsunade, once your abilities reach a certain level, you will understand. Both Tsunade and Hong listened, their expressions reflecting astonishment. Hong spoke first. I had no idea such things existed. No wonder you hold Bai Chun in such high regard. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with newfound insight. Superpowers truly are remarkable, possessing such extraordinary applications. Haha. Now, I too shall learn the celestial arts. Just wait and see how I shall repay Jiraiya for his past arrogance. He flaunted his half-baked skills before me and Orochimaru, which compelled us to seek out the wet-bone forest and the dragon cave to learn the arts ourselves. Yet we both failed miserably. That led to endless mockery from him, and I have yet to swallow that bitter pill. Just you wait. Once I master the perfect sage mode, I shall show him what for. She resolved, envisioning a triumphant display of skill to vent her frustrations. Bai Chun and Naji exchanged glances, both sensing Tsunade's strong resentment and intentions, silently mourning for Jiraiya. Indeed, did Orochimaru fail to learn the celestial arts as well? Bai Chun gleaned a precise insight from Tsunade's words and stroked his chin, pondering, perhaps, I might consider brokering a deal with Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru has become increasingly perverse in later stages, Bai Chun has always regarded him as a remarkable talent. If properly utilized, he could indeed yield tremendous benefits. Not at all, Tsunade interjected, furrowing her brows as she gazed at Bai Chun. You mustn't associate with that man, Orochimaru. He is growing ever more dangerous. You mentioned he is in cahoots with Danzo, experimenting with my grandfather's cells and conducting would-release trials. I have yet to settle the score with him. Stay away from him. Tsunade's concern for Bai Chun was palpable, fearing he might come to harm. Rest assured, Bai Chun replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. I understand your concern, Tsunade. However, given my strength, Orochimaru is not in a position to threaten me. Besides, he is indeed a talented individual with potential for redemption. I will manage this situation. You need not worry. That insufferable brat. Tsunade shot him a glare, but ultimately sighed in resignation. Very well. Do as you wish. But if you find yourself in trouble, do not come complaining to me. Orochimaru is no simple foe. After years of interaction, Tsunade admitted she still found Orochimaru somewhat inscrutable. Let us observe how this unfolds. Bai Chun chuckled softly. After their meal, he fulfilled Tsunade's request and escorted her and Naji to the front lines of the sand-hidden battlefield. Bai Chun then sought out Orochimaru. Oh my! What a surprise to see you, Bai Chun-kun! Orochimaru exclaimed, his face betraying astonishment at Bai Chun's unexpected visit to his tent. What brings you here? Orochimaru regarded Bai Chun with a covetous gaze, as if contemplating a dissection for closer examination. It was impossible to disregard Bai Chun's unusually rapid ascent in power. Perceiving the intensity of Orochimaru's scrutiny, Bai Chun focused his mind and erected a psychic barrier within the tent, isolating them from the outside world. Subsequently, A formidable wave of conqueror's haki erupted forth, bearing down upon Orochimaru. Bai-Chun, however, moderated his strength, ensuring that Orochimaru merely felt a sense of oppressive weight, while his mental fortitude was significantly challenged. After a moment, Bai-Chun retracted the haki. Sweat beaded on Orochimaru's forehead as he looked at Bai-Chun, inquiring, "Is this your way of establishing dominance?" "Indeed," Bai-Chun affirmed with a nod, taking a seat on a stone stool that emerged from the ground before Orochimaru. He regarded him intently and remarked, "Tsunade-san has expressed that you are a dangerous individual, concerned for my safety, advising me to avoid you. Yet, I perceive you as an intelligent and capable person whose talents I greatly admire. I wish to engage with you, as I foresee numerous opportunities for collaboration in the future. However, in light of your perilous demeanor, I feel compelled to issue a cautionary warning. Do not harbor any ill intentions towards me, lest you face dire consequences." As Bai-Chun spoke, he paid no heed to the slight narrowing of Orochimaru's pupils. He flipped his hand to reveal a scroll, placing it before Orochimaru, and remarked, "Consider this a modest token of goodwill. Take a good look. I believe it will pique your interest. Should you wish to engage in further collaboration, you may contact me through this by channeling chakra into the device." With that, Bai-Chun produced a short sword imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique and set it before Orochimaru. Then, with a swift motion, he vanished from the tent, the psychic barrier enveloping it dissipating in his wake. Not far away, in Tsunade's tent, Naji seemed to sense something amiss. She glanced towards Orochimaru's tent and, using her psychic abilities, muttered, "Has he left? Naji, come quickly, we must head to the temporary hospital." Tsunade's voice called from outside. "I'm on my way." Naji responded promptly before stepping outside. Bai-Chun returned to the Konoha residence, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the knowledge he had imparted was a fragment of the longevity formula sourced from Dr. Kureha. Yet, Bai-Chun was confident that Orochimaru would extract something of value from it, sufficient to entice him. Suddenly, a figure materialized before Bai-Chun with a flash, his wood clone number 1. "Oh, you're still here. I almost forgot about you," Bai-Chun remarked, feeling somewhat sheepish as he scratched the back of his head. "I'm off to the netherworld," wood clone number 1 replied, his expression impassive as he tossed a spatial bracelet to the original and then smacked his forehead, transforming into a wooden piece and vanishing. "Great," Bai-Chun exclaimed, covering his forehead in exasperation. "What with everyone wanting to off themselves? Life is precious, you know?" He felt the need to rectify this troubling tendency among his shadow clones. At that moment, a torrent of memories surged into Bai-Chun's mind, revealing what would clone know. One had been up to over the past year. In summary, the battles in the Mist Village were fiercely intense. Both Konoha and the Mist had suffered severe losses. Particularly, half a year ago, the Mist seemed to have lost its senses, relentlessly launching assaults on Konoha until the sudden demise of their third Mizukage tempered the fervor of the conflict. Yet, even now, there was no withdrawal or ceasefire, with skirmishes still erupting intermittently. During this tumultuous period, many from the Uchiha clan had also perished. Given the lurking threat of Uchiha Madara, would clone know. One had been particularly vigilant regarding the Uchiha clan's circumstances. There was an unsettling intuition that Madara had perhaps found a suitable candidate to replace Obito, grooming him as his successor. It left Bai-Chun wondering when this old specter would finally cross into the afterlife, likely to seek him out afterward. After all, he had achieved great things. He could not simply leave Bai-Chun unattended. He chuckled lightly. However, an increasingly overwhelming sense of fatigue began to take its toll, prompting him to swiftly return to his room and collapse into slumber. Within the root base, Danzo, before departing, was suddenly struck by a whim and ventured into his secret treasure chamber. Upon ensuring that the outer vault posed no issues, he released a sigh of relief, pondering whether he had been overly paranoid lately. For some reason, an unsettling feeling lingered within him that something was amiss. Subsequently, Danzo formed seals to unlock the numerous barriers safeguarding the chamber containing the cells of Hashirama. Upon entering, he was met with a shocking sight. Damn it, who did this? Where are my Hashirama cells? My vast collection of Hashirama cells. The next moment, a roar of anguish erupted from Danzo as he beheld the empty nutrient tanks. His composure shattered, and his mind raced with potential culprits. Could it be Fei Rijan? No, it cannot be him. If it were, my base would surely have perished by now, and I would have likely been summoned back much earlier. What about Orochimaru? No, he hasn't returned. Yet I cannot completely dismiss him. He possesses considerable knowledge about my operations and expertise in sealing techniques. It is not inconceivable that he could have utilized a shadow clone to stealthily infiltrate. Then there's that little brat Bai Chun. I never imagined he had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Is Sarutobi-sensei out of his mind? Has he truly entrusted him with such a technique? However, my sealing techniques would prevent even the Flying Thunder God from infiltrating, let alone bypassing all the seals to steal my possessions without triggering them. I'm utterly bewildered. At this point, Danzo felt that anyone could be a suspect, yet simultaneously, no one seemed plausible. Could it be Kushina Uzumaki? As an Uzumaki descendant, she wields an impressive mastery of advanced sealing techniques. Surely, no one in the entire realm could rival her expertise in sealing? But if it were her, this place would not remain intact. It would have likely been destroyed, and my secrets would have been exposed long ago. Could it be a mysterious powerhouse from outside the village? Who could it be? What could their motives be? Why would they solely take the Hashirama cells? Danzo found himself perplexed, his heart growing increasingly fearful. He immediately summoned his subordinates, such as Kyo, instructing them to assist in relocating the items within the secret chamber. They could no longer remain in this place. He intended to transfer everything to a more clandestine base. Of course, before that, he securely tucked away the scroll of the tongue harm eradication technique. What is the point? During the relocation, Kyo and others shook their heads in disbelief. Moving it is futile. With traitors like us, the master will know our every move in an instant. Is Danzo truly attempting to outsmart the heir? The following morning, Bai-Chin finally awoke. He rubbed his stomach, feeling quite famished. After freshening up in the bathroom, he made his way downstairs, eager for breakfast, only to discover that there was someone in the kitchen. He stepped inside and was taken aback to find it was Hong, exclaiming, "Hong? What brings you here? Are you preparing breakfast for me?" Upon hearing the commotion, Hong turned her head, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she stirred the dishes. "Indeed. I came by yesterday afternoon and saw you fast asleep, utterly oblivious. I figured you must have exhausted yourself with your shadow clones, so I refrained from waking you. Knowing you'd be famished upon rising, I brought ingredients to prepare breakfast for you. It will take a moment longer, but several dishes are already ready. And the rice is cooked, so you can start eating." Having frequently utilized shadow clones for her own training over the past year, Hong was quite familiar with Bai Chen's situation, which informed her assessment. "I think I'll wait a bit longer," Bai Chen replied, smiling as he leaned against the kitchen doorframe, arms crossed, gazing with warmth at the diligent Hong preparing his meal. "I shall withhold the news of the gourmet tablecloth for now. Savoring your culinary skills is truly delightful." While the delicacies conjured by the gourmet tablecloth were undoubtedly delectable, he cherished Hong's heartfelt efforts even more. After a little over 10 minutes, breakfast was ready. "It's time to eat. Could you please help bring the dishes to the table? By the way, Pikachu and Ralts must be hungry too, right? Should I prepare something for them?" Hong inquired while attending to Bai Chun, her concern evident, as she had not seen her Pikachu or Ralts since Bai Chun had gone straight to sleep the previous day. "I'll take care of that," Bai Chun assured her. They need energy cubes to replenish their nutrition and grow better. With a focused thought, he produced 3 bowls filled with energy cubes, then released his Pikachu alongside Hong's Pikachu and Ralts. "Wow, Pikachu Ralts. I've missed you. Did you miss me?" Upon seeing the little Pokemon emerge, Hong's eyes sparkled with joy as she opened her arms and rushed towards her Pikachu and Ralts. They leaped into her embrace, affectionately nuzzling her cheeks. "Hee hee. I adore you all. Now, let us enjoy breakfast." With that, Hong placed the 2 little ones at their respective bowls at the dining table, and everyone commenced their meal. During breakfast, Hong didn't forget to chide Bai Chun, saying, "Honestly, you went to bed so early yesterday. I fear the little ones didn't even have dinner." "That's simply one do." Bai Chun, with a resigned expression, replied, "You're overthinking it. In the Beastmaster space, I have an energy cube storage and a timed feeder set up, so they could never go hungry. Additionally, the Pokemon forest is filled with various berry trees laden with fruits. They could never starve. You should know these berries have been accelerated in growth and continuously evolved within the Beastmaster space, vastly enhancing their nutritional value compared to the original fruits. Especially that initial batch he planted can already be considered as spiritual fruits. Consuming them not only greatly benefits the little sprites, but also humans alike. So, that is how it is." Upon hearing this, Hong felt a sudden realization and shyly stuck out her tongue at Bai Chun, saying, "My apologies. I didn't expect that you had thought this through so thoroughly." "It's all right." Bai Chun waved his hand dismissively. "Your intentions are good. I'm off to school now. Pikachu. Ralulus, farewell. We shall play together again this evening. After finishing breakfast, Hong waved goodbye to her Pikachu and Ralulus, as well as to Bai Chun, and hurriedly set off for school. Bai Chun stretched lazily. The weather was splendid today. Perhaps it would be a good opportunity to attempt a swap? He had nearly 20 chances for a swap saved up. However, today he planned to expend 4 opportunities to lock onto the Soul Reaper world for another swap. Let me see how that fellow Aizen has developed. Has he altered his plans and fate? Bai Chun was quite eager about this. Hopefully, this time he could acquire a Zanpakuto, he thought. After contemplating the items for the swap, he finally took out his replicated collection of the Eagle Eye swordsmanship, a volume on the thunder-breathing technique, and an essential guide to the Konoha swordsmanship, then silently chanted in his heart, swap. In the next moment, all 3 scrolls vanished from his hands, and an image materialized in his mind, in the Soul Reaper world, within the 4th Division Captain's office. Omida Chojuro gazed at the Zanpakuto in his hands, murmuring, perhaps this is fate. Aizen, having suddenly gained powers from another world, experienced a surge in strength, and now faced a multitude of Quincy's and Yawatch. It truly was a tumultuous time. The only way to awaken Kenpachi's true talent was through a desperate battle. A month later, it would be either his death or that of his opponent. Hopefully, the Soul Society would ultimately be saved. It turned out that several years had passed since Aizen acquired the chakra power system and lost the Hogyoku. Without the Hogyoku and having gained a new toy, he became disinterested in his previous plans, turning instead to research chakra. In this process, he created a body that matched his own and extracted chakra. He even wickedly analyzed the 8 Tails chakra and fused it within himself, ultimately mastering it thanks to his formidable talent. Combining the powers of the Soul Reapers greatly amplified his strength, allowing him to directly crush the Soul Society's expeditionary forces. Subsequently, the Soul Reapers unexpectedly discovered the hidden, intangible empire lurking within the Soul Society. In an instant, the Soul Society found itself in perilous danger. Had Yawatch not yet fully awakened and regained his strength, the Soul Society would have been in full-scale war with the intangible empire. Even so, the situation was dire, and they could not afford to delay, but must exert their utmost effort to prepare and enhance their combat capabilities. At that moment, Omida Chojuro noticed that a circle of spiritual pressure cultivation insights on his desk had mysteriously vanished. Suddenly, 3 scrolls materialized out of thin air, descending upon her desk. Yuo no Hana-Rei stood up in excitement. Could this be what Shiinmaru spoke of regarding Aizen's acquisition of items from another world? Shiinmaru is not a true traitor. His genuine aim is to confront Aizen and reclaim a portion of Ranjiku's soul. Thus, he discreetly transmitted information concerning chakra and how Aizen obtained these artifacts back to the Soul Reapers. This is why Yuo no Hana-Rei was so well-informed and exhilarated. She carefully picked up one scroll and opened it. Hawkeye Swordsmanship Compendium? Could this be a swordsmanship manual from another realm? Upon this realization, Yuo no Hana-Rei became quite agitated. As a former Kenpachi, her passion for swordsmanship was unparalleled, to the extent that calling her a sword demon would not be an exaggeration. Contemplating this possibility, she hastily began perusing the Hawkeye Swordsmanship Compendium. After finishing, a look of awe graced her features. Such formidable and pure swordsmanship. It is astonishing that humanity could cultivate swordsmanship to such heights. She then glanced at the other 2 scrolls. With this thought in mind, Yuo no Hana-Rei eagerly opened the remaining scrolls. As anticipated, they too contained distinct forms of swordsmanship. Could these be techniques from 3 different worlds? Merely after a single review, she felt she had gained much. Perhaps, instead of engaging in a life-or-death struggle with Kenpachi, both of us might transcend our original limits and reach a higher plane. With this notion, Yuo no Hana-Rei hurried towards the courtyard of the Captain Commander with the 3 scrolls in hand. Meanwhile, at the Central Spirit Academy, an unclaimed Shinto sword, a comprehensive guide to Heido, and a foundational textbook on the basics of Kido abruptly vanished. Why is one textbook missing? Where is my comprehensive guide to Heido? Moreover, why is there a missing Shinto sword? Which scoundrel has pilfered these items? Half an hour later, a teacher from the Central Spirit Academy appeared and quickly discovered the missing items, which incited his fury. After a fruitless search, he had no choice but to report the matter to the Captain Commander. While other losses could be overlooked, that comprehensive guide to Heido encompassed the first 100 Kido techniques and was of paramount importance. Just then, Yuo no Hana arrived with 3 swordsmanship manuals from another world, prompting the captain commander to convene all captains to discuss the matter. Subsequently, he received an urgent report from the vice principal of the Central Spirit Academy. What do you all think? Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni surveyed the assembled captains and inquired. Yuo no Hana Rei, momentarily taken aback, responded, "This situation bears a striking resemblance to my own experience. When I obtained these 3 scrolls of swordsmanship from another world, a volume of my spiritual pressure training notes vanished before my eyes. Perhaps there is a connection between the 2 occurrences? That must be the explanation. Indeed, it is not without merit." Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni nodded. I had not anticipated that the being from the other world would intervene once more. It remains to be seen what his ultimate goal is. At this moment, Malwalai spoke. Regardless of the circumstances, these 3 volumes of swordsmanship from another realm are immensely beneficial to us. I have perused them, and if we can integrate their teachings and diligently practice, our combat prowess will undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Then let us commence our training. Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni mused briefly before tapping the ground with his cane, resolutely making his decision. The time for hesitation has passed. The only path forward is to elevate our strength. Everything else can wait for another day. The imagery ceased at this juncture. Is the subject of this exchange Sister Hua? That seems quite favorable. Furthermore, from Sister Hua's words, it is evident that Aizen has indeed altered his plans and fate, even achieving considerable progress in the realm of chakra, significantly augmenting his strength. Truly remarkable, Aizen. Baichen pondered, stroking his chin. He was also curious about how far Aizen could advance in the future. With the aid of the chakra system, could he break free from the shackles of his world and traverse the myriad realms? The likelihood seems slim. Yet his achievements would undoubtedly surpass his previous limits. Alas, without an invitation to the Soul Society, I would have loved to visit. Baichen lamented. At that moment, a shallow blade appeared before Baichen, alongside 3 volumes of ancient texts, landing in his hands. Simultaneously, he grasped the information regarding these 4 items. Malwalai's Spiritual Pressure Training Insights. This contains the comprehensive insights of the 4th Division's battles and the spiritual pressure training methods of the 3rd Kenpachi, Malwalai. After the optimization of the exchange talent, this training method allows for the cultivation of spiritual pressure without the need for the soul to leave the body. And upon successful training, one can freely switch between Shinigami and non-Shinigami forms. Masterless Shallow Blade, enhanced through the exchange talent. This has become a masterless shallow blade of boundless potential, infused with spiritual pressure and will, facilitating continuous communication, ultimately awakening a uniquely personal Zanpakuto. Fundamentals of Fist and Slash. This contains the 4 foundational techniques of the Shinigami, Fist and Slash, which is the instant step pioneered by Baichen. Comprehensive Guide to Kido. This contains all Kido techniques below the specified rank. What a splendid assortment I have acquired. I can indeed engage in Shinigami training with these. Moreover, the exchange has consistently proven advantageous. It has optimized the spiritual pressure training method, allowing me to cultivate spiritual pressure in my human form while unleashing all the abilities of a Shinigami. This is truly remarkable. After assimilating the information in his mind, Baichen's face radiated with delight. He immediately dispatched 2 shadow clones into the world of his spatial ring, entrusting them with the fundamentals of Fist and Slash and Comprehensive Guide to Kido for their study. His main body also entered the spatial ring world, perusing the notes on spiritual pressure training, diligently recording the methods and clarifying the critical points, before sitting cross-legged to commence his cultivation. Boom. Shortly thereafter, a terrifying wave of spiritual pressure surged into the sky, seemingly poised to tear the heavens asunder. The terrifying aura caused all the beings in the spatial realm to prostrate themselves in fear, trembling uncontrollably. The ground surrounding Baichen had cracked, with fissures radiating outward from his center. Had a captain-level expert from the realm of death been present, they would have discerned that Baichen's immense spiritual pressure had reached the level of a captain's combat prowess, even surpassing that of an ordinary captain. Soon, this dreadful spiritual pressure began to retract until it was entirely absorbed into Baichen's body. He then opened his eyes and exhaled a heavy sigh. Ah, this feeling is rather delightful. The cultivation of spiritual pressure also enhances mental strength. However, it appears to have a more fundamental effect, even impacting the soul itself. No, it would be strange to say it has no effect on the soul at all. After all, The Shinigami are unique spiritual entities, and the cultivation of spiritual pressure fundamentally aims to strengthen the soul. Thus, in terms of spiritual and mental cultivation, there are methods for spiritual pressure and crystal meditation. For physical training, there is the thunder body forging technique, and in terms of energy, there is chakra. These three aspects have now been sufficiently gathered. However, the level of body forging is still far from adequate, and the drawbacks of chakra and energy cultivation are considerable, necessitating further effort on Bai Chen's part. He would not be content with the status quo. Although his current strength, disregarding figures such as Uchiha Madara, the Sage of Six Paths, and the Otsutsuki clan, is nearly invincible, his aspirations extend far beyond the ninja world. The myriad realms are his ultimate destination and home. Sooner or later, I shall traverse the myriad realms and witness even greater wonders, Bai Chen thought excitedly. With spiritual pressure established, it was time to begin cultivating his Zanpakuto. However, before that, he needed to attend to another matter. Immediately, Bai Chen consciously dispelled the 2 shadow clones he had recently created, then summoned forth 2 new shadow clones. Upon sensing their conditions, he smiled faintly. Indeed, spiritual pressure can also be transferred to shadow clones. This is splendid. Continue your training in the Fist and Blade of Ghosts. Bai Chen instructed the 2 clones. Gee, what a scoundrel! The 2 shadow clones simultaneously gestured an obscene sign at Bai Chen before departing. Bai Chen thought, what a ridiculous scoundrel. The reliability of shadow clones seems to be diminishing. He then focused his mind, retrieved his sword, and sat cross-legged, placing the sword upon his lap. Closing his eyes, he began to infuse the sword with spiritual pressure while simultaneously establishing a mental connection with it. As the spiritual pressure flowed into the sword, Bai Chen could distinctly feel it emanating a soft glow and emitting faint sounds of resonance. Furthermore, within the sword, a unique entity began to take shape. This process continued for over an hour. After infusing a substantial portion of his spiritual pressure into the sword, it finally reached saturation. The consciousness within it solidified, and Bai Chen successfully established a connection. The experience was effortless, and the sword spirit's awareness felt incredibly familiar to Bai Chen, as if he were its creator or father. Bai Chen effortlessly acquired the incantation for his shurikai. Rising immediately, he held his sword and softly murmured, "Awaken, transform." In an instant, the sword in his hand radiated a golden light, and when the illumination faded, the original blade had vanished, replaced by an exquisite Chinese sword. Simultaneously, Bai Chen discerned the inherent ability of his shurikai. Aptly named, it could transform into any Zanpakuto he was familiar with, thus granting him the full capabilities of their shurikai. How remarkable! Truly deserving of its title, Wanhua. This was precisely what he desired. With this, it was as if he had obtained every Zanpakuto available to him. Bai Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Previously, he had harbored some regret for not possessing the formidable Zanpakuto of the Soul Society, but now, everything was perfect. His Zanpakuto was both one and manifold, embodying Wanhua. This was merely the shurikai. One could only wonder if the Bankai would enable him to access the complete abilities of all Zanpakuto he knew, including their Bankai. Bai Chen pondered eagerly. Unfortunately, he had already received feedback from Wanhua, indicating that he could not yet achieve Bankai. This would require Bai Chen to continuously infuse more spiritual pressure day by day to foster the growth and maturation of Wanhua. He estimated that this process would likely take at least 2 years. Perhaps the Bankai ability of his Zanpakuto was extraordinarily potent, necessitating an immense amount of spiritual pressure. In fact, 2 years could be considered a brief period, since he could not attain Bankai for the time being. Bai Chen promptly began to experiment with the abilities of his shurikai. Wanhua Jinghua Sliyut. With a mere thought, the sword in his hand transformed into a slender katana. With a metallic ring, it was drawn forth, resembling Aizen's Zanpakuto in both appearance and ability. Bai Chen could distinctly feel that his Zanpakuto truly possessed the power of Jinghua, capable of completely hypnotizing the target who beheld its shurikai, thus manipulating their 5 senses. Next, Bai Chen ventured into the forest within the realm of his ring, conducting various experiments on the ordinary beings residing there. The results were unequivocally impressive. Wanhua, Lurenrohua. Subsequently, Bai Chen converted Wanhua into Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni Sinooa. The moment the transformation was complete, the temperature in the surrounding area skyrocketed, affecting hundreds, even thousands of meters around him. The flora in this vicinity began to wither and turn yellow, while the ground cracked beneath the heat. Alarmed, Bai Chun quickly dispelled Zhenhua and reverted Wenawar to the form of Danbiying. In an instant, his Zanpakuto transformed into countless fragments resembling cherry blossoms, drifting gracefully ahead. Unfortunately, the trees within this range could not escape their fate, disintegrating into powder. Alas, I can no longer conduct experiments here. Witnessing this scene, Bai Chun swiftly retracted his shurkai. Anwan returned to its ordinary Chinese sword form rather than the katana shape. So, it is essentially a semi-permanent shurkai? Quite impressive. Bai Chun smiled faintly. He then sheathed his Zanpakuto at his waist, alongside the original chakra long sword, effectively preparing for a dual-wielding style. Unexpectedly, the Zanpakuto could be directly stored within the realm of consciousness. He did not recall the Shinigami of the Soul Society possessing such an ability with their Zanpakuto. Could it be that they, as mere spiritual entities devoid of physical form, lacked the connection to a realm of consciousness? Bai Chun speculated boldly. Never mind. Perhaps it is best to abandon the dual-wielding and instead store it within the realm of consciousness. In the next moment, after some contemplation, Bai Chun decided to place the Zanpakuto within the realm, continuously infusing it with spiritual pressure and mental energy for further nurturing. This indeed seemed to be the most prudent course of action. Keeping it externally would not be as convenient. After all, retrieving it would merely be a matter of thought. This bore some resemblance to the magical artifacts in the world of cultivation that could be stored within one's dantian or consciousness. Perhaps, in the future, it could truly evolve into an extraordinary weapon of destiny. Bai Chun even began to envision the future of this Zanpakuto. It is time to address the findings of clone number 2. After studying the Zanpakuto for a while longer, Bai Chun swiftly transported himself to the laboratory within the ring space. With a flick of his hand, he retrieved the spatial bracelet given to him by clone no. 2, and with a mere thought, he extracted several sealing scrolls from within. Each scroll bore inscriptions: Uchiha, Mizuki, Kagaya, and Akatsuki. Essentially, these 4 clans were represented. There were 5 scrolls for Uchiha, 12 for Kagaya, and 9 for Mizuki. Each scroll contained a corresponding corpse of a ninja clan. Remarkably, he had managed to collect them all. Without hesitation, Bai Chun first unrolled a scroll inscribed with Uchiha, breaking the seal. A young man's corpse, appearing to be in his 30s, materialized upon the experimental table. Bai Chun wasted no time, raising his hand above the corpse, his dark fruit ability activating instantly, drawing the corpse into him. Moments later, it was absorbed. Subsequently, Bai Chun chose to integrate the Uchiha bloodline and its innate abilities into his own being. Immediately, a warm current surged from his third eye, coursing throughout his body. At the same time, he felt a heat emanating from his eyes, and his mind began to undergo transformations. Instinctively, Bai Chun began to channel his mental energy into his eyes. After a few minutes, a tomo suddenly appeared in each of his crimson pupils, which then began to rotate around the center of the pupils. After several rotations, yet another tomo manifested in each eye, the spinning continuing unabated. Bai Chun did not cease in his infusion of mental energy. After a while longer, a third tomo emerged in each eye, completing the formation of the 3 tomo Sharingan. Yet, the changes did not cease there. As he continued to channel mental energy, he sensed the power within his eyes steadily increasing. However, when this surge reached its peak, it did not halt. Instead, it began to undergo a profound transformation. Subtle changes began to occur within the very structure of his eyeballs, with special powers gestating within each. At that moment, Bai Chun felt his mental energy waning and had no choice but to stop. The transformation of her eyes had come to a temporary halt. With a sigh, Bai Chun approached a nearby mirror, gazing into her reflection, where the 3 tomo of her Sharingan danced within her irises. A subtle smile graced her lips. Who would have thought that awakening the 3 tomo would be so effortless? The agony she anticipated was non-existent. Ultimately, the Sharingan is a product of Yin release, and it is only natural that one can awaken and cultivate it through mental prowess. In fact, perhaps it was due to the Sharingan not being awakened in an extreme manner that Bai Chun felt no sinister power emanating from her eyes, let alone any influence over her emotions or temperament. Certainly, at the moment she activated her Sharingan, Bai Chun distinctly sensed the emergence of something unique within her mind. Yet it was ultimately subdued and consumed by her mental strength, becoming a part of her psyche. The power of emotions? It should not govern me, but rather transform into my own dominion. Bai Chun mused thoughtfully. Additionally, She was certain that the previous sensation was accurate. By continuously infusing mental energy into her eyes and nurturing them, when she reached the pinnacle of transformation, she should be able to directly awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. As for the next stage, Bai-chun was uncertain. She had yet to discover how to attain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. However, she firmly believed that once she awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, a solution would present itself. The traditional eye exchange method was not suitable for her. She did not possess a brother from the Uchiha clan. Could she absorb the bloodline talents of the Uchiha clan using her dark fruit? Or perhaps even directly absorb a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan? Bai-chun was not certain whether it would be effective. Only time would reveal the truth through experimentation. If all else failed, she could awaken the eternal Mangekyo herself. After all, Indra and the Sage of Six Paths did not rely on eye exchange to achieve their eternal Mangekyo. In Bai-chun's view, this was merely a clumsy workaround for those lacking sufficient bloodline purity or mental strength to activate a flawed Mangekyo. Onward. Having successfully awakened her Sharingan, Bai-chun was not inclined to pause. She immediately retrieved a sealing scroll inscribed with Mizuki and unsealed it. A corpse of a middle-aged mist ninja materialized upon the experiment table. TSK. Mizuki was truly an extraordinary specimen. Observing the corpse's visage, Bai-chun couldn't help but murmur. This man, despite being a full-grown male, possessed an exceptionally beautiful face. No wonder the future Bai was so strikingly handsome, surpassing the beauty of most women. This must undoubtedly be a characteristic etched into the bloodline of the Mizuki clan, she boldly speculated. However, if she were to merge with the power of ice release, would she not also risk adopting a somewhat effeminate appearance? The thought made Bai-chun hesitate. After all, she was a charismatic and dashing figure. Such an attribute was unnecessary. Nevertheless, she decided to give it a try. Ultimately, she could not resist the allure of ice release and utilized the abilities of her dark fruit to absorb the corpse, devouring and refining it, until the essence of ice permeated her being. As the warmth within her subsided, Bai-chun raised his hand, effortlessly transforming his chakra into an ice attribute, with glimmering ice crystals coalescing in his palm. Subsequently, he hurried to a mirror to inspect his reflection. Upon confirming that his appearance remained unchanged, albeit with slightly fairer skin and a smoother complexion, he let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Just an improvement in skin quality is hardly a concern. Next, Bai-chun proceeded to devour and refine the corpses of the Kagaya clan and the Gizuki clan. Ultimately, he successfully acquired the bone bloodline, significantly enhancing the strength and vitality of his bones, though he did not obtain the Gizuki clan's water transformation ability. Pondering this outcome, he was perplexed. Why had he failed to extract this capability? After some contemplation, he considered a possibility. Could it be that the water transformation technique does not belong to the bloodline limit, but rather is a secret technique, thus not inherent to the bloodline and unattainable through consumption? Indeed, he recalled that the Gizuki clan's water transformation was not a bloodline limit, but a secret art, a skill that required cultivation to acquire. It seemed that the dark fruit could only allow him to absorb and refine abilities inherent to bloodlines. He wondered whether this would always be the case or if further evolution was possible. Bai-chun felt no regret over this outcome. Gaining 3 bloodline limits at once was already a significant achievement for him. He then began to experiment and study the newly acquired Sharingan, ice release, and bone bloodline. After considerable effort, he felt confident about these 3 abilities. To truly unleash the potential of ice release, he would need to acquire the ice ninjutsu of the Mizuki clan, or perhaps attempt to create some ice techniques himself. To be frank, the ice release techniques in this world were rather feeble. The Mizuki clan was inadequate in this regard. However, in Bai-chun's hands, this bloodline ability was transformed entirely. With a vast reservoir of chakra and robust vitality, he believed he could potentially elevate his ice release to the level of figures like Akiji or Esteth, perhaps even surpassing them. It seemed the Kagaya clan had misappropriated the bone bloodline's capabilities. This ability should have been utilized for physical training, honing one's body, and continuously unlocking one's physical potential to become a master of martial arts and a formidable body cultivator. Remarkably, Bai-chun felt that, alongside the Sharingan, the bone bloodline brought him the greatest surprise. Through experimentation, he discovered that the bone bloodline could significantly accelerate the process of physical cultivation and expedite bone refinement. Furthermore, it enabled him to develop methods of training across 3 levels: bone refinement, blood replacement, and even marrow refinement. The bone bloodline was not merely a transformation of bones, but also had a profound qualitative impact on the marrow. Was this a degraded version of the sage's bones? Truly deserving of its reputation. If the development proceeds smoothly, one should be able to obtain the complete version of the bone of the immortal, thereby accelerating the completion of the 3 levels of body refinement: bone tempering, blood replacement, and marrow refinement. This time, it is truly a stroke of good fortune. The abilities granted by the corpse bone pulse are indeed an unexpected delight. Initially, the intention behind acquiring the corpse bone pulse was merely to enhance one's skeletal structure and potential, yet the unexpected gains have exceeded all expectations. Bai Chun stroked his chin in contemplation. Even mastering the 6 forms to their utmost limit would only elevate one's physique, bones, and internal organs. It does not provide any substantial enhancement to blood or marrow. This may very well be the fundamental reason why body refiners in the world of pirates are unable to genuinely transcend the limits of human lifespan and achieve true physical extraordinary status. However, with the corpse bone pulse and my thunderbolt body refinement technique, I am certain I can swiftly reach this milestone. With such experience, it will be a trivial matter to deduce the widely applicable realms of bone tempering, blood replacement, and marrow refinement. Currently, I have already integrated and extrapolated the thunderbolt body refinement technique based on similar body refinement techniques from the pirate world, the Naruto world, and the breathing techniques from the Demon Slayer world. Through the practice of this technique, I can complete the 4 stages of body refinement: body tempering, muscle refinement, bone tempering, and organ refinement. Should I also succeed in blood replacement and marrow transformation, it would undoubtedly allow me to step into the realm of physical transcendence, breaking free from the constraints of ordinary human lifespans and truly entering the domain of extraordinary life. The path to cultivating an extraordinary body has finally revealed itself. With the corpse bone pulse, the immortal body, the power of eternity, and the enhancements from the super eternity physique, I believe I will soon be able to complete these stages and genuinely embark on the path of the extraordinary. Bai Chun expressed his confidence aloud. At present, Bai Chun remains at the bone tempering stage, while simultaneously undertaking some organ refinement. However, he has encountered a temporary bottleneck in bone tempering, primarily due to its immense difficulty, which requires a significant amount of time for gradual honing. Now, with the corpse bone pulse at his disposal, whether in bone tempering or the subsequent blood replacement and marrow transformation, he is destined to make rapid progress, significantly accelerating his advancement. It appears that the corpses of the Kagaya clan are indeed treasures. It seems necessary to continue dispatching clones to gather more. Otherwise, once we reach the mist-hidden village and enter the blood mist period, this source may be cut off. Bai Chun pondered. While he himself may not require such abundance, what about those around him? What about future generations and relatives? It is essential to stockpile more. Thus, Bai Chun exited the realm of the ring, initially intending to form a hand seal and send a wooden clone to the mist battlefield. However, recalling that it had been a year since he last saw his master, he decided to pay a personal visit. Should he bring Kakashi along as well? That fellow had not seen his father in over a year. Deciding to act on impulse, Bai Chun pinpointed Kakashi's location and instantly teleported to him. Hey, Kakashi. The sudden appearance of Bai Chun startled Kakashi, causing him to drop his sword in surprise. Bai Chun effortlessly caught it and teased, "Are you trying to assassinate me?" Upon hearing the villain's preemptive accusation, Kakashi rolled his eyes in exasperation and exclaimed, "Get lost. Can you not appear so mysteriously every time? Scaring people can lead to dire consequences, you know? So, what brings you here so suddenly?" At this juncture, Kakashi cast a scornful glance at Bai Chun and remarked, "I heard from Hong that you brought back yet another beautiful woman from outside a few days ago. Have you acquired yet another girlfriend? Dare you be any more reckless and fickle in your affections?"